Alright, when does their program start? Old Huang said the filming would be next Monday at the Qingyang studio. This was because the Thunder Bell was a necessary material for Thunder God to upgrade to epic quality. The materials required for the evolution of Lord Grade and King Grade familiars were becoming increasingly rare. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when the next one would be, so he had to go. He fell into deep thought. If the familiars' grades continue to rise to obtain higher-level materials, I'll have to go to completely unexplored underground forbidden zones or through rifts to other worlds. The scene cut to Qingyang Airport, where director Wang Muzha enthusiastically greeted and praised him as soon as he met him. Young Master Gao Peng, is that you, the #1 genius of our Washa youth generation? I've long heard of your reputation. He warmly shook his hand and introduced himself. I'm the assistant director of the program, Wang Muzha with keen eyesight. You can call me Old Wang. Gao Peng awkwardly stiffened at his effusive praise. He shyly greeted him. You're too kind. He politely told him not to stand there but to get in the car and talk. As soon as they got in the car, he began to introduce the program's situation. We collected many resources and monsters during our outdoor activities. Most of them are rare, and there are even entirely new species that haven't been discovered before. I just sent you the data. Please check it. Gao Peng opened his phone and checked the data. As he checked the data, Old Wang explained and analyzed the situation to him. The feature of this program is to identify the attributes and characteristics of these materials and monsters. In his opinion, there were indeed quite a few truly rare materials. He thought to himself that this program had really put a lot of effort into it. Suddenly his gaze shifted to the Dulingshan dandelion, but he realized something was wrong. He clearly remembered that what he had checked in the system before was a yin-yang golden needle grass. Its monster quality was elite quality, monster grade level 3, monster attribute light type, dark type monster status, healthy but trembling, monster introduction. A brave, adventurous, fearless plant-type monster with healing and weakening abilities. Since its current grade is low, picking the seeds from its head and boiling them for soup is not a bad choice. He realized that healing and weakening were a rare combination of abilities. Gao Peng asked Old Wang if these monsters and materials belonged to the program team, then he requested, I quite like this small grass, please name your price. Wang Muzha happily accepted his request. No problem. If I say a word to the director and chief producer, I can have it delivered to your accommodation tonight. I won't charge you for this money. He was secretly delighted. Someone of Gao Peng's status is usually hard to approach, but now that a good opportunity to curry favor has arrived, I naturally can't miss it. Gao Peng, having obtained the small grass for free, happily thanked him. Then I appreciate it. Old Wang told him not to be modest, it was nothing. The scene cut to Qingyang Villa, which looked magnificent and luxurious. At this time the small grass had already been carefully placed in a box by Wang Muzha and sent to him. He secretly praised, this old Wang is quite decent. He's already delivered the item tonight. He happily held the dandelion and blew on it to test if it was real or fake. After testing, he happily looked at the dandelion and said, it's not bad to keep acting. No wonder those people thought you were an ordinary grass, not a plant-type monster. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he snapped his fingers, telling Asuan to bring an elite-grade light-type monster essence core. Following his command, it happily brought it. Gao Peng held the small grass and asked the trembling grass, well, are you going to do it or not? But when he handed over the light-type monster essence core, alright, it was rather obedient and happily accepted it. Gao Peng thought to himself, it's really easily swayed by temptation. Then he extended his hand to Shaoyan and said, just peck a little. It also obediently pecked a little with its beak as he requested. He let a few drops of blood from his recently pecked hand fall onto the small grass. An ordinary needle wouldn't be able to pierce my skin. My skin's thickness is probably comparable to a rhinoceros. After he gave his blood, it called him master. At this moment, GG successfully contracted. He knew that this yin-yang golden needle grass was more professional than Asuan's healing ability. After everything was completed, he commanded Aga, I'll leave the protection of little Jia to you. Before he could finish, Shalwa jumped into Aga's hands. It seemed to like him very much. Then it climbed onto Aga's head happily and proudly in front of his disgruntled face. Gao Peng, seeing this, praised, not bad, quite harmonious. At the beach, the night sky was full of stars and waves continuously crashed onto the shore. Behind the waves there was still some water left on the rocks. In this peaceful and quiet dreamlike space, suddenly a pair of large, terrifying eyes appeared. It stared intently at the land and let out a terrifying sound. At this moment, Gao Peng was sprawled on the sofa, his face looking bored and frustrated. He lamented, as expected, it's as tasteless as I imagined, boring to death. The data for some materials was clearly wrong and there were a few more formulaic lines, but since he had already started, there was nothing he could do. Thinking of the Thunder Bell and the yin-yang golden needle grass he had to endure, as he tossed and turned, Wang Muzha entered. Old Wang seemed to know he was bored and spoke his mind. Young Master Gao Peng, I apologize for not entertaining you properly. The chief director is from the Crown Prince's faction, so all the miscellaneous tasks fall to me. Seeing that Old Wang's life was also not smooth and happy, he generously said to Old Wang, you're in a difficult situation. Continue with your work. Wang Muzha, grateful for the empathy, bowed and happily greeted him. As soon as he left, he picked up his phone and found too many missed calls. Why so many missed calls? Did something happen to Grandpa? I should call back. When his grandfather answered, Gao Peng asked, "You have your quarterly meeting today. Why did you call me?" His grandfather's voice came through. He asked, "Is your program filming finished?" His grandfather, neatly dressed in a suit with his hands in his pockets, explained the situation to him. Nantian's Yangcheng branch has been surrounded by wave monsters and communications are now affected. You go and stabilize the situation first. Hearing his grandfather's command, he nodded and confidently said, "Yes, Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely stabilize the situation before you arrive." After hanging up, he looked at his watch and began to analyze the situation. The remaining missed calls were probably also due to this. It's been at least 2 hours since the wave monsters appeared. The strength of the Yangcheng branch can't be said to be strong, so for them to hold out this long, the strongest monster must only be Lord Grade. But one thing still puzzled him. Why hadn't the Yangcheng military region sent support? Logically, the Yangcheng military region should have been prepared. Both high and low, he sensed something was amiss. Gao Peng speculated that the wave monsters had appeared not only at the Nantian branch, but also that the military region itself had unresolved issues. At this moment, in the southwest region of Yangcheng New City, Nantian Group's Yangcheng branch, wave monsters were besieging the city walls. They were in immense numbers attempting to climb the walls and infiltrate. However, on the other side of the wall there was already an army with a defensive shield set up, and as soon as the monsters climbed up they were electrocuted and fell back. A wave monster howled at the sky, seemingly calling out to its comrades, its eyes glowing red with killing intent. At this moment the army captain was still trying to reassure his team. "Don't be afraid, reinforcements are coming soon. Everyone keep pushing. Our families and friends are all in the factory behind us. Never retreat." Suddenly something flew rapidly, emitting black smoke and exploding. Before they could react, it flew again, this time seemingly targeting the captain, who cried out, "What?" Without time to react, the captain could only raise his hand to block. He thought everything would end here and that he would die. However, a red light suddenly blocked the attack, allowing him to evade. It turned out to be Sanwei. He turned and subtly bowed in gratitude. If Sanwei hadn't protected him, he would have met his ancestors by now. The captain worked hard to boost his team's morale. "Hang in there, everyone, just 10 more minutes." Upon hearing this, everyone was disappointed. "Another 10 minutes? We've been waiting for over 2 hours. When are the reinforcements actually coming?" The rest of the people all agreed. Exactly. To encourage his team and maintain their fighting spirit, the captain said, as if certain that reinforcements would arrive in 10 minutes, "Everyone trust me, this time it's real." As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters below climbed over the walls and attacked them. They rushed in enormous numbers, opening their mouths like hungry tigers, revealing sharp teeth. The captain saw this and thought it strange. So many small wave monsters hidden in the black smoke. He finally realized, this is bad. A small wave monster's target was Sanwei. At that moment, Sanwei tried to block the rushing monsters, but they were too numerous to resist. The wave monsters clung to Sanwei, biting and tearing at it indiscriminately. Sanwei used all its strength to breathe fire, sending them flying far away. The major saw another four-armed wave monster in the black smoke, which was much stronger and fiercer than all the other monsters. It rushed over, pinned Sanwei down, and attacked ferociously, leaving Sanwei bloody and motionless on the ground. The captain assessed the current situation. Sanwei couldn't possibly win. Having dealt with Sanwei, the wave monsters rushed towards the soldiers, filled with a thirst for them. They began to attack them, and the soldiers scattered in terror. "Run quickly!" Suddenly a powerful red energy struck the four-armed wave monster from afar, knocking it down. It turned out to be Xiaowang. It proudly looked at the wave monster, which had been ferociously threatening just a moment ago but was now lying motionless on the ground. Gao Peng arrived. He stood on Xiaoyan's back, looking down at the wave monsters with disgust and disdain. Looking down at the panicked soldiers fleeing below, he sneered. "Pathetic lot, if this appearance of yours were known outside, I would not acknowledge you as our Nantian people." Leaping from Xiaoyan's back, he continued to scold them coldly. "Of course I'm talking about those who don't work. I'm not asking you to risk your lives for the group, but at least you should live up to the industry's highest salaries and the treatment you receive for your familiars from the group." Seeing him, they all trembled in fear and hesitated, calling out, "Young Master Gao." He began to reprimand those cowardly guards who were all displeased but dared not refute. Excellent terrain, 3 layers of city walls, hundreds of elite familiars, a few Lord-grade Beastmasters, and the most perfect guns, grenades, and electric nets. How can it be breached like this? Gao Peng did not stop and continued. "I originally thought there would be a Lord-grade monster among the wave monster horde, but in the end there was only one ordinary elite-grade wave monster and one Lord-grade wave monster." The soldiers could only patiently listen to his scolding. After speaking, he glanced at them with disgusted eyes. "Quite a few of you have a very wrong mindset." Gao Peng instructed his wife and aide to deal with the other monsters, while he stayed here with Xiaowang. Hearing young Master Gao's command, Xiaowang rushed forward, showing off its newly promoted strength. Xiaowang punched the ground, causing it to crack, and all the monsters were sent flying several meters away. From the dust, Xiaowang emerged majestically. Its face was fierce, as if it wanted to crush its opponent. Although it usually looked comical, it was truly formidable in battle. As if one punch wasn't enough, it rushed again and delivered a powerful blow, completely killing these weak monsters, leaving them writhing in pain on the ground. Suddenly a creature from behind secretly bit Xiaowang's forearm, surprising it, and it turned around. This officially angered Xiaowang. It would not tolerate being injured by such low-grade monsters. Xiaowang gathered all its strength and shouted powerfully, as if activating 100 of its power. Xiaowang shattered the wave monster with one punch. At this moment, Gao Peng called his grandfather and informed him, "Grandpa, you don't need to come all this way. There are no Lord-grade monsters here." Hearing his grandfather's words, he replied happily, "Yes, I understand. I'll be careful, don't worry. Yes, I'll handle this in Grandpa's name." At that moment on the west gate, the soldiers were still fighting the monsters. The commander shouted powerfully, "Third team, advance and relieve the second team. Stop these monsters from charging. These monsters are all roasted ducks and no one will die, so there's no need to be afraid." Suddenly a purple thundercloud appeared above their heads, making the sky dark and terrifying. The commander was also startled. Lightning. Purple energy suddenly struck the Thunderbird monsters directly, causing them to scream in pain. It turned out to be Zijing, sent by Gao Peng. Having suffered a painful blow, the monsters now became even more ferocious and terrifying. They rushed towards Zijing, their eyes glowing red as if they would fight it to the end. They seemed somewhat disdainful and unaware of the power of this familiar. Zijing said, "Die," as it activated its electric wing technique and powerful energy surged throughout its body. It fiercely attacked the monsters below. With just one attack, all the Thunderbird monsters were knocked to the ground. No longer having the strength to resist, a soldier shouted with joy, "It's a Lord-grade familiar. It's our Nantian's Lord-grade familiar. Brothers, those Thunderbirds are paralyzed. Rush over and kill them quickly." Returning to the east gate, by then most of the wave monsters were dead, all lying motionless, covered in wounds. Now the wave monsters began to tremble before Xiaowang's power. Xiaowang completely crushed them with one foot. The soldiers admired Xiaowang's power. Truly strong. Gao Peng, standing next to them, looked at them with critical eyes. Some people slack off in combat, even abandoning the care of their familiars, treating them as supplies sent by the group and being reluctant to use them. Unfortunately, contracted familiars cannot be transferred, but this situation really cannot continue for long. Taking this incident as an opportunity, he made a few new plans. Perhaps he could establish a familiar legion, abolish the security department, and divide professional personnel into combat and exploration departments. This surprise attack was somewhat strange. Monsters cannot attack humans for no reason. The origin and purpose of the monsters must be thoroughly investigated. He returned and ordered Captain Zheng to find a few people who had performed well in battle. "Follow me," he told Captain Zheng to follow the new order. Captain Zheng returned and said, "Xiaofang, Loha, you guys, come here." Once everyone gathered, Gao Peng said, "You are true heroes." Looking at them, they were all covered in wounds, he said. "Heroes deserve rewards befitting heroes. Every wound will be given a medal." He pointed to the surveillance camera and said, "After the battle, I will clearly reward and punish." He gave them one last chance. If they caught the remaining wave monsters alive, each wave monster would count as one merit. At this moment, some soldiers stood outside complaining and sneering at him. "HMPH, young master's orders are supreme at most. A slap on the ass and off we go." Another continued, "Young master only knows how to show off. If I had that many resources, I'd definitely have a Lord-grade familiar." Another person heard their words but didn't talk as much as they did. He said, "You guys stop your sneering. Honestly, I was scared when I faced the monsters just now, but I don't want to be a coward for the rest of my life." After speaking, he turned and ordered his familiar, "Let's go, let's catch those wave monsters and bring them here." Hearing that, the two soldiers from earlier were angry and cursed at him. "Goja, what do you mean?" As Xiaoguo charged, a few other people followed him. "I'll go too, I'll go too." Those who didn't go stayed behind and sneered, showing off they're all fools. Seeing this scene, Gao Peng realized that not all of these people were beyond saving. Each of them had made mistakes, but as long as they seized the opportunity, I will generously forgive them without reservation. But those stubborn ones were fantasizing about things they shouldn't have. Inside the iron cage was a very ugly monster. Monster name: Heaven Sea Algae Wave Monster. Monster quality: Common quality. Monster grade: Level 14. Monster attribute: Water type. Dark type. Monster status: Minor injury, leg injury, depressed. Path to elite quality: Deep Sea Algae Wave Monster evolution. Terror Ghost Algae Wave Monster evolution. Shade. Monster brief introduction: A small wave monster inhabiting coastal areas. It enjoys blood and flesh, dragging larger creatures into the sea to devour them. Gao Peng and the secretary approached the monster cage, and the secretary said flatteringly, "Young Master Gao, all the captured monsters are here." Hearing that, Gao Peng frowned and thought. The monster's path to elite quality and its information detailed the increase in soul power. "Has it broken through?" Gao Peng said to the secretary next to him. "Ordinary people look at appearance when buying familiars. Adults don't have a high unit price, so these wave monsters can be sold if they die and maintained if they live." The secretary next to him smiled an industrial smile, unfazed. Gao Peng shifted his gaze to another iron cage, and the beast within did not look very friendly. Monster name: Hexagonal tortoise. Monster quality: Common quality. Monster grade: Level 18. Monster attribute: Earth type. Wood type. Monster status: Severe injury, internal organ injury. Aloof. Path to elite quality 1. Hexagonal tortoise evolution. Wood type 2. Hexagonal horned tortoise evolution. Earth type 3. Monster brief introduction: A monster that comes ashore from the sea every winter to lay eggs. The horn growing on its head has the effect of clearing heat and detoxifying. It is used to nourish the kidneys and strengthen yang, activate blood and strengthen bones. Primarily used for nourishment. Gao Peng looked inside the iron cage and thought. Some of the hexagonal tortoise's horns had already healed, indicating that they could regenerate. But these horns clearly looked different from deer antlers, so why were they given such a name? Could they have similar effects? Gao Peng walked to another area, no longer looking. As he walked, he said, "Raise these hexagonal tortoises. When the time comes, cut off their horns," the secretary replied. "Yes," he continued. "Were the guards who participated in this wave monster incident all rewarded?" The secretary continued to answer. "According to your plan, the security department has been disbanded and divided into the operations department and the exploration department. Those who performed outstandingly in battle were appointed as managers, and the best employees were promoted and their salaries increased." He glanced at the secretary and asked, "How about Zhang Yu, Han Fu, Chen Zhang and Li Jiejian?" The secretary was slightly flustered and said, "Yes, the results of the handling of these 4 people have also been announced to the group. They have been dismissed from Nantian Group, and at the same time their familiars are confined in the underground laboratory." Gao Peng then asked, "Did they accept the results obediently? They didn't cause any trouble, did they?" That question seemed to bring back unpleasant memories for the secretary. The secretary hesitated and said, Han Fu protested, saying familiars are the private property of Beastmasters and the group has no right to confine them. After speaking, the secretary shivered, thinking of the previous conflict. Gao Peng asked confirmingly. One of the secretaries said, "According to Zheng Tieju's childhood friend, if a leg is bitten by a wave monster, it will be crippled. And this person was a subordinate of Han Fu before." Hearing that, Gao Peng didn't seem to care much. He turned around and continued walking, saying to the secretary, "These people usually received the group's care, but as soon as something happened they abandoned the battle and fled, completely disregarding the lives of their subordinates. Familiars are private property, HMPH. Send them a lawyer's letter and teach these legal illiterates that the company has the right to reclaim familiars provided by the company. If regulations are violated, charge the highest amount," Gao Peng continued. "In addition, deduct 3 months' salary and year-end bonuses, and add them to the employee death record. If they have family at home, Nantian will provide living expenses, accommodation and tuition," the secretary replied happily. "Understood, young Master Gao, thank you." The 2 of them flew into the sky on familiars. Gao Peng said to the secretary, "Shaoyan, let's go to Nanxia village to investigate the source of this incident." After a while, Gao Peng and the secretary flew to a certain piece of land. From above he said to the secretary, "In the face of such powerful and fierce force, all life is so fragile." Hearing movement from a rock house, Gao Peng exclaimed, Aid, go check it out." Gozubi landed and pierced the rock house with a purple light. Aid, with a serious expression, held a shrimp in its hand, unsure if it was dead or alive. The basic information of this shrimp was monster name, 6-winged galaxy, leg mutant monster grade, elite quality monster attribute, wind type. Aid said to Gao Peng, I caught it. Aid excitedly interrupted Gao Peng. "All right, I know you're amazing. This guy isn't our target, let it go." Hearing that, Aid mercilessly tossed the shrimp away. Aid looked at the shrimp lying on the ground and said awkwardly, It was healthy and lively just now, why isn't it moving now?" Monster status: healthy but outwardly strong and inwardly weak. Seeing that the shrimp on the ground showed no signs of life, Gao Peng thought, "Playing dead, how interesting." Gao Peng quickly continued, "No need to worry, let's go forward and see." Hearing that, Gao Peng's group prepared to set off. The cunning shrimp quickly got up as if nothing had happened. Gao Peng and Aid looked at the shrimp with red eyes at this moment. Gao Peng said, "Shaoyan, what do you think? I left a trace of energy on this shrimp's butt." Gao Peng replied, "Very good, chase it. This village is very close to the sea and shrimp-like monsters are very common, but after the wave monsters pass through there are still such low-grade monsters." It was highly abnormal. Daisy exclaimed in surprise, "Gao Peng, it seems to be trying to hide underwater." Gao Peng said, "Chase it." The shrimp darted into the sea with lightning speed and suddenly it seemed to sense a presence. A black shadow with eyes as bright as headlights burst the shrimp. The black shadow said, "Fool, you don't even realize you've fallen for the enemy's trick." From above, Shaoyan suddenly lost track of the shrimp and said, "Gao Peng, the aura I left on the shrimp's butt has disappeared." Gao Peng said, "It's alright. If it could sense the aura I left on the shrimp, it must be at least an elite grade monster or higher. The one behind it must be not far from here. It might even be hiding under the sea." Gao Peng turned to Shaoyan and said, "The surface of the water is too heavy, don't fly anymore." "Fly high," Shaoyan clearly responded. As soon as the words were spoken, a wave rushed towards Gao Peng and his group from below. A large eel, big but not particularly terrifying and rather cute, opened its mouth to swallow Gao Peng's group whole. Daisy flew forward, shouted "Mother," and then unleashed a high-voltage current at the eel. The lightning seemed to have no effect on the eel's tough skin. Gao Peng thought to himself, "There's another layer of armor under its scales." Daisy's lightning had no significant effect. Seeing that the previous attack had no effect on the eel, Daisy continued to unleash sharp claws on the eel's body. Daisy shouted spiritedly, "How dare you try to eat Gao Peng, I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Gao Peng, seeing Daisy's technique, said with great satisfaction, "First breaking the armor with claws and then attacking with lightning." Daisy has grown. The eel seemed severely injured and fled downwards. The information on this monster was Midnight Ghost Eel, monster grade 46, Lord grade, monster quality, elite quality, monster attribute. Water type, monster abilities, water element control level 3, fin enhancement level 2, stealth skin level 1, organ enhancement level 1. Monster status, minor injury, enraged. Monster introduction, has wings that extend up to 50 meters when spread, possesses a huge body that is mid to upper tier in the ocean. Agile and fast with a very wide mouth that can swallow prey whole. Seeing the eel flee in surprise, Daisy turned to Gao Peng with an excited expression and said, "Gao Peng, I scared the monster fish away." Gao Peng replied, "Well done, I'll give you a box of bugs. But its strength doesn't seem to be strong, so it's probably not the master behind it." Gao Peng smiled at Daisy and said, "You worked hard this time." Daisy, having been praised, continued to proudly order the sky. Xiaoyan attacked the surface of the water. Xiaoyan, having heard Gao Peng's command, quickly condensed a large fireball in front of its mouth. Xiaoyan said, "How dare you wet my feathers?" As the fireball was launched into the water by Xiaoyan, Gao Peng looked down into the water with a surprised expression. "What is this?" A gigantic black shadow 100 times larger than Gao Peng's group appeared. Gao Peng immediately said quickly, "Mistake." The black shadow in the water watched Gao Peng's group flying away and said, "He has left, but he will return with more people. This place has been discovered." On the other side, inside the office of the Yangcheng military's 3rd Combat Readiness Department, the department head with a red crest on his head said languidly, "I'm so bored." A person next to him said, "Boss, being idle is a good thing. It means our combat readiness zone is safe. Last time the wave monsters caused heavy losses to the 1st and 2nd military zones." As soon as he finished speaking, an alarm sounded. The red-crested department head jumped up and asked, "Where did the alarm come from? What's going on?" The soldier guarding the radar said, reporting department head. "A high-energy reaction has been detected under the sea, and numerous blue dots have appeared on the radar." The man, seeing this, said in a panic, "No, the biological reaction is increasing rapidly." The red-haired department head, who had been languid, became tense in the face of the current situation. He said to his subordinate, "Quickly send a drone to check." The drone was quickly piloted by the Combat Readiness Department to the location of the high-energy reaction under the sea, and thousands of monster eyes glared at the drone. The soldier sitting in the chair watched the screen and said in surprise, "Forward data has been transmitted. My goodness, the area is over 300 square kilometers. There is still an unidentified monster alive, and 2 Lord-grade monsters can also be subdued. Such a large-scale wave monster." The department head heard the external situation and ordered, "Don't stand there blankly. Fire bombs to see if we can drive the monsters away. I will report to headquarters immediately. Everyone move." These people were still shocked, but they replied with resolute voices, "Understood." In the offshore waters of Yangcheng, numerous bombs were dropped. Under the influence of the bombs, the fish below died or were stunned and sank to the bottom of the sea. The black shadow saw this and said, "The smell is truly foul. The shrimp have fled in fright. All the sea monsters that could gather in the shallow waters have gathered. Now it's time for humans to taste our wrath." A yellow ejole crawled out from a coral reef and said, "But why do we have to attack humans? Aren't the fish unappetizing enough, or isn't there enough prey? I dislike the dry feeling of land." A large eel said, "I was bitten once by a winged centipede before. This time I'll eat it." The ejole said, "Horrible." The gigantic black shadow interrupted the 2 monsters' chatter. "Go, everyone prepare." Elsewhere in the sky there were numerous monsters and beastmasters. Gao Peng looked at the magnificent sight and said, "So many flying beastmasters and a few Lord-grade ones. It seems the Yangcheng military has deployed all its forces this time." From the sea a colossal black shadow approached. Gao Peng looked at it and said, "When countless sea monsters gather in one place, they can cause a tsunami. Fortunately, the military has already built high seawalls, so it shouldn't be a big problem." The commander said with an uncalm expression, "We can't let the tsunami continue to spread, otherwise the defensive facilities will be destroyed. All long-range attack units on site, attack the distant tsunami." The artillery unit prepared to target the center of the tsunami. Gao Peng said to the 2 familiars, "Go with those beastmasters and attack the tsunami. Daisy, you also go with Xiaoyan. Act with Xiaoyan. Don't wander off recklessly." The tsunami was approaching, and the artillery unit also began to attack the center of the tsunami. Crabs, shrimp, and fish were sent flying far away. Seeing this, some high-level monsters glared furiously at the city wall. As the tsunami grew higher, Gao Peng thought in a panic, "The wave is too big. It must be at least 60 to 70 meters high." The city wall and the tsunami were getting closer. A person ran over and asked Gao Peng, "Mr. Gao, are you all right?" Gao Peng raised his hand as if to say he was fine. He said, "I'm fine." A large conch sprang out of the sea and attacked Gao Peng. Xiaowang appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of Gao Peng, cupping its hands and saying, "How dare you be rude? How dare you attack our brother duck? How dare you disregard me? Then I will personally teach you a lesson." Gao Peng watched this and wondered, "What strange thing has this duck seen lately?" The duck began to concentrate its internal energy. Mystical patterns, elemental vacuum zone. Duck Xiaowang channeled its internal energy to attack the conch in front of it, shouting loudly as it attacked, "Invincible duck fist." The conch was sent flying far away with the other small fry behind it. Duck Xiaowang laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha ha. Indeed I am invincible, ha ha ha." Gao Peng, standing nearby, commented sarcastically on its confidence, "You're getting so excited over a bunch of non-Lord grade small fry." The Sea King electric eel sprang out of the water. Monster name: Sea King electric eel. Monster grade 43 Lord grade. Monster quality common quality. Monster attribute water type lightning type. Monster ability water element control level 2. Lightning element control level 3. Smooth skin level 1. Monster status healthy. Myocardial infarction dazed. Monster brief introduction. Born from the anomalous evolution of a deep-sea electric eel. It lives in coral reefs, is tens of meters long and can fire lightning. Xiaowang tightly gripped the head of the Sea King electric eel and said, "This fish is too strong, you stupid brute, help me a little." Aid rushed over and said, "Don't call me a stupid brute." Aid attacked the Sea King electric eel with its weapon. The Sea King electric eel sent Aid flying. Xiaowang caught Aid from behind and raising its fist said, "This fish is quite strong, watch my ultimate move." Xiaowang continuously punched the fish, shouting exploding duck combo. The Sea King electric eel turned to look at it and said, "Damn duck, how dare you underestimate me." Xiaowang was surrounded by a protective barrier. Gao Peng said, "Haha, perhaps the electric eel itself doesn't understand why half of it conducts electricity and half of it doesn't." Xiaowang and Aid charged and attacked, and Gao Peng's voice was heard. Although the Sea King electric eel has a home field advantage, it will only be pummeled by Aid and Xiaowang's combo. He watched the water level rise. The water has overflowed. Gao Peng looked ahead and thought, this is a huge mass of coral rising above the surface. Everyone saw the gigantic coral in front of them. Monster name, Ocean Coral King, monster grade 51 King grade. Monster quality, perfect quality. Monster attribute, water type, earth type. Monster abilities, reproduction enhancement level 3, regeneration enhancement level 2, hard body level 3, mental enhancement level 4, water element control level 3, earth element control level 3. Monster characteristic, coral waters. The entire body of the Ocean Coral King is composed of living coral polyps and coral carcasses. All coral polyps, after mutation, possess a special physiological structure and can create a small, weak, water element favorable environmental zone around their bodies. Effect 1, passive effect. Numerous coral polyps gather to form a super large environmental zone around the Ocean Coral King's body. All water-type monsters within this range can gain self-healing abilities, positive disease states, and a comfortable and joyful state. Effect 2, active effect. Can permanently consume a portion of coral polyps to perform enhanced healing on a target. The target must be near the Ocean Coral King. Monster brief introduction. Coral reefs are composed of countless coral polyps. The carcasses of dead coral polyps turn into coral reefs. Coral polyps living on coral reefs expel numerous larvae at regular intervals. These larvae grow rapidly in the water and evolve into entirely new coral polyps. They then settle on the edge of the coral reef, forming new colonies and continuously expanding the coral reef's body. This process repeats countless times year after year, until it eventually becomes a gigantic entity. One day this gigantic entity gains spiritual wisdom and transforms into a collective consciousness. Because humans discharged large amounts of water pollutants, the Ocean Coral King developed a hatred for humans. Gao Peng was lost in thought. Indeed, such a colossal body was a kind of collective consciousness. If it were a living being, one day even he and Daisy's group might not be able to return to land alive. He looked at the Ocean Coral King in front of him and thought to himself, what's truly terrifying is its reproductive regeneration ability and powerful mental connection ability. If this monster can be captured, a headquarters could be built directly on its back and countless flying and marine monsters could be captured to roam the oceans. He paid attention to the two people talking next to him. What's this, an island? No, it seems to be a coral reef. Coral reef? Does that mean this coral reef has matured? The other person replied, if everything in the Yungang grottos can mature, what's the problem with a coral reef maturing? Gao Peng walked over and said to the two, sirs, please don't worry about this matter. Judging from the previous situation, its ability can definitely control or lure sea monsters. Now that the water has overflowed into the defensive facilities, this place is very likely to be directly attacked. Everyone leave quickly. Oh right, quickly tell everyone to evacuate the defensive stronghold. You two professors, let's also leave quickly. Understood, he said to the two. Let's go too. Xiaowang aid swiftly. Gao Peng led the way and said, wasn't the rear forbidden to ordinary people? Why are there still people? The person behind him replied. Perhaps some opportunists secretly snuck in to get some monster corpses. Don't worry about them. Let's go quickly, one person shouted. You guys get out of here quickly. Golden scythe mantis shrimp are charging towards the front defense line. Their danger is definitely no less than that of sharks. There's no need to risk your lives for a few corpses. One person ran away and said, damn it. Golden scythe mantis shrimp value their lives. Brothers, run quickly. The green-haired man turned back and said, it's over. The golden scythe mantis shrimp are chasing us. The green-haired man's familiar rushed forward and killed the golden scythe mantis shrimp. Big Hay. You came to save me. The green-haired man clung to Big Hay. Let's go to land quickly. The golden scythe mantis shrimp chased behind. No, they're catching up. Hurry. One flew over and attacked Big Hay. Big Hay. It bit the green-haired man's clothes. It threw the green-haired man onto the land. Big Hay was attacked by the golden scythe mantis shrimp. Big Hay, no. The green-haired man pleaded, brothers, please save Big Hay. I'm the one who should die. Big Hay shouldn't die. The people around said, this is terrible. Gao Peng saw this and said, Xiaoyan, Xiaowang. Xiaowang carried Big Hay on its shoulder and ran to land. It put Big Hay down and the green-haired man cradled his familiar's head. Big Hay, are you alright, Big Hay? Gao Peng said to Aid, Aid, get a pedal. Aid picked a pedal from its head and placed it on Big Hay's wound. The green-haired man was delighted to see the wound healing. It's getting better. Big Hay's wound is slowly recovering. Thank you, thank you. Gao Peng put his hands in his pockets and said, I only helped because I saw your familiar's loyalty, so don't think too much. A happy and apologetic expression. Xiaoyan breathed fire and said, Gao Peng, an attack came from over there. There are too many big fish and many big shrimp too. Azure flag, gold lance fish. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and said, the wave monster commander is too strong. Brothers and familiars can't hold on. One person said, just hold on for one more minute. We can evacuate a few more citizens safely. Even if you can't hold on, you have to. Aid flew over and Gao Peng said, "Step back." Aid raised its hand and unleashed an attack. Aid emitted a red light from its hand. It activated its skill. Spectre Soul Summon. Below, one person hugged its injured familiar and cried, "Sniff sniff, AFU, it's all my fault, I'm useless." A white dot approached it. Suddenly it opened its eyes. "Huh?" The man in the hat saw his familiar becoming ferocious. "What's this?" The familiars charged and attacked the monsters. One person held a piece of paper and said, "Commander, good news. Gao Peng of Nantian has gathered his familiars to form a Spectre army. They have captured the wave monsters. This general and General Gao have decided to join forces and counterattack," the commander said happily. "Good, good. Although that old man Qi Hangdong is nothing special, he really has a good grandson." The brown-haired man pointed to an island and said, "The monsters did not enter that island and left." Another man in a hat sitting in the water said, "It's finally over." Another person said, "Lao Ha, Lao Wang, did you see? We held the front line." Phew, he looked at them and thought, "Fortunately the Spectre Legion held off the wave monsters and the Coral King exhausted all its forces and lost its offensive power, allowing us to escape." Gao Peng turned his head and said, "Xiaowang, what are you picking up?" Xiaowang replied, "Just bring back the Sea King Eel's corpse. Leave the others." Xiaowang said without looking at him, "I don't care. I said 500 taels per corpse." 500, 1,000. Xiaowang ran to where others were picking up corpses and squawked, "Leave those corpses, they're mine." Gao Peng turned and walked away saying, "Old Huang, what's the matter?" The person on the screen said, "Young Master Gao, congratulations. You achieved victory as soon as you went into battle, and the name of the Spectre Genius will be widely known." Gao Peng looked at the person on the screen and said, "Your information is quick. We just finished the battle, let's not talk about this. You must have something important to discuss." Xiaowang said, "Regarding the signs of anomaly you asked me to investigate earlier, there's a slight clue. Yin Bing Gojing Wangui Rudai." When he asked where, the other person replied, "Bizhou, Gaoping Base City." He fell into thought. "Are there resources in Bizhou to upgrade a bang to mythical quality?" Gao Peng said, "Please continue to investigate. I need accurate data." Yuzhou Laboratory. He looked at the test tube. The reaction was perfect and this soft capsule was also successful. Gao Peng looked at the flower and said, "Come here, I have something for you to do." The flower came over and hugged his arm. "Don't be afraid, it'll hurt a bit but you'll get stronger." As he injected it, a sound suddenly came. He turned his head and saw it was the white dragon's sound. His maternal grandfather had returned from the land of heaven and earth, so did that mean Thunder God Ra had successfully evolved? Gao Peng looked at the flower inside the shield. "It's still very weak now, so rest in the shield." Gao Peng walked out calling maternal grandfather. He looked at his maternal grandfather and asked, "How is Thunder God Ra?" Qi Hangdong folded his arms and said, "See for yourself. Monster name, Thunder God Ra, monster grade. Level 45 monster quality, legendary monster attribute, lightning type monster status, healthy happy monster abilities, lightning control LV6, shell hardening LV4 monster characteristic, Thunder Ra, mystic conch. Possesses mysterious power and strong interaction with lightning elements. Effect 1, passive effect. Lightning control ability grade 1, effect 2, active effect. Fully releases lightning type energy accumulated within the conch, summoning a catastrophic thunder god storm within a certain range. Thunder Pouch forms a special organ, and its absorption and control over thunderclouds are unique. Effect 1, active effect. Absorbs all thunderclouds within a 100 li radius connecting with the thunderclouds. At the same time, using the power of the thunderclouds to upgrade to mythical quality, evolving into Calamity Thunder God Ra, Doomsday Thunderbeast, lightning type evolution cloud swallowing Calamity Thunderbeast. He approached and touched Thunder God Ra with his hand, thinking, the lightning control effect in the monster characteristic stacks with the monster ability, making its grade 55-6. This is the highest elemental control grade I've seen. Therefore, Thunder God Ra is now a lightning type mage covered in heavy armor. Qi Hangdong looked at him and said, "When I came back and tested some resources, Thunder God's quality was already legendary." Gao Peng was delighted. It successfully evolved indeed. His maternal grandfather Gao Peng looked at him and thought, "These few breakthroughs show that Xiaopeng can cultivate legendary quality familiars. Although the success rate isn't 100, it's still very impressive. Now that Nantian is forced to stay in one place even for Xiaopeng's protection, I must become stronger." He put his hands on his hips and said, "Oh right, maternal grandfather, I'm going to take Xiaoyan to where it was born." "Do you remember where that was?" Qi Hangdong replied. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. If I recall correctly, it was probably the swamp west of Zhongnan Base City." He approached Xiaoyan and said, "Xiaoyan, I promised you before. Tomorrow we'll go to where you were born." Xiaoyan looked up at the sky and replied, "Okay." Xiaoyan thought of its mother at the Nantian branch in Zhongnan Base City. Manager Chen said, "Young Master Gao, this is all the data on crane type and alligator type monsters in Zhongnan Base City and information on the western swamp as you instructed." Gao Peng sat in his chair and said, "You've worked hard, Manager Chen." Xiaoyan looked at the screen and said, "That's enough, Gao Peng, don't change the name." "This alligator, Gao Peng, is it the one that harmed my mother?" Xiaoyan replied, "Yes, and that crane too." They are all of the same species as me. He asked Manager Chen, do you know this place? Manager Chen looked at the screen and replied, this is the swamp alligator, the territory of the Qian family. He put his hand on the armrest of the chair and asked, the Qian family's territory, is there such a saying? He put his hands in his pockets and asked, can this wasteland be called a family's territory? Manager Chen sweated and replied, haha, it's an unwritten rule, just like saying Yuzhou is our Nantian's territory. Gao Peng turned his head and said, Manager Chen, Yuzhou is only the alliance's Yuzhou, our Nantian is only the Yuzhou government's best ally. Do you understand? Enough? Then tell me about this Qian family. Manager Chen. Yes, he thought. Oh dear, others say young Master Gao is humble and approachable. This is clearly a young noble. Manager Chen said. Currently there are 32 Lord-grade Beastmasters in Jiangnan Base City, 3 in the government, 2 in the military region, a total of 5 among the 4 great families, Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, and the remaining 2 are independent Beastmasters from civilian backgrounds, he continued. Among these 4 great families, the Qian family monopolizes 2 Lord-grade Beastmasters, so the 4 great families implicitly regard the Qian family as the leader and even receive support from the government. Gao Peng raised his hand and asked, are the familiars led by the Qian family's Lord-grade Beastmaster Greenwood Manor Soul-Eye Alligator? Manager Chen replied, yes, it's Qian Wuliang, the 2nd generation of the Qian family. He turned and walked away saying, alright, go send a challenge on my behalf. I'll duel Qian Wuliang in the northern outskirts 3 days from now, Gao Peng continued. A life or death duel, Manager Chen said. Young Master Gao, challenging Qian Wuliang is equivalent to declaring war on the entire Qian family. The 4 great families, Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, are like brothers. So declaring war on the Qian family is equivalent to declaring war on all 4 great families. Gao Peng put his hands in his pockets and said, like brothers, they're just a motley crew united to compete with the government for interests. He turned his head and said, send invitations to the Zhao, Sun and Li families to join a banquet to drive out the Qian family. Our Nantian will take their place. Anyone can play this game, right? When he replied, yes, Gao Peng suddenly raised his hand and said, oh right, how about we meet the mayor first tonight, Qian Family Manor evening. A woman ran in and announced, Patriarch, news just came. Nantian group invited the Zhao, Sun and Li families to a banquet and all 3 families agreed. A voice came. What? Voices were heard. Did someone touch Nantian group's people? Otherwise why would that young master bother us? But we are the 4 great families, how could they do this? This matter, how about we refuse? It's just a challenge anyway. Exactly. Gao Peng has a good maternal grandfather. So whether he wins or loses, he'll call that old man. And that's also very troublesome. A hand slammed heavily on the table. Enough, Qian Wuliang said angrily. HMPH, why should I refuse? Qian Wuliang, fear nothing, I'll attack him then. And spare the lives of his familiars. He clenched his fist and continued. HMPH, why should I refuse? Qian Wuliang, fear nothing, I'll attack him then and spare the lives of his familiars. Spread the word. Qian Wuliang, accept his challenge. We'll meet 3 days from now in the western outskirts. Qian Wuliang turned and walked away and others said, are you really going to make an enemy of Nantian? Oh dear. Qian Xiaoyu asked, Mother, what's wrong? Qian Xiaoyu's mother looked at her son and said, Xiaoyu, our Qian family only has you and your uncle with Lord-grade familiars, so we can only rely on you. When your uncle goes to challenge, keep a close eye on him. Qian Xiaoyu folded his arms and said, if Mother is worried that uncle will be hurt by Gao Peng, there's no need to worry. That Gao Peng is much stronger than uncle. Qian Xiaoyu's mother frowned and said, duel, whether our Qian family wins or loses this time, we can accept it. But your uncle is ambitious but lacks talent. Qian Longye asked, is Mother worried that he will lose and driven by revenge arrange something special at the battle site in the western outskirts? Qian Xiaoyu's mother's eyes sharpened. If any situation arises, you immediately take your uncle and come back. If necessary, you can use some means. Jiangnan Base City, western outskirts. The swamp alligator king lay on the ground. Qian Wuliang stood next to it and said, don't treat me as if I'm not here. Back then, I really took advantage of you when you were in crisis. When you and that Lord-grade crane were both injured, I forced a contract and made a blood pact. But I haven't treated you badly these past few years, he continued. Someone wants to challenge me. Do you remember that white dragon you met a year ago? He's the direct grandson of that white dragon's Beastmaster. The alligator king opened its eyes at this moment and asked, does that white dragon want to challenge me? Qian Wuliang replied, no, it's probably that skeleton guy. If possible, try not to kill his familiar. Spare its life then. The alligator king closed its eyes. Jiangnan Base City, Taihu Lake. Gao Peng took the lead and asked, why aren't there any silverfish for sale? I remember that Taihu Lake's specialty is silverfish. The guide replied, currently silverfish fishing is prohibited in Taihu Lake and silverfish hunting is also prohibited. She happily continued to explain, this is because of the silver dragon prince of Taihu Lake. All the powerful monsters in Taihu Lake are intimidated by him and dare not attack Jiangnan Base City. We can hunt all kinds of monsters in Taihu Lake except silverfish. He looked down at the water and thought, it's not borrowing a knife to kill, but this method used by the Silver Dragon Prince is indeed not bad. He's using human hands to eliminate other types of monsters in Taihu Lake, creating a relatively wide living space for the silverfish species. Xiaowang waved from the other side and called out, Gao Peng, come take a picture. Xiaowang held the camera and the guide happily replied, understood, I'll definitely take a very cool picture for you. Gao Peng took a picture with the others. Jiangnan Base City, western outskirts, day of the decisive battle. A staff member's voice. Rest assured, we represent the Alliance and will definitely proceed fairly and impartially, the other party replied. Then we are truly grateful. Gao Peng and Xiaoyan watched the Alligator King swim over. He thought angrily, it's the first time I've seen Xiaoyan so angry. It seems that Alligator is its enemy. Gao Peng looked around and said, Qian Wulang's chosen battleground is indeed a swamp. Various aquatic plants are abundant, and at the same time, large areas of shallow water crisscross, making it very suitable for alligator-type monsters. However, the habitat of flamingos and alligators overlaps significantly, and Xiaoyan also has flight ability, so even if it loses, it can at least fly away. Qian Wuliang looked at him and said, Actually, I think this fight can be excused. I hope we can resolve our differences. Gao Peng looked at him and said, His parents were killed by someone else, and you're asking him to let go of his hatred and forgive his enemies for the sake of the greater good. He put his hands in his pockets and continued, Perhaps you can, but he cannot. I will not interfere in this battle. This belongs to their own conflict. Everyone was surprised. What? The black-haired old man said. Didn't the tyrant not participate in the previous battle? This crane seems to be only about a year old. Is he crazy? Gao Peng smiled and said, Haha, Xiaoyan, show them. Xiaoyan erupted with power, creating flames around it. Its power created a huge flame. Everyone was surprised. This is a Lord-grade aura. How many Lord-grade familiars does this young master have? The Alligator King's eyes were filled with anger. He and the Alligator King charged and fought. Xiaoyan and the Alligator King attacked together. The Alligator King swung its large tail to attack Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan fortunately dodged quickly and immediately fired flames at the Alligator King's tail. Gao Peng exclaimed in admiration, What a terrifying coordinated attack! Using suction to pull Xiaoyan into range, then launching a surprise attack, this Alligator King is truly formidable. If Xiaoyan hadn't reacted quickly and used the recoil force of the flame explosion to dodge that tail, this battle would already be over. Monster name Greenwood Manor Soul Eye Alligator King. Monster grade Level 45. Monster quality Common quality. Monster attribute Water type. Law type. Monster abilities Shell hardening level 3, Sharp teeth level 2, Water control level 3, Wind control level 2. Monster status, healthy, calm. Monster brief introduction. A giant alligator monster inhabiting swamps. Its nature is brave and fierce. It is highly aggressive and prefers living in groups. Gao Peng reminded, Xiaoyan, its attribute is wind type, so you need to be careful. Be careful not to get hit by its wind type attack, Xiaoyan quickly replied. Understood. Qian Wuliang cautiously said, This crane is fire type and can fly, so be careful, and the Alligator King interrupted. Stop nagging. The Alligator King was attacked by Xiaoyan's flames from above, unable to attack. No, I can't stay in such a passive state. The Alligator King quickly dived into the water. As water and fire clashed, Gao Peng observed and thought, It's using the terrain to create an elemental wall. After all, it's the home turf chosen by the opponent, so it indeed has a hidden trump card. Flames shot from Xiaoyan's eyes. You think water can block my flames? You frantically spewed flames. Then I'll burn your shell and dry up all your water, Gao Peng evaluated. Even hundreds of meters away I can feel the rich heat. This Alligator King won't die, but it'll lose several layers of skin. The Alligator King was quickly engulfed in flames. Monster status, severe injury, burned. Xiaoyan rushed over and shouted, Don't even think about escaping. The Alligator King's eyes became dangerous. It opened its mouth and erupted with power, counterattacking Xiaoyan. Gao Peng asked worriedly, Xiaoyan, are you all right? Xiaoyan firmly replied, Gao Peng, don't worry. I won't be attacked twice, he said with determination. This time I will definitely burn that guy to death to avenge my mother. The Alligator King thought, The power of the flames is much higher than before. This crane is not an ordinary Lord grade. The Alligator King shouted nervously, If I don't think of a way soon, I might really be burned to death by that guy. The Alligator King looked towards Gao Peng. That's right, just take care of the Beastmaster. Qian Wuliang thought in confusion. No, what is he trying to do? He stopped him and shouted, Alligator King, are you crazy? Don't attack him. Qian Wuliang quickly commanded, Quickly, go stop the Alligator King. The Beastmaster next to him reminded, Wait, look at the specter. Gao Peng's specter familiar appeared and kicked the Alligator King with one foot. The specter-type familiar next to him is not weak at all. The Alligator King was sent flying far away by this single blow. Xiaoyan flew over at this moment and shouted, Don't escape. Gao Peng looked at the Alligator King and thought, It's learned to escape by using recoil force again. He was pleased, but Xiaoyan has already won. This alligator's movements are very agile and its explosive power is strong. If Xiaoyan hadn't had my help being just an ordinary Lord grade, it's questionable whether it could have truly succeeded in revenge. Qian Xiaoyu called out worriedly, Uncle. Qian Wuliang replied proudly, Rest assured, I lost, so I lost. I won't do anything else. Qian Xiaoyu inwardly evaluated, Uncle is more cooperative than I thought. Currently, the people next to Uncle are also following Mother's management. Although the Qian family suffered a few failures before, at least they are more united than before. Qian Wuliang suddenly coughed up blood. Qian Xiaoyu saw it and quickly rushed over. The second young master helped Qian Wuliang up and said, He was so severely injured by the backlash that the Alligator King is likely to die. From today onward, there probably won't be an Alligator King in Jiangnan Base City anymore. Manager Chen summarized, The Qian family has agreed to transfer all ownership of the Spirit Alligator Swamp to Nantian Group. All the water spirits there, even Xiaoyan's kin, are all given to the young master. In addition, there is a massive compensation fee. Gao Peng immediately refused. No need, it was originally just a grudge between two water spirits. The spirit alligator swamp will be purchased at market price. Please return the compensation, Manager Chen continued to report. Yes, furthermore, the cooperation agreements with the three major families have also been completed. In the future, the group's branch will assist the Explorers Guild in building the Spirit Alligator Swamp as the guild's second member outpost. Lastly, in accordance with the young master's wishes, the group will regularly dispatch relevant personnel to investigate the living conditions of the flame cranes. Gao Peng listened and replied, "Thank you for your hard work." He turned to Xiaoyan and asked, "Xiaoyan, are you really not going to see your relatives?" Xiaoyan sincerely said, "They need to find their own path of evolution without me. Gao Peng, I'm already very happy that you helped me get revenge. As for other matters, just let nature take its course." The sea suddenly became turbulent. Monster name: Auspicious Tortoise. Monster grade 46. Monster quality perfect. Monster attribute mystic. Monster abilities: Reflective Shell level 4, Jade Bone level 3, Water Control level 3. Monster characteristic: Mysterious Shell, Mystic Tortoise Shell. A peculiar tortoise shell formed over a long period can predict good and bad fortune. Characteristic 1, passive effect: Avoids bad luck and benefits from good fortune. Can sense and avoid danger and can sense good fortune in the dark approaching. Gao Peng, did this tortoise recognize a treasure and come to me for help? Gao Peng hesitated as he looked at it. Should I accept it or not? The auspicious tortoise extended its tongue and handed him a dragon orb. Item name: Dragon Orb. Item use: a resource condensed by dragon-type monsters, capable of storing language information of dragon-type monsters. Gao Peng looked at the dragon orb and wondered, why is it giving me this dragon orb? He speculated. Taihu's Silver Dragon Prince. Could this large tortoise have been sent by the Silver Dragon Prince to find the White Dragon? Gao Peng instructed Manager Chen to send it back to Yuzhou to show the White Dragon. Next, I need to go to Changping Village. Manager Chen replied yes. Gaoping Bay City, outside Changping Village. Team Leader Shu said with an uncertain tone, "I think this is Changping Village." Lin Xinrui rummaged through her pockets and instructed, The report said they're all wind spirit monsters, so let's apply wind spirit powder first." Team Leader Shu was surprised. "Yes," Lin Xinrui urged, "don't hesitate. Do it quickly. This has a short shelf life, only 4 hours. It's only for specter monster bones, not human bones." She also reminded him to apply some to the familiar. Lin Xinrui looked at the bloodsword mantis, unable to hide her joy. How much can this bloodsword sell for on the market? It must be hundreds of thousands. A huge profit. Team Leader Shu said seriously. "The danger here will be much higher than we imagined." The red-haired girl next to him asked, "How why?" He pointed to the plants growing on the ground and said, "Why are there valuable resources scattered everywhere, but no one comes to collect them?" Team Leader Shu asked her, "Why do you think that is?" He evaluated. "His familiar is really useful. The 2 teams that came here before were attacked many times, but we passed right through." Suddenly a hand shot out from the ground trying to grab Team Leader Shu's ankle. Golden grabbed it quickly. Lin Xinrui reminded, "Be careful, we've only hidden our body aura. If you get too close, monsters can still detect you." Suddenly a resounding noise echoed. "Let's go home, let's go home," the red-haired girl shouted. "It's the Yin soldiers," Lin Xinrui exclaimed. "The number of these Yin soldiers exceeds 1,000 at first glance. Student Gao Peng's request is truly not easy," she pointed forward and suggested. "Although Longbone and Heavenly Yin Heart are in the central area, mysterious Yin Dark Flower appears randomly, so let's search nearby first." Team Leader Shu decided. "We'll search for an hour, and if time runs out, we'll rush to the central area." The wind suddenly picked up and the red-haired girl shivered and asked, "Oh, it's so cold. Are there really people living here?" Lin Xinrui remembered that the data stated that all the residents of Changping Village had left after the disaster. She speculated, "But the corn cobs hanging there seem to have been hung a few days ago." The red-haired girl and Lin Xinrui looked at the 2 people in front with vigilance and asked, "Who are you?" The 2 politely announced, "Hello. General Zhao wants to see you all." Lin Xinrui asked suspiciously, "Which general?" One person replied, "General Zhao." Lin Xinrui clapped her hands and remembered. "General Zhao, Changping, right. The Battle of Changping was Zhao Kuo." She and Team Leader Shu exchanged glances and Team Leader Shu said reassuringly, "Then let's go first. I believe General Zhao Kuo won't resort to vulgar means." The other person stopped in front of a house. "We've arrived." A Yin soldier opened the door. Team Leader Shu thought, "This is the Yin soldier's lair." Lin Xinrui introduced herself. Lin Xinrui greets General Zhao. General Zhao laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. General Zhao, he asked suspiciously, "Can I take it that you are insulting me?" Lin Xinrui waved her hand, denying it in front of the Yin soldiers surrounding them. "How dare we insult General?" General Zhao evaluated. "You are the strongest people I have met in recent years." He suggested, "I want to cooperate with you. If you want the specialties here, that's fine, but you must exchange something of equal value with me." Lin Xinrui breathed a sigh of relief internally. "Phew, if it can be solved with money, then it's not a problem for me to haggle. What does General want? We are from Nantian Group, so at least financially we can meet all of General's demands." General Zhao demanded, "You tell me what you want first." Lin Xinrui replied without hesitation, "1 piece of long bone, 1 heavenly yin heart." General Zhao agreed, "Long bone, you can even have my skull. It's just a skull." "But what is heavenly yin heart? I've never heard of it." She hesitated. "Heavenly yin heart?" Lin Xinrui activated the mantis shrimp technique and shouted, "It's your heart." Her attack rushed towards General Zhao, pushing him against the wall with immense force, sending bricks and stones flying. Team leader Shu frowned and said, "Indeed, if you use the glass sparrowtail mantis shrimp technique once, you won't be able to attack for another month. Is this mantis shrimp technique an assassin's technique?" the red-haired girl exclaimed in panic. "Oh no, we're surrounded by Yin soldiers outside," Lin Xinrui said nervously. "We can't let them regroup," she shouted loudly. "Statement barrier." The barrier was quickly set up and the Yin soldiers pushed inside, the red-haired girl said with relief. "It seems we've temporarily suppressed the Yin soldiers." Lin Xinrui speculated that something among the broken objects was absorbing Yin energy. Zhao Kuo must not be dead yet. She quickly commanded, "Take his life while he's weakened." Daisy, as Golden fired power towards the hole beneath the wall, the sword embedded in the ground shook violently. It brushed past Golden and flew into the hole. General Zhao grabbed the sword. He swung the sword down to attack Golden. General Zhao shouted furiously, "You dog thief, how dare you be so presumptuous," he commanded with great momentum. "Children, kill for me," Team Leader Shu said seriously. "Yin energy is condensing like a blood cloud." "Oh no, if the bloody Yin cloud covers this place, we'll be killed by the Yin soldiers," he ran while commanding demon cavalry spread black smoke. "Everyone else retreat." Team Leader Shu grabbed his familiar's ankle and urged, "Let's go." Team Leader Shu was surprised. Another strange phenomenon in the sky. Soon he denied it. "No, lightning is driving away the bloody Yin cloud." The white dragon suddenly appeared and Team Leader Shu realized that the white dragon was Qi Hangdong's familiar. General Zhao sneered, "HMPH, I'll cut you down with one slash." He swung his sword down, releasing power. In an instant his body was sent flying far away. "How dare you, Zhao Kuo Yi Kuo?" Qi Hangdong looked at General Zhao and said, "How dare you block my path? You will pay the price." He fell to the ground and asked, "Who are you? How dare you?" Qi Hangdong coldly commanded, "Take him away, handle him gently, but don't kill him." General Zhao was thrown to the ground. Qi Hangdong perfectly explained, "I don't know what use you have for the long bone and heavenly yin heart you mentioned, but I will bring you living ones. I also brought Lin Xinrui's team's mysterious yin dark flower." Gao Peng thought that the resources had come so easily, it didn't feel like he had fought hard at all. It seemed that he could finally gather all the resources for Ao to upgrade to mythical quality. He called out to the white dragon, "White dragon, white dragon." Gao Peng continued to ask with uncontainable curiosity, "What did the Silver Dragon Prince tell you? Is that your offspring?" "Impossible, you're so young. Do you already have offspring?" "Then who's the mother?" The white dragon heard this and sprayed water at Gao Peng. Qi Hangdong informed, "Oh right, there's something to tell you. I was in a hurry and didn't mention it. A space rift has appeared in the backup area. With your current strength nothing will happen. You might as well go and see the world." Gao Peng said suspiciously, "Space rift? Backup area?" Gao Peng asked in surprise. "The space rift is inside," the guard confidently replied. "Yes, it's exactly 9 a.m. This is when the black fog is weakest. The diffusion range will also be much smaller." He introduced that at night the entire building was completely covered in black fog, making it impossible to see anything. The guard said, "Young Master Gao, look. This monster is the most commonly found monster in the black fog. Moreover, ordinary firearms can't even scratch it." Monster name: Black Jade Lizard. Monster grade 20. Monster quality common. Monster attribute dark. Monster ability dark power LV1. Monster brief introduction. The black jade lizard wears a black coat, is agile in movement, and has a slender body. At the same time it likes to devour fresh blood and flesh. Gao Peng commanded, "There aren't any lord-grade monsters inside, are there?" "Xiaowang, you go in and check," the guard quickly shouted. "Second team, prepare for support." Gao Peng refused. "No need, you don't need to come in. Xiaowang alone can handle it." Xiaowang quickly knocked down a few black jade lizards. The guard next to him said suspiciously, "It sounds like the black jade lizard's scream." Xiaowang returned and said, "Quack quack duck here, all the monsters inside have been dealt with by this magnificent me." He lifted a black jade lizard and asked, "Look here, all the monsters inside are fish, four-legged fish. Can I also get 500 tails for these?" Gao Peng wondered, "These are jade lizards, and where did that crane come from?" He announced that all the monsters inside seemed to have been dealt with. "Let's go inside first." Their footsteps gradually moved inward. Item name: Space Rift. Item use: a passage to travel between two different worlds. Gao Peng speculated, the Space Rift is classified as an item. If it's an item, it means it can be taken away at any time. Perhaps I can catch 2 Space Rifts, bring them home and use them as a backdoor. The Space Rift suddenly shook. Vibration: what's wrong? Tentacles shot out. Monster name: Yellow Tentacle Demon Fish. Monster grade 26. Leader grade: Monster quality common. Monster attribute psychic. Monster status: healthy, frightened. Monster brief introduction: likes to manipulate the mind, controls the enemy's will to twist their inner self, and devours the prey when it trembles in fear. Gao Peng secretly wondered, black jade lizard, yellow tentacle demon fish, but I don't know what yellow or black means or if it represents their attributes. Yellow represented the psychic. Xiaowang tightly grabbed its tentacles and scolded, "This ugly thing, it's so hideous, and it's even imitating my yellow clothes." Gao Peng asked, "Have you searched beyond that space rift?" The staff member reported the situation. "We threw electronic equipment, but no signal was picked up after that. We used monsters for experiments, but they were all killed." Gao Peng commanded aid, "Bring the Sea King armored skeleton and send it over there to explore the way." The staff member stroked the trembling dog and reassured it, "Don't be scared, there are no enemies." The Sea King armored skeleton entered the space rift, aid reported. "Master, beyond that rift there are only a few black jade lizards, no other strong monsters. I'll go in and check too." Aid shouted from outside, "Master, it's safe," Gao Peng quickly said. Good Xiaoyan Shalwang Daisy, follow me. He gradually entered the space rift and evaluated. The feeling of passing through a space rift is truly mysterious. It's like passing through a thick water membrane. The black fog behind is not much and it doesn't greatly affect visibility. Gao Peng wondered, why are these walls shaped like a maze? The team leader urged his subordinates, quickly. Data measurement and sample collection are the priority. He looked at the red sky and thought, this must be another world. Everyone wondered, what noise is that? The subordinates pointed with trembling fingers and said, Team leader, look, it's the Blood Labyrinth Watcher, Monster Grade 49. Lord Grade, Monster Quality Elite, Monster Attribute Dark. Monster Abilities, Dark Power Level 3, Muscle Enhancement Level 3, Hearing Enhancement Level 3, Super Healing Level 3. Monster Characteristic, Blood Tracking. When an attack hits a target, it can occupy the target's actual vision in all areas within 10 seconds around the Blood Labyrinth Watcher. Monster Weakness. Light Type, Monster Brief Introduction, a special product of the Wasteland Labyrinth in the Black Fog world. It has a capricious personality and enjoys playing tricks on humans in the Wasteland Labyrinth. When injured, it becomes extremely ferocious, and at the same time it is highly vengeful. Once attacked, it remembers the attacker's appearance even after 100 years. Gao Peng wondered, Black Fog World Labyrinth Watcher. They all have weapons, so does this world have its own civilization? Xiaoyan sneered. Playing God and Ghost, Xiaoyan was suddenly blocked in midair. Does this mean there's an invisible wall in the air? The Labyrinth Watcher laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, everyone run quickly. Hurry, go if you can first. The Watcher rushed towards Gao Peng. Damn it, it's coming. Daisy, block it. Daisy fired several balls, and the balls hit the Watcher accurately. Shalwang rushed to Daisy and said nervously, Dumbass, I'll help you. Gao Peng followed and stopped them. Wait. Shalwang stopped and looked at Gao Peng in confusion. Quack quack, you explained. If you get bigger in a moment you won't be able to pass through the space rift. It's too troublesome. An axe flew towards Xiaoyan, and he urged, the axe is too big, you dumb brute. Help quickly. Aid pushed the axe away in time. After Aid stomped hard on the Watcher's foot, it pierced its ankle. Aid flew up and attacked its foot again. The Watcher cried out in pain. Gao Peng requested, Ally, translate for me. We came from another world beyond that rift. We came with peace and goodwill. Actually, I didn't want to hurt your foot. It's just that I couldn't control my strength just now. Ally translated as Gao Peng instructed. We came from another world beyond that rift. We came with peace and goodwill. Actually, I didn't want to hurt your foot. It's just that I couldn't control my strength just now. Gao Peng questioned again. 1237 more Watchers appeared, he observed and evaluated. The wounds began to heal. The 8 Labyrinth Watchers are of elite quality, and their healing ability is also very fast. Aid translated the Watcher's words. So you came from another world? There's a sealed barrier outside the labyrinth and only one path leads out. I thought there was a hole in the labyrinth's defense, but I never imagined it was a spatial rift. Monster Grade, Level 50, Lord Grade, Peak Grade. Aid translated their request. Master. They have no ill will towards us. They just want us to awaken their master. Gao Peng thought cautiously. Who knows, these thick-eyed, big-eyed fellows might secretly sacrifice us. Gao Peng agreed. Please give us some time to prepare. I will go as soon as I am ready. The Watcher agreed. Good human, we hope you don't deceive us. Gao Peng seized the opportunity to ask, by the way, can you give us a few black jade lizards to raise? The Watcher replied honestly, you won't be able to fight. These little bugs can't reproduce with each other, but if you can awaken our master, I believe the master will agree to trade with you. In fact, our wasteland labyrinth does not regard humans as enemies compared to many forces in the Black Bone world. Gao Peng asked curiously. Are there humans in the Black Bone world? Are they close to the labyrinth? The Watcher turned around and lamented. Humans, it's been over 70 years since I last saw humans. Those half-island fellows escaped to another world. It left a remark and departed. All right, human, you go first. If you agree to help us awaken our master, find us again, Gao Peng speculated. It seems humans have also left traces in this world, but their reputation is very bad, he understood. But it's definitely true that Aga can communicate with them. However, the disparity in strength with other human races is too great, which would only lead to war and invasion. Gao Peng calculated. The Yin-Yang golden needlegrass has reached level 31. This species truly lives up to its reputation as a money-making dirt pile. The only downside is that the price is a bit high, 15 points per unit. The only resource Aoi needed to upgrade to a Spectre Lord was the Heart of the Earth Spirit. He originally thought it would be in Changping, but Changping was completely inconsistent with the concept of Ninggua's Land of the Dead. If that's the case, the 40 people who died before must have been full of resentment. He looked at his phone screen and wondered, did something happen at the school? An urgent voice came from the other end. Principal, another statue has been erected in front of the school. Gao Peng was startled. What? Monster. Activated statue. Queen Monster Grade Level 41, Lord Grade Monster Status. Healthy, aloof monster quality. Common quality. Gao Peng looked at the activated statue and thought, how could a Lord Grade statue suddenly run to someone else's doorstep? Let's take it first. I'll let it stay with a bang for a while and then use it as a guard. He ordered, Daisy, take that guy down. Daisy obeyed the command and prepared to attack the activated statue. He fired a fierce bolt of lightning at the statue. The activated statue shrieked in pain. This was the electric therapy method. Gao Peng personally dragged the activated statue away. Now it's my turn. He. The staff was surprised to see this. This is a statue weighing tens of tons, and young Master Gao can drag it with one hand. Gao Peng smiled and apologized. My strength is only about one of a bang's right now, and a bang's strength can lift tens of millions of tons. Sorry for startling you. truly sorry. In Yuzhou, in the valley where Abang was resting, Gao Peng brought the activated statue. Abang, I've brought you a toy, he ordered Daisy to release the bindings. The activated statue was quickly unbound. Gao Peng watched it flail its limbs and exclaimed, "Goodness, it's been bound for so long and it's still so energetic." Abang waved its hand and said, "No toy." The activated statue was sent flying to a rock cliff by his reckless attack. Abang was puzzled. "Gao Peng, I didn't break the toy, did I?" Gao Peng comforted him. "No, it won't break if you don't use too much force," Abang replied, relieved. "Really? Then that's good," he asked pitifully. Gao Peng, and when can I go out with you too? This place is nice, but I miss you, and I miss other people too." Gao Peng was stunned upon hearing that. He promised, "Abang, don't worry. I will definitely find a way. Later we will definitely go on adventures together." Gao Peng waved goodbye. "Abang, I'll come back to you in a while." Abang agreed. "Okay," he thought resolutely. Abang isn't stupid. Abang is getting bigger and bigger. "Gao Peng, I will definitely find a way to follow you later," the activated statue said in agony. "Help me. I was just excited to see my own kind and curious. What exactly are you trying to do to me?" "I'm not curious at all anymore." The scene shifted to the African continent, Zambia, Laka Base City. The man in sunglasses was puzzled. "Doesn't anyone know what these few characters mean?" The curly-haired man interpreted and replied. "Linguistics professors have seen them. They said they are not any script that existed on Earth. One professor said they are somewhat similar to Atlantean script," he said indifferently. "I don't care if it's Atlantis or not. I just want to know what these characters mean," he replied customarily. "Yes." The man in sunglasses pointed at the map and asked, Yes, don't just say yes, then tell me. "Where is this place?" The curly-haired man hesitated and replied, Boss, this seems to be an undiscovered city ruin." He heard that and shouted impatiently, "Our Black Ring Company's strength is no less than Red Label's. All we lack is an opportunity, a completely new opportunity, an undiscovered city ruin. This is the opportunity." The man in sunglasses ordered his people to prepare for action. The curly-haired man looked at the map and thought, "A city ruin? It looks like a labyrinth no matter how I look at it." In the backup area in front of the spatial rift, the team leader wondered, "Is this a spatial rift?" It was her first time seeing this side. Dang Dang was talking to Gao Peng. "Sister isn't going there. Sister told Aga to listen to you." Gao Peng was grateful. "Yes, Sister Dang Dang, thank you." He led his familiars and set off saying, "Let's go." The watcher looked at Gao Peng's group and was satisfied. "I knew you would come back," Gao Peng demanded. "How I translate what I just said again? These are all my familiars. It's okay for them to come with me, right?" The watcher turned around and agreed. "Of course, it's fine," Gao Peng wondered. "I deliberately had I say the two words familiar just now." But the labyrinth watcher didn't react at all. "So do humans in this world also have the profession of Beastmaster?" Plant. Sleeping berry. Plant use ingestible. Contains abundant nutrients and moisture. He looked at the sleeping berry and asked curiously, "Is this a plant from another world?" Gao Peng picked it up and drank it directly. "Oh, it tastes good. I should remember the way." The watcher stopped in front of the main hall. "We've arrived," it announced. "The master is sealed inside the main hall." Gao Peng wondered, "You want me to awaken your master, but I don't know how to break the seal at all. Surely it's not as simple as burning it with fire, right?" The watcher explained. The master sealed himself. A Beastmaster can awaken automatically by entering the palace. He walked inside and said, "In that case, Sha Wang, you also come in with me." Gao Peng quietly evaluated, "What kind of ice is this? Why is it so cold? If there were no elemental shielding, I would freeze to death in 5 minutes." He was suddenly startled by the sight before him. Gao Peng looked at the black shadow and thought, could the frozen corpse here be a bloodline hunter? It used to be a hunter, but after dying it became a corpse and could do anything. Monster. Ice Lion, Monster Grade 11, Elite Grade, Monster Quality, Legendary Quality, Monster Attribute Ice Type, Monster Weakness Rock Type, Monster Characteristic, Extreme Ice. Possesses the power of Extreme Ice, capable of controlling more ice power. Effect 1, Active Effect. Cold Silent Zone releases the power of extreme ice around its body, forming a frigid bone zone. All creatures in this zone are affected by the power of extreme ice. With the Ice Lion's consent, they can resist the effects of the Cold Silent Zone. Effect 2, Frozen Eternal Zone. Explodes all the power of extreme ice in its body in one burst, causing devastating damage within a certain range in the area. However, its own bloodline power will be extremely weakened, and it will fall into a dormant state at the same time. Monster Brief Introduction. The Arctic Sacred Lion possesses the bloodline of extreme ice. It exerted too much power and fell into a dormant state. The Labyrinth Watcher said their master was a bloodline hunter, and the fiercest one was this lion. Gao Peng found it very strange. Their master was clearly dead, so why were they asking him to go in to awaken himself? Thinking this far, Gao Peng was suddenly stunned. Perhaps this body itself is a trap they set themselves. Just then the ground suddenly shook violently. At the same time, Xiaoyan's contract sound was heard. He knew that many monsters had appeared outside. Gao Peng was about to take Sha Wang out to help, but just then the lion sitting on the king's chair awakened. Just then this lonely lion pointed at the ground as if trying to say something. Gao Peng naturally couldn't understand, and Gao Peng didn't pay much attention, running towards the exit. Not long after, they gathered in front of Director Shu and reported the situation. "Young Master Gao, after you entered, the Labyrinth Watchers suddenly attacked us. I was fortunate to have my familiars. If your specters hadn't summoned the Sea King's skeleton to block the exit, we would have all been surrounded and killed. Moreover, Xiaoyan's injuries are quite severe. Shalwa is trying to heal her. Xiaowang rushed out without a word to avenge Xiaoyan. Even Gao Peng couldn't stop him. This looks a bit difficult this time. Just then, the sound of small lion paws came from behind. Gao Peng asked, "Why did you follow little lion? This place is very dangerous right now. You escape first." At the same time, Xiaowang fired lightning at an extremely fast speed, then rushed straight towards the Labyrinth Watcher. Taking advantage of the Labyrinth Watcher's carelessness, Xiaowang succeeded in 2 consecutive sneak attacks. But the cool moment didn't even last 3 seconds, and Xiaowang was covered in wounds before he could even get out of the passive state. Gao Peng looked at him, his face pale and worried. The lonely lion behind him didn't care at all. "I don't understand what you're saying, or do you want to form a blood pact with me? Do you think I'm a newly born, foolish, stupid monster, that a human like you can trick me with just a few words?" Before it finished speaking, Gao Peng had already rolled up his fingers and pressed them precisely. And in the blink of an eye, Gao Peng entered the little lion's consciousness space. It felt like being deep in a magnificent yet weak sea of consciousness. Seeing this scene, it was clearly level 11 or higher. Now it had only entered in a weakened state. After exerting its power, it could recover by simply eating an ice-type treasure. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. "If you really want to form a blood pact with me, all right. But you will have many strong enemies in the future. Have you thought it through?" This little lion exaggerated. "I was on the verge of upgrading to Emperor grade in my prime. My enemies could at least be King grade or higher. So if you're scared and let me go, I won't blame you for being a coward." Before it finished speaking, Gao Peng had already completed the contract and then said coldly, "If it's King grade, of course I'm not scared. Moreover, you don't look that strong no matter how I look at you." The little lion was enraged upon hearing that. "Although I can feel that you have a King grade familiar, it's uncertain whether you can have an Emperor grade in this life." Gao Peng replied indifferently. "But you are only elite grade right now," it continued stubbornly. "I'm 126 years old this year, older than your grandfather. I've killed over 10 King grade monsters and they all called me the Ice Lion King." No matter what it said, Gao Peng held its head from beginning to end. "But you are only elite grade right now, alright, stop your nonsense. Quickly tell me how to deal with the current situation." The Ice Lion replied, "How to deal with it? Of course we run." Gao Peng was speechless at it. Just now it kept exaggerating how strong it was. "These guys are all strong and robust and it's their home turf. If we can fight, we fight. If we can't, it's better to move quickly. Don't worry, this labyrinth is mine. I will build tunnels that only monsters that are not too large can pass through." Upon hearing this, Gao Peng threw it to Daisy. "I can't abandon Xiaowang." Team leader Shu said, "This lion, you go first." The Ice Lion heard a sound like a bomb exploding. "We just formed a contract and now you're going to die already?" Gao Peng waved goodbye. "My King grade familiar isn't here, but it can still give me strength." The Ice Lion naturally didn't believe it. How much strength can a King grade familiar give? Before it finished speaking, Gao Peng had already stepped on the Labyrinth Watcher's body. Then the Labyrinth Watcher lost its balance and fell to the ground. Gao Peng didn't even look at it and ordered aid. "Ao I, quickly use Thunder Roar and the heart of the Blood Demon." The Labyrinth Watcher's heart hurt so much that its movements became very slow. Taking advantage of the enemy's limited opening, Gao Peng ordered Asuan to go heal Xiaowang. Then blue light emanated from Asuan's 2 hands, and Xiaowang's injuries gradually eased. Not long after Asuan's meticulous healing, Xiaowang finally managed to stand up with a shaky body. But not long after, the last bit of control disappeared. The Labyrinth Watcher hurled a heaven-shaking punch at them. Just then, Xiaowang's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiaowang, covered in wounds, moved twice as fast as usual, and even lightly blocked the Labyrinth Watcher's punch. Then Xiaowang began to counterattack. "One kick will make them lose their way. You guys had a good time hitting me just now, didn't you?" It picked up the Labyrinth Watcher's hammer and roared, "Now it's my turn." And Xiaowang, covered in wounds, threw the 1,000-catty hammer with one hand, severely injuring one of the Watchers in front of it. Xiaowang also quickly rushed into the fray. At this moment, 2 Labyrinth Watchers stared at Xiaowang and shouted simultaneously, "Everyone charge!" Unexpectedly, Xiaowang became more and more excited the more it fought, and even roared uncontrollably at the sky. Invincible Duck Fist, its punches moved as fast as bullets, giving them no time to retaliate. The 2 Labyrinth Watchers were beaten and felt that something was wrong. "This duck, it gets stronger the more it fights, let's run." Xiaowang naturally wouldn't let them go and tried to chase, but Gao Peng called it back. "Come back, the enemy is in the open and we're in the dark. Anyway, only 3 escaped, so let's deal with them after we resolve the situation here." The Ice Lion observed Xiaowang's ability. "This ability must be at least epic grade. No, epic grade wouldn't be able to fight so much." "Young Master Gao, how should we deal with these corpses?" Team leader Shu was extremely surprised inwardly. A single Lord grade familiar can guard the streets of a base city, but here 8 were killed at once. If this news spreads, the whole world will be shocked. At the same time, it also meant 8 Lord grade monster essence cores and numerous rare materials. Indeed, Gao Peng's strength. Gao Peng told them to go back and get people to guard these corpses first. Then he turned to the Golden Rat and said, "Do you remember the way back? If you remember the way back, this treasure will be yours." Treasure. When Gao Peng took out a transparent crystal, he cupped his head in his hands as if trying to recall the way back. The Ice Lion next to him was also speechless. "This rat gives up too easily. That's just a bead I froze casually before." Soon after, the Golden Rat remembered the way back. "I remember, take me, take me." They took the Golden Rat and the Ice Lion back. Xiaowang and Daisy were being treated over here. The ice lion said sarcastically. This purple centipede has been coated in soy sauce for more than 10 minutes. It's a bit weak, Gaopeng replied unhappily. This is deliberately meant to be touching. Killing Daisy is, after all, of epic quality. The ice lion paused for 5 seconds. Epic quality should have innate characteristics, right? Have you not developed that special ability yet? Gaopeng continued to ask excitedly. Can you still develop innate characteristics after awakening them? We should exchange more information on this. After talking for a while, the ice lion held its belly and shook with laughter. The world you live in has only evolved for 4 years. The strongest is only king grade, and you have a mine at home but don't dig it and instead come here to eat dirt. Aren't you a fool? Gaopeng asked. Do you mean that when the world was in its earliest stages, relatively special and powerful treasures were generated? The ice lion replied. Now the treasures in the black bone world have already been occupied by monsters. So ownerless treasures are fundamentally impossible to find. To seize treasures, you have to fight those monsters. The ice lion continued. Besides, your world has only just evolved for 4 years, so there absolutely won't be king-grade creatures. Any unknown treasures are just wishful thinking, Gaopeng replied. You also said it's only been 4 years since it evolved. If a treasure appears, of course I'll take it, the ice lion said. These treasures need time to grow, don't you understand? You have to find them yourself, seize all the treasures, take them home and take good care of them so they can grow. Gaopeng was puzzled. Why are they all my treasures? The ice lion laughed loudly and replied. Treasures naturally belong to the strong, Gaopeng said with an evaluating gaze. You mean strong like you? How shameless. Changing the subject, Gaopeng said. Alright, let's get to the point. Look at this, is there a way to make its body smaller? The ice lion replied. First, continue to evolve. There's a chance you'll awaken the ability to freely control your body's size, but I don't know how to awaken this ability, the ice lion continued. Second, contract with a high-grade monster to open up a portable space in its body, but your familiar is so huge that the space opened would also have to be very large, Gaopeng replied with a sullen face. Let's skip that. Are there no other methods? The ice lion said. I recall there's a disguise fruit in the Black Wind Mountain range that can shrink a monster by 1,000 times. However, the effect disappears when it enters combat. Moreover, there are black-furred demon clan members there, making it difficult to approach rashly. Even at my most powerful, I couldn't confront them carelessly. Gaopeng added. Is the Black Wind Mountain range far from the labyrinth? The ice lion replied. It's only 5,000 kilometers away. In the past, it would only take a few hours at most to get there, Gaopeng said. 5,000 kilometers isn't far, but the dangers of the Black Bone world are much greater. King-grade monsters are not uncommon, but for a bang's sake I have to go somehow. I promised a bang we'd explore together, didn't I? At this moment Team Leader Shu returned. Young Master Gao, I received a call from the company. Supply personnel will arrive here in batches, he continued. According to your request, I've brought all the ice-type fruits I could mobilize, the ice lion said with a displeased expression. Are you going to entertain me with such low-grade food? I tell you, I won't eat a single piece of such low-grade food, no matter how hungry I am. Gaopeng laughed and replied. Haha, I hope you won't praise it as delicious when the time comes, Gaopeng said to Esuan. Esuan, let's put on these clothes and explore other parts of this labyrinth. This startled the ice lion. At this moment many cars rushed here, and many people in suits gathered. One person cheered. This is truly magnificent, this is a miracle, an uncle said. Since we came first, all the treasures behind us are ours. Such a huge ruin, how many good things must there be? Suddenly the ground shook violently. Something bad is happening, something is about to come out. Suddenly, a labyrinth watcher burst forth. What is this? The monster said. I've already fled so far and you humans are still trying to kill me? Then it slammed its fist hard on the ground and a dark power created a shield. Quickly use the elemental shield. The elemental shield isn't safe either. Everyone retreat quickly. The uncle was startled. Stop, the monster shouted. Another bird, damn it. Then it raised its sharp claws. Die. At this moment, Gaopeng asked the ice lion, why didn't that labyrinth watcher attack you when you were sleeping? The ice lion replied, at that time I set up a barrier outside the forbidden zone. If it had tried to attack, it would surely have been frozen by my ice breath. Gaopeng thought to himself, this guy still has some trump cards hidden. The watchers are also just using me as a tool to find the way. Then he continued to ask out of curiosity, then why didn't you attack me then? The ice lion replied without hesitation, because you're human. Just then a fierce battle broke out not far from the labyrinth. Interrupting their conversation, the ice lion said excitedly, the labyrinth watcher that fled earlier is fighting other beastmasters. Gaopeng didn't hesitate and sent Shalwong to save the people. At this moment a man in a suit and leather shoes was trembling in front of the labyrinth watcher's hammer. It raised its hammer high. The man had no time to dodge and instinctively blocked with both hands, not even daring to open his eyes to look. He himself was completely unharmed. When he opened his eyes he was shocked by the scene before him. The muscular Shalwong was pummeling the labyrinth watcher. The labyrinth watcher, which had been so imposing and cruel just a moment ago, now had no chance to fight back. Gaopeng asked, are these beastmasters locals? The ice lion didn't think so. These people are not from the Black Bone world. Even from this distance, the smell emanating from their bodies is very similar to yours. In other words, they are from the same world as you. Gaopeng broke out in a cold sweat. How can they be from the same world? Clearly, the entrance to the labyrinth was strictly guarded by my people. Ordinary people fundamentally cannot enter, let alone black people with such distinct skin color. So there's only one possibility. The space between the Black Bone world and your world is not limited to this desolate labyrinth. Gao Peng suddenly remembered that the widest open space rift was in Lusaka, Africa. Before the cataclysm, Africa was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Washa region, but after the cataclysm, the Earth's constitution changed, and the distance between the two places might have even shrunk by tens of thousands of kilometers. However, the distance we traveled within the space rift wasn't very far. Perhaps a trade route could be formed through the space rift. Thinking this far, Gao Peng enthusiastically greeted the African brothers. "Is everyone injured?" The man was startled. "A Washa region person?" The scene changed, and the two friendly waved goodbye. The Ice Lion said sarcastically, "These people are too foolish. They've been played for a fool, revealed everything, and even thanked him." Gao Peng said, "According to the African brothers, 1,000 kilometers west of this desolate labyrinth, there's a ruined city connected to the space rift of Laka Base City. Let's notify the exploration team and start the development plan then." Then he said triumphantly, "Let's go, let's explore the Blackwind Mountain range." 3 days later, near Blackwind Mountain, the Ice Lion knew that the disguise fruit was in Blackwind Mountain, but it didn't know the exact location. Gao Peng said with great confidence, "It's all right, a friendly local will tell us." The Ice Lion asked sarcastically, "Where are the locals?" Soon after, a golden tortoise passed by, and Gao Peng's familiars blocked its path and surrounded it. Daisy translated, "Hey friend, we just want to ask about the whereabouts of the disguise fruit, the fruit that makes your body temporarily smaller when you eat it." This fellow was completely uncooperative and pulled its head into its shell. This golden tortoise was playing dead. Xiaowang shouted, "You damn thing, do you want to die? Our boss is asking you." Then it knocked on its shell. The Ice Lion thought, "Have I joined a gang of villains?" Gao Peng said, feigning politeness, "My brother is a bit fiery-tempered. Sometimes even I can't control him. It's strange. Think about it. Where is the disguise fruit?" The golden tortoise had no choice but to finally open its mouth. Daisy continued to translate, "It says it has seen this fruit in the eastern part of the Blackwind Mountain range. You have to cross 5 mountains to find it." Upon hearing this, Gao Peng leaped onto the golden tortoise's back. "Ah, I see. This mountain owner is enthusiastic and treats guests well. Then quickly take us to the eastern mountain range." The poor golden tortoise had to carry them over 5 large mountains before finally stopping and seemingly wanting to say something. Daisy translated for Gao Peng, "It says that fruit is in the mountain ahead. There are many ferocious monsters in the mountain, so it doesn't dare to enter." Gao Peng hesitated for a moment, not daring to enter rashly. He had no choice but to send Xiaoyan into the air to scout first. "Fly into the sky and observe the surroundings a bit." Xiaoyan circled around the mountain and scouted for a long time with difficulty, but didn't find any particularly powerful monsters. Then it found a pitch-black cave on a cliff and a white-armored monster slowly crawled out. This aura is Lord Grade." It glared at Xiaoyan, which was circling in the sky. "Damn it, I've been discovered." A very powerful enemy had invaded its territory. Not long after, the white-armored monster swallowed a white fruit on the spot, and its body size grew several times larger, instantly transforming into a giant monster 7 to 8 meters tall. Xiaoyan felt that the fruit this monster ate was a bit special. This white fruit was covered in black spots. This must be the disguised fruit Gao Peng was looking for. Without hesitation, it flew straight to Gao Peng's location. "Gao Peng, I found the fruit you mentioned." Gao Peng asked back, "You found it?" "I saw it, but a Lord Grade monster was guarding it, and that white-armored monster kept following me." White Wind Armor Grade 49, Characteristic Wind Armor Hardening. Effect 1 possesses a certain resistance to psychic mental attacks. Effect 2, when it moves quickly, many individuals spray from the gaps in its armor, simultaneously increasing its agility and speed. Gao Peng found the introduction of this white wind armor monster very strange. It was truly the first time he had seen a monster that was very sensitive to its own height. Gao Peng turned his head and glanced at Daisy with a not-so-good expression. This white wind armor monster must be at least 7 meters tall, and it was sensitive about its height. Daisy was also speechless. He shouted loudly, "This monster must not be provoked easily." To obtain the disguised fruit and fulfill his promise to Abang, he ordered Daisy to use lightning attacks. In the blink of an eye, Xiaowang's entire body was constantly surrounded by electricity. At this moment, the white wind armor monster transformed into an afterimage and rushed towards Xiaoyan. "I hate everything that is taller than me." Then it shot out sharp arrow-like blue light from the gaps in its armor to attack Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan also reacted quickly, and the flames all over its body automatically fell to its feet, forming a flaming feather shield, but the blue light was too fast and dangerous, and the flaming shield shattered as soon as it formed, causing a violet explosion. Xiaoyan was also severely injured by the aftermath of the explosion. Seeing Xiaoyan severely injured by the explosion and falling to the ground, Gao Peng realized he had made a mistake and ordered them to go up and help. The Ice Lion said, "Its explosive power is very strong. I once saw that monster kill a monster of the same grade with a single attack." Hearing this, Gao Peng became serious. "I need to defend vital points." At this moment, Xiaowang's passive abilities were also stacked multiple times. He ordered Aid and Asuan to go save Xiaoyan, and he would deal with that damn bug and help Xiaoyan get revenge. At this moment, Xiaowang rushed straight towards the white wind armor monster, filled with unhesitating rage. The white wind armor monster fired a few more blue lights, a fatal attack. Xiaowang had no escape and could only bear everything. Xiaoyan was in a coma, and Aid, standing next to it, also wanted to help when it saw Xiaowang's miserable situation, but Xiaowang leaned against a rock, blocking it. "Don't come. Everything that doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Brother, I want to fight that guy one-on-one." "Come on, little shorty, keep destroying my body with all your might and let me experience the pain of death one more time." Although Xiaowang said so much, the white wind armor monster only clearly heard one sentence: "You dare to call me a little shorty?" Xiaowang's body grew larger, but it couldn't keep up with the white wind armor monster's lightning speed. Then it left an S-shaped afterimage in the air and attacked Xiaowang's leg, causing blood to rain down. The white wind armor monster said with a disdainful expression, "You want to catch me? Go back and cultivate for a few hundred more years." But in just a few seconds its face contorted at its own words. This crazy Xiaowang duck got stronger the more it fought. At the same time its leg muscles were also forcibly contracted. Not long after, the wound completely healed. Gaopeng seemed to be very worried about forcibly controlling muscles to prevent excessive blood loss and death. At the same time it passively repeated. This was a manifestation of extremely high body control. However, Aide, who was standing nearby, sighed. "Why is Xiaowang getting more and more stubborn? Even I can't stand it anymore." The white wind armor monster felt an extremely dangerous killing intent for the first time in its life. "Is this guy crazy? I guess I have to finish this quickly." The white wind armor monster's speed was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye it disappeared into the air, leaving only the sound of hot air currents. Not long after, sharp blade-like blue lights continuously attacked Xiaowang's body. Then Xiaowang covered its head with both hands, protecting its eyes. Xiaowang endured the pain of being stabbed by 1,000 blades, but the sight before its eyes extremely surprised the white wind armor monster. Why is this guy getting bigger and bigger? At this moment, Xiaowang's entire body was soaked in blood, and it had pushed itself into the most severely injured state. Very good, this is the feeling. "Come on, keep trying to kill me with all your might." The white wind armor monster was fearless. "You're trying to kill yourself. I'll grant your wish." Then it continued to charge at an extremely fast speed. Xiaowang's eyes at this moment stared at the white wind armor monster flying from a distance, prepared for death. Xiaowang continuously analyzed the blue afterimages, and all the scenes in its eyes flickered continuously. Eventually transforming into a single shadow, Xiaowang shouted, "Now?" Soon after, its left hand suddenly stretched forward and grabbed the white wind armor monster. It couldn't have been more accurate. Then it squeezed with all its might. The white wind armor monster was covered in blood, and no matter how much it struggled, it was useless. "No matter how much you dodge me, I only need to catch you once." Gaopeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. No danger. If Xiaowang hadn't activated multiple layers of passive abilities before the battle, it would probably have lost its combat ability in the first attack. With both hands, the flower touched all the petals on its head simultaneously and instantly transformed into green healing orbs. At this moment, a small green orb slowly fell onto Xiaowang's body, rapidly fusing and healing. But the flower, having used many petals, returned to its natural state. It just lay there. "I'm done now." Just then a green leaf quietly covered its head. Even the cold and terrifying Aide had such a gentle side. Good. At this moment the flower looked shyly at Aide. Gaopeng went down the cliff and checked the disguise fruit with the system. The disguise ability allows a certain creature to change its size after use, capable of a maximum change of 1,000 times. There were only 4 of them, so it felt like a loss if he didn't take the whole tree. So Gaopeng ordered Aide and Daisy to take the entire tree. After that, Gaopeng smiled wickedly and said, "While we're at it, let's take your hometown too." White Wind Armor also laughed a few times shamelessly and said, "Release me." At this moment, White Wind Armor, covered in wounds and bound, was dragged along. It kept muttering, "Is this a demon?" It turned out that before him stood a gigantic monster, the only one of its kind in the world. Gaopeng said, "How about it? I didn't lie, did I? You used to be as small and puny as you are. Now take a look." Daisy translated, "You're really not lying, are you?" Gaopeng walked towards him, kicking Daisy into a chicken coop. "Don't worry. I know you're a capable monster. Becoming as gigantic as that one might be difficult, but becoming as gigantic as this skeleton is not difficult." Daisy, communicating through blood, said, "What did I do wrong to deserve being kicked?" Gaopeng said, "I'm sensitive right now because I'm trying to persuade him, and I was afraid you'd provoke him. Be a good boy and go home. You'll get 5 bags of dried worms." Daisy demanded more, refusing to move until it received an extra one. White Wind Armor was convinced that since he had been defeated by his familiar, there must be a way for him to become stronger. He could grow bigger, but if he agreed too easily, wouldn't it seem like he was easily tricked? Daisy translated, "He agrees, but he says if you can't make him bigger, he won't follow your commands even if he forms a contract." Gaopeng smiled contentedly, made a small cut on his hand, and proceeded with the contract. After that, he handed the disguise fruit to Abang. "Didn't you want to go on adventures with me? Eat this fruit and you can become smaller." "But Gaopeng, if I eat this I won't be able to protect you anymore." "Don't worry, it's fine. Just don't carelessly fight other monsters after eating this fruit or the effect will wear off." Immediately, Gaopeng threw the disguise fruit into Abang's mouth. Abang became much smaller than its original size. Gaopeng thought to himself, "It's still a bit big, but I can forcibly take it out with me." This orange tree was still alive. The number of familiars before his eyes was over a dozen. They could attack, defend, and heal. It was quite good. His formation was not bad. His maternal grandfather, Gaopeng, walked from behind and said, "By the way, I'm going to give Xiaowang a piece of equipment." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw 2 axes. Gaopeng was speechless. "Where have I seen these before?" "They're the axes from the Labyrinth Watcher. Did Grandpa bring them? He must have liked them quite a bit. So I asked the lab to disassemble and reassemble them a bit." Xiaowang held the 2 axes and swung them a few times lightly. They looked a bit big for its usual size. "Too light. Elder Dragon King, don't you have anything heavier?" Gao Peng's face darkened. Are you watching Journey to the West again these days? Xiaowang said nothing more and obediently placed the two axes on its back. Gao Peng said, Grandpa, I met the Beastmasters from Laka Base City in Africa. From them, I learned that the Laka Space Rift is located about 1,000 kilometers west of the labyrinth, his grandfather asked. Only 1,000 kilometers? Do others also know this fact? Probably only the high-ranking black officials and the high-end security company Black Ring know. I've already made an appointment with them for commercial cooperation. I don't need to worry about this matter. Just continue with my work, however, as soon as I return I have to leave again. Gao Peng replied, Yes, this journey seems quite long. First I'll go to Jedwim, the place where the most souls of the dead can be created. Only the heart of death remains there. The day I bring it back quickly will be the day I can rest assured, he continued. Jerusalem is the capital of the Wasteland Nation. On the way to the Wasteland Zone I plan to visit the Golden Sand Zone, as the Platinum Hand headquarters is in the Golden Sand Zone. So I might as well visit an old friend along the way. His grandfather showed limitless trust. Gao Peng, you're an adult now, so you decide your own affairs. All the equipment and supplies are ready in your jellyfish familiar. Gao Peng moved with steps that seemed to shake the earth at this moment. The rat seemed to have discovered something, continuously sniffing ahead, then pointed forward and said, Gao Peng, there's treasure on that mountain ahead. Gao Peng replied, Treasure? Let's take a look. He examined the map carefully. That direction was Tianju Peak. It's on the way, so let's go check it out first. Before long they arrived beside a lake. The ice lion was very excited. This water is very beneficial to me. Please wait a moment. The cold water contained the liquid power of ice. The intense ice power was very corrosive. Gao Peng didn't think so. The system description was too vague, but this was just an ice lake, wasn't it? Is this also a treasure? While Gao Peng was still doubtful, the ice lion plunged into the lake. In the blink of an eye, the ice lion effortlessly broke through to Lord Grade. Gao Peng's eyes widened. Such an effortless and smooth breakthrough to Lord Grade was unprecedented. Was it really a treasure? Gao Peng saw him preparing to come ashore and asked curiously, Why aren't you absorbing more? He replied. Now that I've broken through to Lord Grey, this water no longer has much effect on me. I need to find water with stronger ice power for it to be effective. Gao Peng asked, You can upgrade just with ice water? He smiled and said, Ordinary monsters definitely can't. This method only works for high-grade bloodlines. Of course, your other familiars can't either. I'm just recovering my strength quickly. Anyway, I was already at the peak of Emperor grade before, so I already had a foundation. Gao Peng continued to ask. Understood. I have one more question. Even after you upgraded to Lord Grade, why is your body still so small? The lion replied, Don't underestimate it. Concentration is the essence. At this moment, Gao Peng could bypass the distant Tianju Peak and enter the Golden Sand Zone. With so many Lord Grade familiars and even the King Grade Abang, this vast world was all within his grasp. Putnam Hand, old friend, will meet soon. The scene changed and they arrived at the Golden Sand Sea. Gao Peng was puzzled. He clearly remembered there was a village nearby for supplies. It's really troublesome to be so far from the base. I can't even get a fix on the location. Just then, Xiaoyan, flying in the sky, accidentally spotted a house ahead. Gao Peng replied, Finally found it. At the edge of the horizon, a village with white roofs appeared. This small village was deserted. There was a troop of white monkeys who fled very quickly. They were probably startled by Abang's scent. The white-backed reincarnated monkeys are a species that likes to imitate human behavior. Their favorite thing is to wear human clothes and they possess a certain level of intelligence. Gao Peng suspected that this troop of monkeys was being kept by someone, but as soon as he arrived at a house, Gao Peng politely knocked on the door 3 times, but no one was there. Suddenly, an old voice came from inside the house. No one's inside. Gao Peng smiled wryly. So no one was inside. Thank you. After that, a voice came from inside again. No need to thank me. As soon as he heard this, White Wind Armor smashed the door to pieces with its sharp claws. Gao Peng smiled and said, I told you, how could an ordinary person say such foolish things? It turned out to be a fat, perfectly quality foolish white monkey. It was a rare species among white monkeys. All individuals are born as royalty of white monkeys. The white monkey was still searching for something. Although it seemed harmless and without malice, Gao Peng still maintained high vigilance. This was because the smell in the room was very strange. Just then, the white monkey presented a bowl of very thick soup. Inside the thick soup there was even a worm. It looked a bit strange. It even smiled and urged Gao Peng to finish the bowl of soup. However, Gao Peng ignored it and instead walked straight into the room. This isn't what you just ate. This won't do. What kind of guest hides delicious food when they come? Let's see what you're hiding. Before long, the white monkey's eyes suddenly turned ferocious. It seemed there was something suspicious hidden in the room. After that, it raised its sharp claws and struck down at Gao Peng. The momentary burst of speed was so fast that even he couldn't react. But compared to White Wind Armor's speed, it was still poor. A long deep gash like a national highway appeared on the white monkey's chest. Gao Peng was very curious. There were clearly traces of humans living here, so why were there no humans to be seen? In this room there was a faint smell of blood and boiled meat. Just then he found a human finger in the stew pot in the kitchen. However, Gao Peng calmly said, Do you like to eat what's in this pot? The white monkey, as if a raw nerve had been touched, became very ferocious. You guys eat us, so we eat you too. That guy ate my son, so I have to eat that guy. I have to eat that guy. I have to eat him, Gao Peng replied. All right. I have no right to blame you. It would be too hypocritical, but the situation is different now. I am human after all, and having seen this sight today, I cannot remain indifferent. Let me grant you a peaceful death." After speaking, Gao Peng walked away arrogantly, not saying another word. White Wind Armor also took up a fighting stance. The scene cut to Gao Peng observing Platinum Hand disciples through binoculars. This must be it. The Platinum Hand headquarters. If it weren't for Grandpa's friend's information, it would have been really hard to find. "You threatened Yujo, harmed a bang, and kept trying to assassinate me. So I'm going to give you a surprise." Aid attacked. White soul flames burned on Aid's cloak. "Awaken sleepers, dead ones." In the blink of an eye, a gigantic desert pterosaur skeleton slowly crawled out from underground. At the same time, inside the Platinum Hand headquarters, several men were discussing. "Haven't we subdued the desert wings yet? I'm sick of the same old days. I hate this damn sand. When can we finally subdue that annoying monster?" "Calm down. Don't get agitated. In fact, according to the information I've obtained after half a year of effort, the Desert Wing's attitude has softened. This time it decided to come and see for itself," the bald man asked. "See what?" the blond man replied. "It's coming to see if there's a suitable Beastmaster. If it finds a Beastmaster it likes, it might even make a decision today." Just then, a disciple rushed in. "Bad news, sect leader. All the buried corpses around the village have been resurrected. They're attacking our people." A gigantic desert pterosaur skeleton flew at furious speed over the village, scattering quite a few Platinum Hand disciples like a swarm of bees. At this moment, Aid, commanding the pterosaur skeleton, once again summoned the Spectre Legion. Soul flames fiercely burned in its eye sockets. "Spectres, fight for your glory." Before long, arms slowly emerged from the sandpit ahead, and a gigantic gecko skeleton crawled directly out of the sandpit, astonishing everyone. It was the skeleton of a gigantic desert gecko, a Lord-grade monster that had died a month ago. Now it had to be killed again. Just then, alarm bells continuously rang inside the village. Immediately, a powerful monster with strong abilities attacked the pterosaur at high speed. The two monsters clashed, creating an earth-shattering sound. The monsters roared. It was a blue-scaled four-armed water monkey. "The sect leader has arrived. We are saved." Blue-scaled four-armed water monkey, level 44. Its weakness was that when it was airborne, its lower body lacked strength, making it difficult to exert its power. Gao Peng had no idea there were so many corpses near this small village. Aid's abilities alone were enough to completely throw the Platinum Hand headquarters into chaos. At this moment, the Ice Lion noticed something strange. A black shadow fell like a meteor at high speed, attacking Gao Peng. Illusion Silverwing Butterfly Mutant, Illusion Type. Effect 1. Can form a special optical environment outside its body, allowing it to perfectly hide in its surroundings. Effect 2. The powder from its wings can create an illusionary environment around it, maintaining it for a certain period. So it was an illusion to obscure our senses. Even Xiaoyan couldn't detect it, which proved how powerful this immunity ability truly was. Gao Peng said, "Go." Before he finished speaking, White Wind Armor disappeared from its spot at lightning speed. After that, it shouted, "Wind Cross Kill," and the illusion butterfly was impaled by White Wind Armor before it could even react. White Wind Armor's feet slowly landed on the ground, and the illusion butterfly stood blankly for a few seconds before shattering on the spot. Unexpectedly, it died less than 3 seconds after entering the battle. At the same time, the two people in front of the screen were suddenly dumbfounded. The sect leader's Silverwing Butterfly was killed in an instant. The sect leader suddenly reacted. "Danger, worm. Retreat quickly." Unfortunately, it was already too late. This worm suddenly found its tail starting to freeze. Danger worm, level 45, elite quality. It turned out the Ice Lion had taken action. "I even have to deal with such a small fry. It's truly like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. How boring. Can't I just trap it in an ice prison?" Before long, an ice prison was formed. The worm once again spewed a large amount of black liquid. It was visibly melting the ice pillars. Gao Peng glanced at it. "You talk a good game. Your ice will be corroded by the worm in an instant." The Ice Lion replied helplessly, "That's because the ice element in the air is too thin. All right, I'll get serious." After that, the Ice Lion raised one finger. The ice condensed at a visible speed, and before long the entire prison was completely frozen. The worm was dealt with, leaving only the blue-scaled four-armed water monkey. The gigantic desert pterosaur skeleton's head was instantly crushed into powder. The blue monkey with all its might twisted once, and the desert pterosaur's skeleton shattered. The blue monkey even stepped on the skeleton's skull and continued to beat its chest. Just then, Aid suddenly appeared beside the desert pterosaur skeleton. Soul flames flew from its incomplete body and flowed into Aid's hand. "Death is the destination of all living beings, yet you show no reverence for the dead." As soon as he finished speaking, Aid raised his black palm and pushed it forward with instant speed. The blue monkey's chest was pierced by the force of the hand. It flew uncontrollably backward. After bouncing dozens of meters on the ground, it was difficult for it to get up for a while. The battered blue monkey glared at the specter tyrant before it. Discontentedly, it suddenly went berserk. Its eyes also became strangely ferocious. The next moment, it clutched its contracting heart as if it was about to shatter on the spot. At the same time, it absorbed black flames. In the blink of an eye, the blue water monkey's head seemed to ignite, directly turning into a torch. Gao Peng couldn't help but marvel. How can that black flame and heart bloodline combine to create a new skill, and it can control it while simultaneously unleashing the power of the black flame? Just then, the blue-scaled four-armed water monkey unleashed its final elemental power. Blue waves continuously danced in the surrounding air. Everything within a 10-meter radius was dyed blue like a giant ocean ball. The blue waves swirled wildly and even madly attacked Aid's body. "Boss, should we go help the big one?" but before Gao Peng could answer, the ice lion cut him off. Young and ignorant. This water element vortex looks enormous on the outside, but it can only wash the dust off Big Bro Aid's bones, White Wind Armor said disappointedly. I don't bother to compete with monsters smaller than me in knowledge. As expected, Aid ignored the Blue Wave's attack and directly struck a fatal blow to the blue-scaled four-armed water monkey's chest. Gao Peng said to Xiaoyan, the situation here is fine now. You continue to fly up and monitor from the air, to prevent others from escaping. At the same time, inside the Platinum Hand headquarters, a blonde cult leader said, let's go, there's still one more tunnel, let these people buy us some time. But just then, the other two cult leaders simultaneously drew their guns. Our familiars are either dead or injured, but only yours is fine. We're truly afraid that you harbor reckless thoughts and sent your Lord-grade monster to buy time for us, while we escape through the secret tunnel together. The red-robed cult leader agreed, your Lord-grade familiar cannot come with us, otherwise no one will be able to leave today. However, the blonde cult leader's expression became even more ambiguous. He nonchalantly replied, all right. Golden flashes poured down like a waterfall. The two cult leaders activated their elemental shields in time but still felt extreme pain. At this moment, the blonde cult leader smiled and said, I originally intended for you to retire gloriously. You certainly wouldn't have lacked beauties, but now die in peace. I will definitely lead the Platinum Hand to prosperity. Before the blue-robed cult leader could even beg, the golden shield rotated and flew, wrapping around his body, constricting him like a ferocious python. Not long after, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The blonde cult leader raised his hand again and looked at the red-robed cult leader. You're next. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden shield suddenly attacked the red-robed cult leader. However, surprisingly, the red-robed cult leader vanished from the spot as if an illusion. The blonde cult leader's face turned pale and he was bewildered. How did this guy suddenly disappear? The red-robed cult leader suddenly appeared in the desert. Fortunately, I always hid my strength and never revealed my last resort for survival. However, his luck wasn't that good. Behind him, an ice prison appeared within the ice lion's range. Moreover, the red-robed cult leader could only watch himself being sealed in ice. Gao Peng was also speechless. Why is this guy falling into a trap on his own? Not long after, Aid threw the blonde cult leader to the ground, and in his other hand he was holding a monster that looked like a rag. Master, this guy tried to escape, so I caught him. This is his familiar. Seeing the blonde cult leader gasping for breath on the ground, the red-robed cult leader, trapped in ice and snow, also broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the renowned Platinum Hand was brought down by one person? Gao Peng said with a disgusted expression. The two of you are prisoners and it's too troublesome to take you along. We might as well deal with you here. The red-robed cult leader said in a panic, Your Excellency, please spare me. I know where the Platinum Hand's treasure is hidden. I'll tell you everything. Just give me an order and I'll be your dog. I'll do whatever you want. Hearing this, Gao Peng found it a little interesting. Alright, I'll release you first and let's talk in detail. At the same time, Abang transmitted a message to Gao Peng through their bloodline. Master, a very powerful monster is approaching. Gao Peng flinched slightly upon hearing that. A king-grade monster. Ordinary lord-grade monsters were like shrimp to him, but this was the first time Abang had said a monster was powerful. From the top of a sand dune, a gigantic monster charged down from the sky like the wind, even stirring up a fierce sandstorm around it. Desert Winged Beast. Level 52, King-grade, characteristic. Desert Wing, Effect 1. The Desert Winged Beast is slow in movement, but its regeneration ability is extremely strong. The Desert Wing grants it stronger flexibility. Effect 2 in a desert environment. Sand Manipulation ability Grade 1. Effect 3. The Desert Wing can manipulate the flying sand to form a terrifying black sandstorm in the desert. The red-robed cult leader feigned interest. Your Excellency, you must be careful. This is a king-grade monster. The reason our Platinum Hand built a small village here is precisely because of the Desert Wing's presence. The Desert Wing protected us. Gao Peng ignored him and directly ordered Abang, deal with that guy. Just now, the red-robed cult leader muttered to himself, This little rascal's strength is extremely terrifying, and he's so young he's probably mentally unstable. I just need to lower my attitude and show my value. I'll find an opportunity to escape during their fight. Gao Peng probed, Where is the Platinum Hand's treasure information hidden? The red-robed cult leader hesitated for a long time again and said nothing. Gao Peng looked at him and asked again, Then do you know how to defeat the Desert Wing? The red-robed cult leader muttered to himself, He already has a king-grade familiar, and he still wants to capture the Desert Wing. If he gets another king-grade familiar, perhaps no one in the human world will be able to control him. Then he continued, I also don't know how to capture the Desert Wing, Your Excellency. After all, it's a king-grade. He was interrupted before he could finish speaking. You don't know this, and you don't know that. Then you're useless too. As soon as he finished speaking, the tyrant skeleton Aid grabbed him tightly. The red-robed cult leader said in extreme fear, Wait, Your Excellency, I remember. I remember where the treasure is hidden. However, Gao Peng had already lost his patience. How can the leader of a terrorist organization be so naive? Does he think that if he feigns pity and gives some dubious information, I'll spare the life of an evildoer like him? After that, with a sound of bones breaking, the red-robed cult leader disappeared forever. Gao Peng had no interest in the dragon sealed in ice, so he decided to give it to Abang as food. Just then, the desert-winged beast laughed and said, Very good, human. You dare to disrespect me, I warn you. You have already succeeded in attracting my attention. Gao Peng was also bewildered. Attract you? Does this monster have a problem with its mind? Why is it talking like a homosexual? The desert-winged beast suddenly became ferocious. Are you crazy? This place doesn't welcome you. Get out of the desert. Gao Peng decided to resist to the end. Today we are not leaving the desert. I happen to be tired, so we'll spend the night in this village. The desert-winged beast never expected that a king-grade monster like itself would be refused by a human. It could no longer tolerate it, and exploded in anger on the spot, destructive energy surging from its body. You're digging your own grave. No one has ever dared to refuse me until now. Gao Peng was also speechless. Not only do you smell, but you also brag a lot. Little lion, go deal with that guy. After that, an ice pillar condensed from the sky and plunged down. The desert-winged beast easily dodged it, but couldn't understand. The opponent clearly has a king-grade familiar, so why isn't he using his strongest familiar to fight me? Is this deliberately trying to provoke me? It seems I'll have to capture him and ask him in detail. The desert-winged beast looked at the retreating Calamity Mountain and decided to deal with that gigantic guy first, so it sped up and launched a surprise attack, its sharp claws ruthlessly digging into Abang's back and simultaneously letting out a fierce roar. Abang turned its head and glanced once. Did a mosquito just fly by? At the same time, the disguise fruit's effect wore off, and its body began to return to its original size, already transforming into a colossal mountain before its eyes. The desert-winged beast suddenly had an ominous feeling, as if it had poked an erupting volcano. And standing on that mountain ridge it also felt itself gradually moving away from the ground, and the luck bestowed by the desert gradually disappearing. Not long after, four eyes met. The desert-winged beast was extremely flustered and froze on the spot. How could a ground spider get so big? Suddenly, heat energy spread from under its feet. By the time it reacted, it was already too late. A bang like an erupting volcano spewed flames and attacked it. The monster had already flown into the blue sky. Gao Peng looked up at the king-grade monster that had vanished. Did a bang after being attacked by the desert-winged beast have the disguise fruit's effect wear off, return to its original size and instantly send the opponent flying with one blow? Truly, invincibility is a lonely and solitary thing. Gao Peng looked at the blonde cult leader's golden cloth. The annoying one is gone, so I should continue to deal with the prisoners. However, this golden cloth seemed to be imbued with a spirit. I really want to study it in detail. Golden silk magic carpet. It was originally an ancient golden carpet, but after 3 years of Earth's anomaly it gained a spirit and gradually transformed into a golden silk magic carpet. Its personality is gentle. It likes to eat carpets and dislikes fire. The ice lion asked, "Do you want to take in this monster?" Gao Peng replied. "It's not that I don't want to take it in, I just want to study it. If its abilities aren't bad and it has no master, I can give it to my subordinate. But this is already a familiar with a master." However, the ice lion said, "So what if it has a master?" "Blood contracts are not unbreakable." Gao Peng was surprised. "What are you talking about? Blood contracts can be broken. If you chant the spell to break the blood contract and the Beastmaster and familiar voluntarily agree, it can be broken. But it must be a voluntary agreement. Temptation, manipulation, or illusion attacks are ineffective. Easily come, easily go. Perhaps that's the best explanation for a blood contract. If this method were known externally, it would be too dangerous for an Earth that has only mutated for a few years. It seems I should contact Grandpa and have him take them away first." Gao Peng gave him an ice-type fruit as a reward and said, "If I can give this carpet to Huang Yi, I'll thank him in advance on Huang Yi's behalf." The scene changed to several men holding walkie-talkies and data. They kept following behind Abang. Abang sent a message to Gao Peng through their bloodline. "Gao Peng, a few people are still following behind. It's really annoying." "It's alright. Let's just treat them as free tour guides. If they can really follow us all the way, that's their skill." Gao Peng looked at the monsters on the screen and thought that they must be close to their destination. This was formerly the cosmic foundation of the Cult of the Star. The Cult of the Star worshipped white, so all buildings were white. White walls, white roofs, white windows. However, the top of this statue's head had turned black. It signified that all the blackness in the universe came from the anomaly's infection. The prisoner statue is a statue that reached its peak in the universe. After the anomaly occurred in the universe, the wall was also affected. It likes others to chant scriptures the most and dislikes others slandering the universe. At the same time, the golden rat interrupted his train of thought. "Treasure, treasure, I'm so excited I'm about to faint on the spot." Gao Peng gave a cryptic smile. Judging by this guy's behavior, there might really be a treasure. Gao Peng instructed Abang to go in the direction the golden rat pointed. Not long after, a red mushroom appeared before them, seemingly laughing like a fierce demon. Demon face mushroom contains concentrated fire attribute nutrients, grows extremely fast in hot and humid environments, and contains a small amount of fire poison. Gao Peng observed meticulously. Not far away, a monster suddenly poked half its head out. "It seems to have a guardian. What kind of treasure is this? It looks quite familiar. Could it be one of ours that's cultivated at home?" Daisy also said excitedly. Yes, it's ours." Sha Wang again seemed to take it seriously. "If it's ours, I should take it." A green centipede rushed towards him. Sha Wang sneered. "Is that all? These little centipedes are really ridiculous." Daisy had a gigantic question mark above its head. Not long after, these centipedes were shredded by Sha Wang. Sha Wang presented its spoils and Daisy pointed at the mushroom suspiciously and asked, "What treasure is this?" Gao Peng replied, "This is a good item. Xiaoyan will need it for its evolution." Gao Peng led his 10 familiars closer to the universe in the wasteland zone. Finally they arrived. We arrived really quickly. Before them stood a pitch-black prisoner statue and poplar tree monsters. Gao Peng remembered seeing this statue at level 40 on the system screen, but now it had been promoted to Lord grade. Poplar tree monsters have a characteristic called chain effect. If the number of poplar tree monsters exceeds 10, they gain greater power. Effect 1. Their physique gains resilience due to the influence of their numbers. Effect 2. Their recovery speed increases. Their physique gains resilience due to the influence of their numbers. Gao Peng ordered by Zhangfeng to eliminate the prisoner statue. Shaoyan, I'll leave these poplar trees to you. In the blink of an eye, the originally lush poplar trees were engulfed in flames, all their leaves turning to ash. At this moment, Bai Zhangfeng turned into an afterimage, brushed past the prisoner statue's waist, creating a very deep crack. Gao Peng continuously marveled at this sight. Even with such an injury, its expression remains firm. If it were an ordinary Lord grade, it would have died instantly. We shouldn't underestimate the heroes of the world. At this moment, the prisoner statue plunged its hand into the ground and a pitch-black light spread around it, after which it continuously chanted, "Prisoners fall into hell." Not long after, rough black tentacles continuously shot out from the darkness. The pitch-black hands reached out towards the burning poplar tree monsters. As a result, the flames on the poplar tree monsters weakened, their level increased by 1 to 35, and their fire resistance greatly increased. Not only were they in a mutated state, but their grade was also temporarily enhanced. Shaoyan, while fanning the flames, found that the damage it inflicted on these monsters was not as high as before. After burning black flames, their fire resistance increased significantly. Gao Peng could only look at this situation and order Shaoyan to retreat and let Daisy take action. After that, Daisy shouted, "Lightning storm!" A gigantic elemental electric net, like a circular electric net, instantly covered all the poplar tree monsters. In this area, 4 had already fallen, and the other monsters also suffered various injuries. "Daisy, you've improved." At the same time, Bai Zhangfeng made an unexpected discovery. A black stripe appeared on its body and it couldn't even wipe it off with its hand. Gao Peng explained, "Don't worry, this is just a trace of being eroded by the power of darkness. It will disappear once this stone statue is dealt with." "So annoying, no one can defile my pristine white shell." Infinite storm 3000 slashes. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Zhangfeng's speed was as fast as lightning, continuously slashing at the stone statue. However, the stone statue remained frozen in place, motionless. A few seconds later, after the frozen state ended, it was already torn into countless pieces and lay spattered on the ground. Gao Peng picked up a broken black essence core shard and scolded, "Fool, be gentler. The monster essence core is all broken," Bai Zhangfeng said disdainfully. "HMPH, even if it's broken, my anger isn't appeased." And Daisy suddenly discovered that the poplar tree monsters were gradually withering. Gao Peng understood very clearly. In fact, before they could continue fighting by relying on the prisoner statue's dark power. Now that they had lost their source of life, they naturally had to wither. Gao Peng led his familiars and pushed open the door to the universe, where the souls of the dead heart resided. However, strangely, upon entering, they were all very ordinary green plants. "It seems there are no camouflaged monsters inside. Let's continue deeper." Not long after, they arrived at the courtyard where a lake and a gigantic white statue stood motionless in the center of the lake. Gao Peng, possessing the mysterious system, saw through this white statue at a glance. Punisher statue, level 43, common quality. Gao Peng observed the statue, and now it was Shaowang's turn to take action. "Shaowang, take your axe and smash that guy." 3 minutes later, only broken pieces lay on the ground, and the white statue also lost its breath of life. Gao Peng handed over the dark essence core he had just obtained from the white statue. Now the little grass is level 36. After absorbing this essence core, it should be able to break through to Lord grade. After crossing the lake, the surrounding walls gradually turned black, and Gao Peng predicted that the entire inner area would be eroded by dark power. This proved that the dead heart's soul was in this dark region. He instructed Shaoyan to create a fireball to illuminate the way. From the outside, the universe didn't seem very large, but upon entering, it felt very vast, and the surroundings were pitch black with no light at all. Everything they saw now depended on the light from Shaoyan's fireball. At this moment, Gao Peng discovered several white crystals floating in the air, so he instructed everyone to stop. Dead heart crystal. Around the dead heart's soul, crystals naturally condense from incomplete soul power in the air. This meant that the dead heart's soul was right nearby. Gao Peng instructed Shaoyan to triple the flames. Shaoyan's flames burned fiercely, and not long after, a pitch-black heart appeared before them. A palm-shaped sculpture a step ahead gripped it tightly. The heart of death contained a specially condensed essence of death's truth, a solidified entity that could purify the residual soul power in the void. Gao Peng ordered aid to retrieve the essence of the heart of death. Shaowang, dig a big pit. Then, as aid lightly struck, all the surrounding stone tablets shattered. At this moment, Aid's palm was already encompassing the fragile nebula-like heart of death, continuously emitting death chi. Gao Peng poured all the prepared vials of medicine into the pit Shaowang had just dug, then handed Aid the fragment of the Millennium Essence, instructing him to place the heart of death in its eye socket, and this fragment of Millennium Essence on its chest. Aid then followed Gao Peng's instructions, and as soon as the setup was complete, a terrifying and eerie black smoke suddenly and continuously billowed from its body. Even Aid's pained expression was clearly visible. Encouraged by Gao Peng, the skeleton commander Aid endured this pain and staggered to the pool of medicine. After the medicinal bath, the black smoke emanating from Ade's body seemed to temporarily cease. However, the next moment the black smoke in the air had already formed a gigantic black pillar, soaring into the sky, and Gao Peng's shadow in the universe was also pierced through on the spot. As the black smoke slowly dispersed, two glowing red eyes gleamed. Not long after, a series of data scanned across Gao Peng's eyes. Skeleton Lord trait, Heart of Underworld Soul. Effect 1. Consumes a certain amount of specter power to condense the Heart of Underworld Soul. When the Heart of Underworld Soul exists, all physical attributes of the skeleton are enhanced. Only specter-type attacks can destroy the Heart of Underworld Soul. Effect 2. Actively activating the Heart of Underworld Soul puts the host in a Spectre Lord state, granting extremely high immunity to physical attacks and simultaneously gaining specter-type attack power. Effect 1. Absorbs a portion of soul power to grow the souls within the living creatures killed by the Skeleton Lord by death, and the Spectre Flame trait also gained an additional effect. Wind Control Ability Grade 1. This time, Aid gained a level 5 power, meaning it was not inferior to a king-grade monster in certain abilities. Gao Peng finally understood the upgrade method on the system screen. He could see more information just by increasing soul power. Aid's upgrade to a level 5 ability had not yet been found in king-grade monsters, meaning Aid was not inferior to a king-grade monster in certain aspects. Moreover, this Spectre Flame was a level 5 dual ability. Coupled with the talent of a permanent increase in soul power, Aid had infinite potential. Although the most powerful at present was the king-grade Abang, considering potential, Aid could definitely surpass Abang in terms of soul. So Gao Peng used the Imperial Enchanter's Soulbind skill on Aid. Aid, now you need to test how much soul power you can gain for each monster you kill, and also whether your Spectre subordinates can also gain soul power when they kill monsters. After that, Gao Peng said, Xiaowang, go to Abang and bring back one of the tree monsters we captured. Not long after, Xiaowang brought back a charred poplar tree monster. At this moment, Aid unleashed Spectre Flames all over the ground. 5 Spectre skeletons were resurrected on the spot. Following Gao Peng's instructions, these Spectre skeletons emitted bone-chilling cold, freezing both the poplar tree monster and Xiaowang. After killing the poplar tree monster, a wisp of soul power permeated Aid's body. Aid gave a rough answer. Master, if I absorb it myself, it's about 1/5. If this spectre absorbs it, it can give me about 1/1 street. It can also absorb similar soul power itself. Gao Peng muttered to himself, I didn't realize Aid's ability wasn't limited. At this moment, Xiaowang playfully shouted from the side, You idiot, why are you attacking your little brother? Is this intentional? Come on, let's spar a few rounds. You've gotten stronger too, otherwise others will think I'm bullying an old man. After speaking, Xiaowang immediately flew over and delivered a kick. Gao Peng ignored the two and fell into deep thought. The souls resurrected by Aid can also absorb a portion of soul power, and if you add another violent soldier, its traits will continue to grow, achieving such terrifying mythical quality. He looked at these specters and said, Your subordinates are too numerous. Keep those above level 40, including level 40 specters, and absorb all the rest. As Aid extended its pitch-black arm, the specter skeletons in front of it melted one after another. Dense specter flames flew towards Aid. After absorbing all the specter flames, Aid upgraded to level 5. This upgrade speed was simply overpowered. Now Aid was just one step away from King Grade. The Bone World is still evolving, so it's not suitable for Aid, who grows stronger through killing. The Great Bone Lord is different from the Black Bone World. In the depths of this land, countless corpses are buried, and as long as your grade is high enough, you can convert all of them into our combat power. So Gao Peng made a decision. Aid, after we return, you will go to the Black Bone World to develop. It said dejectedly, Master, do you not need me anymore? Gao Peng immediately became excited. How could I not need you anymore? It's just that if you're next to me, you'll be restricted in many ways. Your potential is not meant to be wasted next to me. Aid gave Gao Peng a final bow. Understood, Master, don't worry. I will become stronger. Strong enough that no one can stop us from being together. Old Huang, how are the preparations for the luggage? Huang Nan said. Young Master Gao, everything needed for the journey has been properly prepared. Gao Peng inquired about Huang Nan's family situation, and Huang Nan assured him that Chief Ji's health was very good and the school was all normal. Teacher Guan is even more stable and even rescued a few students a few days ago. Gao Peng waved his hand and said, Xiaowang, bring that golden carpet over. Gao Peng looked at the blood-stained golden carpet and said, You've worked hard during this time. If you want this Lord Grade familiar, just take it. Huang Nan's pupils constricted in surprise. Really? You're giving me a Lord Grade? Gao Peng patted Huang Nan's shoulder. All right, Aid, you've put a lot of effort into the Black Bone World. Take Xiaowang and Daisy there first. I'm going straight to the Arctic from here. After speaking, he turned and left. Huang Nan could only bow in inexpressible gratitude. The scene changed, and Gao Peng led several familiars to the Arctic. The black grass shivered, unable to withstand the cold. At this moment, a blue light suddenly burst from the ice lion's claws. The next moment, a blue protective shield formed around them, and all the cold in the air vanished. The ice lion didn't forget to boast. HMPH, it's nothing special. Gao Peng suddenly said, If the materials I want are not here in the Arctic, I'll have to go to the Antarctic. The ice lion said again, If you go a little further northeast, I think you'll feel it. As the blizzard intensified, Gao Peng's steps also slowed. At this moment, the ice lion said again, I feel it more and more intensely. Gao Peng encouraged, Hold on just a little more. Just then Gao Peng suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. It was as if he saw something extremely enormous on the distant horizon. It was an ice city, and moreover the countless stars in the night sky sparkled, forming a beautiful and colorful picture. The ice lion excitedly ran straight over. It's right there. Gao Peng looked at the gigantic elevator inside this palace. This doesn't seem like a palace we can build. Just then the palace gate slowly opened and cold air emanated from within. Ice Knight trait Ice Blade. Effect 1. Increases the destructive power and damage efficiency of attacks. Effect 2. Enemies damaged by ice blades fall into a critically wounded state. Trait Ice Sealed Heart. Effect 1. Ignores mental control abilities, unaffected by effects such as temptation, domination, confusion, or fear. Effect 2. Damage to mind and soul is weakened. Gao Peng thought to himself, with both aid and a bang absent, the strongest attack power right now would be Bai Zhongfeng at level 50. Moreover, this is the Ice Knight's home ground, so it seems I can't just charge in recklessly. However, the Ice Lion continuously urged him in his ear. Gao Peng, there's treasure inside. Gao Peng glanced at it and said, shut up, do you think I can't see that there's something good inside? The Ice Knight discovered them and simultaneously said solemnly, humans, leave this place immediately. Gao Peng continued to sweat. The fact that it can speak human language proves that this is not a wild monster. It must have had contact with human society, and it might even be a familiar of their family. Gao Peng tried to explain that he was a harmless human. We won't enter the palace. We'll just look around. We're just looking. Can't we go in, please? The Aishira Knight listened to Gao Peng's words and said angrily, please, we abide by the rules. The door opened, and the Wind Knight stood at the front with a spear and shield. Gao Peng breathed a sigh of relief. The Wind Knight is back, so it probably means they've allowed us to explore the surroundings. The Ice Lion, clinging to his shoulder, suddenly jumped down and ran straight to a pool. Wow, Gao Peng, there's a spring essence ice pool here, he shouted excitedly in human language. He hastily called out, wait a minute, trying to stop it. However, it had already splashed into the ice water with a plop, and he sighed helplessly. The Ice Lion leaned on its arm in the water, comfortably singing a la-la-la tune. He stood by the shore and assessed. Upgrading from level 41 to level 43 is probably the limit of this ice pool. This much should be enough. He turned to Gao Peng in surprise. When did the knight stand behind me? The knight turned and said coldly, come with me this way. Following the knight's footsteps, he said, how can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Let's go. From a pit, a mysterious and strange stream of water gushed out. The Ice Lion exclaimed in surprise, this is pure yin ice spring. Its eyes gleamed, and it immediately rushed forward, but Gao Peng quickly grabbed it. It thrashed its limbs, excitedly shouting, wow, 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 let me go, quickly let me go. Glancing at the knight standing behind, he warned in a low voice, be a little more polite. Master, people are watching. The important thing is that we really can't defeat them. The knight calmly advised. Your strength has weakened, so this place can help you quickly recover some of your strength. Gao Peng calmly replied, thank you, thank you. Then he instructed Asuan, the Wind Knight is elusive, Asuan, bring a bucket and a water bottle. It solemnly complied, raising its tentacles. Holding the black bucket, he lamented sadly, ah, this pure yin ice spring turns black when scooped out and no longer emits cold air. The Ice Lion explained unhappily. So ignorant, yet you can protect such powerful ice power. The spring water here never depletes, it's a rare treasure. He smiled and said, all right, let's go. It jumped up happily. Wow, however, as soon as it touched the water, its entire body froze. Asuan looked at the sight in astonishment. Suddenly a voice came. Is this your familiar? Gao Peng exclaimed in surprise. Ha! A young man from the north with a red lotus tattooed on his forehead approached, supported by the knight. He looked at her and thought to himself, red lotus patterns are truly rare, why am I bothering with such things? Then he calmly replied, yes. She walked forward and asked with a smile, what time is it now? He stammered. It's 7 p.m. She swept her hair back and said calmly, no one has come here for a long time. I can feel the elemental power recovering. How much time is left until the elemental recovery period? Gao Peng replied, 5 years. She looked around and lamented, I've been dormant for so long, the elemental power has only recovered for 5 years? Then she glanced at him and praised him grimly. You probably did very well to acquire a few king-grade familiars in the first 5 years, and your lion is not simple. Its previous grade was definitely not low. Being praised, he blushed and gave an awkward smile. As if remembering something, the northern youth smiled brightly and said, how about I show you my skills? I'm very good at grilling fish. He muttered to himself in suspicion. This act of offering food to others is very familiar. He forced a smile and waved his hand in refusal. No need to trouble yourself. I have canned food. She asked blankly, canned food? What is canned food? Gao Peng snapped his fingers as a signal. It's a very delicious food, Asuan. It immediately exerted its power and retrieved the cans. He opened a can and politely offered, have some. Seeing the food before her, she couldn't suppress her curiosity, but the knight behind her exclaimed in surprise, ha! It seemed to be trying to prevent her from touching the unknown. Master, this seems unhealthy. The northern youth ignored him and reached into her clothes, pulling out something. Don't be in a hurry. This food is quite good. She pulled out a spoon and said it's worth a taste. Then she continuously scooped it into her mouth, intoxicated by the delicious aroma. Not long after, the can was empty. Her 2 eyes moistened and she said sadly, it's all gone. Looking at the empty can scattered on the ground, Gao Peng and the knight were also helpless in this situation. Asuan brought another can and he said, it's okay, if you like it, there are still many. Her 2 eyes gleamed, unable to hide her delight. The knight, unable to stop her, dejectedly lay on the ice floor. Master, on the other side, the Ice Lion looked up at the sky and laughed heartily. Wow, this great man is king grade, ha ha ha. He furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, and thought to himself, the control in this world hasn't completely dissipated yet. Currently, only up to king grade will be allowed. Higher grade monsters cannot upgrade, and monsters from other worlds cannot cross over. This is probably a protection mechanism of the world itself. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, it's getting late, so this time I came to upgrade my familiar. She listened and immediately understood. Oh, then I'll give you a gift. She handed him a small bottle inside which was a small pellet. This is a uterus monster, and it can detect the location of a Zhejiang monster. Zhejiang monsters are in the rear garden, so you won't get lost next time you come. The system displayed data, monster name, uterus monster, monster grade 5, monster quality common, monster attribute gold type, monster brief introduction. Uterus monsters have males and females and a pair of male and female mate. When the distance between the two individuals reaches a certain level, they can sense each other's location and then rush towards each other. The closer the distance, the stronger the attraction. Gao Peng forced a smile, took it, and said awkwardly, thank you, my family runs a canned food business. Don't worry. Besides canned food, my family also has many other things much more delicious than canned food. I'll send some here after I return. She looked at him affectionately and introduced herself. Everyone in our tribe takes northern names. My name is Bei Qingyan. Then when my people return, I'll go to Yuzhou to your house for free food. He blinked and waved goodbye. That's all for now. Not long after, Gao Peng and his familiars came out and entered the depths of the snow-covered mountains. When we return, don't rush. Since we've come all the way to the Arctic, let's take some local specialties with us. Going home empty-handed would be strange. Seeing the orange-haired monsters wandering ahead, he exclaimed in surprise, hey, why is that ice chunk surrounded by monsters? Suddenly, one stood opposite him. The data panel showed, monster name, mighty yellow-browed penguin, monster grade 18, monster quality common, monster attribute water type. Monster brief introduction, possesses the strongest power among penguins of the same grade, reckless and straightforward personality. The thug of the penguin family. It raised its head and squawked a few times. Gao Peng said blankly, is this a penguin? Then it violently roared and screamed. He blocked it and looked to the side, asking, oh, are they all talking too? The ice lion replied, they're warning us not to get close to their territory. Bai Zhongfeng looked at them with disdain. Damn it, too small and puny. He looked at it and began to lecture. Bai Zhongfeng, calm down. He frowned, deep in doubt. He scoffed, saying that a penguin which should be in the Antarctic had appeared in the Arctic. We're just passing through, just startling these ice blocks that are blocking our way. As the ice lion on his shoulder, as if waiting for these words, froze the mighty yellow-browed penguin which had been shouting the loudest. The other penguins around were surprised and terrified. A flock of penguins rushed forward in anger, trying to attack, and he calmly thought to himself, frozen yet so agitated, Bai Zhongfeng, go scare them a bit. Bai Zhongfeng unleashed its skill, neatly trimming their yellow head feathers. The penguins cried out sadly, Daddy's head is bald. Daddy, Daddy is ugly, so ugly, my eyes are burning. Then they lifted their legs with all their might and fled. Daddy, 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 run, otherwise your handsome hair will disappear. Exactly. Gao Peng leaned on his hand and said, they're gone now. When they disappeared, a huge chunk of ice was revealed. This was where the flock of penguins had gathered earlier, and there was a frozen ship. Seeing the bear emblem on the ship, he said it was the symbol of the northern bear region. Beyond the ice layer, the broken parts were clearly visible, and most of the cannons and radar equipment on the ship had been destroyed and then frozen in the cold. Gao Peng was a little excited and smiled meaningfully. A bit interesting. Bai Zhongfeng, which way did the penguins go? Bai Zhongfeng pointed to the caves ahead. This way, he made a decision. All right, let's go into the cave and take a look. As they entered, he shone his flashlight on the number 01 on the door. Looks like an abandoned laboratory. This flock of penguins must have been captured for experiments, and probably due to a problem with the experiment, the laboratory was abandoned. Then the flock of penguins escaped and bred like crazy. However, he didn't know that a mighty yellow-browed penguin was hiding behind a rock, smirking. Inside was a mess. The laboratory was destroyed, but no human bodies were found. Perhaps they had all been taken away when they left, or they had ended up in the belly of a monster. Suddenly, a huge yellow foot stomped on the ground with a thump. Feeling the vibration, Gao Peng was startled and shone his light. There was something. A giant monster with 3 stones on its head roared ferociously. Kya, 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 kya. The system screen displayed data. Monster name, mighty yellow-browed emperor penguin mutant. Monster quality, perfect quality. Monster grade level 25. Monster attribute ice type. Monster abilities ice element control level 3, tremendous strength level 3. Monster characteristic, extreme ice emperor crown. The extreme ice emperor crown is formed by the condensation of a rare emperor's bloodline on its head. Effect 1, passive effect. Ice element control ability 1. Effect 2, active effect, consumes the power of the extreme ice emperor crown to form an extreme ice hell around its body. Monster brief introduction. The phoenix-headed yellow-browed penguin evolved through the potential bloodline of an emperor penguin after mutation. It has a fiery temper and an extreme hatred for humans. Gao Peng, unable to understand, said helplessly, what is this guy saying? Its tone seems very bad. The ice lion translated his words. It misunderstands that we killed its family, captured them for experiments, and even tried to devour us whole. It angrily reached out to grab him. Gao Peng was terrified and fled with all his might. You don't need to tell me, I know. This place isn't suitable for us. The exit isn't far, so let's get out of the cave first. However, unfortunately, an ice wall blocked the way ahead and he stammered a curse in panic. Damn it, it blocked the exit with another ice wall. Suddenly the ice lion leapt down and he exclaimed in surprise. Lion, it said honestly, I've eaten a lot of food at your house, so whether I like it or not I have to exert myself. It unleashed its power and light burst forth, forcing him to shield his eyes. Its entire body transformed, revealing sharp teeth. It used its ice devour characteristic, extending its claws towards the mighty yellow-browed emperor penguin. Suddenly the 3 stones on its head glowed and it thrashed irritably, roaring, indeed a mutant. It can use special abilities to break my ice seal, however it's a bit weak for recovering to king grade. It irritably unleashed its power. Kya, extreme ice hell. Ice spikes surrounded the ice lion. Gao Peng admired from the side. Wow, this special effect is really cool, it said. This is because we're in the Arctic. If you move it to Yuzhou, it won't even have 1/5 of the effect. He asked curiously, what happens next? Just watch, it said confidently. It used its ice devour technique to suck the ice chunks into its mouth and swallowed them in one gulp. Oh, not bad, about 50 full. Keep up the good work. This action surprised the mighty yellow-browed emperor penguin. It was terrified and panicked, fleeing towards the cave. The ice lion said unpleasantly. Trying to escape? It landed a heavy blow on the opponent's back with one foot, severely injuring it and drawing blood. When everything was over, the lion returned to its original form. Monster characteristic, Ice Devour, born from ice and dies in ice. Everything that can be occupied becomes power. Occupied and accumulated. Effect 1. Active effect. Various substances and ice elements are occupied and formed into accumulated ice power within its belly. Note, if the accumulated ice power exceeds the absorption saturation limit, a backlash will occur. Effect 2. Active effect. The accumulated ice power is converted into its own attack and released. Asuen and Xiaoqiao applauded and praised, but Bai Zhongfeng shouted in anger. What essence are you talking about? You fraud. Gao Peng observed the situation and analyzed. This is a new ability of the ice lion after recovering to king grade. This ability has always been marked with a question mark, meaning it hadn't awakened yet. Although it has great limitations when facing ice-type monsters, it will transform into a target. Then he said to Asuen, Asuen, take the body. It blankly pointed to itself, and he turned his head to look at the mighty yellow-browed emperor penguin's body. To fuse the bloodlines of 2 different monsters, perhaps this is the development and research direction of the Northern Bear region. After the disaster, the alliance government was established, and each major region is implicitly using means to seize resources. Let's go. I guess I'll have to move to the Northern Bear region, the ice lion confidently said. This kind of monster fusion method also has its drawbacks. Setting aside the success rate, even if it succeeds, there will be inherent flaws. You humans all like to walk the wrong path. On the other side, a Lucas rift in the Black Bone world. Soldiers were very strictly guarding the headquarters. The general in sunglasses with his hands clasped behind his back solemnly asked the researcher, are the research results out? What grade is this monster? The researcher respectfully replied, reporting general. This is a gigantic snake we've named the Black Jade Eel. It appears to be king grade or higher. The general smiled contentedly and said, the essence core of a king grade or higher monster has a very high probability of cultivating king grade familiars, and all parts of its body are very valuable resources. If it succeeds, I will also be recognized as a founding hero in history, and can even develop our region from a small region to a large region. Suddenly the ground shook violently. The general's face turned pale and he shouted, what's going on? The researcher also panicked and said doubtfully, an earthquake. A golden-furred lion bit and dragged the general's familiar, roaring, master, it's dangerous. A colossal black creature with glowing red eyes burst forth from underground. The general cried out in extreme panic, it's over. The scene shifted to the Nantian branch in Thompson Base City, Northern Bear region. The place was covered in white snow. Huang Nan reported the situation to Gao Peng with a serious expression. Young Master Gao, the first batch of personnel needed to open a shop and sell familiars here has arrived on schedule. Gao Peng praised in reply, you've worked hard. Gao Peng immediately explained the situation here. From my observations during this period, the people of the Northern Bear region are warlike and brave, and the locals are all very strong. As long as the familiars are strong, they will be welcomed. So you went through the trouble of coming here. Then he asked Huang Nan, are there any new developments in Yuzhou recently? Huang Nan said, there's big news. The Lucas base rift has closed. Hearing this, he said that someone thought a king grade or higher monster had died and tried to open its sleeping head to take its essence core. The specific situation is still unclear. I only heard from that side that the other side of the spatial rift has now become a forbidden zone, Gao Peng said with a worried tone. What? My maternal grandfather should be in the Black Bone world right now. Lucas is only 1,000 kilometers away from the Wasteland Labyrinth. This distance is not far for king grade or higher monsters. Huang Nan reassured Gao Peng. You don't need to worry about this. Before I came, Director G had already returned to Yuzhou Base City. Huang Nan said happily. Director G strongly supports young Master Gao's expansion into the Northern Bear region market. Gao Peng said with a relieved expression. Alright, anyway, the Thompson branch in the Northern Bear region will officially open tomorrow. If all goes well, we can expand our business to the entire Northern Bear region. Then he glanced at the creature trapped next to him and asked, "Is this the familiar we're promoting this time?" It was a huge muscular monster with eyes full of killing intent, as if it wanted to shatter the glass confinement wall. Huang Nan replied, "Yes, according to your instructions. All of them this time are Lord-grade familiars that can survive in the Northern Bear region. This hexagonal terror wolf is the main product for this sale." He introduced, "It has excellent combat capabilities, and at the same time it can absorb blood to heal its wounds, and its sense of smell is very developed. It is 100 sensitive to the smell of blood, making it suitable for tracking in the vast Northern Bear region wilderness. It can be said to be a very practical familiar." According to the information Gao Peng saw, the monster's name was Hexagonal Terror Wolf, grade 30, elite quality, monster attribute blood type. Monster abilities, Bloodlust level 1, Sharp Claws level 1. Brief introduction. Although its appearance is very ferocious, it is actually a very gentle and kind monster. It sometimes guides lost tourists in the extremely cold wilderness back home. In fact, it has a very warm place in its belly, and it often leads tourists to places they shouldn't go, Gao Peng said with satisfaction. "Good, I'm very relieved with your work. When we open tomorrow, how about we arrange a fight between our familiars and the local representative familiars, so those Russian guys can see the power of our familiars firsthand?" Huang Nan immediately replied, "Yes." Gao Peng added, "Oh right, I have a friend recently, man, the second son of a prominent family in this area. He's a clever person, quite a rare individual. Contact him and don't forget his remuneration then." Huang Nan asked with a bewildered expression, "Do we still need a con man?" Gao Peng replied with a bright smile, "Of course, creating a lively atmosphere is also very important. Go get some rest." Huang Nan, speechless, quietly left, and Gao Peng's face suddenly showed a hint of worry. His eyes fixed, he muttered to himself, "The Black Bone World, it's really something, one thing after another. I wonder how Aid is doing." Black Bone World, Celestial Region. Small monsters stood around the lake, and a large fish darted out, swallowing the small monsters one by one. Aid, observing this monster from afar, evaluated, "A strong monster. If I can kill this one and recover a specter, it will definitely be a powerful combatant." Aid suddenly discovered something. It looked down at the surface of the swamp and said that a huge aura seemed to be buried beneath the swamp. A huge force covered Aid's arm, and a large whirlpool formed on the swamp's surface. Something crawled out from underground, and the fish monster with round eyes cried out, "Ah!" The creature revealed a black head and red eyes, followed by its huge body. Its eyes glowed like blue flames, a giant monster. The fish monster cried out in disbelief, "Jade Water Skyhand, how did you suddenly come back to life?" The fish monster boasted, "If I can kill you once, of course I can kill you twice." Then it raised its large tail and swung it towards the Jade Water Skyhand, and a huge wave swept away Aid's subordinate monsters. Aid immediately controlled its power and commanded, "Go and surround it." Several subordinates continuously attacked the large fish, simultaneously shouting, "Burn it to death." Huge waves continuously crashed, violently striking the giant fish monster, accompanied by loud curses. "Die!" The fish monster roared ferociously. More waves, they're endless. It thrashed in the swamp, and swirling waves enveloped its huge body. The monster shouted, "Disappear, all of you!" It used all its strength to unleash the water dragon. Massive energy condensed into ice chunks, surging above the water, making it seem as if the water was exploding. Aid's small monsters nearby were gradually burned away by the terrifying power. Aid frowned and stared intently, saying with a contemptuous tone towards the opponent, "Still think you can fight? So weak. I guess I'll have to take action myself." Aid's entire body was covered in immense power, and its eyes gleamed red. It raised its huge hand, condensing power, and its eyes burned like flames, filled with killing intent. Aid leaped from the ground, and the force of the leap cracked the surrounding ground. It flew straight up and landed a heavy blow on the fish monster's head. It pressed its 5 fingers firmly into the monster's skin. The fish monster was tightly held and could not move. Aid said solemnly, "Is this the strength of a celestial region overlord?" Aid's eyes were filled with disdain, and it raised its voice. "Only this much," the monster, covered in white power. The giant fish was successfully subdued by Aid. It stood on top of a high rock, grandly declaring, "From today onwards, I shall be the master of the celestial region." Back in Gao Peng's rented villa in Thompson Bay City, Northern Bear region, he was holding a cup of coffee, seemingly having just showered. Gao Peng turned on the TV with the remote control. The screen showed people queuing in front of a shop. The reporter introduced from the side, "Today we visited a newly opened familiar shop which is already incredibly popular. This shop comes from the Nantian group in Washa's Southern Sky region. As you can see, even before 8 a.m., a long queue has already formed outside the door." The news agency recorded the scene of 2 familiars fighting. The female reporter continued to introduce, "In the exhibition area in front of the entrance, you can see the battle scene of the hexagonal terror wolf. This is their promotional product. Through its battle with the ice tyrant bear, you can witness the excellent abilities of the hexagonal terror wolf. Next, we will go meet a customer. Let's hear his opinion." The reporter handed the microphone to 2 male customers there. The man in the coat said with a satisfied expression, "The hexagonal terror wolf is truly magnificent. I specifically came here this time to buy it and cultivate it as my main familiar." The man in the beanie next to him also agreed. Exactly. I heard that a few days ago, a member of a prominent family bought 20 of them at once to form a new guard. so I also came to see if there was anything special, and as it turns out the hexagonal terror wolf is truly amazing. Hearing the customer's good reviews, Gao Peng smiled with satisfaction. It seems those Russian guys were deeply impressed by this unique familiar. In that case, the northern bear region seems quite stable, the rest will be handled by Huang Nan, and I can move on to the next stage. Gao Peng turned to the little lion lying on the sofa and said, "There's a king grade or higher monster in the Black Bone world, specifically whether it's emperor grade or lord grade I don't know yet, and I can't go there for now." The little lion asked, "Monster? What kind of monster?" Gao Peng replied, "I don't know. There's no video footage. I heard it's a huge black snake," the little lion said casually. "What's so scary about that? That monster is at most peak emperor grade, definitely not king grade," Gao Peng confirmed again. "Are you really that sure?" The little lion scoffed disdainfully and said firmly, "Foolish human, how dare a king-grade monster sleep with its eyes closed next to another king-grade monster? Does it have a death wish?" Seeing the lion's arrogant demeanor, Gao Peng was speechless and could only give a wry smile. The phone on the table rang and someone called. When Gao Peng answered, his maternal grandfather's image appeared on the large screen. He talked with his maternal grandfather. The little lion, feeling ignored, said angrily, "How dare you ignore me? I'm an unpredictable being. My emotions are beyond control now," his maternal grandfather said with a tense expression. "There's another problem in Chang'an. A monster from Terama has invaded." A desert at the edge of a forest appeared on the large screen. His maternal grandfather said that according to the latest news, the Terama Desert is gradually approaching Chang'an Base City. At the current speed, it is estimated that in about 10 years the desert could move into Chang'an Base City and engulf the entire Chang'an. Gao Peng once again felt frustrated and sighed. Chang'an really suffers many calamities. He asked himself, somewhat puzzled, but can a desert be activated? If such a vast desert really turns into a monster, it would be a huge headache. His maternal grandfather immediately laid out his plan. "So tomorrow I will go to Chang'an to observe the situation firsthand. You return to Yuzhou and guard the home well." Gao Peng then suggested that he would also accompany his maternal grandfather. He picked up the little lion and said with a smile, "Now I have an ice-type familiar which happens to be perfect for subduing a desert-type monster. It's right up my alley." His maternal grandfather smiled and agreed. "All right, take it with you," he added. "This situation is really strange. Tarim originally lay southwest of the western regions, but now it has moved northwest of Chang'an. Judging by this speed, it's highly likely that it intended to approach Chang'an from the beginning of the catastrophe." Gao Peng frowned, seemingly deep in thought. He speculated that there must be something in Chang'an that was attracting it. The next day, Gao Peng immediately set off. He rode on the white dragon's back and flew to the outskirts of Chang'an Base City. Gao Peng's expression was a little surprised. Looking down at the desert from above, it wasn't activated, and no attributes were visible. The Terama Desert hadn't mutated into a monster. Instead, it was not moving but engulfing. Terama was constantly devouring the surrounding land, strengthening itself. His maternal grandfather immediately signaled White Dragon. The White Dragon immediately used its power to attack beneath the desert, sending dust flying. Gao Peng said, confused, "It's really strange. The Tarim Desert is so vast, yet no monsters are visible. Even in more desolate places, life would emerge. It's truly odd." Suddenly, Chu Chai seemed to sense something, flew into the air, leapt down, and shouted, "Treasure!" Gao Peng quickly grabbed Chu Chai's leg and shouted, "Be careful, it's high up here." Daisy looked on with a cautious gaze, saying, "This is super excited, super excited." The White Dragon's eyes were also full of vigilance. Gao Peng looked at it and asked, "White Dragon, did you find anything?" The White Dragon immediately emitted a white energy and attacked the ground. Then it said with sharp eyes, "Found it. A few white whiskers are wriggling up from under the sand." Gao Peng looked down and asked Chu Chai, who was standing beside him, "Are these the things that are attracting you?" Chu Chai firmly replied, No, they're further down." Gao Peng suggested, "Grandpa, let me try next." Chi Hengdong stood on the White Dragon's head with his arms crossed and instructed, "Everyone be careful." He immediately took several familiars and leaped from the White Dragon's back, landing successfully. The Ice Lion raised its hand and used its ability, and a large chunk of ice immediately formed in front of them. Gao Peng commanded, "Shaowang, break this ice chunk." Shaowang heard him and immediately rushed forward, smashing the large ice chunk with one punch. Breaking it and seeing what was before him, Gao Peng was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. In front of him was a brain many tens of times larger than normal, with one large eye seemingly trying to escape. The system displayed information: monster name, growth brain, monster grade, level 51, king grade, monster quality, perfect quality, monster attribute, psychic type, monster abilities, psychic power level 5, transcendental brain level 3, psychic space level G3, monster characteristic, palace of thought. The limits of thought can change the world using psychic power. It has lost its body and only its brain remains. However, simultaneously losing its body has granted it more abilities. Effect 1. Active effect. A soul with powerful thought ability can forcibly occupy a dead body to gain mobility. Effect 1. Transcendental activation ability allows forcibly occupied dead bodies to gradually mutate into alien forms, creating various transcendental attributes. Previous forcible occupation target: Terama Desert Control 60. Monster brief introduction: a peculiar monster that has no body and only thought. It can forcibly occupy matter and convert it into its own body. It has an extreme craving for the brains of intelligent creatures. This can help them grow rapidly. Gao Peng looked at it and thought to himself, so you were the one secretly plotting evil. No matter how you look at it, this is too terrifying. As soon as the strangers saw them, they tried to hide in the sand and escape. Gao Peng shouted, trying to escape, Xiaowang, catch that guy. Xiaowang replied, yes. Xiaowang rushed towards the growth brain. Hey, where are you going? It formed several tentacles and attacked Xiaowang. Xiaowang smashed the sand tentacles, rushing towards it with its fists, and immediately faced the growth brain's strangely mutated eye. The waves emanating from the gigantic brain directly struck Xiaowang. Seeing the empty surroundings, Xiaowang asked blankly, where am I? Where are Monster Dad and Baldi? A shadow approached from afar and called him with a familiar voice, Xiaowang. Gao Peng, with 2 demon horns on his head and vacant eyes, smiled. You go, I don't need you anymore. I can't afford to raise you anymore. Every time you catch a fish it costs me 500 yuan, you're a money-making demon. I fundamentally can't afford to raise a diligent duck like you. Xiaowang heard this and scratched his head, puzzled. Is 500 yuan per fish too expensive? Besides, I tricked Gao Peng by bringing monsters instead of fish. Gao Peng suffered a huge loss. So Gao Peng couldn't afford to raise him anymore. Gao Peng also covered his head, frowning, and let out a HMPH. His eyes burned with small flames. Gao Peng immediately regained his composure and felt that what had just happened was a psychic shock or intrusion. Fortunately, Aid's soul flame power largely immunized him from its effects. He turned his head and looked at the other familiars, puzzled. HMPH, what are you doing? The little lion laughed gleefully. Hee. Watching a play. They hadn't yet recovered from the psychic ability. Xiaowang on this side was gesturing frantically, awkwardly negotiating. I can afford it, can't you cut 50 yuan? Chu Chai was already half buried in the ground digging. Treasure, it's all mine, Daisy dazed promised. Gao Peng, I won't steal your food again. Next time I won't spit in your cup, don't hit me. The ice lion raised its claws, condensing power, and suggested, and shall I catch this brain monster and restore them to normal? Gao Peng pressed it down and said, wait. He had already chuckled with anger after hearing his familiar's confessions. Haha, don't rush. I'd rather see what other ridiculous things these guys will do. The little lion was speechless, and after a while, Qi Hangdong leapt down with his hands in his pockets. Seeing the gigantic brain trapped between several ice pillars shedding large tears, he said, caught it, Gao Peng replied from behind him. Yes, no problem, Qi Hangdong lamented. This is truly an unprecedented object. It looks like a spiky bald watermelon, yet it doesn't lose moisture even when exposed to air. Interesting. Gao Peng smiled and introduced this as a psychic monster called the Growth Brain, which can manipulate dead matter. Tamer was being controlled by it. Grandpa, would you like to raise one? He glanced at him and said, I, an old man, lack soul power. This guy is at least king grade. If it were lord grade I might try. Gao Peng cracked his knuckles and smiled. Then I'll step in. It's rare to encounter a psychic monster and its grade isn't low. He looked at the swaying growth brain hanging before him. Daisy from behind him said, brain flower, delicious, I want to eat it. A small soul-like child flew over and said, brother, save me, please save me. Gao Peng looked over there. The child's voice seemed to want to communicate with him. He asked, tell me why you wanted to come to Chang'an. This time a female soul appeared. Oh, so cold. If I tell you, will you let me go? Gao Peng said indifferently, that depends on your attitude. Next, a male figure appeared. Hello, I am Wang Zhang. I am a Chang'an resident. I am a desert crossing enthusiast. 5 years ago when the catastrophe struck, I was crossing the Tarama Desert. After the catastrophe, a huge sandstorm swept through the desert, and I tried my best but eventually died in that sandstorm. He knelt in the sand, clutching his head in pain. In 7 days, my daughter will have her 3rd birthday. I want to see my daughter and sing her a birthday song. I just thought of that. To see my daughter. Xiaowang wiped away tears with a handkerchief and sighed. Poor thing, Gao Peng asked indifferently. So this is why you wanted to bring Tarim to Chang'an? He explained. My body has already merged with the sand and cannot leave the desert. I just really wanted to visit. Gao Peng smiled and understood. And eat a few people along the way, right? All right, are you surrendering or not? If you agree to become my familiar, you can live today. If not, my familiars have been hungry for a long time. Daisy stood cooperatively at his side, drooling, and transformed into a female form again. It's not impossible for me to surrender to you, but what can I gain from you? Xiaowang leapt up and punched the growth brain, scolding it. You can gain the love of our uncle Xiaowang, so how dare you speak to our boss like that? The boss is recruiting you because he values you. How dare you make demands? The growth brain cried, feeling wronged, and then surrendered. HMPH, I surrender. Blue flames surged, and Gao Peng opened his eyes to find himself in a subconscious space. He was surrounded by fragments of memories of all things. He speculated that this must be the growth brain's innate ability. The ability to read memories within other living creatures' brains after devouring them. Pointing his hand at the light, Gao Peng frowned. The light here was too reflective, dazzling his eyes slightly. He thought that although the memories in the growth brain's consciousness space were not few, most of them were memories of unintelligent, low-grade creatures. The 7 human memories were almost all from the early days of the catastrophe. The growth brain was still shedding tears, looking very wronged. This eyeball was the growth brain's visual organ and also its feeding channel. Here, memory fragments were released which could temporarily increase the growth brain's psychic power. Gao Peng speculated cautiously, So memory is also a kind of substance. Although it is intangible and shapeless, it can indeed exist in other forms. In special circumstances, memories can also shatter and become fuel for a psychic explosion. Very interesting, he commanded. You will retract your forced occupation of the Tarama Desert. If the growth brain loses control, the Tarama Desert will still be a flowing desert, but it will no longer consciously move towards Chang'an Bay's city. Xiaowang picked up Chu Chai with one hand and brought it to Gao Peng, asking, Monster Dad, its mouse won't die, will it? He replied, no. Suddenly, Chu Chai, who had been unconscious in Xiaowang's hand, woke up and sniffed its nose. It struggled, continuously shouting, treasure, treasure, I smell it. I smell treasure. Gao Peng turned his head and asked Daisy, are there other monsters below? Daisy replied, I have a few parasitic creatures. Suddenly, a mound of earth rose and a plant root emerged from the soil with something on it. The system displayed information. Monster name. Desert Fairy Tree, Monster Grade, Level 21 Leader Grade, Monster Quality, Common Quality, Monster Attribute, Wood Type Monster. Brief Introduction. A monster that parasitizes near the growth brain. When the growth brain stays in one place for a long time, the surrounding environment becomes polluted and special monsters are born. Gao Peng looked at it and sighed, oh dear, this Desert Fairy Tree is another parasitic creature. The Desert Fairy Tree, a desert armor beetle, parasitizes, tightly connected to it, which is truly interesting. Xiaowang waved its hand, calling him over. Monster Dad, look at this. Gao Peng was puzzled. Why? Xiaowang pointed to Chu Chai, who was already half buried in the ground digging something. The mouse had already burrowed into the large hole it had dug earlier. Gao Peng looked at it and exclaimed in surprise, huh? As Chu Chai strenuously pulled something white out of the ground, he asked curiously, did you find something good? Xiaowang, quickly go help. After a while, Xiaowang also pulled a white stone tablet with strange red stripes out of the sand. Gao Peng stood before it and observed. He recalled finding a white jade skull in the Dali Desert before. The two materials were identical, and complex patterns were carved on them. Faint red spots could be seen on the broken jade fragments. He was a little speechless to see Chu Chai clutching the stone tablet, unwilling to let go. Shi Hangdong approached him and said with a smile, seeing this little mouse's behavior, it can't be said not to be a treasure. We haven't come in vain, he continued. All right, the matter here is finished. After a while, our grandfather and grandson will make a detour to Hanzong. He turned and looked at him in surprise. Hanzong 3 days later. Hanzong Bay City outskirts sky. The white dragon was flying in the air with Qi Hangdong and Gao Peng on its back. Qi Hangdong told him stories. King Han Lu Bang used Hanzong as his base and appointed Han Xin as his general to contend for the Central Plains. During the confrontation between Shu Han and Wei, Huang Zhang beheaded Shaho Yuan at Dingjun Mountain in Hanzong. Liu Bei ascended to the throne as king of Hanzong, and Zhuge Liang was stationed in Hanzong, eventually buried at the foot of Dingjun Mountain. Has this dragon's rising place mutated into something alien? He stood with his arms crossed and his back straight, facing the wind, saying, previously, rumors said that sounds of killing could be heard from Dingjun Mountain, and some people even saw military camps densely packed and flags fluttering on Dingjun Mountain. At that time, a Lord-grade Beastmaster from Hanzong Bay City went to investigate and later announced to the public that nothing was found. Gao Peng was not as calm as him. If he didn't sit down and firmly grasp the white dragon's fur, he would have been blown away. He asked his maternal grandfather, puzzled, Grandpa, seeing you tell me this, the situation isn't really like that, is it? Qi Hangdong looked into the distance and replied, those were just public statements. In fact, that Beastmaster found a flag on Dingjun Mountain. Gao Peng immediately speculated, a flag spirit. From the spring and autumn period to the Ming and Qing dynasties, many flags could appear on Dingjun Mountain. He pointed below, cutting him off. Don't think anymore. You'll find it soon. Gao Peng could only obediently reply, yes, this was a mountainous basin. And looking down from above, several large military tents were visible. As Gao Peng landed, the sounds that reached his ears were hard to describe in one word. Kill, kill, he asked, puzzled. Why are there sounds of fighting on the mountaintop again? There was no one when I looked down earlier? And a very clear voice was heard. King Han treated me generously, took me in and clothed me, so I must devote my life to his cause. How can I covet private gain and betray my trust? I will surely sweep away all under heaven for King Han. A true man should be like this. Huang Hansheng is here. The son of Shaho received a single saber from this old man. This old servant will certainly not fail the late king's trust, pacify the Han Imperial Ancestral Temple, and dedicate my body with loyalty. Gao Peng was speechless. Grandpa, this matter. Qi Hangdong cleared his throat and said, let's go. The two passed dozens of leaf-covered steps, and in the distance a gigantic monster lay in the center with a white flag fluttering beside it. Gao Peng saw it, and the system displayed information. Monster name, Imperial Army Commander, Monster Grade, Level 46 Lord Grade, Monster Quality, Elite Quality, Monster Attribute, Gold Type, Monster Abilities, Killing Intent, Saber Level 3, War Aura Level 2, Monster. Brief Introduction. The Imperial Army Commander Baisongyi was condensed from the Millennium Killing Intent of Dingjun Mountain, the momentum of soldiers and the principles of tactical planning. Due to a short condensation period, its final quality decreased. It is a natural saber, enjoys listening to military songs and dislikes watching war movies. How to upgrade to perfect quality. 1. Killing Intent Warrior. 2. Iron-Blooded Slayer. Gao Peng exclaimed, it likes listening to military songs but dislikes watching war movies. Indeed, information continued to appear on the system. Monster name, Amphibious Terror Alligator, Monster Grade 45. Monster Quality, Common Quality, Monster Attribute, Earth Type, Water Type. Monster Abilities, Shell Hardening Level 2, Bite Enhancement Level 2, Monster brief introduction. The amphibious terror alligator has awakened its ancestral bloodline. Its bite force is extremely fearsome, its defense is very strong, and it possesses a certain level of aggressiveness. It enjoys eating fish and dislikes being disturbed by others. A hearty laugh came from behind. Haha, no wonder the weather is good today. Esteemed guests have arrived. Shi Hangdang smiled and replied, you live a relaxed life, so young yet you're like an old man. Lu Wang raised his hand laughing, can't be helped. Government officials are such a nuisance. Shi Hangdang immediately introduced him. This is Lu Wang. Gao Peng, you can call him Uncle Lu. The resources you needed last time, we found them thanks to Uncle Lu. Gao Peng bowed very politely and greeted him. Hello Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu, thank you for your hard work. Lu Wang carried a glass box laughing heartily. Haha, you're welcome. He set the box down. Inside there was an orange stone. I found this when I was capturing the Imperial Army commander. I don't know what it is either. I happen to remember when I heard you were collecting these resources. Gao Peng smiled and accepted it. Thank you, Uncle Lu. If there's ever anything Uncle Lu needs from me, Gao Peng, I won't hesitate. Lu Wang waved his hand and said, that's not a problem. Let's eat first. Hearing that Mr. Qi and you were coming soon, I specifically went to Kinling Mountain 2 days ago to catch a Lord-grade monster, the flame thrush. Let's have a grand meal together. Gao Peng handed the glass bottle to Daisy. Daisy, please pack this carefully. Don't lose it. Daisy received it but didn't quite understand. He explained. This is a resource to be used for your evolution, Daisy said. I'm just a little centipede, what's inconvenient about carrying it? Wait a moment, it glanced at Sha Wang behind it. Then Daisy held up the glass box in front of Sha Wang. Sha Wang, I'll give you 3,000 yuan. Help me take this box and its contents home. Sha Wang snorted coldly. HMPH, if you want to go yourself. Trying to get old man Sha Wang to move for this paltry sum. Old man Duck finds that hilarious. Daisy continued to persuade. If it succeeds, I'll give you another 7,000 yuan. And 10 salted fish. Sha Wang was immediately persuaded and accepted the glass box. Deal successful. Now that's what I call sincerity. HMPH, such trickery. Daisy achieved its goal and laughed cunningly. Hee hee. Gao Peng watched them silently. Sha Wang secretly did its own calculations. This Daisy is favored by Gao Peng. It has a huge hidden stash of money. If it doesn't like something, it can go off and make countless deals on its own. If we can cooperate for a long time, I'll earn more money than selling fish. Lu Wang led the two inside, having been cutting for a while. He now lifted a dull knife. Oh dear, the blade is bent again. Shi Hangdang stood by, arms crossed, laughing with amusement. Ha ha ha, we said we came to eat the flame thrush, but it seems we couldn't even prepare the ingredients. Lu Wang complained. Mr. Qi, don't be sarcastic. The flame thrush is a top-tier Lord-grade monster no matter what, and it's not easy even after it's dead. Come quickly and help me a bit. Gao Peng saw this and said, Uncle Lu, leave this troublesome thrush to me. Lu Wang was slightly surprised but nodded in agreement. At the same time he encouraged. Ha, good, young people should practice more. Gao Peng picked up Daisy's large claw and said, Daisy, try to break this claw. Daisy immediately chewed and broke it as commanded. Gao Peng pulled out a knife and with a few swift cuts the meat was instantly minced. Sha Wang and Asuan took a few pieces of the meat he had cut and skewered them. After finishing, Gao Peng pointed and said, Uncle Lu, look. Lu Wang's eyes crinkled in a smile as he praised. Not bad, not bad. Such an excellent young man, he silently marveled. No matter how sharp the flame thrush's talons are, it would take immense strength to cut through its tough feathers so easily. This kid is not ordinary. The door suddenly opened and several more people entered. Lu Wang looked at them in surprise. Who are you? A girl with a side-parted haircut said with a worried expression. Senior Lu Wang, we are from Hanzhong Base City. Hearing this, Lu Wang gestured to Qi Hangdang and said, Mr. Qi, Mr. Gao, you two eat first. I'll be back in a moment. He followed the newcomers outside and asked, What's wrong? The girl with her hair tied back reported anxiously. Mr. Lu, an unknown epidemic has been spreading throughout the entire city. The entire city has been sealed off. He waved his hand suspiciously. If there's an epidemic, you should find researchers. Why come to me? Can I cure an epidemic? I know how to kill monsters but not how to heal. I'm not a doctor. She looked at Lu Wang with determination. Now the epidemic is so severe that all infected monsters have become extremely ferocious. You are the only highest-grade Beastmaster in Hanzhong City. Only you can calm this situation now. Lu Wang scratched his head, looking troubled. Oh dear. Just then, Qi Hangdang came out and asked, What's wrong? Lu Wang turned his head and explained, Mr. Qi. Oh dear, you know, both of my familiars were ones I just picked up. It's really hard to truly call myself the highest-grade Beastmaster. Something big has happened in Hanzhong and I can't just stand by, but with my strength, Gao Peng suggested. Grandpa, let's go take a look. At Hanzhong City Hospital, a doctor was turning on a computer and recording information. This person was Zhu Hanling. Mr. Lu, Mr. Qi, Mr. Gao, please look. These three were patients infected with the plague 1 month ago, 2 weeks ago, and 3 days ago respectively, he introduced. This is a patient infected 3 days ago. This virus is unlike any we've encountered before. The male patient on the screen had a very vacant and soulless expression, and there were red bloodstains around his mouth. The system displayed information. Patient name, Zhu Yuanwen, age 21, infection time, 76 hours, symptoms, fever, coma, loss of appetite, an extremely strong reaction to fresh blood, partial enhancement of physical functions, hair loss and transmissibility. Blood circulation speed in the body is fast and the patient does not currently show aggressive tendencies, but his mind is quite confused, making communication difficult. Gao Peng read the information and speculated, it seems a bit similar to that thing from classic movies. The screen changed again. This is a patient infected 2 weeks ago. This patient is already tied to the bed. His mouth is wide open, as if he's screaming loudly and frighteningly. This person has no hair whatsoever, and veins protrude all over his face. Information continued to appear on the system. Patient name: Chen Weizong, age 32, infection time 361 hours, symptoms: hair loss, skin wrinkling, tooth loss, severe dehydration, and an extremely strong thirst for fresh blood. Blood circulation speed in the body is very fast, and at this stage the patient must not sustain external injuries, as it could lead to excessive bleeding. Zhu Hanling seemed quite frightened and kept moving the mouse to flip through the pictures. Next is this patient. One patient was crawling on the ground and several white thorn-like growths were protruding from his back. The system displayed information. Patient name: Him Sung Myung, age 18, infection time 726 hours, symptoms: hair loss, loss of visual organs, but the abilities of other organs faintly appear, slow movements, strength enhanced to about twice that of an adult male. Simultaneously, an extremely strong thirst for fresh blood is observed, faintly indicating complete infection with no transmissibility. Gao Peng asked in surprise. No transmissibility, he replied. Yes, this patient has been tested and confirmed to have no transmissibility. He raised his hand and said, I'll go see this patient. Zhu Hanling led him through several corridors and pointed to a row of rooms, introducing them. This is a specially modified ward area, capable of withstanding attacks from even top-tier leader-grade monsters for an hour. Mr. Gao, please rest assured. The two looked into the ward through the glass window. He said, the patient is inside. A black shadow was seen huddled in a corner. Suddenly that person lunged forward. Its jet black eyes were unlike human eyes and its mouth was full of sharp teeth. The system displayed information. Monster name: Green Blight Worm Infectee, Monster Grade 3, Monster Quality, Common Quality, Monster Attribute, Poison Type, Monster Weakness, Fire Type, Monster. Brief introduction. It is an offspring separated from the Green Blight mother worm with the ability to separate infected targets. Targets infested by the green blight worm slowly mutate into hosts for the green blight worm and simultaneously offspring separate within the host body. The green blight worm offspring possess extremely powerful growth capabilities, and at the same time, due to their small size, they have extremely strong stealth abilities, but they fear high temperatures. That person continuously hammered on the door. Gao Peng calmly stood in front of it and said, indeed no longer human. He thought, to be like this in a larval state, that means that he placed his hand on his forehead and silently spoke to the growth brain. Wooden barrel, scan this hospital. The wooden barrel was being carried by Shaoyan, flying high in the sky outside. It replied, understood. The next moment he opened his eyes wide in surprise. The scene before his eyes seemed unimpeded. Everyone appeared white, but whether sick patients or doctors standing nearby, all were infected with tiny black granules. This is, Zhu Hanling asked curiously when he suddenly fell silent. What's wrong, Mr. Gao? Your expression is very strange. Gao Peng collected himself, waved his hand and gave a wry smile. Haha, I apologize. That patient earlier was a bit frightening. He could only agree. Haha, it's all right, Mr. Gao. Have you made any other discoveries? He scratched his head, looking troubled. Temporarily there are no clues. I'll have to go back and ask Uncle Lu if he has any ideas. Gao Peng turned around, so he didn't see the doctor's sinister expression. He walked quickly, silently speaking to the wooden barrel. It asked, shall I kill these guys? Gao Peng stopped it. Wait. Scan the entire city. No need to send me images, just describe the situation directly. The wooden barrel reported after a moment, it hasn't spread throughout Hanzhong City yet, but some roads and walls in Hanzhong City and the clothes of passers-by are all parasitized by those larvae. His face darkened with worry. Although these larvae can be eliminated, if the source isn't completely eradicated, eliminating the larvae won't fundamentally solve the problem. Walking quickly through the corridor, he sighed. Oh dear, this is truly troublesome. The girl with the side-parted haircut, seeing his hurried movements, asked curiously, Mr. Gao, did you discover something? Gao Peng requested. Please take me to where the epidemic first broke out. The girl immediately complied. The two arrived in front of an abandoned hospital with a cordon still in place ahead. Entry forbidden. The girl with her hair tied back said, the first patient case we discovered was right here at Nanchang Orthopedic Hospital, she explained. The inside has already been sealed off. When the reaction occurred, over 90 of the people inside the orthopedic hospital were infected, including many doctors. Gao Peng heard this and frowned, thinking to himself, another hospital. He said to the little lion on his shoulder, what do you think of this situation? The little lion compared it. It's like a parasite. Usually, even if you kill the large worm, the small worms don't completely die. Gao Peng agreed. That's what I think too. The difficult problem now is how to find the source. He turned his head and asked, if the virus broke out so severely from the beginning, you must have secured CCTV footage, right? Have you discovered anything? The girl, Jin Chu, heard him. A man suddenly approached and said, we really did discover something, but without clear evidence we can't confirm it. The two were startled and turned their heads to look. He approached and extended his hand, introducing himself. I am Li Meng from the Hanzhong City Criminal Investigation Division. Gao Peng shook his hand and greeted him. Hello, Li Ming said helplessly. In fact, we've suspected a culprit for a long time, but we've never had enough power to directly apprehend him. He handed a document to Gao Peng. The difficult part is that we're not sure if the virus will completely disappear after we apprehend him. Now that young Master Gao has arrived, we entrust everything to you. Gao Peng leafed through the stack of documents in his hand, surprised. It turned out to be that person. In the evening at a house, an old man coughed a few times outside the door. Cough, cough. He entered the house, took off his coat, and moved aside a painting hanging on the wall behind it. A password entry panel appeared. He entered a few characters, and immediately a door opened, revealing stairs leading downwards. He flipped a switch on the wall and smiled at the sight before him. Ha ha! Then, seeing the gigantic green worm in the liquid container, he laughed even more maniacally. Ha ha ha! This is mine, this is my power. All those who mocked me, who despised me, I can kill them anytime. Once my worms fill Hanzhong City, I'll be able to control the entire city. He stroked his chin, thinking seriously. Perhaps I could pretend to have found a cure for the epidemic. That way I could quickly gain status. No, that would make me easily vulnerable. There's no end to clever people in this world. Zhu Hanling laughed sinisterly, his face contorted and ugly. HMPH, then I'll just kill a few more people to vent my frustration anyway. With the epidemic rampant, a few deaths from the plague are common. A voice suddenly came from outside, startling him. Finally found you. Seeing footsteps descending, Zhu Hanling's face filled with terror and he tried to escape. He thought that turning back now would be a dead end and that being next to his familiar was the safest place. Suddenly he felt something strange. Why is it getting colder and colder? The little lion nonchalantly raised its hand. How dull. This job is too easy. Gao Peng descended. He stood beside the block of ice where Zhu Hanling was frozen with the same surprised expression the little lion had left him with. With his hands in his pockets, he said disdainfully. This Zhu Hanling thought he had hidden himself well enough, but in fact his identity had been under suspicion for a long time. It was simply to avoid an uncontrollable situation that he wasn't directly apprehended. One should not underestimate the formidable power the government can unleash when it gets serious. Looking at the liquid container with the green worm next to him, he wondered, is this his reliance? He exclaimed. Leader-grade monster, not even Lord-grade yet, capable of causing such a widespread epidemic. The system displayed information. Monster name, Green Blight Mother Worm, Monster Grade 40, Monster Quality, Perfect Quality, Monster Attribute, Poison Type, Monster Abilities, Reproduction Enhancement Level 2, Epidemic Enhancement Level 1, Monster Characteristic, Mother Worm Venom. The mutated venom is extremely reproductive and can bestow abilities upon its offspring. Effect 1, Passive Effect. Enhancement of offspring's stealth ability including scent and form stealth range. Effect 2, Passive Effect. Offspring can reproduce on their own. After successful infestation, the offspring can continuously reproduce on their own. Monster Brief Introduction. A type of parasitic insect born from combining with a virus after the cataclysm, especially evolved fusion. Its own combat power is not strong, but it can reproduce offspring with combat abilities. Suddenly it opened its mouth in threat, spewing countless small worms that surrounded Gao Peng. He curled the corner of his mouth, sneered, "Ah," and called out, "Wooden barrel." The wooden barrel immediately fired sound waves. The sound waves gradually spread further. The black worms immediately fell to the ground in droves. The large worm was severely injured by the recoil and collapsed. It exuded a blue liquid like blood. Gao Peng felt a bit disappointed. HMPH, it got so disoriented from just one psychic shock attack from Wooden Barrel. He then instructed Wooden Barrel to use a stronger technique. Wooden Barrel mumbled awkwardly, "But that was my strongest technique." Gao Peng looked at Wooden Barrel with a doubtful and contemptuous gaze. "It's a disgrace to a king grade that your strongest technique can't even kill a lord grade monster," the little lion suggested. "Should I step in then?" But Gao Peng stopped it, saying, "Don't rush yet." Since the situation was already under control, it was perfect for training Wooden Barrel. He instructed Wooden Barrel to continuously stack psychic suggestions and then detonate them all at once according to his command. Wooden Barrel followed his instructions. Gao Peng raised his hand and shouted towards the large worm, "Ha!" The worm immediately spewed blood. Wooden Barrel joyfully exclaimed, "It worked." He waved his hand and instructed, "It's done. I'll go up first. Little lion, freeze this worm's corpse. It'll make it easier to report the results when we get back." The little lion raised its paw, bargaining for 2 boxes of ice fruits, and Gao Peng replied without looking back, "All right, you go up first, big bro." Without a guide, the growth brain might starve or die of thirst in the desert, relying on its small prey. Its abilities still need to be developed and trained to truly unleash their power. Gao Peng immediately had a good idea. Perhaps it could be used for brainwashing other monsters. If I can brainwash them from a young age, even without a bloodline contract, I could have an army of monsters. Next, he had to make the growth brain deal with all the larvae remaining in Hanzhong City. However, before that he told it to put on some clothes. Wooden Barrel was extremely happy and exclaimed, "Wow!" It followed him, whispering, "Pretty clothes, pretty clothes." Gao Peng took the lead and instructed, "Kill them all. Don't leave a single larva." He stroked Daisy's head. "Since I've given such great help to Hanzhong Bay City this time, the government's reward will certainly not be small. My maternal grandfather will also get a satisfactory outcome for both sides and I won't need to get blindly involved. It's finally over. I've been out for so long this time, so I should go home." In the Ruhan district of San Telmo City, a gigantic dragon flew through the air, breathing fire downwards and engulfing the entire city in flames. On the black dragon's head stood a person clad in a black cloak. Only the strong can set the rules of this world. Wearing a mask to conceal his face, he raised his fist high. From today, San Telmo City declares independence. We belong to the World Alliance government, but no one can interfere with the appointment and dismissal of all positions within San Telmo City, in the Namai district of Turu City. Atop a large pyramid, a golden coffin suddenly appeared in the air, emitting light. People murmured and pointed. Everyone, look, there's a strange coffin flying in the sky. Others lamented. This world is getting stranger and stranger. I even heard that living statues appeared in other districts. Suddenly, a hand wrapped in white bandages sprang from the coffin, and a mummy rose, proudly declaring, "From today, Turu City declares independence. It belongs solely to the World Alliance government. However, all internal affairs of Turu City shall be appointed and dismissed internally." In the Gaiko district of Ueda City, people were living as usual, and a man was wearing a black eye patch. Behind him were full-blown cherry blossoms and a familiar. He announced, "Brother Wa, it is God's command. From today, God will take over everything in Ueda City." Elsewhere, several black-clad figures were sitting around a round table. One person said, "We've already completed the Yangtze project, so why is the Washa region showing no movement?" The person referred to as the Washa region sneered coldly. "Do you think we're playing on the same difficulty? Next to me is Yujo. Do you remember whose home base Yujo is?" The others said contemptuously. "It's just one king-grade familiar. People from the Washa region are so cowardly." The mysterious man from the Washa region pointed and said, "Easier said than done. Just one king-grade familiar, you say? Then you go fight him. Besides, who said it was just one? The latest news is that old man now owns 2 king-grade familiars." Another person was startled to hear that. "What, 2? The person next to him also asked again, "Is that accurate information?" One person cleared his throat and changed the subject. "Ahem, our team gathered with a common goal and now we're about to achieve it. Frankly, it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 pieces are missing." He raised his hand and smiled. "The important thing is the next move." In Chi Hangdong's building, he was looking up at the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. A storm was approaching. It had only been quiet for a few days and now turmoil was about to begin again. Gao Peng heard this from behind and calmly said, "It's not that strange, is it? Before facing life-threatening calamities, everyone tried to cooperate. And now it's getting easier day by day," he lamented. "But it's interesting. All other major regions are in turmoil, but only our Washa region is relatively quiet." Chi Hangdong looked at him and explained, "It's because they suspect our attitude. Beastmasters are a reformed new profession, reshaping all power dynamics. It doesn't matter what your status or position was before the calamity." He then looked outside. "If you have the courage and guts to fight and just a bit of luck, you can certainly become strong. These people have to protect a city and sometimes face Lord-grade monsters or monster tsunamis. All come with risks." He frowned displeased. "Ly. Even with such risks, they have to be monitored by the local government, and they don't gain as much as expected. Naturally, after a long time, they'll start having other ideas." Gao Peng put his hands in his pockets and stepped forward. "Even if these people themselves don't have a plan, the people next to them will certainly suggest methods to them. Even if they don yellow robes and rage like historical figures, it's all inevitable." Chi Hangdong immediately cursed. "It's rebellion. Right now, they're nothing more than a skin disease. If we go back to ancient times, they're just petty feudal lords who rebelled or soldiers who lost command. Once the imperial court gathers a large army, quelling them is only a matter of time." Gao Peng nodded in agreement. "That's right. In fact, what the court truly fears are those great feudal lords." He then offered his opinion. "For example, someone like maternal grandfather who has 2 king-grade familiars." Chi Hangdong sighed. 2 king-grade familiars? Sigh. Seeing the white dragon carrying a large round white fish on its back, Gao Peng smiled and praised. "Xiao Bai is truly amazing. It just stayed quietly at home. Such a huge wife, came all the way by herself and even brought a chubby offspring." Chi Hangdong felt a bit troubled. "A chubby offspring, truly too chubby," he continued. "In other words, those rebels are nothing more than scattered organizations. Ultimately, looking at their behavior, they don't seem to have discipline. Some challenge the 12 elders while others directly kill them." Chi Hangdong folded his arms and said contemptuously, "They're just a bunch of clowns. And the 12 elders are just a ceremonial position. They offered it to me before, but I thought the chairman would be uncomfortable. Why should I go lick someone else's boots?" Just then, Huang Nan came and knocked on the door and Gao Peng turned around. His face was serious. "Young Master Gao, Director Chi, the situation is quite serious." He came before them and reported, "Yesterday, 5 districts declared independence, and the World Alliance government urgently blacklisted these 5 districts, simultaneously imposing penalties on them, and dispatching troops and beastmasters to judge them by force. Afterward, this morning, an additional 7 districts declared independence, including Yinyang District, a densely populated area. Then, sharp mountain peaks appeared in a visual representation. Furthermore, the latest news is that Bahindwo, one of Yinyang District's 12 elders, bled on the summit of Puto Mountain. Bahindwo's familiar earthwalking yaksha was cut into 2 pieces, and blood dyed half the mountain peak red." He opened his device. "The Beastmaster who killed Bahindwo is named Hualun. He's only 22 this year, and is called the most genius Beastmaster in Yinyang District. His familiar is a king-grade familiar, the Black Dark Asura. I will send you a picture taken right now." The video reflected on the device showed a man leading, followed by a familiar with gigantic wings. Everyone around dared not approach and made way for him to pass proudly. Seeing the monster image before him, Gao Peng internally evaluated, This monster has dignity. Information appeared on the system. Monster name: Black Dark Asura. Monster grade: level 52. King grade. Monster quality: perfect quality. Monster attribute: dark type. Monster abilities: dark power level 5, strength enhancement level 3, thought enhancement level 3, super regeneration level 3. Monster characteristic: black dark comet. The condensed rationality core deep within its brain possesses special abilities. Effect 1, active effect. Activating Black Dark Comet energy comprehensively enhances Black Dark Asura's physical stats for a certain period. Monster brief introduction. The Black Dark Asura was born from darkness, calm but with a craving for combat, dislikes light-type monsters, and enjoys gazing at the stars alone at night. Gao Peng rested his chin in his hand and thought, some monster characteristics show that the highest quality this monster can achieve is epic grade. King grade perfect quality is not weak either. Looking at the Black Dark Asura's attributes, it seems to have dark-type attributes combined with close combat characteristics. A bit similar to the White Dragon, Huang Nan continued to report. Director Chi, that Huolan fellow truly dared to spout nonsense at the main hall's banquet yesterday. He claimed his familiar is the strongest and most perfect quality familiar in this world, and far surpasses Director Chi's and young Master Gao's familiars. Chi Hangdong chuckled coldly upon hearing that. Truly a frog at the bottom of a well, drinking on horseback, he dares to kick the celestial king Laozi while drunk, he flattered. Indeed, Director Chi and young Master Gao are so magnanimous that you don't argue with him. Gao Peng stepped forward and said, I don't care about fame, as long as it doesn't harm us. Besides, anyone can boast if they just have a mouth. Continue to gather information and strengthen surveillance. Huang Nan immediately corrected his posture and said, yes, young Master Gao. He then asked, and didn't you say you found a clue about the spirit calming stone earlier? What happened with that? Huang Nan opened a projection screen pointing to a gigantic bird flying in the air moving towards a large mountain. Young Master Gao, the information has been confirmed. Someone witnessed a creature at the foot of Shenu Peak transforming into a bird monster at night and recondensing into a rock form during the day. The information about the spirit calming stone seems to be accurate. Gao Peng found it very interesting and suggested. Shenu Peak, maternal grandfather said it's good to time things well. Tomorrow is the first day of the month and a good day, so let's set off for Shenu Peak. Daisy will be able to evolve quickly too. Daisy proudly told Sha Wang and the little lion next to it, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Gao Peng said it. I'm definitely evolving today. I'll be much stronger than you guys. Sha Wang and the little lion were speechless and didn't even think to retort. In the first scene, a young girl stood on the ship's railing, pointing a finger at the rock cliff. A young man wearing a straw hat was sitting there, fishing. The girl said his attitude was too arrogant. Fishing here of all places. Her older sister heard this and frowned, reprimanding, hey, don't speak carelessly. If you don't watch your mouth, you could invite trouble. The girl put her hands behind her head and pouted, HMPH, how hypocritical. Suddenly a strange phenomenon appeared on the water's surface. The water continuously rippled and churned, with bubbles ceaselessly surging up indicating something massive was in the water. The girl exclaimed in surprise, huh? A monster surged from the water, opening its mouth ferociously. The girl cried out in a flustered voice, White Chalk King, how did you provoke the White Chalk King? We paid our tribute on time this year. The monster turned its head straight towards the fishing young man. The girl shouted loudly, sis, look, a White Chalk King's target isn't me. It lunged at the fisherman. The girl raised her hand and shouted a loud warning, fisherman brother, run quickly. The White Chalk King is very dangerous, you could die. The fisherman looked up, and under that straw hat was none other than Gao Peng. He glanced at it and exclaimed, oh, the rock cliff beneath Gao Peng was actually a bang. It stood up, and at its gigantic appearance and overwhelming presence, the White Chalk King's eyes widened. The White Chalk King looked so tiny under its gaze, it thought, trembling, what is this? I just came out to sea because my territory was invaded. A bang moved slightly and approached it. Terrified, the White Chalk King tried to turn and flee. It cried out in a panic, it's bad, run quickly. Gao Peng looked at it and asked, trying to escape? A bang, catch it. A bang, following Gao Peng's instructions, raised its foot and caught the White Chalk King. This action caused the water's surface to move violently, creating huge waves. Screams were heard from the boat. The waves are too strong, quickly hold onto the boat tightly. Afterward, the White Chalk King's corpse floated on the calm water with a deeply sunken wound on its flank. The girl's eyes widened. Sis, the White Chalk King is dead, her older sister replied similarly. Yes, the scene shifted and Gao Peng stood on a bang's back looking at a map. They had passed Dunglong Peak, Shangqian Peak, and Zhaoyun Peak, and ahead was Shenu Peak. Gao Peng's attention was drawn by a rustling sound. Why does it sound like pages are turning? He turned around only to see a gigantic waterfall flowing long, and to the right was Baifeng Mountain. They say that in ancient times when Deu struggled with flood control, Joshi passed this book to Deu, teaching him the methods of flood control methods. Could another book really pop out? As soon as he finished speaking, a book flew from the center of the waterfall, and Gao Peng couldn't close his mouth. Damn it, it was real. He rested his chin in one hand and gazed at the flying book. This book is also flying towards Shenu Peak. This mountain is truly strange. A bang, your target is too big right now. After eating all the disguise fruit, let's go up. They all climbed the mountain together. Gao Peng looked up at the sky and was puzzled to see a dragon flying. A dragon, a flash scissor appeared in the sky. Resource name, Spirit Calming Stone. Resource brief introduction. Its shadow can imprint other monsters, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and the chi of the sun and moon. In areas rich in elemental spiritual power, the absorbed shadow can gradually become clearer. Gao Peng exclaimed, The spirit calming stone, indeed, it takes no effort to obtain. A bang, let's go that way. They stopped in front of a valley full of green grass. Could we have come to the unmapped valley mentioned in the book? Truly a captivating scene. In the hazy mist, a small fairy appeared. Gao Peng was puzzled. There's a woman in the valley. Is this the legendary goddess? Suddenly, Gao Peng paused. This isn't a rock, it was a rock. The fairy was a form created by an illusion. Monster name: Wuxia Goddess Stone. Monster grade: level 51 King grade. Monster attribute: rock type, mystic type. Monster quality: elite quality. Monster abilities: prayer climate level 4, hard body level 4. Monster brief introduction. The goddess stone remaining on Wuxia Shenu Peak absorbs the incense of the people's faith. Possesses the ability to control the weather. Gao Peng walked with a staff and said, "A bang, let's explore the surrounding area." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Peng paused. What? A gigantic monster appeared. Monster name: Shangqian Spirit. Monster grade: level 50 Lord grade. Monster quality: epic quality. Monster attribute: water type. Monster abilities: recovery enhancement level 3, spiritual spring vortex level 4. Monster characteristic: shadow copying sacred spring. All things have inverse shadows and the sacred spring can clearly reveal them. Effect 1, passive effect. All creatures reflected in the sacred spring can be recorded as spring spirit shadow copies, and a maximum of 3 creatures shadow copies can be recorded. Effect 2, active effect. Consumes the power of the spiritual spring to manifest 1 inverse shadow, which possesses 90 of the target creature's combat power and simultaneously has the same abilities as the target creature. Characteristic abilities of legendary quality monsters or higher cannot be copied, and a maximum of 3 inverse shadows can be generated simultaneously. Maintaining the existence of inverse shadow creatures requires consuming the power of the sacred spring. Monster brief introduction. Like the moon in a well or a flower in water, it can be real or illusory, where the real can become false and the false can become real. It is a rare creature that copies other monsters to fight. The monster looked at Gao Peng and said, "Intruder, die." Gao Peng asked himself, "Is this a fight?" Thump. 2 monsters also appeared behind Gao Peng, and he thought with a wolf in front and a tiger behind it seemed unavoidable. Monster name: Dragon Slaying Celestial Hand. Monster grade 50 Lord grade. Monster attribute: water type. Monster quality: legendary quality. Monster abilities: water element control level 4, regeneration enhancement level 3. Monster characteristic: Dragon Slaying Seal Veins. Innately follows all kinds of unimaginable energies. Effect 1, active effect. Can be used on dragon-type monsters to weaken their energy for a certain period. If the dragon-type monster's grade is lower than the dragon-slaying celestial hand, the dragon-type monster's elemental energy will be sealed. Water domain manifestation: a newly formed page within the dragon-slaying celestial hand. Effect 1, active effect. All water-type monsters within the water domain will experience varying levels of weakening in their water element control ability. The weakened targets are all subject to the control of the dragon-slaying celestial hand. The greater the disparity in strength with the dragon-slaying celestial hand, the greater the weakening effect. Monster brief introduction. A page torn from an ancient divine book. Gao Peng thought again that it was a wild legendary quality monster standing before them. Gao Peng: "This is just an illusion." Monster name: Calamity Mountain Monster Mole Shadow Small. Monster grade 50, Lord grade. Monster quality: elite quality. These 3 mole shadows were only grade 50, and moreover they were just shadows of a bang in its disguised state. There was no pressure on Gao Peng at all. He said, "Why are you blocking me? If you continue to stand in my way, I won't be lenient." The dragon-slaying celestial hand moved. Thump. An invisible barrier enveloped Gao Peng, feeling like plastic covering his skin. This must be the water domain manifestation of the dragon-slaying celestial hand, but this power was useless against him. And a bang. Swoosh. The monster attacked Gao Peng and he replied, "Alright, you attacked first." A bang attacked that guy, just leave him barely alive. When a bang appeared, it was startled, and with a thump, a bang punched it. As a bang struck the Shangqian spirit, it was deformed into a bowl shape. Gao Peng picked up the bowl and fiddled with it, thinking, "Is this the Shangqian spirit whose main body was destroyed and then went dormant?" Item: fusion possible. Seeing its state, Gao Peng thought, "Fusion possible. This is the first time I've seen that." The rock-shaped monster was escaping. Gao Peng turned his head to look at it. "Trying to escape? Where are you trying to escape to?" A bang stretched out its leg to block its escape. Light burst forth. Gao Peng covered his eyes as the light was too dazzling. Through the gaps in his fingers he saw the rock shadow transforming into a faint fairy, Calamity Goddess Cloud. A bang's eyes burned with red flames. Thump thump. Flames erupted where a bang and the rock made contact. The rock was charred black, emitting black smoke, and fell to the ground. Gao Peng looked at it and thought to himself, "The goddess stone is charred black and even emitting blue smoke. How miserable." Item: fusion possible. Gao Peng was surprised. Fusion possible again. The remaining monster also escaped. Unfortunately, Gao Peng had already spotted it. Hiding in the soil is quite creative, but a bang happens to be earth attribute. A bang thrust its leg straight down and lightning burst forth. The dragon-slaying celestial hand monster was immobilized. Gao Peng stood in front and said, "Now there's nothing to stop me from finding the spirit calming stone. Right, let's go." Wow. 2 spirit calming stones, 1 large and 1 small, and the 3 monsters that had just been hit were all captured. Gao Peng's voice echoed, "And 3 elite quality monsters as a bonus. Too much, truly too much. Wuxia was truly a good place." Gao Peng stood on a bang pointing in one direction and said, "Let's take them all." On the road next to Dagong Wuxia, a small spirit calming stone was shaking. Gao Peng sat in front talking. If the spirit calming stone problem is solved, other formulations won't be a problem at all. With a clang, watermarks appeared on the spirit calming stone. 2 small monsters glowed and circled around Gao Peng, startling him. Monster name. Orange Tree Demon. Monster grade 21. Leader grade. Monster quality elite quality. Monster attribute wood type life type. Monster brief introduction. Originally an ordinary orange tree, not rare. Over a long period it obtained monster blood and gained a spirit, finally transforming into an orange tree demon after absorbing the nutrients of the spirit calming stone. The orange tree demon knelt politely. Master, please have an orange. They're very delicious. Gao Peng thought. An orange tree demon. Could it be the same orange tree on Abang's body, the one whose fate was uncertain? What a coincidence. Wait, the spirit calming stone, could it be? Gao Peng glanced back. Damn it, fortunately the small one broke. This big one should be enough for Daisy's evolution. Gao Peng pointed at the orange tree demon and said, alright, from now on outside you'll be called the little orange tree demon under Abang's knee. You'll be Nanju and you'll be Beiji. The 2 orange tree demons replied, yes master. A young man stood below, waving and calling Gao Peng. Gao Peng, is that Gao Peng up there? It was Chen Hongjiao. Chen Hongjiao turned his head and said into the car, Uncle, this is my friend Gao Peng. I'll just say a few words to him. The person in the car replied, alright, don't delay the mission. Gao Peng asked, not bad Chen Hongjiao, have you formed your team? Chen Hongjiao replied, haha. As long as we study hard every semester, many of us can now work independently. Our teachers' efforts were worth it. You, on the other hand, are now the world's top Beastmaster. You're the most amazing among our old classmates. Usually when I mention you as my high school classmate, it brings me a lot of respect. Little Beiji handed an orange to Chen Hongjiao with both hands. Have an orange. Chen Hongjiao was puzzled. Gao Peng smiled and introduced quickly, eat it while it's warm. Chen Hongjiao replied, hee hee, long time no see, and the first thing you do is try to take my stuff. Gao Peng asked, are you on a mission right now? Chen Hongjiao peeled the orange and replied, I just received a mission. Someone saw a mutated monster pack in the falling valley of Jinbu Mountain, and they asked us to deal with it. Chen Hongjiao ate the orange and said, that monster was also a mission assigned by the Explorers Guild. I heard it's a very rare mutated monster. It's said to have extremely strong aerial attack power against humans. Chen Hongjiao waved goodbye to Gao Peng. I'm leaving, let's gather again when we have time. Gao Peng replied, come to Yuzhou, I'll treat you to a meal. Gao Peng thought seriously, isn't the Explorers Guild a guild established jointly by Grandpa and the government? Did something happen? In the laboratory of the villa by the lake, the 2 orange tree demons raised their hands holding oranges and offered them to Shu Qingqi. Have an orange, have an orange, have this orange. The 2 little ones circled around Shu Qingqi. Eat my orange, don't eat your orange, don't eat your orange. Shu Qingqi sat in the middle holding an armful of oranges. Shu Qingqi called out in a daze, boss. Gao Peng replied, these oranges are quite delicious. Have some more. Gao Peng asked Daisy, are you ready? Daisy asked Gao Peng again, ready. Gao Peng cautiously said, but once you've decided, there's no turning back. Daisy raised its pincer and said, no regrets. Gao Peng continued to inform, you're unlikely to be a pure centipede anymore. Daisy was surprised and said, Gao Peng, why are you so talkative? I can't wait anymore. Quickly give me a strong hit here, Gao Peng said with a serious expression. All right, in his hand was a syringe. Then let's go. Daisy took the broken syringe and poured it directly into its mouth. Too slow, I'll drink it all in one go. Whoosh, lightning and purple light burst forth. Gao Peng covered his hand, the power was too strong. No, I can't stay in the lab. Gao Peng moved instantly and said to Shu Qingqi, don't just stand there, go quickly. Shu Qingqi replied, yes. She panted and asked Gao Peng, boss, what happened? Thump, thump behind her. The lab exploded and dense purple lightning scattered. Shu Qingqi was terrified, her face pale, and she stammered, the lab exploded. Gao Peng smiled and said, it's all right. I was going to change labs anyway. Gao Peng thought, seeing such a strong reaction, the evolution must have been successful. Daisy swooshed through a rock. The rock hit Abang, which grumbled unhappily. Daisy, don't throw things randomly. Crackle, crackle, cracks appeared, and purple light burst straight out from the cracks. Swoosh, purple light and lightning shot straight up. Daisy has changed its light. Monsters in the water also surfaced. Dragon aura, could it have turned into a monster? Dark gold Ouroboros, monster grade 48, monster quality, legendary quality, monster attribute lightning type, monster abilities, torpedo level 4, hardened bones level 4. Monster weakness, dragon restraining monsters and items. Monster characteristic, dark dragon wings. Effect 1, passive effect. Flight speed enhanced. Each wing can store an excessive amount of lightning energy, permanently increasing the lightning energy limit within the dark gold Ouroboros' body. Each dark dragon wing can permanently increase the lightning energy limit within the dark gold Ouroboros' body by more than 10. Effect 2, passive effect. The growth potential of the dark dragon wings increases, and they can be considered as an organ system of the dark gold Ouroboros. One pair of dark dragon wings grows at a time, and the current number of dark dragon wings is 6. Psychic eye. Small psychic eye. Born deep within the dark gold Ouroboros' heart, possessing the power of spiritual insight. Effect 1. Can perceive the psychic fluctuations of other monsters. Effect 2. Can turn psychic energy into a blade, detonating it to inflict physical damage on enemies. Method to upgrade to mythical quality. 1. Dark Heaven Destruction Ouroboros Evolution Collapse. 2. Thunder Dragon Evolution Dragon Type. Gao Peng was puzzled. Small psychic eye, is it a noun, not an adjective? It can generate a psychic eye. It's really small, ha ha ha. Daisy asked Gao Peng, why do I only have 2 pairs of legs? I'm not used to it yet. Gao Peng replied, now you are no longer a simple killer, this level of change is normal. Gao Peng frowned and thought, this side is done, so there are 3 monsters left in the basement. Fusion definitely requires living materials, those 3 monsters seem to have a very good relationship. Perhaps it's for fusing all 3 of them. Ding-a-ling, the phone rang. Gao Peng saw Chen Hongjiao. Chen Hongjiao in the phone screen was covered in blood. Gao Peng, help me, I'm in the falling valley of Jinbu Mountain. Gao Peng frowned. Indeed, something happened. In the falling valley of Jinbu Mountain, Gao Peng rode on Daisy looking down from the sky, checking the positions of the people. There were survivors. Monster name, ferocious mechanical zombie swarm, monster grade 11 to 20, elite grade, monster quality, common quality, elite quality, monster attribute, spectre type, metal type, monster weakness, holy type, light type. Monster brief introduction. A monster mutated by human heavy metal pollution in modern divine society, extremely hates humans, has no sense of pain, and is not infectious. This zombie swarm looked truly terrifying, but in fact there wasn't even a leader grade monster among them. Chen Hongjiao's search team only had 7 familiar monsters. With this strength, how could they be surrounded? Gao Peng sat on Daisy and said, Daisy, let's get a little closer. From behind, a claw rushed towards Gao Peng, and he barely managed to exclaim, what? That claw seized Daisy's body. With a loud crack, purple glowing light burst forth from Daisy's lightning energy. How dare you ambush the great bringer of light, lightning, earth elemental? Gao Peng frowned. Below there were people in black cloaks and masks. Masked people, could they be those who attacked various factions? New monster, monster name, flame scale, monster grade 49, lord grade, monster quality, elite quality, monster attribute, fire type. Monster brief introduction, a revenger born in flames, full of resentment and anger, coldness and pain have unknowingly swallowed its soul, so its personality is extremely bad, likes watching Night Princess anime and dislikes ordinary endings. Eagle-shaped flying monster, monster name, psychic claw mutant, monster grade 47, lord grade, monster quality, elite quality, monster attribute, curse type, monster brief introduction. The psychic claw mutant was strangely born in the Battle of 10,000 Meow. Fused various energies to gain cursing abilities, and can weaken enemies. Likes eating rotten corpses. Monster name, radiation giant scorpion, monster quality, elite quality, monster grade 46, lord grade, monster attribute, lightning type, monster brief introduction. The radiation giant scorpion was born from a nuclear bomb attack in the Dali Desert and mutated. Likes eating highly radioactive substances. Gao Peng's thought, 4 lord grade monsters surrounding and attacking me, and their grades are not low. They really put a lot of thought into this. Monster name, Wagen symbiotic insect, monster quality, common quality, monster grade 48, lord grade, monster brief introduction. A type of creature formed from plant nodules capable of growing by absorbing various elemental energies. They can detach self-reproducing larvae and attach them to other individuals' bodies to enhance their defense capabilities. Swoosh, the psychic claw monster spread its wings and spewed out small birds flying towards Gao Peng. Gao Peng was hit by it, his head confused, dizzy and in pain. He clutched his head with his hand and after a moment returned to normal. It was a curse. If the damage hadn't been transferred to a bang, I would have really been in trouble, the little lion said with its arms crossed. I'm 1 weaker again, Baizhang said, raising its hand. I'm 5, Daisy also said regretfully. I'm 3, Gao Peng clapped his hands and said, amazing, amazing. The masked people looked at Gao Peng and his group. Good opportunity, that monster is cursed and driven mad. Let's set it on fire and kill it. Swoosh, the eagle-shaped monster breathed fire. Other monsters also attacked Daisy simultaneously. Daisy opened its mouth and gathered energy. Thunder prison chain, boom, the energy exploded in battle and the masked person was unexpectedly blocked. Damn it, 3 lord-grade monsters attacked simultaneously. Our 3 monster familiars are also extremely strong among lord-grade monsters. They were rarely matched. Swoosh, swoosh, crackle, crackle. Daisy stood tall, emitting purple lightning all over the sky. The masked person hidden behind the protective barrier was stunned. What kind of monster is this? The masked people gathered in a circle. The familiars of the Bingjung sect don't have such powerful attack power. Gao Peng frowned. Is there another hidden expert among the Japanese? If not, you might die. The masked person said to Gao Peng, presumptuous brat, you don't know your place, you too attack. Kill me, Gao Peng ordered Baizhang to deal with him. Baizhang replied, understood, and flew brandishing its claws. With a flash of light, Bai Yang's claws sliced horizontally across the masked people. They bled and regenerated. The remaining masked people discussed anxiously. No, this kid has an assassin-type familiar. Let's escape. Gao Peng looked at them. Alright, stop playing endgame, lion. Let's go first. Don't disturb Daisy's performance. Crackle, crackle. Daisy's lightning burst forth. Gao Peng and the lion leaped down. Daisy, give them a good show. The lion cheered. Go for it. Daisy's leg pierced the eagle-shaped monster. The next monster on that side also attacked, trying to regenerate. Do you want to die? Daisy swung its tail, smashing the monster to the ground. Whoosh, another monster joined the attack, combining with the first. One climbed onto the other's back, and together they assaulted Daisy. Ah, they can do that too. With a loud bang, Daisy, with a single skill, made the monster gush blue blood. Whoosh. The remaining monster seized the opportunity and flew in. Daisy was caught off guard and hit, and the monster successfully provoked Daisy. I hope you don't die with your body intact. Daisy's eyes glowed brightly, and the monster burst into flames, exploding with a pop. Pieces of its body scattered everywhere. Gao Peng covered his face with his hand and looked up. Truly amazing. This guy, with its narrow-mindedness, could obliterate a monster of the same grade. Baizhang stood and shouted. Boss, this guy killed itself again. Gao Peng replied. Yep, you go and catch the 2 who escaped. Gao Peng told Chen Hongjiao. Don't worry, our rescue team will arrive soon. Chen Hongjiao, his arm bandaged, said gloomily. Sorry, Gao Peng smiled and interrupted. It's alright, their real target was me. Even if they hadn't come for you, they would have found someone else. Honestly, I dragged you into this. Chen Hongjiao's father patted his son's shoulder. To know shame is close to courage, it was just one mistake. There's still plenty of time. We are only 5 years into the initial stages of mutation, and we have a chance to rise again. Chen Hongjiao sadly called for a car. He clenched his fists and told Gao Peng, thank you for saving us, but this has nothing to do with you. They ambushed us, killed our familiars and the people behind them. Their sneak attack was due to our lack of strength. This world is originally a jungle where the strong prey on the weak. Weakness is the root of all evil, but we will absolutely not let this ambush go unpunished. Gao Peng looked at him. Uncle Chen was a man of perseverance, and most importantly, full of passion. With a rustling sound, a worm with strange patterns emerged from the ground behind them. Chen Hongjiao's father turned his head. He walked over and stroked the worm's head. So you didn't leave. That year I tricked you into a blood pact. For the past few years you've ignored me, and I thought you hated me. Gao Peng smiled and replied, Uncle Chen, what are your plans next? Or perhaps consider joining Nantian Group. Uncle Chen hesitated and replied, currently we have nothing. All the monster hunter teams have dispersed. I didn't want this familiar to die in vain when the situation was bad earlier. The blood pact has also been dissolved. Gao Peng raised his hand and explained, strength can be easily cultivated, but character is hard to earn. Just seeing that the familiar agreed to a second blood pact with Uncle Chen is enough to understand Uncle Chen's character. He looked down at the familiar. If Uncle Chen has decided, and since young Master Gao has taken notice of us, my son and I will follow young Master Gao to Nantian Group. Gao Peng bowed with clasped hands. Uncle Chen, you flatter me, he continued. Then what's next? Gao Peng said. Next, I'll first bring Mr. Chen Hongjiao and Uncle Chen into the group, and then we'll slowly settle accounts with those guys. The scene shifted to masked individuals tied up in a line next to a canyon. Gao Peng stood and said to Aid, come out quickly. There's work to be done. Aid rose from the water and the surrounding monsters continuously called, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Gao Peng was speechless. I told you to go conquer the Yangtze River, and here you are filming Journey to the West. Gao Peng pointed at the masked cloaked figures. Alright, you said you can read memories, right? Read the memories of these two. I want to know who tried to assassinate me. Aid said it could read memories. But it would be too rough. Most creatures that have their memories read this way become idiots. Gao Peng waved his hand and said, don't worry. I just need the information. The more detailed, the better. Aid approached them as commanded. Yes, master. Aid stretched out its tentacles and grabbed the heads of the two individuals. They trembled, their eyes rolled back, and foam appeared at their mouths. Master, I found it. They are spies planted by the Yinglie region in the Japanese region. Afterwards, the Japanese region dispatched them to kill you. Before they set off, they were ordered to disguise themselves as members of the Faceless Society. Hearing that, Gao Peng thought, the relationships are so complicated. Are they from the Yinglie region, or did the Japanese region realize it and then exploit the situation to avoid loss? Gao Peng approached and asked Aid if there was any precise information. Aid sweated. No, Gao Peng frowned. It's really confusing. All the monsters have come out. Do they think I'm easy to bully because I'm good-natured? Xiaoyan called out. Gao Peng, what are you hesitating for? These two are villains. We'll deal with them one by one, Gao Peng replied. You're right. These ambushers are indeed from the Japanese region. Alright, Gao Peng saluted. What I need now is a reason, not the truth, in the Black Bone World Celestial region. The leader stood before a group of monsters and said, Cruel Jade Devil Ghost, Six-Tailed Heavenly Fox Skeleton. Stone Mountain Skeleton Statue, step forward. Thump, thump, the monsters just called out step forward in turn. The leader radiated energy. Since I've decided to return, the other weak specters remaining here are meaningless. His eyes burned. Master, I'll be back soon, just wait a little longer. On Gao Peng's side, his familiars sensed something strange. Xiao Wang was startled. How very familiar aura suddenly appeared. Bai Zhang was the same. A bang, did you feel it too? Whoosh, he appeared from a black aura in the air. Master, I'm back. Gao Peng was delighted. Aid, you're back. Aid, a half-ghost monster of grade 59. Aid will always wait for its master's command to become stronger. Gao Peng put his arm around Aid's shoulder. Excellent, it's good that you're back. We'll immediately go by sea to the Japanese region. I heard that after the cataclysm, the Japanese region experienced a night parade of 100 demons. According to their legends and myths, there are 8 million gods. Let's go see what these gods look like. Aid replied. I will obey Master's command. The familiars approached Aid and said, Big guy, it's great that you're back. Let's train. Fighting these little bugs is too boring. Filthy duck, are you sick? You clearly begged me. Big idiot, aren't I more handsome? They chattered next to Aid in the distance on the lake. His turtle called out, What is this? It looks incredibly fierce. The scene shifted to the Japanese region. Gao Peng spoke to a cleaner. Brothers, are you currently hunting monsters? They trembled and knelt. Your Excellency, these are white chalk sea slugs. From early morning they cling to walls to bask in the sun when it's about to rain. They expose their white flesh and crawl back into the sea. If you quickly scrape off the white flesh at this time, you can make sashimi, Gao Peng thought. I've seen many monsters without attack power. I know that docile ones are fine to touch, but I've never heard of cutting off their flesh with a knife. Monster, white chalk sea slug. Monster grade 17, common quality. Monster attribute gold type. Monster brief introduction. A type of monster that grows on the coast. Its body naturally absorbs salt from the sea, and it releases salt from its body by basking in the sun, forming a perfect cycle to maintain its perfect taste. Its blood and flesh contain a small amount of toxins that induce mental pleasure. Long-term consumption leads to addiction, eventually accumulating toxins, completely paralyzing the consumer and turning them into its puppets to be devoured. As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch. It looks harmless on the surface, but it's actually a trap, Gao Peng warned them. This meat has problems. It's better to eat less. The man held a bucket and said, Your Excellency, this is our harvest today. Gao Peng thought, it seems the fishermen here are seriously corrupted. I just kindly informed them and they're offering their harvest directly, he said. You can keep your harvest. I don't need it. Just tell me where this place is. The fisherman trembled and replied, Your Excellency, this is Shimokushikajima. Gao Peng stroked Xiaoyan's feathers. It's quite far from Kyoto. Last time when I made my judgment, Tomasakato of Kyoto voted against it. HMPH, I remember this debt. I should talk to that person about this matter first. Xiaoyan, let's go to Kyoto. In Kyoto's high-rise building shrouded in black smoke, Tomasakato sat cross-legged holding a wine cup. Tomasakato's familiar whispered next to him, Master, a powerful individual is approaching from the west. Tomasakato opened his eyes wide, stood up and looked in that direction. Black-clad specters blocked their way. The familiar obeyed the command. I will obey Master's command. Whoosh, black energy glowed with golden light and clung to the wall. It descended to the street and people fled in confusion. Something's wrong, run quickly. It flew up. Whoosh, it flew and attacked Tomasakato's specters. Tomasakato looked out from the building. HMPH, a bunch of ridiculous clowns. Thump, thump, the building shook and Tomasakato was startled. What? On the screen a man reported. Reporting Lord Tomasakato, something terrible has happened. A new spatial rift has been discovered on Shikoku Island, and Lord Tenchu was ambushed by a mysterious Beastmaster who emerged from the new spatial rift. Tomasakato sweated. Ambush, is that mysterious Beastmaster another faction? Whoosh, black killing intent. Tomasakato's familiar tore off a disciple's tail. Gao Peng rode on Xiaoyan and said, Tomasakato's familiar is quite skilled. Even Aid Spectre Legion couldn't gain any advantage. The little lion with its arms crossed stood on Xiaoyan's head and said, They're just a few insignificant beings. Watch me, Xiaoyan replied. If you don't act now, I'll throw you off. Whoosh, countless ice spikes rained down, and the black killing intent shattered. It was slowly reforming. Little lion, oh, it's trying to reform. The little lion opened its mouth and fired countless ice spikes. The black killing intent froze. Bang, it fell frozen to the ground. Tomasakato and his group stood on the high-rise rooftop. So we lost? How was it so fast? Gao Peng and Xiaoyan stared blankly at the flames flying towards them. Han Changxi informed, a very powerful familiar just died not far from us. Hearing that, he was slightly confused and speculated. A very powerful familiar? Could it be Lord Tenchu's guardian beast in the Japanese region? What happened? Lord Tenchu is an epic-grade familiar of level 54, and its recovery speed is not slow and it's good at defense. Who could have killed it in one blow at this moment? Xiaoyan carried Gao Peng and the little lion to the rooftop of the large building. All right, let's deal with the immediate situation first, one step at a time. He approached the people who were already waiting and greeted them. I'm truly sorry, I've come as an uninvited guest this time. Lord Tomasakato of Japan held up his phone and presented evidence. Gao Peng smiled gently. Frankly, a while ago, I was assassinated and the assassin was from the Japanese region. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I specifically came here to clarify the situation. This is the interrogation record from that time. Please verify it. Tomasakato read the information Gao Peng provided and said solemnly, I will reply. Huasha region, he complimented with satisfaction. Oh, you speak Huasha language very well. He crossed his arms, his lips slightly upturned in displeasure. HMPH, I studied abroad in Huasha before. My familiar was just attacked and severely injured, but I still don't agree that this is a misunderstanding. I hope our conversation can proceed without misunderstandings. Immediately after, he took out a communicator and said, First, take a look at this. The communicator played a scene of the ground splitting in two under an ancient tree. Lord Tenchu was kneeling, killed. Gao Peng was surprised. This is, Tomasakato slowly explained. This is a scene just transmitted by a drone. Lord Tenchu was assassinated, and the earthquake just now was due to this. Look at this part again. He rewound the scene to show the appearance of the Dangdong tribe and their familiar. The familiar's sharp eyes stared directly at the drone. After that, the signal was cut off and an ear-piercing crackling sound was heard. Tomasakato pondered deeply and said, This is the last scene transmitted before the drone was destroyed. We have already conducted global facial recognition. The result has always been that this person cannot be found. The system we use is a state-of-the-art system, so there can be no oversight. Therefore, there is only one possibility for the result. Gao Peng, having watched all the recordings, mumbled in doubt, Could it be those people? He continued. When I met Beijingyan before, I speculated that there was clearly a very powerful familiar civilization underground. However, for some unknown reason, they left the underground. He recalled the story he heard when he met Beijingyan. Beijingyan said that as the underground environment gradually became more habitable, they would return one by one. Looking at it now, these old compatriots did not seem to come with good intentions. Before Gao Peng, Tomasakato earnestly requested help. Our combat strength is currently unable to stop these people. I hope Mr. Gao will extend a helping hand, considering that our two continents share the same origin. Gao Peng raised a finger offering two conditions. He left himself a retreat, shortening his words. First, I will not show myself. Please livestream the video call of our conversation. Second, if the enemy is too strong, I will immediately leave the Japanese region. Careful calculations were made in his mind. The situation has changed slightly. It's no longer a situation where I can force this old man to come with me, but if we're to cooperate, my interest must be guaranteed first. Tomasakato frowned and gritted his teeth but had no choice but to nod. No problem. Once an agreement was reached, Gao Peng quickly said, "There's no time to waste. Send people quickly. The people who have come don't seem to have good intentions, so the people you send shouldn't be too weak either." At this moment he had already turned to walk away, glanced back and agreed. "Indeed, a large elephant doesn't mind talking to an ant. I will go personally." The next morning Dongma stood on a gigantic rock cliff overlooking the city below. Dongsheng stood beside him, laughing. "Dongma, this is indeed the homeland our ancestors spoke of, isn't it? This homeland is truly prosperous. As soon as we came out we met a king-grade monster, and its strength was quite formidable, at least 4-star quality." He glanced at the person behind him and laughed triumphantly. "Haha, wasn't it instantly killed by my poison-eyed giant spider? My poison-eyed giant spider is metal type, which counters wood type." Dongling stroked his familiar's head, snorting contemptuously. On the other side, Dongying crossed his arms and warned, "Someone's coming." Dongma looked up and instead of fear he laughed contemptuously. "HMPH, are they locals? This time when we came, father told us to investigate the strength of these locals. Frankly speaking, these locals are just the survivors we abandoned in the beginning. How strong can their Beastmasters be?" Dongsheng disagreed and interrupted. "HMPH, they're not survivors. At first it was us, but Dongma didn't care and called out to the person in front, 'Dongying, send your Black Thunder Eagle to test their strength.'" Dongying glanced and casually agreed. Yep, at this moment Tomasakato was test flying in the sky. Arrived at the estimated point. "I see them. How's the signal?" From Gao Peng's side he observed the situation of the Dangdong tribe on the cliff through the video transmitter and replied, "The signal is very clear," he said with relief. "I'll go a little closer and scout the opponent. Mr. Gao, I'm counting on you." Suddenly a familiar flew in from a distance, roaring. He glanced at it, surprised. "How, that Black Eagle looks like the opponent also wants to scout." Before he finished speaking, the Black Eagle was already in his sight. The Black Eagle raised its talons to attack Tomasakato, who looked on in disbelief. How could this happen? Fiery flames immediately burst forth. Gao Peng's side immediately lost signal, and the video connection was cut. "Signal lost," his subordinate anxiously exclaimed. "Lord Tomasakato." Gao Peng was silent, seriously analyzing the situation. Tomasakato was in a bad situation just by showing his face. After all, he was one of the 12 elders of the Beastmaster Alliance. Judging by the speed and power of this lightning, the opponent seemed to have at least king-grade combat power. The staff member in charge of the video immediately reported, "We have arrived at the target location. They are heading towards Dongdian Base City." Carefully reading the information of the familiars displayed on the screen, Gao Peng pondered deeply. Of these 4 familiars, 3 were leader grade and 1 was perfect quality, and all were king grade. Gao Peng thought carefully for a long time and then let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no legendary quality ones. Otherwise I would have to run away immediately. Theoretically speaking, such an initial reconnaissance should definitely show strong combat power. This indicated that legendary quality was by no means an easy opponent for them either. He seriously speculated on the strength of the familiars. So if they were all king grade of the same quality, the people of the Dangdong tribe stood on the cliff looking down and could not help but exclaim, "It's too big." Dongling, seeing the number of people, warned cautiously, "The population of this city is more than the entire population of the Dangdong tribe. There's no telling how many strong individuals are in such a large city. In case of emergency it might be better for us to go back first." Dongsheng chimed in from the side, urging, "Yes, Dongma, Dongling is absolutely right. After we've seen the situation in this city it would be better to return early. Otherwise there could be danger." Dongma disagreed, raising his eyebrows in contempt. "What, Dongsheng, are you scared? I'm not going back. Even if a strong person comes, I won't run, I'll fight." He stroked his poison-eyed giant spider and commanded, "Poison-eyed giant spider, release your aura according to regulations to lure out the strong individuals in the city." Dongma secretly sneered. "This is a hard-won opportunity. How could I go back so quickly? Dongling hasn't even seen my true strength yet." Dongma was the strongest young man in the Dangdong tribe. Moreover, as his father said, the strongest here was only at the peak of king grade, so his poison-eyed giant spider would definitely not lose. After 10 minutes with no movement, Dongsheng became anxious. Strange. Why aren't the strong individuals coming out of the city? Everyone in the city is just ordinary citizens, so shouldn't they be dealt with outside according to regulations? Dongma said, disappointed. Really? Are there no strong individuals in the city? Dongying quickly spotted someone coming from the sky and warned, "No, a strong individual is coming." At this moment a military plane whirred past the clouds. Gao Peng, sitting in the plane, curiously asked the pilot, "How much further to Dongdian City?" The pilot quickly replied, "Dongdian City is just ahead." Then the pilot screamed as he saw a familiar flying straight towards them. "Huh, something bad is happening, we're under attack." Gao Peng casually let out an exclamation and called for the little lion. Tisk, what a cruel lion. Soon after, the plane he was on was frozen and suspended in midair. A black aura flew over and violently attacked the ice shield outside the military plane. Gao Peng sneered in admiration. It seems these old compatriots only focused on developing familiar civilizations. The tech tree wasn't opened at all. Dongma, seeing what was happening in the sky, was slightly surprised. He had never heard of such a metal-ice dual-element familiar. Then he smiled and ordered his familiar. But it's fine. Poison-eyed giant spider, launch a large fireball at him. As soon as the command was given, the poison-eyed giant spider spewed a huge fireball directly towards the military plane. Gao Peng quickly jumped out and told the pilot, "This plane is no longer usable. Don't worry about me, quickly parachute out." The pilot quickly replied, "Yes, Mr. Gao." Immediately after he parachuted out, the plane shattered into pieces and fell from the sky. Gao Peng stood on an ice shard with the little lion. The little lion froze Dongma and his familiar, rendering the poison-eyed giant spider immobile. Dongshang, with a worried expression, ordered his familiar to unfreeze. Four-armed elephant, quickly use a psychic shockwave to wake up Dongma. The four-armed elephant quickly roared and sent a shockwave at the frozen ice shard. A slight crack appeared on the ice shard. They shouted in delight. "All right, it worked," Dong Ying from his side suggested. "Dongshang, you rescue Dongma first. I'll deal with that familiar." He frowned, thinking to himself, "This is the best opportunity for a sneak attack. Many strength-type and close combat-type monsters can only exert 7 or 8/10 or even less of their strength when they leave the ground and are suspended in the air. But why do I have such a bad feeling?" Seeing Dong Ying's familiar charging at him from above, Gao Peng exclaimed, "Is this the familiar that defeated Tomasakato? Its speed is really fast." But Aid, before he finished speaking, Aid appeared and blocked the familiar's path. The people of the Dangdong tribe were startled. "Another familiar? This person has 2 familiars. How is this possible?" Dongshang speculated. 2 familiars? Could he be an adult? It's said that only legendary beings with special physiques can contract with multiple familiars without limit. Aid's eyes burned like flames, transforming from its heart of underworld soul form into an underworld lord. It raised its hand at the familiar, manipulating its power with psychic energy, preventing the familiar from flying any further, and when it lowered its arm, the familiar fell to the ground without resistance. Dong Ying was also immediately affected. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Dongshang looked at Dong Ying worriedly. He lay on the ground, barely managing to warn, "Run, quickly run." Dongshang immediately led Dong Ling and their familiars to flee. "Dong Ling, let's go quickly." Before they could take another step, Aid had already appeared in front of them. Dongshang was startled and commanded, "Too fast. Four-armed elephant, defeat him and let's go. Don't get caught up in the fight." The four-armed elephant's long trunk immediately swung, trying to push Aid back. Aid calmly blocked the huge elephant tusk with its hand, then absorbed the four-armed elephant's power with its own. All the power gathered into the emblem in the center of Aid's forehead. At this moment, its 2 eyes glowed fiery red. Dongshang's familiar quickly thrashed violently and fell to the ground with a thud. He anxiously cried out, "Four-armed elephant!" Just then, Aid charged forward, even trying to capture the remaining person. Dongshang fell backward, screaming in pain. Dongshang and Dong Ling were both so terrified that they fainted and couldn't move. Gao Peng landed with the little lion, surprised. "Fainted?" Aid tied them up, then woke them up and slowly asked what had happened. Then it turned back toward the frozen, poison-eyed giant spider and Dongma. The little lion asked curiously, "How about this side?" Gao Peng sneered in contempt. "HMPH, since they chose to attack first. There's nothing more to say." He frowned and decided to kill them. "The prisoners are already captured. What's the point of keeping these kinds of humans?" Lion smashed them. The little lion asked, confused. Then it understood and flicked its finger. "All right." Immediately, Dongma and the poison-eyed giant spider shattered into small ice fragments. Dongshang screamed hysterically in an unknown language. Gao Peng couldn't understand anything he was saying and asked curiously, "Lion, what are they saying? Translate it for me." The little lion sitting on his shoulder translated, "They say they're from the Dangdong tribe. One said his father is the high priest of the tribe, and the other said his mother is the vice leader of the hunting party. Their elders will ransom their lives." Gao Peng listened to the little lion's translation and sneered coldly. "Not low-ranking indeed, and the one trapped in the ice," the little lion continued. "He is the son of the Dangdong tribe leader." He was silent, thinking to himself, "This is going to be really difficult to deal with. I didn't expect these people to have such high statuses. They're not just bait for information gathering. They must be the ones to send these golden spoons. I just want to raise my familiars, farm fish and vegetables on my own land and enjoy myself freely, and then become invincible when I descend from the mountains. I don't want a chase that causes extreme hatred, so now only." Aid stood before them, filled with killing intent, making them tremble. Dongshang stammered in fear. The killing intent is too strong, we're finished." Dong Ying was equally scared behind him, but he cursed. "Damn it." Then he stubbornly resisted and suggested, "Kill me. The men of the Dangdong tribe are not afraid of death." Gao Peng listened to the little lion's translation and was surprised. "Truly a man of principle. Then I shall grant your wish, Aid." Aid immediately obeyed the command and used its power to knock Dong Ying backward. Dongshang quickly cried out, "Dong Ying!" Just then, Little Lion suddenly spat on Gao Peng's face. It sat on his shoulder and suspiciously reminded him, "Gao Peng, your current mood is strange." He glanced at it blankly. "What?" Aid stood before the two and explained, "Master, you are probably affected by me. After my strength increased, I nurtured the Master's soul. Because my soul was obtained by killing living beings, some killing intent was also transferred to you. Although most of it has been purified, it still remains." Gao Peng was completely dumbfounded listening to Aid. "Ha!" the little lion quickly interjected from the side. "It's probably because his strength improved too quickly and his quality is too high, but this effect isn't big. This amount of influence will disappear over time." He slapped his cheek with his hand, took a breath and calmed his turbulent emotions. Phew, then he smiled brightly and asked the little lion to translate again. "Translate, that was just a joke, now let's get down to business. If their elders can produce any of the items below, I will send them back." Gao Peng smiled brightly, negotiating with the remaining people of the Dangdong tribe. "All right, listen carefully. The true dragon, the source stone of great destruction, the light of spiritual guidance, the 9 evils of the martial god, and the fire of heavenly heart." Dongshan was surprised and dumbfounded hearing this. A moment later, he was already riding on Xiaoyan's back, moving to another location, while below was where Tenchu was killed. Tenchu was not a combat type, so even if it was resurrected, increasing its combat power was negligible. The two buzzed through the clouds. He seriously analyzed, "Its peaceful halo can probably calm the killing intent backlash I received from Aid. Xiaoyan, let's go down." Standing in front of the severed ancient tree, he gently comforted, "You also did your best. To survive, all living things fight with all their might." He ordered Aid to try and resurrect it. It immediately resurrected the ancient tree with its ability. At this moment, a bright white halo enveloped the ancient tree, and Dongshan was surprised by the sight before him. It was originally an adult, and now it can even convert dead familiars into specters. I don't know if this perverted ability has a limit, but even if it has a limit, it's really terrifying. I just hope the elders don't get 1,000 times agitated when they find out our children are prisoners. Gao Peng looked at the data of the formless hellfire demon resurrected by Aid and was disappointed. All its abilities are gone and it's turned into a halo monster. But where's the peaceful halo I needed? Why did it turn into such a cruel halo? Fine. At least this halo ability will help Aid's armed forces. The ferocious blood absorption and cruel halo can enhance its allies' effects, and the fear halo can weaken enemies. Moreover, it has growth potential, so it's definitely worth cultivating. A month later, Gao Peng could not help but exclaim as he saw the swaying, smoke-filled scene before him. This trip to Zijing was really not in vain, as I unexpectedly gathered all the resources needed to upgrade Xiaoyan. Seeing Xiaoyan's stats increase again and more powerful flames burning. After such a long time, Xiaoyan has finally improved its quality. Not bad. Looking at the successful evolution data panel of Baizhang, Gao Peng showed a satisfied smile. Baizhang also evolved smoothly, and its assassin attributes were enhanced, making its intimidating power stronger. But now that it's a black-armored blood humanoid, calling it Baizhang doesn't seem appropriate. How about calling it Yuguang? As soon as it upgraded, it immediately rushed into the forest to continue training. Gao Peng praised, satisfied. "Oh, it went into the forest to train, so diligent. When I get back, I'll praise Yuguang so those lazy ones can see and learn." The lazy ones he referred to were the little lion, Asuan, and Xiaowang. They were enjoying themselves as if on vacation. Xiaowang drank 3 glasses of juice at once and said, puzzled, "Why do I suddenly feel a chill?" The little lion lay on its arm and laughed. "It must be because you're getting less sun." Yuguang at this moment was standing on a tree measuring its height. Gao Peng was surprised. How measuring its height again, compared to its pre-evolution self? He helplessly gave up on commenting, "Alright, let's pretend I didn't see it." Yuguang lay on the ground whimpering, trying to deceive. "You said I could grow taller." At this moment, Daisy poked its head out and sneered, "Hee, you got smaller. Look on the bright side, at least you also got stronger." Yuguang angrily raised its pincers. Under the warm sunlight on the soft grass, Chu Chai was sound asleep. Looking at its stats, he felt a mix of joy and sadness. After Chu Chai evolved, its combat power remained the same, but it only needed to find treasures. Survival enhancement tactics must be given to it. The information on the psychic seed appeared again on the data panel. He looked at it with satisfaction. Behind it was the monster's highest quality, and in front was the monster's previous quality. This must be a new ability awakened by cultivating the souls of familiars and strengthening their soul power. Taking off the hat on his head and spinning it in his hand, Gao Peng smiled as he walked forward. "Oh, not bad. Now that the familiars' upgrades are complete, it's time to go see the 3 familiars we captured from Shenu Peak. Daisy, let's go." Yuguang shouted angrily from behind. "Don't run." Daisy laughed joyfully and quickly ran away. Hee, anxious. Gao Peng stood in front of the prison on the back mountain. As a bang opened the door and entered, Gao Peng smiled and said, "Hello everyone, how are you doing?" At this moment, a huge white rock was flying in front of Gao Peng. Behind it, Daisy was pushing it. Daisy shouted loudly, "Be careful, you're standing in front of the big rock." Asuan was standing next to it, and Xiaowang still didn't understand anything. What's going on?" Gao Peng sat down on the spot, and Daisy was also next to him. The rock behind him was already cracked. Gao Peng was startled to see the rock hand clenched tightly. Before his eyes stood a gigantic humanoid rock statue, and a terrifying aura emanated from the female body. Monster name: Dragon Subduing Goddess. Monster grade: Level 56 King grade. Monster quality: Legendary quality. Monster attribute: Rock type, Mystic type. Monster abilities: Hard body level 5, Healing regeneration enhancement level 4, Strength enhancement level 4. Monster Characteristic Doppelganger Illusion. Effect 1 Active Effect. After activation, 2 doppelgangers can be formed near the body and the doppelgangers possess 80 of the main body's power. The existence time is limited. Introduction to Dragon Subduing Veins. Monster Brief Introduction. A fusion familiar created through special means. It possesses extremely strong physical strength, a ferocious personality, and is extremely potent against dragon-type monsters. After destruction, it breaks down into its pre-fusion form. Currently, the temporary fusion is active. Gao Peng, seeing the power emanating from the dragon-subduing goddess's body, immediately knew that this monster was extraordinary. Looking at the dragon-subduing goddess, Gao Peng thought, dragon-subduing goddess, with this appearance she could subdue not just 1 dragon but 10 dragons. In her left hand she held the dragon-slaying celestial hand. This fused monster's main body was probably the dragon-slaying celestial hand. The gigantic Daisy was currently standing in front of Gao Peng, cautiously reminding him, "Gao Peng, step back, this rockhead is not friendly at all." Gao Peng was slightly flustered and tried to stop Daisy. "Wait, Daisy." A white book appeared in the dragon-subduing goddess's hand and a fierce power emanated around it. The pressure made it difficult for Daisy to stand. "What is this? My body is so heavy, I have no strength, and that power is in the seal." Gao Peng could discern the nature of the power. Dragon Sealing Veins. All dragon-type monsters are weakened before the dragon-subduing goddess. If their grade is low, it's even more miserable, with all their elemental power sealed, effectively casting a magic prohibition on them. Xiaoyan quickly used sound waves to attack the dragon-subduing goddess. The power unleashed by Xiaoyan was not to be underestimated. While the dragon-subduing goddess counterattacked below, Xiaowang was also preparing to attack. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Xiaowang, without hesitation, punched one side of the dragon-subduing goddess's face. Ha! Xiaowang was surprised to see that the part of the dragon-subduing goddess that had just been attacked was completely unharmed. Ha! Not a single scratch? As soon as it was attacked, the dragon-subduing goddess immediately counterattacked and punched Xiaowang. Xiaowang stood blankly as if in disbelief. Too fast. Gao Peng immediately realized that the current situation was not good, although Xiaowang's quality was the same as the dragon-subduing goddess. Its grade was several levels ahead of Xiaowang. More importantly, the gap between the two was enormous. The dragon-subduing goddess's fist collided with another black fist. That hand belonged to Aid in its original skeleton lord form. Aid looked at the dragon-subduing goddess and said, "Your opponent is me." Gao Peng looked at Xiaowang and said, "Xiaowang, come here, you're no match for it now, so retreat first." Xiaowang hesitated for a moment, but just as it was about to call it a big clumsy idiot, Gao Peng quickly reassured it. "It's alright, Xiaoyan is here too." Speaking of Xiaoyan, at this moment Xiaoyan was also cooperating with the dragon-subduing goddess in the sky, attacking. Xiaoyan spewed blue flames at the dragon-subduing goddess. Wood Heartleaf. Several small flames still lingered on the dragon-subduing goddess's body, but the previous skill didn't seem to cause much damage to it. Gao Peng looked at it and evaluated. Can it only maintain a light burn? Is its power insufficient? Xiaowang glanced at Gao Peng, then mimicked his earlier words, saying, "Insufficient power, light burn." Xiaowang waved its hand from below, trying to get Xiaoyan's attention, who was flying in the sky. Xiaoyan quickly spit out some phlegm. "No need to call me that." Xiaoyan, annoyed at being misnamed, spewed fire at Xiaowang. "I'm Baifeng." In the end, Xiaowang was completely engulfed in flames and kept jumping around. The power of the Woodheart Leaf flames was not truly insufficient, but it was only insufficient against the dragon-subduing goddess. For other familiars it was more than enough. Xiaowang was still frantically running around shouting, "Hot, hot." Looking at Xiaowang, Gao Peng felt helpless. This was a roasted duck. On this side, Aid was fighting the dragon-subduing goddess. 191 Aid delivered a powerful blow to the dragon-subduing goddess. Cracks began to appear on the dragon-subduing goddess's body. A golden shadow appeared from the dragon-subduing goddess's body. At this moment, Aid was surrounded by the dragon-subduing goddess's clones. Aid looked at them with contempt. Bullying the weak with numbers. Suddenly, something flew from a distance. The dragon-subduing goddess and Aid simultaneously saw something flying towards them, and a voice said, "I'm here." A gigantic figure quickly climbed onto the dragon-subduing goddess's body. That shadow was a Bang. A Bang sat crouched on the dragon-subduing goddess, then turned its head, looking slightly bewildered. "Is it over?" The Ice Lion's black shadow lingered nearby. The Ice Lion put its hands on its hips and said, "What kind of familiar is this? It's too crazy." Gao Peng now seemed somewhat relieved. Beside him was the formless Hellfire Demon. Gao Peng ordered that with a Bang present there would be no problem. "It's a good time to test the Mad Kill ability." The formless Hellfire Demon immediately accepted the command. The formless Hellfire Demon opened its mouth and used its Mad Kill ability. Formless Hellfire Demon empowered Aid and Xiaowang. With the formless Hellfire Demon's help, Xiaowang became even stronger. The gigantic Xiaowang stood beside Gao Peng looking ahead. Xiaowang said, "Gao Peng, I'm fine now. Abang, release that guy. I want to fight fair, one-on-one." Gao Peng quickly agreed, "Alright." As Abang's body slightly shook, the dragon-subduing goddess struggled to get up. Xiaowang said triumphantly, "You were really strong just now. Why can't you even get up now? Hurry up." The dragon-subduing goddess continuously attacked Xiaowang. Its hand touched Xiaowang's head, but Xiaowang was completely unharmed. Looking up at the dragon-subduing goddess, Xiaowang asked triumphantly, "Is that all?" It grabbed the dragon-subduing goddess's body with one hand. Once Xiaowang had grabbed its opponent, it lifted it powerfully and slammed it to the ground. "Die." The dragon-subduing goddess's head from the impact was half buried in the ground with only its lower body exposed upwards. Xiaowang stood there and said happily, "Lonely, so lonely." The dragon-subduing goddess lay there frozen by the ice lion. At this moment Abang stomped heavily on the ground. Seeing the dragon-subduing goddess's severe injuries, it was truly tragic. Severe injury, deceased. Gao Peng stood there and said, "Why go so far? It was already severely injured. I had planned for it to rest and recover for a month, but it ended up bringing me a fused monster. Now one is dead and two are injured, so this result is not unexpected," Gao Peng added to himself. But the dragon-subduing celestial hand has great limitations for dragon-type monsters. This monster must be in my hands. That limitation is not just an attribute limitation, but like weakening an entire region. When its grade is at its peak, it can even impose a magic prohibition. My maternal grandfather has 2 dragon-type familiars, so I can't have this natural restrictive familiar. Since I can't use it myself, then I'll have to destroy it. Wuxia Base City, by a river. By the river, a damaged large ship lay tilted. On the ground lay 2 corpses. It was unknown what had attacked them, but they were covered in wounds and soaked in blood, creating a pool of blood. One person was still alive. The red-haired youth, seeing the monster slowly approaching, shivered and pleaded for his life. Before him was a gigantic black dragon which looked down at its prey and said, "I just woke up and encountered these annoying humans. Perhaps this is also a special fate, come to think of it. You'll soon be my nourishment, so you won't be that annoying." Ha ha ha. Without hesitation, it spewed a blue light from its mouth. That light absorbed all the red-haired youth's life. His face was now shriveled. Black clouds covered the sky, creating a very gloomy atmosphere. Below, someone pointed to the sky and shouted loudly, "A dragon, it's a dragon." At the same time, a huge wave surged from behind them as if it would sweep away everyone there. They ran shouting, it's a flood, run, quickly run." The high-rise buildings there were quickly submerged by the massive water. The commander of Wuxia Base City heard this news and slammed the table, angrily asking, "Why did the flood suddenly rush into the base city? Are the surveillance department people all playing around? How could such an important matter not have been reported until now?" A person in the base sitting calmly nearby explained calmly, "This flood is not a natural phenomenon. It's probably the evil dragon's ability. It can cause floods." Hearing that explanation, the commander cried out in disbelief. "What?" He closed his eyes and, as if giving up, finally said, "It's over. Our Wuxia Base City is finished." On this side, Gao Peng heard the urgent urging from the other party through his earpiece. "Your Excellency, when will you arrive at Wuxia Base City?" 1 minute ago, Wuxia Base City was already submerged. The attacker is suspected to be a black dragon. The city walls of Wuxia Base City collapsed due to the flood. The lives of over 1 million residents in the city were in danger. Gao Peng replied, "Don't worry, I will try to go faster." Besides Xiaoyan, Daisy was also flying in the sky. Gao Peng, sitting on Daisy's back, commanded, "Daisy, faster." "Obey the command." Daisy flew with all its might faster. "I can do it. I'll go a little faster with my life on the line." For some reason, Daisy's flight path changed, going lower and lower, and finally arrived. Gao Peng, seeing the corpses floating on the water, only sighed softly. How tragic! Before his eyes, the dragon was still attacking the people there. Monster name, Blackbeard Dragon. Injury level, moderate. Monster grade, level 58, king grade. Monster quality, legendary quality. Monster attribute, water type, soul type. Monster abilities, water element control level 5, soul steel level 4, sharp dragon claws level 3, healing enhancement level 4. Monster characteristic, water territory riot. Innate ability to control rivers and seas, manipulate water at will. Effect 1, passive effect. Water element control ability 1, effect 2, active effect. Can cause a riot in the water elements in the air and in the natural water. The more water there is in the area, the higher the density of water elements, the more terrifying the destructive power of the riot. Soul absorption. Abnormally mutated souls absorb other souls to grow, thereby continuously becoming stronger. Effect 1, active effect. Can absorb souls to heal soul wounds or powerfully grow souls. Effect 2, passive effect. Attacks can directly damage souls, moreover it possesses an innate intimidation against soul-type creatures. Effect 3, active effect. Using the ability can suppress all enemy units within range and simultaneously directly absorb the souls of soul units with powerful soul strength. Gao Peng saw its characteristic, that the Blackbeard Dragon was a water-type dragon. Isn't this completely suppressed by the dragon-subduing celestial hand? But I haven't retrieved the dragon-subduing celestial hand yet. If I could, it would be much simpler. The Blackbeard Dragon's wounds were originally moderate light injuries. Purple light enveloped the wounds and they slowly healed. Gao Peng sensed something strange. How the wound has changed, this won't do. It's absorbing human life to heal itself. Gao Peng looked back at Aid and quickly commanded, "Aid, quickly block it." Aid immediately attacked the Blackbeard Dragon. Aid's attack splattered red liquid on the Blackbeard Dragon's body. The Blackbeard Dragon quickly moved sideways to attack Aid, but Aid was an ethereal being, so the Blackbeard Dragon passed right through it. Looking at the two fighting in the sky, the Ice Lion said, "This black dragon is a bit difficult to deal with, even though it hasn't fully recovered. Aid doesn't seem to be its match." "I'll go help," Gao Peng agreed, but also warned the Ice Lion, "Be careful, its attacks can damage souls. Avoid those attacks." The Ice Lion, in its Ice Devour state, took a step forward. The Ice Lion immediately leaped down. The Blackbeard Dragon was surprised to see it. Another reinforcement, the blue orb created by the Blackbeard Dragon, immediately flew towards the Ice Lion. The ice lion was not to be outdone. Looking up, an ice orb began to form in its mouth. A thick layer of ice attacked the Blackbeard dragon. One side of the Blackbeard dragon's face immediately stuck to the ice. It was unknown what the Blackbeard dragon was thinking. It immediately charged, but it didn't seem to intend to counterattack. Gao Peng immediately understood the Blackbeard dragon's intention and loudly warned, "Stop it from changing battlefields. The more water in the air, the more terrifying the destructive power it can unleash." Upon receiving the order, the ice lion immediately moved. Its gaze subtly shifted downwards. The water below immediately turned into ice under the ice lion's power. Gao Peng also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the lion's ice power can temporarily suppress the wildly surging water elements. Gao Peng, sitting quietly on Daisy's back, observed and strategized. In terms of aptitude, Aid won't have an overwhelming effect on the Blackbeard dragon. Aid's primary ability isn't single combat. Its true combat support ability is only the Heart of Underworld Soul. Recalling Xiaoyan, Daisy, and Xiaowang, Gao Peng evaluated the strengths and weaknesses of his familiars one by one. Daisy, Xiaoyan, and Xiaowang are all legendary quality, but they are all only level 50 now. These three guys can basically not play a big role now. Xiaowang's Herculean power accumulation ability can only accumulate physical qualities, not soul strength. The lion can recover to peak quality, but even though it's legendary quality, its grade is still 4 levels lower. Gao Peng's gaze was firmly fixed ahead. "I don't think I've encountered such a difficult situation to resolve before." On this side, the Blackbeard dragon was still struggling against Aid and the ice lion, seemingly having a hard time dealing with the two powerful familiars. "Damn it, these two familiars are really annoying." The Blackbeard dragon, seeing Gao Peng sitting on Daisy's back, cleverly recognized him. The Blackbeard dragon loudly said, "This human is the master of these familiars. Kill him." The Blackbeard dragon immediately opened its mouth wide and flew rapidly towards Gao Peng. "This won't do." To prevent the Blackbeard dragon from having its way, the ice lion immediately flew quickly and continuously attacked with ice, causing red liquid to flow from the Blackbeard dragon's body. The Blackbeard dragon looked up at them, observing them. Gao Peng looked down and said, "Huh, no." He turned his head and ordered Xiaowang to quickly use magic prohibition. The surface of the sea below suddenly surged violently, and the water splashed as if something was churning it. The lion looked at the situation and said with some admiration, "The water element explosion is really powerful." Fortunately, that silly duck was next to Gao Peng. But not long after, it seemed to have discovered something strange. The lion turned its gaze to the right. The Blackbeard dragon opened its mouth wide and flew rapidly. The lion was momentarily startled and afraid. "Is the black dragon's target really me?" The Blackbeard dragon's claws severely scratched the middle of the lion's body. The lion was severely injured and blood continuously flowed from its wounds. The lion was not to be outdone and bit the Blackbeard dragon's body. The Blackbeard dragon laughed mockingly while biting. "Haha, if you had dodged, I really wouldn't have been able to catch you. Now you're going to die." The lion retorted. "Fool, you can't escape either." Gao Peng watched the two familiars tearing at each other and reminded them worriedly, "This won't do. The lion is trying to use its permanent freezing domain. The permanent freezing domain is a fatal ability. It can unleash terrifying destructive power within its range, but the side effect of this skill is that it will fall into a deep sleep, so you absolutely must not act impulsively." Aid reminded from one side, "Lion, no, master will be worried." It brought its hands together in an M shape and began to use its skill. Aid said confidently, "I am here." Aid clenched the golden spherical light in its hand. But the Blackbeard dragon firmly held the lion in its mouth and refused to let go. Instead, it bit the lion harder, causing blood to spurt out. Gao Peng thought to himself on the side, even a lord grade at its peak would immediately faint from Aid's powerful soul shock. This Blackbeard dragon not only won't let go, but it bites even harder. Aid was not to be outdone and pulled something from its clothes. It drew a spear and began to wrap the spear in red energy. Aid aimed precisely, targeting the spear and the growing red energy. It then threw the spear and it pierced the Blackbeard dragon like a laser beam, causing the Blackbeard dragon to release the lion in pain. The lion slowly shrank and fell again. Gao Peng, standing below, caught the lion with both hands. Gao Peng held the cute little lion in his hands and slightly glanced at the Blackbeard dragon. Did it escape? It seems Aid's ultimate move, which consumes its own bones, startled this evil dragon. The lion in his hand was in a deep sleep. He looked at the little lion and breathed a sigh of relief. The lion is severely injured, but fortunately it didn't use its fatal ability. Although it could have captured that black dragon, it would have fallen into a deep sleep, and all the hard work of a year of training would have been in vain. Daisy slowly flew through the air, and below them the Blackbeard dragon had flooded the city, leaving it completely destroyed. Gao Peng looked around and said softly, "Wuxia Base City has been completely destroyed by this battle. Is this what a battle between king-grade monsters is like?" A bang and a Suan appeared from somewhere, one walking submerged in water, the other flying and complaining. Gao Peng said, delighted, "You've come at a good time, Xiaowa. Quickly treat the lion." Xiaowa agreed. He raised his hand towards the lion and a blue energy enveloped it. Aid transmitted a message from one side, "Master, that black dragon is fleeing south." He recalled the scene of the Blackbeard dragon spewing water from its mouth, destroying everything around it. He said, "The black dragon can swallow souls to recover from its injuries. If we let it continue into a densely populated base city, another disaster will occur." No wonder there was the dragon-slaying celestial hand. And no wonder there was the Wuxia Goddess Stone. At first he thought the Wuxia Goddess Stone's ability was very useless, the ability to change the weather. But now that he thought about it, every ability has its use. If one thinks it's useless, it's just that it hasn't been used where it's needed. Looking at the objects floating in the air, he continued, if I had been able to obtain the Goddess Stone and the dragon-slaying celestial hand before the battle, that Blackbeard dragon would have been nothing more than a slightly larger black loach. There would have been no need for such a difficult fight. Gao Peng said, now we're going somewhere. Two cute squirrels were leisurely enjoying a date on a tree branch. Suddenly a colossal shadow flashed past, startling the two squirrels. One almost dropped its precious nut, but luckily it quickly caught it. Xiaowang hugged the nut tightly and breathed a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly this time something even more powerful flashed past, and the two bewildered squirrels fell from the tree branch. The squirrel teared up, feeling wronged. The Blackbeard dragon was swimming swiftly through the water when suddenly something as fast as lightning whizzed past from the sky, causing it to open its eyes wide in surprise. It sensed that something ominous had happened and surged out of the water. Spotting Gao Peng, who was riding a water elemental familiar and approaching the black dragon, behind him, Xiaoyan directly fired a lightning bolt at the Blackbeard dragon. The Blackbeard dragon, with no time to react, suffered a painful blow and thrashed in the water. From somewhere a huge whirlpool appeared in front of Aid. Aid saw it and leapt over its water elemental familiar. Suddenly a gigantic hand flew from somewhere and Aid, falling uncontrollably, was impaled by the black dragon's claws. The black dragon seized the opportunity and pierced Aid. Aid suddenly emitted an overwhelming red aura. The Blackbeard dragon said in disbelief, what, you used yourself as an anchor to resonate with the previous spear, allowing soul power to penetrate my body? You're crazy. Both you and that lion are crazy. Aid remained silent, and a faint blue light shimmered around it. Aid spoke softly as if it had leveled up. Now it's too late. The resonance is complete and it cannot be reversed. Die. The Blackbeard dragon, with no time to react, was crushed by the force and screamed in pain. The black dragon roared loudly, even if I die, I'll take one of you with me. It opened its mouth wide and a spherical light formed. The Blackbeard dragon shot a lightning bolt at him. Aid hastily cried out, Master. Gao Peng, riding on Xiaoyan's back, was startled and thought to himself, too fast. Xiaoyan can't dodge it. Suddenly a hand with sharp claws reached out and blocked the lightning bolt, but it only left a small wound on its palm. Xiaoyan quickly departed, he thought, startled. What? Aid exploded with power, its entire body growing colossal. He looked at it, horrified, and asked, Aid, what kind of ability is this? Gao Peng observed this magnificent sight and thought to himself, the aura is too terrifying. How can this be? Could he have always hidden his strength? The Blackbeard dragon panicked and charged towards the city. Quickly escape. There's a human gathering place ahead. I just need to absorb all their souls. Suddenly a fist flew out and slammed it hard onto the ground. It thus lost its life. He killed the evil dragon with one blow. Did Aid have such power in this state? As Aid lost its power and retreated from its colossal form, falling, Gao Peng cried out worriedly, Aid, Xiaoyan, quickly come down. As he rushed into the forest where Aid had just fallen, he found Aid leaning against a tree trunk with difficulty. Aid, are you all right? It was covered in bruises. He replied with difficulty, I'm fine. Xiaohao was too big. He breathed a sigh of relief and said kindly, that's good. You'll recover with slow training, but you're truly strong. Then Gao Peng asked again, Aid, do you still remember that state? Aid looked at him as if confused. Seeing its expression, Gao Peng pointed at the Blackbeard dragon, now just a shell. Then can you transform this evil dragon? Aid said without hesitation. I'll give it a try. Aid exerted its power and began the transformation, but it clearly stated the problem. Master, the dragon's head is gone, so it can't be resurrected anymore. Gao Peng replied nonchalantly. That's fine. He looked down at it and said casually, just go back and contact the nearby Southern Sky Group staff to move the corpse. We're going back. There's a lot of work to be done in the destroyed base city. A moment later in the laboratory, a person was giving work instructions. Team 2, come over here and move the dragon's blood to the freezer section. Huang Nan, holding a folder, instructed seriously. Yes, I'll leave this to everyone, young Master Gao said. Important materials include the liver, bone marrow, spine, and all bones. Some bones, flesh, and scales can be shared, Director Otto replied. No problem. Then he also asked, oh, by the way, didn't young Master Gao want to contract the dragon-slaying celestial hand? Did you succeed? Huang Nan explained the entire situation. In the afternoon, young Master Gao told it, the black dragon is dead, so now you'll succeed in contracting. Then he sighed in disappointment. Sigh, if we had succeeded in contracting before fighting the black dragon, perhaps Wuxia City wouldn't have been destroyed. Director Otto also said, that's right. On this side, Gao Peng explained the situation via a large screen. Mayor, the situation regarding Wuxia Base City is like this. Hearing his words, the mayor tried to remain calm and said, thank you. Sighing, he said, in fact, base cities have been destroyed before. Moreover, Wuxia Base City isn't a very large base city, just a medium-sized one. But the fact that not a single person escaped alive from Wuxia Base City, this was a big problem. The news of Wuxia Base City's destruction spread widely, simultaneously causing extreme panic among residents in surrounding areas. He recalled the blonde man's speech and explained to the mayor what had happened again. This morning, the UK region officially withdrew from the alliance and established the Stellar Alliance. This afternoon, the Southeast Asian region and the Southern Sky region's Jiangnan Base City, Jinling Base City, and a certain region of Huasha simultaneously declared independence and established the Sea God Alliance and the Freedom Alliance. His gaze was profound as he continued. The authority of the World Alliance government has fallen to the ground. All base cities and famous enterprises around the world are scrambling to recruit Beastmasters, offering high salaries and positions to recruit powerful Beastmasters. These independent Beastmaster powerhouses have instantly become popular, and the world is showing signs of turmoil again. On the other side of the screen he frowned and said, "Let's leave this matter here for now. Thank you very much for your cooperation, Mr. Gao. Your remuneration will be immediately transferred to your account." Gao Peng looked at the screen and replied nonchalantly, "Yes." He speculated seriously, "It's really going to get chaotic." A knock on the door and he said, "Come in." The door opened and Xu Qingqi raised her hand, introducing the people behind her to him. "Boss, these are the experts you called. They are archaeology professors from the Huaxia region." One of the men pushed up his glasses and said in an unpleasant, almost threatening tone, "You said there were ancient documents from the ancient era here, so we came to research. Let me tell you in advance, if there are no ancient documents, immediately arrange my plane ticket back. I have class with my students tomorrow." Gao Peng didn't care at all and calmly persuaded, "Sirs, you may have misunderstood. There are no ancient documents from the ancient era here, but there are 2 people from an ancient tribe left. Perhaps they can be living material for your research." Hearing his words, they were surprised and asked, "What?" After that, Gao Peng opened the video. In the UK region 01MQ7 video file, a person was vaguely standing on the back of a red dragon. In the Marudebo C3MQ7 video file, there was also a shadow of a person on the back of a sea monster, and the video paused on an image of a blue-haired man whose face was blurry. The king-grade familiars that appeared in the regions that had seceded from the Alliance had one thing in common. A small human silhouette was standing on the head or back of all these monsters. This matter must not be taken lightly. Gao Peng finished watching the video, and a doubt arose in his mind. All of this indicates that they are not wild monsters but tamed familiars with masters. All of them were king-grade. Previously, the only known king-grade Beastmasters worldwide were his maternal grandfather and a person named Huolun from the Weichang region. He continued to meticulously review the clues, thinking, but 4 more king-grade familiars appeared overnight. The world government was already showing a crumbling mansion, and it was difficult to reverse the situation. Moreover, these suddenly increased Beastmasters were likely people from ancient tribes who had left and returned behind him. The familiars were already fast asleep. Gao Peng suddenly thought of the black-clad people. The Dangdong tribe alone could send 4 not weak king-grade familiars. The strength of this tribe seemed terrifying beyond imagination. They could only deploy king-grade familiars due to the suppression of heaven and earth. If the limits of the bone world were reached, it would become an unpredictable existence. Huang Nan called him and reported, "Young Master Gao, the chairman has brought guests back." Gao Peng said, delighted. "Grandpa, welcome back." He stood by the window looking at the sky where familiars moved in the distance. Were the people following the white dragon guests from afar? A white man, riding a familiar, looked down and evaluated. "Is this the homeland of our ancestors? This homeland is quite large, but the strong individuals in the homeland are too few. There are so few king-grade Beastmasters." The person riding a familiar next to him replied, "The homeland has just begun to develop. In a few decades the number of strong individuals will continue to increase," he said arrogantly with a laugh. "It won't be that easy to catch up." Suddenly, as if sensing something, the white man opened his eyes wide in surprise and glanced over. What met his eyes was a bang whose eyes were sparkling. "Tisk, hello everyone." Other familiars also replied in their tribal language. An old man with a coat draped over his shoulders and his arms crossed stood there laughing heartily. This is my grandson's familiar. It's very cute and obedient. Its name is a bang." The white man, seeing this scene, was surprised and opened his mouth wide. He thought to himself, "Didn't they say the strongest in the homeland are king-grade familiars? What is this? What is this?" Gao Peng and his familiars stood waiting for him. Seeing him, he cried out, "Grandpa, you're back." The 3 men from the ancient tribe kept murmuring. Their faces were filled with bewilderment and jealousy. "I heard that the people in the homeland are all adults, so they can contract with familiars without limit. It's really true. Why is this so unfair? We can only contract with one familiar, and only when the familiar dies can we contract with a new one. This is too unfair. I really envy them for being able to contract with multiple familiars." The white man stood by, still full of doubt. Could it be that the ancestors always hoped for the tribe to return to the homeland because they could get more opportunities to contract with familiars in the homeland? Hearing their words, Gao Peng asked, puzzled, "Grandpa, they..." Gao Peng looked over there and explained to him, "You probably haven't heard yet. They are people from an ancient tribe. They're a nervous bunch, constantly clinging like chewing gum." Hearing his words, Gao Peng also looked over there. "I met 4 people from that tribe in Japan a while ago." Then he lowered his voice and said, "I killed 2 and 2 are alive. So I called a few interrogator experts to teach them the ancient script." Hearing Gao Peng's words, his maternal grandfather showed his willingness to help him. "Really? Wait, tell me the details. I'll help you handle everything. You just focus on learning the ancient language." Gao Peng couldn't hide his joy and simultaneously told his maternal grandfather his plan. "Grandpa, after I learn the tribal language, I'll prepare to go to the Black Bone world. Aid is already at the peak king grade, so as long as it enters the Black Bone world it can quickly level up to Emperor grade. If those tribes send strong young members to the Bone world to manipulate the great game of the Bone world like merchants, I must break free from this situation." Gao Peng recalled the intertwined chains behind the Bone world and continued, The threshold of the bone world is both protection and restriction. If you only stay in the bone world, you will forever be waiting for this situation. So you must break free. He propped his chin with both hands, a smug smile on his face. First, let's set a goal. Conquer the black bone world. His maternal grandfather proudly placed a hand on his shoulder and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you can go train with peace of mind. This world needs young people like you to train for matters like this. I'll leave this house to you. Just then, Xiaoyan flew in from somewhere in a hurry, bringing urgent news. Gao Peng, something big has happened. Daisy is gone. Gao Peng had already heard, but it was so unexpected that he had to ask again. Ha, gone? Why is he gone? Didn't he say he felt too weak and got angry, so he went for a walk? And a familiar followed him too, Xiaoyan replied anxiously. That's right, there really was a familiar following Daisy, but yesterday Daisy jumped into a rift and today that rift is gone. Gao Peng's maternal grandfather, realizing the urgency of the situation, said, Zhao Feng, you handle your matters first. I'll deal with those people fairly. As Grandpa says. Gao Peng immediately ran, not forgetting to command, Xiaoyan, take me to where he disappeared. A moment later they arrived. Gao Peng bent down and picked up a fresh leaf that had fallen to the ground. He held it up to eye level and examined it. It's the trace of a lightning lake. The ice lion appeared from somewhere at this moment and interjected, there are still traces of space elements here. An unstable spatial rift really appeared. This won't do. Gao Peng closed his eyes and concentrated. A huge blue energy enveloped him. Daisy, can you hear me? Daisy. But Gao Peng still couldn't detect anything. He sighed. I can't even contact him through the bloodline contract. Hearing his words, Xiaoyan felt a little guilty. Gao Peng, I wish I had discovered it earlier. Gao Peng comforted him. This isn't your fault. Although I can't contact Daisy right now, I can feel that he's not in immediate danger. We'll stick to our original plan and go to the Black Bone World to see if we can meet him there. So, a few weeks later, Gao Peng arrived in the Black Bone World. He had extensively searched for traces of Daisy 27 times. Despite being in the Black Bone World, there was still no response from Daisy. At this moment, Ade's eyes caught a fleeting glimpse of Daisy. Gao Peng still thought to himself, the aura of the bloodline contract hasn't changed, which is proof that Daisy isn't in life-threatening danger. I should still focus on Ade's progress first. To find Daisy in this world, I must first possess outstanding strength. He immediately called Ade, who was still searching. But you can break through now. Receiving the command, Ade began to unleash its abilities. Surrounding it, yellow energy like flames burst forth. Its eyes burned red, and Ade roared a few times, revealing its fangs on its skeletal face. Right next to it, the ice lion pointed in the direction of a monster and reported, a powerful monster is approaching. Gao Peng heard that and turned his head in that direction. A gigantic thorny snake monster was flicking its sharp snake tongue on the screen. Monster name, Black Flame Rock Python. Monster grade 64. Monster quality, common quality. Monster attribute, rock type, flame type. Monster abilities, magic stone scale, armor level 5, robust muscles level 5, earth power level 3, sharp teeth level 2, fire element control level 3, earth element control level 3. Monster weakness, water type. Monster brief introduction. The Black Flame Rock Python can reach King grade after growth, and a few elite individuals can reach Emperor grade after growth. Its personality is gluttonous. Gao Peng looked at the monster displaying its might before him and said, indeed, this giant has been lured out. Ade needs to rely on this one to break through to Emperor grade. At that very moment, Ade appeared behind the Black Flame Rock Python and unleashed a skill. The beast was enveloped in dazzling white light forming a flower shape. The beast writhed in pain, screaming. At this moment a chaotic scene unfolded before Gao Peng and his familiars. Earth and stones flew everywhere. Xiaowang exclaimed in admiration, "Ooh, so strong." The end. Ade leveled up, monster grade 61. Xiaowang looked at Ade with eyes full of admiration. Brother Ade, that skill just now was really cool. I want to learn it too. Ade didn't hide the skill. Sure, come find me anytime if you want to learn. Xiaoyan looked helplessly at Xiaowang from the side. When he needs something, it's brother. When he doesn't, it's big clumsy idiot kid. Give it up. You can't learn it. But Xiaowang was full of confidence. He clenched his fists and resolved, effort never betrays a duck. If I work hard, I'll definitely achieve results. Even if I can't learn 100 of Brother Ade's skill, learning 70 or 80 will be enough for me to survive in the Black Bone World. The Ice Lion was fed up with Xiaowang's bragging. This duck acts like a hoodlum, spouting social pleasantries all day. I wonder who's the fool who likes that bald head, making him look stupid and idiotic. After speaking, the Ice Lion looked at Gao Peng. Gao Peng, now that Ade has broken through, where are we going, north or south? A city came to Gao Peng's mind. He replied, there's an Emperor-grade monster in the north which we can't defeat with our current strength. I heard that Raqqa Base City in the west is completely shrouded in fog. It's best to put aside grand ideas of challenging the unknown for now. The east is the sea, but we lack naval familiars, so that's out too. Let's go south and develop there. He commanded Esuan. Esuan, pack up this snake corpse. They all went to the door together. Gao Peng mused, is this the nearest new labyrinth? Xiaowang looked curiously at a hole in the door. Let's charge in and take a look. There's a small hole in the door, I'll go check. Xiaowang peered around the hole and smacked his lips. It's dark inside, can't see anything. Xiaowang touched the tightly closed door with his hand. Suddenly, the door opened, surprising everyone. Gao Peng said, it opened just like that. A large jar and a pile of dry firewood appeared before our eyes. Gao Peng continued, inside the door are a large jar and dry firewood. Gao Peng was inside the labyrinth looking around and thinking to himself, this labyrinth seems to have restrictions like the old ones. Are the people who built these labyrinths from the same group? Or my doubts remain unresolved. Suddenly the thundering footsteps of countless beasts rushed over, interrupting his thoughts. At this moment a group of monsters appeared before Gao Peng. They charged fiercely, all muscular with red bodies, glowing eyes, and sharp teeth. New information about the monster group was updated on the information panel. Monster name: Red-Winged Blood Essence Borman. Monster grade 38. Leader grade. Monster attribute: Blood type, Dark type. Monster quality: Elite quality. Monster abilities: Blood Scent level 1, Strength Amplification level 1. Monster brief introduction. Originally a shell pig monster living on the prairie, a gentle monster with low intelligence, but after acquiring the remnants of rules obtained by the Labyrinth God, it mutated, becoming more cruel and fond of eating meat. Gao Peng heard that and exclaimed, "Labyrinth God, could it be that all these labyrinths were created by that Labyrinth God? Do gods really exist in this world?" An interesting discovery. Aid transformed silently at this moment. He observed calmly and carefully. A powerful beam of light burst from the tyrant skeleton's chest. A light formed sharp claws, and the destructive force Aid had just created charged towards the monster group, scattering them in all directions. The scattered monsters fell to the ground, unable to move, their entire bodies covered in wounds and blood. The remaining ones were startled by the sight and fled. The one at the front kept making strange noises. Oink 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 oink, run quickly. Suddenly a huge hand appeared. The hand was gigantic, red, and had black claws. The hand easily picked up the monster. The small monster let out a surprised oink oink. At this moment a gigantic monster stood before Gao Peng. Its fangs were 5 centimeters long and its belt was shaped like an ox head. It held the small monster tightly in its hand and the small monster kept struggling. Monster name: Blood Essence Red-Winged Boar Lord. Monster grade 54, King grade. Monster quality: Elite quality. Monster abilities: Robust Body level 4, Blood Scent Detection level 2, Impatient Heart level 3, Sturdy Boar Hide level 3, Transcendent Endurance level 3, Frenzy Acceleration level 3. Monster attribute: Blood type, Dark type. Monster brief introduction. The Boar Lord has an impatient personality and was originally a parasite living on a shell pig monster. After devouring all the remnants of rules in the labyrinth, it underwent enhanced mutation, but unfortunately its IQ did not significantly improve. Gao Peng calmly said, "It's only King grade." Aid turned and said, "Master, wait for me here. I'll go and return." Seeing this, Asuan, Shaoyan, and Shalwang all cheered excitedly. "Go, brother Aid, is that the charm of height? So cool." Aid quickly charged towards where the tyrant stood. It's unclear what it did, but it leaped into the air and the gigantic boar was terrified. A moment later, the gigantic monster suddenly fell to the ground. Aid quickly absorbed its soul. The monster's soul power formed a beam of light and was sucked into Aid's mouth. Gao Peng approached and said, "The overall strength of this labyrinth isn't strong. I should go see if there's anything good in the center of the labyrinth. Aid, once you're done absorbing, we'll leave." After that, he went to the center. There was a small platform with several ancient steps, and on it, an old altar. He scratched his head, puzzled. Is this the treasure at the center of the labyrinth? A brass altar? He went up the steps and touched the altar with his hand, wondering, did those blood essence boarmen also offer sacrifices? Suddenly a small flame shot up, burning some of the fingers of the glove he was wearing. And the flame burned fiercely. Gao Peng quickly pulled his hand back, startled. "Damn it, I was tricked. Aid, smash it." Before he could smash it, a small cute creature sprang from the altar and stood in the middle of the flames. It quickly negotiated. "Don't smash it, don't smash it. I can make you stronger." Aid ignored it and immediately punched the altar. The flames died out and smoke filled the space. The small monster looked fearfully at the last wisp of smoke, and Gao Peng said, "It wasn't Aid's full power attack, but it left no trace. Is this truly a divine treasure?" New information appeared again. Item name: Deep Smoke Plunder. Altar damaged. Item brief introduction. Can plunder the tributes of target units, thereby disassembling target units, and can grant abilities to any target that cannot be disassembled. Simultaneously, the altar has been severely damaged, significantly reducing disassembly efficiency and time consumption. The creature lay on the altar, one hand resting, smiling triumphantly. "Oh great one, look, you couldn't smash the altar, so you must be an extraordinary person. From now on you'll be my new master. I will serve you well. How about it?" Gao Peng gave a generous smile. "Ha, then thank you very much." After that, he turned back and looked around. Aid stared intently at the creature alone, and the creature quickly stood up and asked, "Lord Aid." Gao Peng, without a word, threw a small branch of firewood onto the altar. The creature was suddenly terrified. He chuckled merrily, adding fuel to the fire. "Try it." The other side responded silently. A fiery red light surrounded the branch, then quickly disappeared. The light condensed, forming a spherical substance. Item name: Roughwood Crystal. Item effect: the crystal contains a certain amount of wood nutrients. Can be provided as food for both vegetarians and carnivores. He observed for a while and then thought, is this a food processing machine? Leaving aside other things, this ability is still very excellent right now. At least I won't have to worry about starving in the future. Gao Peng turned to Asuan and commanded, "Asuan, bring out that big black snake." It quickly created a fantastical space before its eyes. From the small space, a black smoke-emitting snake, unable to move and covered in wounds, was pulled out. The snake was placed on the altar spirit, and the spirit lamented, "This is too heavy." After that, white smoke and red flames enveloped the black snake's body. Suddenly the black snake revived. Its entire body was still engulfed in flames, but it could crawl. Gao Peng hid behind Aid, saying with a surprised expression, "This is really possible." A moment later, the altar spirit belched, burp. From its belch, various attribute orbs flew into the air. The The first was a blue glowing orb, item name Blood and Flesh Essence, Emperor Grade. Item brief introduction. Condensed blood and flesh essence from the entire body of an Emperor Grade monster can be used for satiety, containing extremely rich high-energy nutrients. Next was an orb surrounded by yellow light. Item name Earth Element Resistance, Level 2. Item brief introduction. After use can grant the target unit the Level 2 Earth Element Resistance ability. Once the ability is acquired, it cannot be upgraded by other means. The orb disappears after use. The last was a red glowing orb. Item name Fire Element Resistance, Level 2. Item brief introduction. After use can grant the target unit the Level 2 Fire Element Resistance ability. Once the ability is acquired, it cannot be upgraded by other means. The orb disappears after use. The creature winked again, clutching its belly and laughing. Delicious, hee. Gao Peng thought to himself. Indeed, this altar can plunder monster abilities. This creature's identity is not simple. Aid is full of power and its fire element resistance has also leveled up. This item is very similar to equipment. Although the abilities gained after using this orb can no longer increase, they can always stack with it. Gao Peng reached out his hand to the altar spirit, who was smiling cunningly. So you can plunder abilities from monsters' bodies and corpses. That's why you were so confident. How did you know? The creature sweated and gave an awkward laugh. I haven't recovered yet. After I recover, my abilities will be stronger and my plundering abilities will be even more perfect. It secretly thought with caution. This person is deeper than he appears. It's better to be honest. Gao Peng said to Aid again. Alright, you're still useful, so I'll reluctantly accept you. Aid, take it away. The altar spirit still lay motionless on the altar. Gao Peng, on top of the disciple statue, said happily, From now on you'll stay here. It stammered. Is this your familiar? That's right, don't worry, it's very sturdy. Suddenly a voice called him. He turned his head and looked at Gao Peng. A white monkey sat comfortably in a folding chair with its legs crossed, sunglasses resting on its head. It pointed in one direction and said, It seems monsters are fighting over the labyrinth. He exclaimed in surprise. Monster name Dragon Wyvern. Monster grade 67, Emperor grade. Monster quality, epic quality. Monster attribute, wind type. Monster abilities, Hardened Shell level 6, Fierce Wind Breath level 5, Gigantic Body level 3, Wind Element Control level 4, Rapid Digestion Stomach level 4. Gao Peng, seeing the Dragon Wyvern pack moving towards the door, hid behind a rock and quietly assessed. Strong. Are they preparing to occupy the Black Iron Labyrinth? Monster characteristic, Destructive Dragon Head. The Dragon Wyvern possesses a portion of the Dragon of Destruction's bloodline and has a fierce dragon head. The dragon head is not merely for displaying might. Effect 1 is a passive effect. The power of the dragon head is invincible and includes destructive power. The dragon head's location automatically possesses level 6 sharp teeth ability, and simultaneously, wounds bitten by its dragon fangs are difficult to heal. Effect 2 is an active effect. Light of Destruction. Can emit a light of destruction from its dragon head. The light of destruction belongs to destructive power and cannot be weakened by ordinary resistance magic. Monster brief introduction. The iron-armored dragon wyvern came from Dragon Source Valley and awakened rare dragon blood in its bloodline. This is a special creature. They enjoy eating dragon corpses. They can gain energy by eating dragon corpses. They can plunder bloodlines from the dragon corpses they devour. This allows certain parts of their bodies to transform into corresponding organs of the dragon race. Gao Peng, having grasped their characteristics, thought, another special monster like a bloodline thief. It plunders the bloodlines of other dragon races to mutate itself. Its own bloodline isn't strong, yet it steals others. At this moment outside, the dragon wyvern pack reached right in front of the door, and the door happened to open. A new monster appeared from behind the door. Monster name, Six-Armed Giant. Monster grade 60, Emperor grade. Monster quality, epic quality. Monster attribute, earth type, rock type. Monster abilities, elemental resistance level 4, earth element control level 5, strength enhancement level 5, earth's protection level 5. Monster characteristic, boiling power. Unparalleled monstrous strength comes from their bloodline. Effect 1, passive effect. Strength type ability grade 1. Effect 2, active effect. Burns the earth element power within its body to convert it into its own energy. Monster weakness. If its feet leave the ground, its strength weakens and its earth element control ability disappears. Monster brief introduction. Giants are darlings of the earth. The six-armed giant is one of the earth's most beloved illegitimate children. Its personality is steadfast and passionate. As long as its feet are on the ground, it can continuously receive replenishment from the earth. If it leaves the earth, its strength significantly weakens. Gao Peng cried out internally. Level 69. Is this the strength of a black iron labyrinth monster? The dragon wyverns prepared for evolution, creating a protective shield and readying for battle. They charged towards the six-armed giant. The six-armed giant immediately, easily beat them down. Gao Peng said to Yu Guang, it seems that in battles between Emperor-grade monsters it's difficult to bridge the gap in strength with numerical superiority. Yu Guang focused intensely on observing the six-armed giant at this moment. Looking at the six-armed giant, the creature shouted, I can see its weak points, only it muttered to itself silently, when will my knife be able to cut down those giants? Where the battle raged, the six-armed giant continuously beat down the dragon wyvern pack. It grabbed them one by one, slammed them to the ground, shattered them, and mercilessly threw their corpses. The six-armed giant coldly looked at the last trembling dragon wyvern, and Gao Peng internally assessed, now there's only one left, and the distance is so great. Unexpectedly, Yu Guang charged again, and Gao Peng cried out in surprise. How, Yu Guang? It explained, if I don't kill monsters I'll become useless. As it slashed at the six-armed giant it said, even if I can't win, and even if it's an emperor grade, at least I must land one blow. As soon as it finished speaking, it actually landed a blow on the six-armed giant and blood gushed out rapidly. The six-armed giant collapsed in pain and Yu Guang leapt around in excitement, shouting, I succeeded! With a single slash, the six-armed giant became extremely enraged. It rushed forward and grabbed Yu Guang. Gao Peng quickly commanded, Aid, help Yu Guang! Aid immediately rushed towards the monster and swung its pincer at the six-armed giant. It concentrated all its strength in its pincer. The pincer grew longer and longer, reaching out to the six-armed giant and striking its head. When the pincer, with immense power, struck the six-armed giant's head, blood splattered, and everything went blurry, making it impossible to tell the six-armed giant's condition. Without giving the opponent a chance, Aid delivered an additional fatal blow to the six-armed giant, but it dodged the attack and quickly fled. Gao Peng quickly said, Aid, don't pursue any further, and instructed Aid, this labyrinth is the six-armed giant's lair, and we don't know what traps might be inside. For safety, it's better to enter after your level has increased a bit more. He didn't forget to scold Yu Guang as well, and the same goes for you, Yu Guang. I'll let it slide this time, but don't act so recklessly next time. Don't forget you have comrades. Yu Guang quickly realized its mistake and replied, sorry Gao Peng. However, Gao Peng was quite satisfied in his heart. Besides, after Yu Guang's rampage it also picked up many emperor-grade monster skeletons, which are all valuable materials. He calculated inwardly. Aid's resurrection is limited by its own level, so it would be better for Shaowang to absorb this monster's essence core to enhance its potential and prepare for a new evolution. The other things can be disassembled by the altar. I hope it disassembles something good this time. At the trophy harvesting site, the black duck lay on the ground, belly bursting, covering its mouth and muttering, I really can't eat anymore. In Yuzhou Bay City, workers were constantly being urged at the construction site below. Faster, faster. Team 3 must complete the mission today. Bai Ren stood on the cliff watching the construction site. A beautiful girl ran up behind Bai Ren, hugging him and softly calling out, Brother Ren, is that Director Qi Hangdong really the great high priest? She continued. The portrait in the shrine really looked exactly like him. At that time I even thought I was mistaken. Bai Ren replied disdainfully, so what if he's truly the reincarnation of the great high priest? His familiar is merely an ordinary white dragon. And moreover, it's the lowest grade white dragon bloodline, and its grade is only king grade, he concluded casually. In this world of might makes right, if you don't have strength you have no say. What can he do to help us? As soon as he finished speaking, someone ran from afar to report, Brother Ren, the Yan Domain tribe people have entered the city. Bai Ren was puzzled. Although the Yan Domain tribe is not as good as our white dragon tribe, it is one of the 7 great tribes, second only to our white dragon tribe. So they wouldn't dare bully me, would they? Bai Ren tried to remain calm. No matter how unpopular I am still the son of the white dragon tribe leader. Apart from the 3 major tribes of the same rank, the Yan Domain tribe people wouldn't be so bold. Quickly call the others. Let's go meet them. The Yan Domain tribe people were whispering intently. Yan Zhou commented, anyway, there are strong individuals stationed here. Yuzhou really seems more vibrant than other places. The person next to him also laughed in agreement. Brother Yan, no matter how good this place is, it won't be as comfortable as our tribe. Another young man also agreed. That's right. At this moment, Bai Ren's lips curled into a smile. If it isn't young Master Yan Zhou, he casually asked, what brings you to me? Yan Zhou looked at him, surprised, and exclaimed, Bai Ren, Yan Zhou said, I'm not here to find you. I'm here to find Director Qi Hangdong of the first organization. I want to see how amazing a strong individual from the organization is, Bai Ren scolded. You must have already heard what his familiar is before you came. What's the point of challenging him in front of our white dragon tribe? Yan Zhou opened his mouth, thinking, so that's how it is? I was reckless. So the rumors were true. He really was the ancestor of the tribe. After thinking, he laughed cheerfully and said, all right, I understand. I apologize for disturbing you. I'll take my leave now. Bai Ren, angry, cursed, wait, damn it, what do you understand? There were 5 items including blood and flesh essence, soul essence, body enhancement level 2, wind element control level 3, and destructive dragon bloodline diluent. Item name, body enhancement level 2 fruit. Item brief introduction. After use it can enhance the target unit's body, granting body enhancement level 2 ability. The ability cannot be upgraded. Body enhancement can increase the target unit's physical strength to 8 times its original. Gao Peng muttered to himself, 8 times the physical strength, that's like doubling the length, width and height. Yu Guang will be happy from now on, he called out. Yu Guang, do you know what this is? This is a gigantic fruit. If you eat it you'll become enormous. As soon as it heard that, Yu Guang snatched it away in the blink of an eye, leaving Gao Peng stunned for a few seconds. It put it in its mouth, chewed greedily and shouted excitedly, I feel it, my body is getting bigger, it said excitedly. Gao Peng really didn't lie to me. I really got bigger, Xiaowang casually said. You got bigger but not much bigger, Yuguang said irritably. You idiot, if you don't know don't talk, Xiaowang sighed. Still, the grade is too low. Even if it doubles it's not much. Ignoring the two of them, Gao Peng threw an item to Asuan and instructed, Asuan, you eat this wind control fruit. Asuan received the item and immediately took out a machine. Gao Peng was surprised. A machine, a juicer? After juicing the wind control fruit, Asuan poured the juice into a glass and leisurely drank it. After drinking it exhaled a strong gust of wind. Gao Peng thought to himself, the wind is really strong. The effect is good. After the wind passed, his hair was also disheveled. He stood there dazed. Seeing Asuan running around, Gao Peng said irritably, Asuan, there's one last item left. He hesitated. Ultimately, who should receive the destructive dragon bloodline diluent? The black duck offered its opinion. This is just a diluted bloodline. If you use it, it's up to luck. Even if it's powerful, it might not suit you. The stronger the bloodline, the more severe the clash will be. Hearing that, Gao Peng thought, that's true. If I accidentally self-destruct, that would be terrible. It's better to figure everything out first. Let's start everything steadily. He grabbed Chu Chai and said, all right, get up and work. Smell the dragon's memory. Follow the path it took to get here. Chu Chai quickly sniffed, picked up a signal and shouted, this way. Gao Peng instructed his familiars. Tidy up, we're leaving. Chu Chai pointed in the direction of the forest. Inside, a monster appeared from behind a tree. Monster name: Red-scaled six-armed ostrich. Monster grade 27. Leader grade. Monster quality common quality. Monster attribute fire type. Monster weakness water type. Monster brief introduction. A monster pack of the dragon tribe. Naturally vigilant, they feed on thorny mulberry leaves and provide warnings to the dragons. They protect the dragons as they grow into adults. Gao Peng, seeing this reaction, thought, there's a dragon inside too. A bang, he commanded. A bang. Lure out the dragon inside. An earthquake occurred. Dragons emerged one after another. Seeing the dragons scattered on the ground, Gao Peng thought, it worked. The dragon pack was excited to see him holding food in his hand. He also happily said, don't fight, there's enough for everyone. He distributed the food equally to all the dragons. However, even without a bloodline contract, it's not necessarily impossible to control them. Monsters also have intelligence, so let's raise them for now. He planned to raise this monster pack to help him. After Chu Chai thoroughly searched inside, it reported to him, Master, there's treasure inside. 3 super large heartstones. Seeing it talk about treasure, he beamed and urged it to follow him. Oh, hurry and take me there. He held a torch, lighting their way, and Chu Chai led the way. Suddenly he thought, so many monster corpses. Is this a storage room? He observed and speculated as such. Gao Peng suddenly found a scroll on a monster's body. Why is there a scroll here? It's really well preserved. Let's take a look. He picked up the scroll and read it. The map had symbols indicating locations. He looked at the animal drawings on the scroll and guessed their locations. This first large divine beast, could this be Dragon Source Valley? To go to Dragon Source Valley, I need to raise these young dragons. These 7 are not weak in combat power. The core familiar of the white dragon tribe is the dragon. If I bring a few dragon-subduing monsters, there won't be a problem. He looked at the map and made plans for them. He calculated for them to sustain minimal damage. A week later, Xiaoyan leveled up to stage 3 spirit fire grade. It looked very proud. He was proud of Xiaoyan's upgrade. Xiaoyan broke through to king grade easily after eating the king grade blood and flesh essence. He looked at the map. Is this the mermaid labyrinth on the map? I've never seen a mermaid. Seeing the name of this place, he wondered what a mermaid would look like. Suddenly he thought, but how do these mermaids exist? Mermaids in myths all live under the sea, or at most under rivers. In a lake, it's ultimately a human body with a fish tail, isn't it? After thinking for a moment, he felt it was a bit strange. He wondered about the inside. Could there be a lake inside this labyrinth? As soon as it heard about the lake, it showed an unpleasant expression. He called his familiar next to him. Yu Guang, you go and knock on the door. You're fast, so even if there's real danger, you can escape immediately. He had it check the situation inside. It went to the door and knocked with its hand. The large door also slowly opened. He seemed to sense something was wrong. This feeling isn't very good. He opened his eyes wide, thinking worriedly. He shouted loudly, Yu Guang, run quickly. Hearing his shout, it used all its strength to run far away from the door. In the mist and dust, a figure of a golden-eyed girl appeared, looking very terrifying. Unexpectedly, all his familiars turned into stone. Could it be that he suddenly realized something? So it was a Medusa monster. It had a human body with snake legs and snakes on its head like hair. The screen displayed monster name, Earth Medusa, monster grade 62, Emperor grade, monster quality. Epic quality. Monster attribute rock type, mystic type, monster weakness. Its effect is weakened when engaged in close combat with creatures of the same grade. Monster abilities: hard scales level 4, highly venomous snake hair level 5, sharp claws level 3, snake hair regeneration level 3, hard snake hair level 3, flexible snake hair level 3. Monster characteristic: Medusa's eye, an ability possessed by all Medusas, their iconic innate ability. Effect 1, passive effect. All units that come into contact with Medusa's eye will undergo a petrification judgment. If the unit fails the petrification judgment, it will be petrified. This ability cannot be blocked by other means. A judgment must be made. Effect 2, active effect. Releases a petrification ray. Units illuminated by the petrification ray will undergo a petrification judgment even without looking at Medusa. If the unit fails the judgment, it will be petrified. Note: earth element resistance increases immunity to Medusa's eye. Note: Medusa's snake hair can dispel petrification effects. Note: if health deteriorates, the target unit's resistance to petrification effects also decreases. Note: Medusa's eye cannot petrify objects of mythical quality or higher. Monster brief introduction. Medusas live on land, have a quiet temperament, and prefer to live alone in dark and quiet places. They are naturally endowed with petrification abilities, so they have few friends. Hence Medusas have a lonely personality and become eccentric over time. Seeing her appearance, he speculated, snake hair, snake tail, it's Medusa. The ability combination is too strong. Fortunately, I was able to gain protective elements from a bang through the bloodline contract. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. With a bang's help, he gained strength and was not petrified. Seeing Gao Peng's familiars petrified, she emotionlessly said to him, "I'm really sorry, I have no ill intentions." Suddenly, she cut off a piece of her hair and offered it to him, saying, "Please place this hair on them." It turned out she wanted to release them from petrification caused by her. He picked it up and thought, the hair looks exactly like a snake. He placed it on Asuan. Suddenly, the snake head opened its eyes and absorbed all the petrification energy from Asuan's body. Asuan was released from petrification and returned to normal. He said happily, "It worked. The petrification has been removed. Few monsters can stand and talk to me like this. You're very special." Medusa looked at Gao Peng and said, "Then will you follow me? I'm a wandering Beastmaster. My familiar and I were exploring and we happened to be passing by you." He told her about himself, hoping to make her his familiar. "If you follow us, you can meet other Medusas too." He continued to persuade her to follow him. He thought, this Medusa seems kind. Even if I don't form a bloodline contract, if we can travel together, make friends and get help at crucial moments, and she's Emperor grade, amazing. Seeing that she wasn't as fierce as other monsters, he wanted to build a good relationship with her. She raised her hand to decline. "I'm sorry. I don't like associating with other Medusas, nor do I like noisy environments." She firmly refused him, and he was slightly taken aback. Refused so quickly. After speaking, she did not agree to go with him. Gao Peng and his group continued onward. "I'll come visit again next time. Goodbye." He wanted to see her again. She also re-entered the door from before. Inside were trees and animals, but all had turned to stone. She walked up to a stone bird sitting on a tree and smiled. Recalling childhood memories, she was happily playing with the birds. Suddenly a monster appeared from somewhere, startling both of them. To protect herself and the bird, she used her ability and instantly petrified the monster. However, while petrifying the monster, she accidentally petrified a bird next to her. This caused the other birds to scatter and fly away in fright. Medusa was startled. They all flew away. She used her hair to unpetrify the bird. The bird came back to life and happily flapped its wings. It's alive again, but before it could fly away, it was petrified again. Medusa helplessly said, "Ha, it saw my eyes again." Then she unpetrified it once more. It's alive again, but the bird kept seeing her eyes and was petrified again. Medusa looked at the stone bird before her, speechless. This time she learned from previous experiences. After unpetrifying it, she immediately covered her eyes. "I'll be careful next time." Despite being continuously petrified, the bird wasn't angry at all. Instead, it was very optimistic. "Phew, that's great. I feel like I'm alive again. What do you think?" In the present, the bird was still perched on her head, saying to her, "You know, kind Medusas like you are easily deceived. To be honest, at first we just wanted to steal some soul fruits from you." It honestly told her its original intention, but she also told it, "I know, but it's okay. I don't care about these soul fruits. There are too many trees in the garden so you can pick and eat as much as you want, but if I can gain a few friends with soul fruits, that's a really good thing." In fact, she knew everything, but she was too lonely, so she accepted being used to gain friends. Although they initially came to her for gain, they now treated her with sincerity. "I've lived too long. I'll probably die today. I want to see your eyes before I die." Knowing that his time was limited, he wished to see her beautiful eyes one last time before his death. But she still kept her eyes closed. She didn't want her best friend to turn to stone, but he would. With shining eyes, he told her, "After I turn to stone, don't release me from the stone again. Let me be with you as a stone." Medusa was silent. She was deeply touched by the bird's sincere words, although very sad as it was what her friend wished. She too opened her eyes. With eyes on the verge of tears, she looked at the little bird. The bird looked at her eyes with satisfaction and said, "Your eyes are truly beautiful." After that, it immediately turned to stone. Medusa stroked the bird, heartbroken. "I still don't want to leave you all." It turned out that the reason she didn't go with Gao Peng was to stay with the friends who had always been by her side. Xiaowang walked ahead and said to Gao Peng, "That Medusa is pretty good, cutting off her own hair to save people. She deserves praise. I've never seen such a benevolent neutral monster before. It's a pity that being benevolent neutral doesn't necessarily mean others will accompany you." He felt a little regretful about Medusa. He looked at the map to confirm their next destination. Where to go next? Seeing the crab drawing, he didn't trust it much after the mermaid incident last time. "The closest labyrinth is this crab-shaped marker." No, the previous drawing looked like a mermaid, but the result was a Medusa. Thinking that, he had a slightly strange idea about the monster in the next labyrinth. He again thought that this one was a spider. Could this be a spider? He was confident in his current guess. Suddenly, a gigantic red crab appeared. On the screen, monster name, Blazing Tyrant Crab, monster grade, level 68, monster quality, perfect quality. Monster attribute, fire type, monster weakness, water type, monster abilities, hard shell level 5, rampant giant claw level 6, strength enhancement level 4, fire resistance level 5, fire control level 4, monster characteristic, flame devour. The Blazing Tyrant Crab is inherently capable of devouring flames. Effect 1, passive effect. Damage from all fire attacks is weakened. Effect 2, active effect. It can devour various flames and then for a short period convert the flame energy in its body into the form of that flame. Monster brief introduction. The Blazing Tyrant Crab was born in flames. Since childhood it loved living in fire and its favorite thing was eating flames. When it was young its fire resistance was not strong, so young Blazing Tyrant Crabs often burned to death due to gluttony. Gao Peng was surprised. This time it wasn't an abstract drawing, was it? He was surprised that this drawing matched his initial thought. The Blazing Tyrant Crab struck the ground with its pincers and the nearby ground trembled slightly. After that it launched rock spheres, making Gao Peng's group dodge quickly. It can use its pincers as fixed anchor points to turn itself into a cannon, he ordered them. Abang, defend. Abang grew enormous and blocked them. He began to assign tasks. Aid, you and Abang don't engage yet. This time I'm going to train Xiaowang's group in teamwork. Xiaowang, don't charge in too hastily. Xiaoyan, attack Xiaowang first to stack up sustained damage. Don't attack the Blazing Tyrant Crab for now. Xiaowa, you're in charge of healing. After assigning tasks to each he instructed them on the battle strategy. Ice Lion, you'll be the frontal attacker, attracting the Blazing Tyrant Crab's attention and stalling for time. Yuguang, assist the Ice Lion, primarily attacking the leg joints, he said to the Ice Lion and Yuguang beside him. The Ice Lion said somewhat arrogantly, I guess I have to move this skeleton. Gao Peng carefully said to the remaining two familiars next to him, Dragon-slaying celestial hand, you flip through the pages from behind and shine white light. Sun, watch over the items in your spatial storage well. Don't throw them. After hearing his assignments they seemed a little confused. The Ice Lion transformed and quickly charged at the Blazing Tyrant Crab to attract its attention. Seeing the Ice Lion sortie, Xiaowang also stood, burning with flames, but couldn't fight. The flames need to be bigger. It's not strong at all. Xiaoyan, did you not eat? Unable to fight, Xiaowang shouted at Xiaoyan to spew fire at him. As Xiaowang kept mocking his flames, Xiaoyan also criticized Xiaowang's actions. This bald fellow, if you're so capable, don't ask Xiaowa to heal you. Xiaowang was still cheering on the Ice Lion. Ice Lion, don't panic. When I appear, I'll surely defeat the enemy general easily. Hearing Xiaowang's words, the Ice Lion also replied to him, Then hurry. My previous injury hasn't fully healed, so I can't last long. Seeing them ignore him and chat, the Blazing Tyrant Crab roared angrily, What do you take me for? The Ice Lion created a gigantic ice chunk and threw it at the crab. The crab was no pushover. It shot huge flames from its two eyes. The flames quickly burned everything around, instantly turning everything into a sea of fire. Gao Peng looked at the situation with some concern. The power of the fire element is too strong. I finally know where this desert came from, he finally understood. Every year, this easily angered Blazing Tyrant Crab burned everything, causing all the nutrients and moisture in the soil to dry up, eventually turning the surrounding 10 li into barren land. Seeing all its ice attacks destroyed by flames, the Ice Lion was somewhat afraid. Damn it, this power can't be held off by an ice shield for long. It continued to throw huge ice chunks at the crab, but they all melted into flames. Ice and fire met and exploded in the center. Yuguang appeared and attacked, breaking several of the crab's legs. The crab lost its balance and fell. Gao Peng praised Yuguang. Well done, Yuguang. A monster of this physique loses a lot of combat power when it loses its balance. Suddenly, something surprising happened. What? The Blazing Tyrant Crab suddenly stood up. It moved using its pincers. It even leapt using recoil. Big trouble, Yuguang is in danger. Seeing the crab move, he warned Yuguang. Xiaowang finally finished preparing and quickly rushed forward, splitting the crab in half. One blow to defeat the enemy general. Gao Peng asked his familiars worriedly about their situation. Are you all right? Yuguang told him. Fortunately, only my knife broke. The Ice Lion complained about its white fur being singed black. Don't even talk about it. Nothing serious, but I have to maintain this good fur all over again from scratch. Xiaowang attacked the crab continuously with all his might. Today, Grandpa Xiaowang will teach you how to be a successful monster. The crab didn't just stand there taking hits. It counterattacked and Xiaowang blocked with his hands. Xiaoyan saw Xiaowang struggling and said, No, the bald fellow's strength still can't match the enemy and he's gradually being pushed back. Xiaoyan also quickly attacked to assist Xiaowang. With Xiaoyan's help, Xiaowang finally broke free from the fire crab's pressure. Xiaowang threatened, It's nothing. I'm not your match now, but soon you won't be mine. The Blazing Tyrant Crab finally noticed Xiaowang's strangeness. Strange, why does this bald duck get bigger and stronger the more he fights? As it was thinking, it suddenly took a fatal blow and had no time to dodge. Xiaowang rushed forward and punched the crab and blood splattered everywhere. Xiaowang returned to normal, plopped down on the ground and gave Xiaoyan a thumbs up. Fatty, that skill just now was really strong. Use it more often next time. Xiaoyan flapped its wings, annoyed. Get lost, that skill consumes a lot, use it more often. Gao Peng happily looked at the gigantic crab corpse before him and said, Disassemble the corpse, let's see if anything good comes out. A moment later, seeing the 6 different colored orbs floating before him, Gao Peng exclaimed. 6 more appeared. He Wu, supporting himself with one hand, offered his opinion. I've disassembled so many monsters and found a rule. The stronger the obsession, the more items are disassembled. Gao Peng agreed, very pleased. Accurate. Thank you for having dreams. As soon as the crab's soul ascended to the heavens, it was very angry. Gao Peng held several orbs he had just obtained in his hand and checked them. Soul Essence, Flesh Essence, Strength Enhancement Level 3, Fire Resistance Level 3, Fire Control Level 3. Not bad, not bad. The last one was a red orb and he was curious. This is something I've never seen before. The system displayed information. Item name, Flame Devour Talent Fruit. Item brief introduction. When used by a monster, there is a certain chance to gain the Flame Devour talent. Only fire-type monsters can use it. If fusion fails, it will be weakened. After reading, he concluded. It can only be used by fire-type monsters. Then I should give it to Xiaoyan. He gave the Flame Devour talent fruit to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, eat this. As soon as Xiaoyan swallowed it, it kept convulsing. The system displayed that the monster was in the process of awakening its talent. Xiaowang looked worriedly at Xiaoyan, who lay unconscious on the ground. Fatty, are you all right? Gao Peng comforted him. Don't worry, he's awakening a new talent. We should rest for a while too. Let's wait until Xiaoyan wakes up. After a while, Xiaoyan rubbed its eyes and barely opened them. Xiaowang excitedly shouted, Monster Dad, Fatty woke up, Fatty woke up. Gao Peng heard that, came out of the tent and checked its status on the system. Monster name, XV Baifang. Monster quality, Legendary quality, Monster attribute, Fire type, Monster grade, Level 51 King grade. Monster characteristic, Dance of Fire. Brief introduction. Flame Devour was originally the innate ability of the blazing tyrant crab, which was plundered and then swallowed by a XV Baifang for fusion. Effect 1. Passive effect. Fire resistance increased. Effect 2. Active effect. It can devour various flames and then plunder the essence of flames to enhance its own natal divine flame. Monster brief introduction. A Baifang with an impure bloodline. There are 10,000 flames in heaven and earth and each flame is different. People are called emperors, beasts contend for kings, and 10,000 flames are plundered and belong to one. The awakening of the Flame Devour talent means that Baifang has embarked on the path of contention. Gao Peng breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it succeeded. The blazing tyrant crab's innate ability can indeed bestow attributes on Xiaoyan through disassembled matter. He furrowed his brow slightly, seeing a few lines of text. But the path of contention, what does that mean? Xiaoyan turned its head to look at him and asked worriedly. Gao Peng, why do you look so serious? Did something happen to me? He smiled and comforted it. It's all right, feel it yourself. There's a slight mutation in your newly acquired ability. It's not a big problem, it's probably a good thing for you. Xiaoyan seriously felt it and said, HMPH, my talent is indeed slightly enhanced, but it feels like there's a calling deep in my bloodline telling me to embark on the path of contention. Xiaowang praised it from the side. Good, Fatty. The path of contention sounds really impressive. Don't forget me, Brother Huang, when you succeed later. Xiaoyan angrily stomped on Xiaowang and spewed fire. Contention? What contention? Don't talk if you haven't been in someone else's shoes. I'm not strong enough yet. Xiaowang quickly fled. Gao Peng ignored the two of them and walked over to ask, Ice Lion, you know a lot. Do you know what the path of contention is? The Ice Lion shook its head and said, I only know that this is a talent for life and death struggle. He Wu flew by, heard that and smiled. The path of contention? I know this. Gao Peng turned his head to look at it and said, Tell me what the path of contention is. The screen showed monsters reaching out their hands towards a small flame in the center. He Wu explained, It's to contend for the position of supreme. It might also be because I can't be destroyed. Even if I'm truly destroyed, I can be reborn in the void. So it's really hard to understand. A bunch of idiots contend for that position with all their might. If monsters have gods, it's really amazing, but I don't think it's necessary anyway. That position can't be disassembled either. Xiaoyan heard that and angrily kicked it aside with its claw, and He Wu flew away in a daze. It barely managed to set up the stone altar again and cursed at Xiaoyan. Madman, Xiaowang also kicked down the stone altar that had just been set up with one foot. He Wu glared at it, came back and accused, What's wrong with you guys? Xiaoyan and Xiaowang turned their backs very leisurely and walked away. Elsewhere, Daisy was curled up. It opened its eyes drowsily, looked around, and was surprised. Where is this? This is the endless void. Before its eyes was a gigantic tree, and on the tree several pink orbs were emitting lightning. 2 trees faced each other, and little Daisy hung from one tree trunk exclaiming, The tree is too big. Getting closer to the large pink orb, its eyes immediately sparkled like stars, delighted. This orb is too fragrant. Quickly, all the parts of the pink orb that Daisy crawled over disappeared. Traces were left everywhere it went. After a while its belly was so full it looked like it was about to burst. Holding its round belly, Daisy exclaimed, Full PFFFT, PFFFT. Suddenly a voice was heard. You ate too much. Another voice agreed. Right, it's like it doesn't know what hunger is, a voice asked itself. Is this fellow a super stir-fried pig, a voice wondered. But no matter how you say it, you're helping a centipede. Why is that? Its talent isn't even top tier, the remaining voice explained. The passage to the outside world opens randomly. Leading is also fate, the voice finally agreed. All right, I'll trust you for now. On Gao Peng's side, he was walking forward with a map in his hand, looking at the map. Dragon Source Valley is nearby. Below, in a yellow stream, several small monsters were leaping out of the water. Their appearance was similar to frog tadpoles. The system displayed information. Monster name, Solar Frog Tadpole. Monster grade, level 10 to 20. Monster quality, Common quality, elite quality, perfect quality, epic quality. Monster attribute, fire type, monster characteristic, solar flood. When countless solar frog tadpoles gather, they can explode with temperatures comparable to the sun. Effect 1. Passive effect. When threatened or attacked, they unleash terrifying destructive power. They condense terrifying solar flames in the void based on 10,000. Solar flames burn at a grade of 10 1 times according to their number. Effect 2. Active effect. When the number of solar frog tadpoles reaches a certain level, they can induce the rule of solar flames. Monster brief introduction. A fragile but extremely irritable creature. When threatened, it activates its power from nothingness, accepting solar flames into its body to burn all enemies. Abang approached and looked at them. Long Yi looked down at the steaming cliff and said, "Delicious, delicious, so fragrant. I want to eat that." Suddenly a huge roar came from the ground. They turned back and told him, "It's prey. The dragon is dying. Master, the dragon is dead." This was the last roar the old dragon made before dying. Gao Peng lined up his familiars, Xiaoyan, Shaohua, Aid, Yuguang, Bai Zhang. "The 5 of you take the 7 young dragons and me there. The other familiars support us from the cliff," he thought with some worry. "I don't know what grade that dragon is, but just listening to the sound I feel immense pressure. Its grade is definitely not low, besides there might be other terrifying monsters inside." Looking at the gigantic Abang next to him, Abang is too big and will be a clear target. When there's danger, he can support them with Shaowang. He can also protect Asuan and Shaohua. He looked at the team composition before him. Xiaoyan can fly. Aid currently has the strongest combat power. Yuguang is small and inconspicuous and also has wind attributes, so it can fly. Bai Zhang can suppress dragon-type monsters, so it's perfect for this dragon source valley. After that, he got on Xiaoyan's back and commanded, "Let's go." Xiaoyan spread its wings. Aid was in front, and Yuguang followed behind. After a while, they finally descended, and several small monsters were observing them around. Yuguang appeared behind the bug, throwing its core, and its body was immediately split in two. Gao Peng glanced at it. They had all fled. The threat had worked, otherwise too many low-level monsters would be bothersome. He clutched his belly, surprised. Why is my belly getting bigger and bigger? Indeed, Gao Peng's belly was rounded like that of a pregnant woman. Gao Peng turned around and said to the others, "You guys wait for me here. It'll be more convenient if I go alone." Gao Peng, holding his bulging belly, thought to himself, "HMPH, there's a warm current flowing in my belly. If I really do give birth to something for the sake of my lifelong honor, I'll have to say I picked it up new. Otherwise they'll laugh at me." Suddenly, a green aura emanated from his belly. It seeped into Gao Peng's open mouth, and he was startled. This is so Aid's innate ability after leveling up has finally been perfected. Gao Peng clenched his fist with a satisfied expression. The green energy from earlier enveloped his fist. He smiled. "My mental strength has also increased a lot. How about contracting with these 7 dragons? It just so happens I can test out my new innate ability right." Immediately, Gao Peng stood before the 7 monsters, hands on his hips, and said, "You are now my familiars, don't worry. Follow me and you'll get delicious food, alright? Now line up quietly." Gao Peng looked at the flickering energy in his palm, an expression of thought on his face. He stretched out his hand and suppressed one monster. The other monsters didn't understand what had happened. "Fourth brother, where did my gigantic 4th brother go? 4th sibling has disappeared." Gao Peng smiled, closed his eyes, and calculated in his mind. "It seems to be about 100 slots in total. There seems to be no concept of time here. It's in a peculiar state of stasis. In a world completely isolated from the outside, familiars cannot absorb elements separated between heaven and earth in a dazed, unconscious state. If I confine them to this space, I can limit their growth. This way, no matter how many familiars I have later, I won't have to worry." Gao Peng used his ability on another monster again. However, he didn't know the limits of this ability, or how large a familiar it could accommodate. The other monsters frantically cried out, "4th sibling, 4th brother?" Gao Peng approached Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, take me up first outside." Shaowang asked, "Fast monster dad, are you done with your business?" Gao Peng replied, "No, I just did some experiments." Gao Peng raised his hand to cast his ability, and a circle with a powerful suction force appeared in the air. Shaowang shouted loudly, "Hey, big hand, big hand, big head." Gao Peng closed his eyes and sensed the space. It can accommodate a bang. Moreover, it occupies the same space as the dragons. Shaowang was still bewildered, looking left and right, shouting loudly, "The big hand disappeared, monster dad. Did you learn magic?" Gao Peng raised his hand to cast his ability, and Shaowang opened its mouth in surprise. Even the lowest grade can really be taught magic. Whoosh, a new monster appeared, and Gao Peng was slightly surprised. Dragon, monster grade 71, emperor grade, monster quality, elite quality, epic quality, monster abilities, monster characteristic, steel dragon tail. It awakened into a steel dragon tail after acquiring the steel dragon bloodline. Effect 1, passive effect. The steel dragon tail grows extremely hard and can be used as a weapon, and the tail has extremely strong immunity to elements. Effect 2, active effect. After activation, it increases the hardness of the steel dragon tail for a short period and simultaneously increases the flexibility of the tail. Gao Peng thought, "This emperor-grade dragon is in such a hurry, it's likely heading to where the dragon corpse is." Whoosh! Immediately, Gao Peng turned around and fled, not forgetting to call out, "Shaowang, you continue to wait for me on the cliff. Yuguang, Aid, and Xiaoyan, follow me." The dragon was leaving at this moment. Sensing something strange, it turned its head vigilantly. The aura of an extremely powerful monster. It looked again but saw nothing behind the rock Gao Peng was hiding. He was sweating profusely, holding his breath. the dragon muttered. Did I feel it wrong? Never mind, urgent matters are more important. At this moment Gao Peng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, fortunately I contained it quickly. I'd rather go in alone. Quickly, Gao Peng cautiously rushed forward. Whoosh, the area the dragon had passed through was filled with mist. Gao Peng looked at the hazy space before him and thought to himself, the mist is too dense. Moreover, just by listening to the sounds I can tell there's more than one dragon. I can also hear sounds of fighting, so the battle inside must be intense. But as Gao Peng quickly approached, there was a gigantic monster before his eyes. Item name: Mist Dragon Corpse. The mist filling the sky was a byproduct of this monster's decomposition. Could this dragon be the one that screamed in the canyon earlier? The dragons were fighting and driving away external invaders, and despite the delicious food before them, they all united against the external enemy. The temperament of this group of dragons doesn't seem to reject their own kind much. Perhaps they had a habit of living in groups from the beginning. Should I give it a try? Gao Peng raised his hand and contained a dragon. Be a bit more careful. When you get there, humble yourself. You're all of the same species, so these large dragons won't bully you. When you get there, immediately call them 7th brother, 8th brother, and be a bit sweet-lipped, alright? On this side, a dragon was crawling alone. Hearing a sound, it turned its head vigilantly. Who, a young dragon? Hey, where did a young dragon pop out from? Looking at its length, it seems freshly hatched. Where are the adults? The young dragon's eyes sparkled, drooling, and called out, meat, meat. Realizing it was harmless, the large dragon relaxed, put down the meat it was holding, and left. It's still smaller than my palm. This should be fine. The young dragon finished all the meat, burped, then ran towards Gao Peng. 4th brother asked, how does it taste? 5th sibling, it replied. 4th brother, it was really delicious. The large dragon was surprised. Where did this little fellow pop out from again? The young dragon stared at it with sparkling eyes, acting cute. The large dragon was speechless. Hey, eat, eat. Gao Peng watched all this and thought, the dragons really seem to have a strong sense of kinship towards their own kind. They are patient and very friendly towards their own kind. He narrowed his eyes and thought, then what about other monsters? Just then, with a bang, a dragon's tail struck another monster and blood splattered everywhere. Gao Peng hid behind a rock and thought, snatching shredded meat, truly cruel. He noticed that no monster dared to approach the mist dragon's vital part, its head, where the dragon crystal was located. Could it be that these monsters don't eat dragon crystals? There must be something wrong. Monster name: Dragon Larval Stage, Monster Grade 31, Leader Grade, Monster Quality, Perfect Quality. Epic Quality: Monster Attribute Water Type, Monster Abilities Hard Shell Level 1, Mist Control Level 1. Monster Characteristic: Mist Dragon Heart. After swallowing the mist dragon's internal organs, it mutated, creating a new heart on its original foundation. Effect 1, Passive Effect. Enthralling Dragon Mist absorbs water and mist elements from the air existing in the mist dragon heart with special properties. For a short period, the heart can beat strongly, increasing conversion efficiency. Effect 2, Active Effect. Releases the enthralling dragon mist from its body, forming a gigantic mist curtain. The enthralling dragon mist can absorb soul senses and simultaneously block the 5 senses to some extent. Within the enthralling dragon mist, the dragon's speed increases to a certain level, and simultaneously the familiar's master is not affected by the side effects of the enthralling dragon mist. Conditions for upgrading to legendary quality. The quality of the dragon corpse is not uniform. The growth obtained varies depending on the quality, rarity, and grade of the dragon corpse. Gao Peng looked at the dragons and thought, 3 days have passed. 4th and 5th's body shapes are much larger than before, but only 6th has mutated. The introduction says it mutates after swallowing the mist dragon's internal organs, so 4th and 5th probably only ate the external flesh, but just gaining the mist ability is surprising. If I can create a mist war later, it will be convenient for entering and exiting. On this side, the dragons were playing around, praising each other. Wow, 6th brother is amazing. A loud roar shook the cliff. Gao Peng worried, this roar again. Why is the area below the cliff red again? The surrounding space turned red. The young dragon trembled and said to Gao Peng, Master, something very scary is approaching. Gao Peng was startled. A gigantic black dragon monster appeared and the status window appeared. Monster name: Blood Essence Ancient Dragon, Monster Grade 92, Quasi-God Grade, Mythical in Progress. Monster Quality: Legendary Quality or higher. Monster Status: Severely Injured, Impatient. Monster Attribute: Blood Type. Monster Abilities: Giant Dragon Strength Level 9, Endurance Enhancement Level 7, Blood Dragon Heart Level 9, Rapid Healing Level 8, Blood Power Level 8, Blood Frenzy Level 7. Gao Peng stood dazed below. Blood Essence Ancient Dragon, Quasi-God Grade, Monster Characteristic, Blood Essence Soul. Innate blood control ability is extremely sensitive and simultaneously extremely sensitive to blood. Through this, it awakens abilities within the blood. Effect 1, Passive Effect. The more severe the injury, the stronger its power and healing ability. Effect 2, Passive Effect. Each time it attacks and kills a unit, its physical stats increase for a short period. Note: the stronger the increase obtained from the Blood Essence Soul, the stronger the killing intent. Blood Camouflage. A heart filled with blood has an innate thirst for enemy blood. Effect 1, Passive Effect. Each time the Blood Essence Ancient Dragon drinks enemy blood, the enemy's blood stimulates the blood camouflage, enhancing the Blood Essence Ancient Dragon's blood power control ability. Effect 2, Passive Effect. When the Blood Essence Ancient Dragon eats an enemy, the blood camouflage disassembles the enemy to heal its own wounds. Monster Brief Introduction. The Blood Essence Ancient Dragon is renowned among the ancient dragon race for its cruelty and bloodlust. Its nature is warlike, cruel, and gluttonous. It is one of the most warlike species among the ancient dragon race, Gao Peng thought. Even if this Blood Essence Ancient Dragon is severely injured, that Emperor-grade dragon before it is just a mouthful. Gao Peng turned around to flee and said, let's go, we'll go that way. As a pool of blood flowed out, one of the dragons said, even quasi-god-grade blood has such strong corrosiveness, so fragrant. It said, big brother is big brother, taste it first. Gulp, it lowered its head and drank. Ah, it hurts. But it's so fragrant, Gao Peng said. Blood of this grade will surely be targeted by other monsters, everyone stay alert. Suddenly there was a huge movement, the ground rose and rocks shattered. Startling Xiaoyan, who paid close attention. Whoosh, green light erupted from below, accompanied by a loud explosion. A wolf-shaped monster with glowing blue eyes growled. As expected, it has arrived. Xiaoyan, let's finish this quickly. The monster's feet were emitting blue light, sharp claws extended and both sides used their skills against each other. Xiaoyan's flame-wrapped wings became dark arrows flying towards the monster. Finish it. Gao Peng praised. Well done. On this side, the young dragon was unconscious in the pool of blood. It had only taken a few sips and passed out. Is there alcohol mixed in this blood? Gao Peng looked at Aide and said, there's definitely more than one guy secretly hiding inside. Aide, let's take those guys with us. Behind the dense mist there was another small canyon. Gao Peng looked ahead and thought, quasi-god grade, I can't fight that right now. It's still better not to cause trouble. Deep within the canyon, the Blood Essence Ancient Dragon looked at the mist before it and said, Scarlet Serpent, come out to me. A sharp hand rose from the pile of dirt. As soon as the Blood Essence Ancient Dragon called, the Scarlet Serpent appeared, and it said angrily, what are you calling me for? I don't want to wake up yet. It said to the Blood Essence Ancient Dragon, Millet, why are you here? Are you dying? Let your corpse emit light and heat for our ancient dragon race in the canyon. The Blood Essence Ancient Dragon was angry. Get lost, I'm just severely injured. My lifespan is still long. I came to ask you to help heal my wounds. What nonsense about light and heat? With a bang, Gao Peng was startled. Bang, black smoke billowed. He turned in that direction. Black mist. The background of this canyon has changed a lot too. It was red a moment ago, now it's black again. In the mist a monster quietly crawled up the cliff. Thud, it hit the ground hard, spitting blood. It died after all. No wonder there haven't been any Emperor-grade monsters recently. It turns out there's another big boss hidden in the canyon. On this side, Millet shouted, don't you know the distance to Dragon Source Valley? Only dying ancient dragons return here to nourish their kin in the canyon with their blood and flesh. The Blood Essence Ancient Dragon pointed angrily with its finger. I've known you for over 10,000 years, don't pretend to be so sanctimonious now. Quickly heal my wounds. Once my wounds are healed, I'll go kill those damn abyssal demons. Those guys ambushed me in the blood-red river again shamelessly. Millet waved his hand. That's because you're stupid. Your head was only this big back then. So troublesome. I've waited so long here, can't you let me shine a bit? After I heal your wounds you have to leave something for these guys. You should know how hungry they were when you came here. The Blood Essence Ancient Dragon shouted loudly. What are you talking about? Millet squatted down and waved his hand, turning his head away. Didn't I make myself clear enough? If you don't agree, then go back to your ancestral land and find another ancient dragon to heal your wounds. The Blood Essence Ancient Dragon finally compromised. All right, ever since you came to guard the canyon, the dragon source has become more and more cunning. Just like that old white dragon. Millet raised his hand and energy flowed from his fingertips. It passed through the Blood Essence Ancient Dragon's wound. The Blood Essence Ancient Dragon was satisfied. Phew, comfortable. Your skill has improved again, he thought to himself. You've really been hiding your power deeply. Are you about to achieve divinity? Millet shook his finger and turned his head. So. The Blood Essence Ancient Dragon was speechless. So. The Blood Essence Ancient Dragon took out a small red bead. All right, this is the blood and flesh I promised you. Take it, Millet shouted. Is that all? Just this much? Why are you so stingy? I heard in Dragon Source Canyon that Millet is the stingiest among the Blood Essence Ancient Dragons. The Blood Essence Ancient Dragon frowned in anger. When did I get such a nickname? As it spoke, it spat something out and flew away. HMPH, take it. Millet waved his hand contentedly. Go, I won't see you off. There was a red stone with golden patterns. Gao Peng and his group watched it tumble down from below, puzzled. Hey, what fell? The young dragon in Aide's hand rolled it down and held it in its mouth. Resource name, Blood Essence Ancient Dragon Heart Fragment. Resource brief introduction. The Blood Essence Ancient Dragon's heart contains a small amount of divine properties. Gao Peng was very puzzled to see it eating. Bread from heaven. Monster name. Dragon, monster grade 34, leader grade, monster quality, epic quality. Monster abilities, Giant Dragon Strength Level 1, Dragon Scale Armor Level 1, Blood Frenzy Level 1. Monster characteristic, Blood Frenzy. An ability obtained when the spirit and the dragon's innate talent combine after swallowing the Blood Essence Ancient Dragon's internal organs. Effect 1, Passive Effect. The more severe the injury, the stronger its power and healing ability. Effect 2, Active Effect. After activation, wound healing speed increases for a short period and simultaneously it loses its sense of pain. The dragon was very colossal at this moment. The dragon awakened the Blood Frenzy ability. It seemed to be becoming increasingly frantic. Currently, apart from a bang, there was no second psychic-type familiar, and due to Sha Wang's passive stacking characteristic, he couldn't be a standard frontline tank. Gao Peng looked up at a bang. Although Abang sometimes blocked allies while also blocking enemies due to his physique, he could currently fill the team's gaps well. At that moment an unknown object quickly flew towards them from above. As it approached it grew larger and larger. Gao Peng's face changed and he turned to flee. "What is that?" He quickly looked for a way to escape. "Quickly, release the dragon mist to cover us so we can enter the mountain cave." Lu Hua heard his instructions from behind. "Brother will protect you." In the thick dragon mist and dust, Gao Peng calculated the depth of the cave. It was more than 30 meters deep and the path downwards was winding. Unless one entered the cave, the outside could not see anything inside. Due to the dragon mist, the outside world would not notice their whereabouts at all. He hid among large rocks and waited. There was no movement except for the dust. 10 minutes passed and there was still no movement outside. Those friendly neighbors should have arrived by now, but they haven't. I can't just wait around. If I don't take risks, I won't gain anything. I might as well take something while I have this chance. Gao Peng went inside. There was a white dragon there. He thought the dragon was dead and approached it. He didn't know if the fatal wound was on its head or its belly. If it was on its head, the core might not have been preserved. The dragon's eyes suddenly opened wide, emitting colorful light. Gao Peng was startled and stepped back. Sanhua hid behind him. "Haha, you're still alive." The white dragon opened its mouth. "Come and eat me, you'd better hurry. Another monster is approaching and you don't have much time." Gao Peng was surprised. "What? Who sacrifices themselves? Are you kidding? Eat that? Is this dragon's head injured?" He observed the dragon carefully. No. This dragon was too calm to be joking. Could it be? He decided to give it a try. Gao Peng instructed. "Arhua, listen to this, senior. You go over there." Arhua clung to his leg, trembling. "Master, I'm scared." The white dragon saw this and resolutely plucked out its 2 eyes, offering them to Arhua. "Eat them. If you get a chance to kill 2 more demons later, you'll have avenged me." Arhua saw the crystal-clear rainbow-colored orbs, raised its hand, took them and put them straight into its mouth. The white dragon, with a satisfied expression, used its remaining eye to spot another monster approaching. "Ha!" The monster opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. It raised its claws high and struck towards Arhua. But before it could reach its target, the white dragon struck it with its tail, sending it flying. The monster was no match and turned its head to flee. As it fled, it continued to snarl, "Quack, quack, quack, quack." The white dragon threw a large core into Gao Peng's hand. "Take this too." He saw a glowing large stone with inscribed traces. "Is this a core?" the white dragon said with difficulty. "It's better to give it to you than for those guys to take it." It seemed to sense danger. "Hurry. If you don't go now, it will really be too late." He was silent, but the white dragon said, "That's right." Gao Peng collected the core. "Asu, and retrieve it." And they fled with all their might. "Quickly, let's return to the cave and hide." Gao Peng's brain was working nonstop. "If I kill 2 more demons, I'll have avenged them." A severely injured dragon. The Dragon Source Canyon nurtures the monsters within the canyon with its own body. Indeed, I was in Dragon Source Canyon for 3 months, and everything seemed very chaotic, but it was very orderly. It was as if an invisible order maintained the rules here. If the powerful, mysterious monster in the center of the canyon was a dragon, then what was thrown at him that day must have been that monster. Now I understand why I never encountered a king-grade monster or higher in the past 3 months. He fled until he was almost exhausted. Dragon Source Canyon was not a dragon graveyard, but a dragon's breeding ground for venomous creatures. Gao Peng looked back at it. A breeding ground for venomous creatures? Such a thing is possible. This explained why there had been no king-grade monsters or higher remaining in the mountain cave for years. All adult king-grade monsters or higher must have been moved, so the dragon's monster grade was level 32 leader grade, monster quality epic quality, monster attribute light type and dark type, monster abilities super strong vision level 2, monster characteristic. White pole pearl light pupil. Inheriting the innate eyes of the white pole pearl light pupil, it can penetrate the netherworld and rescue from calamity. Effect 1 is a passive effect. Peer ability grade 1. It can weaken negative effects such as mist, illusions and effects related to the host's grade. Effect 1 is an active effect. When peer ability reaches level 5, it gains a clairvoyance effect. 2. When peer ability reaches level 7, it gains immunity to effects. 3. When peer ability reaches level 9, its vision greatly increases. Effect 3 is a note. The clairvoyance effect is influenced by the elemental density of items and other factors. Arhua successfully evolved after eating the white dragon's eyes. Gao Peng was happy but also scolded it. "I was worried that another monster would suddenly invade, but you're here eating without a care in the world." He focused on Arhua's new abilities and glowing eyes. The name White Pole Pearl Light Pupil sounds very harmful, but it seems to have no lethality at all. However, it's really useful in the thick fog of Dragon Source Canyon. At least the impact of the fog on vision is greatly weakened. But another problem bothered him. It was time to leave. The familiars in the familiar space had no restrictions and were not in danger, but their growth was limited. But what should I do with these young dragons? An idea suddenly struck Gao Peng. Wait, there's a way, somewhere. Baolongyi was comfortably basking in the sun. He was enjoying this atmosphere with a satisfied expression. "Ah, what a good day. I don't feel like going out to hunt today. Anyway, there's game from a few days ago at home, so it's okay to rest for a day." As soon as he heard a strange sound, he immediately stood up and listened. Is there something? All king-grade monsters or higher in this canyon had been moved. Which clueless guy dared to provoke him? 4 heads popped out of the bushes in succession. They were Sanhua, Wuha, Kiwa, and Sawa. Baolongyi was bewildered. "What is this? Whose cubs are these?" They all clung to his leg. "Daddy, daddy, daddy." Seeing their appearance, Baolongyi fell into a reverie. What 4 naughty rascals, our own kids were also this cute when they were little, but now they're all grown up and becoming more and more independent. They'll be leaving home soon. After 2 of them leave, I can suggest to the female dragon at home that we have another litter," he said calmly. "Kids, don't call me that. I'm really not your daddy." Young dragons were not to be trifled with. They lay on the ground and started to throw a tantrum. "Daddy doesn't care about us, Daddy doesn't care about us." Bao Longyi was at a loss. "Stop yelling. What if the dragoness at home hears?" The dragoness came out from inside, hearing the commotion. "Old man, what are you doing outside? What's all that noise?" As she approached, she saw Bao Longyi wrestling with the children who had emerged from the bushes. "Don't call me daddy. I'm not your daddy." They put on a pitiful act. Daddy doesn't want us anymore. Mommy told us to come find Daddy, and Daddy is so well behaved, don't chase us away." The dragoness looked like a fiend from hell, as if fire was burning on her head. "Old man, let me explain." She asked the young dragons. "Kids, where are your parents?" They acted pitifully. "We don't have parents, they don't want us." The dragoness, moved by maternal love, embraced the children. "Oh dear, how pitiful. Kids, follow big sister, food is guaranteed." They continued to sob and cry. Woo woo woo. The dragon couple never expected to fall for Gao Peng's scheme. He watched their performance from the bushes and gave his kids a thumbs up. Returning to the top of Dragon Source Canyon, Gao Peng brought all his familiars out. Seeing this number, there was a slight hesitation on his face. Having many familiars is also a headache. "Who should I level up first?" A bang reported. "Master, there's a monster in the ground to the right," he instructed. "Yes, throw it out." A strong impact on the ground revealed a small monster. Monster name is Huami Jiaozhan. Monster attribute is Earth type, Fire type. The monster sensed something strange. "Why was I discovered? I was clearly hiding underground." Monster ability is Earth Flame level 4. Gao Peng pointed at the flames on its tail. "Xiaoyan, swallow those flames." Xiaoyan approached the monster, opened its mouth wide and swallowed the flames. Then it fired a gas bomb. Why did it throw it at Xiaowang again? Xiaowang fell to the ground as if poisoned, shouting, "I'm dying." Xiaoyan saw this and was filled with rage. "I'm going to kill that thing." Gao Peng stopped it. "Don't kill this Jiaozhan. This Jiaozhan is still useful." He explained the use of Jiaozhan to Xiaoyan. "Your ability can absorb other flames to grow, but these flames will be absorbed and digested by your natal divine flame in your body after you absorb them. If this Huami Jiaozhan keeps producing flames for you to repeatedly use, it can be like a backup battery. But if there's a mistake, of course, you'll have to pay the price." Gao Peng was not a bodhisattva. "Of course, if it can't produce fire one day, I'll kill it and make it into a side dish." The fate of this Huami Jiaozhan was truly tragic. "What are you talking about? You're really a devil." Daisy was moving back and forth somewhere in the unknown void. No food recently. A crack appeared before its eyes. A spatial rift. This familiar feeling, this aura is Earth. Daisy rushed over eagerly but couldn't pass through. A shadow observed it. "There's world suppression on that side, so its strength is increasing too quickly to pass temporarily. Another one can't stand Daisy, so what to do? If it continues to stay here, the speed of the world suppression on that side may not be faster than its strength increase. This guy has a pretty good appetite, but it can't stay here forever. He has stayed here long enough. Just now, the shadow created a galaxy-like beam of light. Then let's send it to another world." Another guy stopped it. "But this is against the rules." Daisy, unable to pass through the rift, covered its face and cried, "Woo woo woo, Gao Peng, I might not be able to see you anymore. Rules are dead, but we are alive." A strong force lingered around the rift. Someone interfered with Daisy, who was emotionally agitated. Another one. Daisy looked at the rift. "How do I get through?" He put his foot into the black hole. And it actually passed through. Looking down such a vast sea. "What if I drown? For now I'll stay here and see if I can go back later." Daisy sadly tried to go back. "Gao Peng, wait for me." The culprit wanted to send him to another space and would not tolerate his return. A force acted, pushing Daisy completely into the rift. "Damn it, go away." He lost control and fell. "Ow." Daisy looked at the rift. "It's gone." This fate, a monster's shadow appeared on the hazy sea surface. Fish leaped out of the water to attack Daisy, but he dodged flexibly. Daisy unleashed his lightning power. "HMPH, where did this rotten fish come from? You dare to eat me?" As soon as the lightning blade fell on the fish, the monster turned into a charred black roasted fish floating on the sea surface. After finishing its work, Daisy flew away. Boom, from afar, 2 other fish saw it. One said, "This flying bug that suddenly appeared is quite strong." The fish next to it also agreed. "That's right, look at number 14 next door. His butt was electrocuted. Truly tragic." Daisy was causing trouble and Gao Peng here sensed a strange aura. This feeling was like a monster from the deep sea had chased them up. He quickly instructed his familiars to prepare for defense. A bang, search the surroundings and check if there are any monsters hiding under our feet. Xiaoyan, fly high and observe the surroundings. Absolutely do not let your guard down with other monsters. If you sense a powerful monster approaching, report to me immediately. Everyone followed the orders and moved to their respective positions. Gao Peng was as vigilant as possible. "Everyone be well prepared. When the target appears, attack first so that it doesn't even have a chance to retaliate." They waited for 10 minutes. Xiaoyan spoke. "Gao Peng, I don't think the monster is chasing us." He pushed up his glasses and defended himself. "That's proof that my strategy was correct. The monster hiding in the dark has already been eliminated by us." Xiaoyan didn't expose him but seemed to be mocking him. "Gao Peng, you're really selfish and shameless. I think only a selfish and shameless Beastmaster like you can raise excellent familiars like me." Gao Peng had nothing more to say. "Alright, let's continue exploring." He unfolded the map. Let's still go east. The south was all labyrinths. It was better to go to the eastern sea and explore. If there was a chance, he should capture a water-type monster. Sitting on an earth chair with an umbrella, he looked like he was on vacation at the beach. He used to think it was inconvenient to bring water-type familiars up a cliff, but now that he had awakened his familiar space ability, he could simply form a bloodline contract and put them in the familiar space. It was really comfortable with a bang around. Chu Chai brought him something and Gao Peng praised it generously. You did very well today bringing back these 2 red algae grasses. In his hand was a plant with many small red flower buds. Item name, Gothong grass. I remember this is the main evolution resource for Shalwa Aid's daughter. Thinking of his familiars, Gao Peng pondered. Shalwa's grade has now reached level 30 and her quality is elite, but among these familiars she's harmless. It is so strong, but Shalwa loves to read and Abang even specially built a library for her. Today is a better day than any other. Let's level up Shalwa. Gao Peng spread his hand. Esuan tools. Then he put the red buds of the plant into a test tube filled with water. The test tube filled with red water was complete. It's done. He brought it to Shalwa, who was reading. Shalwa, be good, drink this. Shalwa was obedient. As soon as she finished drinking the water in the test tube fell to the ground and shattered. Aid watched worriedly from the side, his eyes burning like 2 torches. Shalwa moaned in pain, trembling all over. Aid tried to approach, but Gao Peng raised his hand to stop him. Don't be nervous. You can block the wind and rain for a while, but you can't block it for her whole life. At this moment Shalwa's body began to change. While screaming in pain, red wings sprouted from her back. Now Shalwa's appearance had greatly changed. Monster name, Winged Mountain Ape. Monster grade 31. Monster quality, perfect quality. Monster attribute, earth type, water type. Monster abilities, strong strides, level 1. Monster weakness, dark type. Monster brief introduction. One of the monsters that run well in mountainous areas. Its personality is gentle and it likes fruits that grow in the mountains. Seeing her moving like she was flying across mountains and rivers, Gao Peng was quite satisfied with this result. The winged mountain ape has the longest lifespan among monsters of the same grade. We don't expect Shalwa's combat power to be that high. This mutation direction is also good. Suddenly he felt another strange sensation in his body. Again. Gao Peng irritably looked left and right. Why do I always feel like something is about to happen again? A strange feeling. He probably didn't expect it. This feeling was probably because his familiars were causing trouble. Daisy was flying around howling, "Wahahahaha, why are you chasing me? I just ate one of your eggs." He spoke too lightly after eating someone else's eggs. The huge fish chased Daisy, its mountain-sized fins knowing how to swim. Daisy ran for his life, screaming for Gao Peng to save him. Daisy kept running and shouting, "Stop chasing me. Haven't I already puked out some golden insides for you?" The fish growled, showing no intention of letting Daisy go. A snake-like tongue stretched out from its mouth, pursuing Daisy to the very end. Daisy ran for his life, thinking, no, this guy isn't listening at all. He made up his mind and used a skill to read the ferocious fish's mind, timidly observing what it was thinking. The fish's eyes glowed red, staring directly at Daisy. In its mind it thought, "I must kill and then eat this insect monster. I'll eat it." Daisy shivered, truly realizing that the sharp-toothed fish wanted to eat him, but he quickly composed himself and immediately used a skill, shouting loudly, "Such a great grudge, explode for me!" The fish was hit by Daisy's unexpected blow, falling backward and thrashing about in confusion. Daisy seized the opportunity and quickly escaped, but as he fled he gloated mockingly, "Hee, come chase me then suffer." However, Daisy's attack seemed to be nothing more than a tickle to this monster. It growled angrily, relentlessly pursuing Daisy. Daisy in a panic looked back and shouted loudly, "Why are you so useless, Gao Peng? Save me!" Gao Peng at this moment stood leisurely by the sea, looking at the blue water before him and saying, "So the sea in the Black Bone world is no different from the sea in our Bone Land." Gao Peng was suddenly startled by a sound from somewhere. Hungry, hungry. Gao Peng was puzzled. "Am I missing Daisy so much that I'm hearing things?" Xiaoyan, standing beside him, reassured him. "Gao Peng, don't be sad. Daisy Agoa is probably in heaven, so he'll definitely be fine." Xiaowang quickly interjected, "That's right, Daisy is so stupid. No, he's so smart, he'll definitely be fine." But Gao Peng heard the sound again. This time he was startled to hear his name mentioned. "Damn Gao Peng, you left without coming to find me, you heartless fellow." Gao Peng vaguely realized. "Again, could it be?" he replied. "Where are you now?" Daisy at this moment had already picked up the signal. "Gao Gao Peng," he shouted joyfully. "Gao Peng has finally come to save me." He pitifully called his name. "Gao Peng, where are you? I'm dying to see you. Hurry and save me. That huge bug has been chasing me for almost 4 days." Gao Peng didn't understand the situation there and could only remain silent. After that he asked Daisy's location. "We're by the sea." "Where are you now?" Daisy informed him. "I'm in the sea. I thought you were in the sea too. There's land here too. Which direction should I fly?" Gao Peng assessed the situation, carefully observing and analyzing the surrounding terrain. "There's really nothing on this sea to indicate direction. Moreover, there are no mountains near the coastline. If I can't see Daisy, it's proof that he's very far from land," he instructed Daisy. "Then you keep flying forward. You'll definitely see land." "Is the monster chasing you swimming in the sea or flying?" Daisy replied. "It's a very big silver bug in the sea. Hearing Daisy describe the monster, Gao Peng stood dumbfounded for a few seconds. He repeated the words big silver bug with a helpless expression, then instructed Daisy. Then keep flying. When you reach land, the water-type monster's strength will be greatly weakened, so it won't be able to chase you onto land anymore. The water familiars outside, hearing Gao Peng's conversation, seemed to realize who was on the other side. Aide spoke up asking, Master, is that Daisy? Gao Peng replied, yes, it's him. Daisy is still in the sea. I don't know his specific location yet. I've told him to fly towards the shore. At the same time, he didn't forget to command the water familiars. Alright, you all scatter and spread out the light net. That way we'll find Daisy faster. 30 minutes later, Manhwa found traces of Daisy. His eyes shone like car headlights straight up into the sky. He reported the information to Gao Peng. Master, I saw it. There's a big centipede on the right, a big centipede flying in the sky. Hearing that, he continued to command Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, shoot a fireball into the sky. This fireball was a signal to help Daisy identify Gao Peng's location. Seeing the flying fireball, Daisy was slightly puzzled by its appearance. Fireball, Gao Peng replied, that's right, we're in that direction. Come here quickly. Finally, following the fireball, Daisy also arrived where Gao Peng and the water familiars were waiting. He ran over from a distance, overjoyed, and burst into tears. Gao Peng, sob, sob, sob. Gao Peng crossed his arms and said with a slightly sarcastic tone, seeing how lively you are, you must not have suffered. That monster also stopped. It seems to be hesitating whether to fight on land after seeing that we have many brothers, but Daisy, still confident in Gao Peng's presence, began to taunt the monster triumphantly. HMPH. Now that Gao Peng is here, it's my turn to beat you. He shot golden lightning at the opponent. The monster, judging the situation to be unfavorable, did not retaliate and dove into the sea. Daisy saw this and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, diving in, he flew into the sky in delight and scoffed, keep coming you rascal, ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Gao Peng could only feel helpless. If Daisy hadn't provoked it like that, that silver net would have given up long ago. Even I felt like hitting that guy. Finally, he landed on the ground. Xiaowang flattered him. Daisy is amazing, truly admirable. Gao Peng, on the other hand, had a helpless expression. I haven't seen you in half a year, but why have so many wings grown on your back? Daisy pretended to be modest. You don't have to be sarcastic. For the past half year I've been looking for Gao Peng. I finally found an exit. He pointed his sharp pincers at Asuan. As soon as I came out, it was the sea. I didn't usually forage in the sea. I couldn't eat my fill every day. Asuan, quickly give me a few female insects. Just then, a bang quickly rushed in and blocked an attack aimed at Daisy. Daisy, be careful, Daisy. Daisy, not understanding what was happening, could only call a bang's name. At this moment, a blue energy domain unfolded behind a bang. The system screen displayed the monster's information. Monster name, Calamity Mountain Monster Mole Shadow. Monster status, moderately injured. Despite being injured, the monster still remained there. Gao Peng thought again. Not moving, it moderately injured a bang with one blow. Is this silver giant snake that strong? He commanded a bang. A bang, subdue that guy. Don't let it use the terrain advantage. A bang followed the command and attacked the snake-shaped monster, but the snake was not to be underestimated. It used its abilities to counterattack. Its whole body was covered in blue energy currents, and its tongue flickered, revealing sharp teeth as if it wanted to swallow the opponent alive. The water around the snake surged, covering its entire body. Gao Peng muttered to himself. The origin of this silver net is definitely not ordinary. This is clearly not ordinary seawater, but highly concentrated water elements. Numerous water element currents attacked a bang. Soon cracks began to appear on a bang's body. A bang, no longer able to endure, collapsed, and Gao Peng looked at a bang in disbelief. A bang hasn't suffered such heavy damage since he leveled up. What kind of monster did this stupid Daisy provoke? At this moment, the monster's information was displayed on the screen. Monster name, Profound Sea Silver-Winged Triple-Eyed Snake. Monster grade 74, King grade. Monster quality, Elite quality. Epic quality, Monster attribute Water type. Monster abilities, Hard Scales level 6, Muscle Burst level 5, Water Element Control level 7, Sharp Teeth level 5, Corrosive Camouflage level 6. Monster characteristic, Sea Glutton. A gigantic stomach that can swallow large prey. Effect 1, passive effect. Abdominal digestion ability grade 1. Effect 2, passive effect. When swallowing large prey, stomach volume increases and stomach flexibility also greatly increases. Monster weakness, Earth type. Monster brief introduction. The profound sea silver-winged triple-eyed snake inhabits the ocean, has an inherently irritable personality, and loves to swallow prey. Gao Peng looked up at the snake before him and confirmed inwardly. Water element control level 7, King grade monster. Daisy finally realized how much trouble he had caused. He asked Gao Peng awkwardly, Gao Peng, did I cause a big problem? Gao Peng glanced at him irritably, thinking, seems he knows it inwardly. Phew, who told me to be your master? I guess I'll have to clean up your mess after all. Gao Peng was thinking of something else at this moment. He spoke, if Daisy's form changes more, will the surrounding potato field also upgrade to some extent? I wonder how much it will upgrade. The system screen displayed Daisy's information. Monster name, 24 Winged Thunder Earth Dragon. Monster grade 69, Emperor grade. Monster quality, Mythical quality. Monster abilities, Lightning Control level 7, Lightning Armor level 6, Lightning Resistance level 6. Monster characteristic, Lightning Wings, Brief Psychic Eye, Thunderhead. An ability awakened after swallowing various divine objects, allowing the host to control different lightning powers simultaneously without conflict. Effect 1, passive effect. The host can store various types of lightning in its back wings. For every 5 pairs of wings that grow, 1 additional type of lightning can be stored in the wings. The host can fully control all types of lightning. Currently, it controls 4 types of lightning with different attributes, additionally controlling silver shadow lightning, wind clear lightning, and exploding thunder. Monster brief introduction: a mythical creature from ancient times. There is a story about the celestial dragon. Earth dragon, earthworm is an earth dragon, and centipede is a celestial dragon. When a centipede grows to its extreme, it becomes a celestial dragon. Lightning is extremely strong and extremely young, and the lightning celestial dragon is also an extremely young celestial dragon. Gao Peng's jaw dropped and his eyes widened, but he still couldn't believe what he was seeing. What the heck is this? This attribute panel is even more dazzling than the profound sea silver-winged triple-eyed snake. The amount of elemental energy currently stored in Daisy's body is 3 times that of the same grade. Truly a mobile fortress. The situation was extremely urgent. Gao Peng could no longer delay. He quickly pushed Daisy's back, urging him, "Don't dawdle here. Quickly help Abang subdue that big silver snake." Daisy whined a little, seemingly scared, looking for a way to escape. "How can this be, infected master? That snake is so big and I'm so small. How can you so cruelly tell me to go die?" Hearing Daisy's irresponsible words, Gao Peng couldn't stand it. He raised his hand and hit its head, scolding him. "You narrow-minded fellow, you've been reinforced, haven't you? Go quickly. No excuses. Don't you have something like exploding thunder in your body? Use exploding thunder to deal with it." Thinking Gao Peng's suggestion was reasonable, Daisy immediately regained his confidence. He excitedly leaped into the air, shooting out countless golden lightning bolts, and shouted loudly, "Okay, no worries then." Daisy fired lightning at the profound sea silver-winged triple-eyed snake. The monster was also quite startled by the sudden attack, but it quickly blocked Daisy's attack. Gao Peng still observed the battle and evaluated inwardly. Too strong. Even with its home advantage, it can easily break through the water curtain defense. The strong use force, the weak use cunning. The monster was very strong, but it was alone. Gao Peng quickly commanded Aid to support Daisy. Aid used the opening Daisy created to approach the great sage. Aid rushed forward like a sword, but he immediately realized. He swung his tail, covered in hard snake scales, to attack Aid, but failed. Aid dodged the attack, stepping aside, and at the same time raised his hand to try and injure the great sage. Gao Peng was very pleased. Good opportunity. If the great sage can be injured now, the situation will be in our favor. A smooth development was expected, but unexpectedly, the scale layer on the profound sea silver-winged triple-eyed snake's body was like armor. Unfortunately, the attack was blocked by the scale layer on the surface. Not only did the energy from Aid's fist have no effect on the snake, but it also bounced him back. He landed safely, supporting himself with one hand and one knee. After one move, make another. Aid immediately stood up and activated his ability. A dense red energy blazed in the space. The monster thrashed in the heat of the flames Aid had just created. Gao Peng evaluated. "I originally thought the rock salt was burning the water elements within the triple-eyed snake's body, but it was actually burning the seawater remaining on its body. This rock salt seems to have a burning property beyond ordinary." Interesting. At this moment, the snake's body was still submerged in flames. Nothing could be seen, only the sharp blade-like teeth and growls that seemed to tear space apart. No longer able to hold on, the snake created a smoke screen with 3 water whirlpools like a gigantic spinning top. The water element whirlpool is too strong, it's trying to escape in the confusion, but Gao Peng noticed it in time. No, the great sage is retreating. What needs to be uprooted must be uprooted. Gao Peng had no intention of letting it go. He was determined to pursue it to the end. He commanded Aid. "It wants to escape. Aid, you take Daisy and Abang and block it." But Aid hesitated a little, worried about Gao Peng's life. "Master will stay here and block the water whirlpool for you." Gao Peng reassured him. "Don't worry, I have a trump card. You all go quickly." Gao Peng was tiny compared to the enormous water whirlpool, like an ant next to an elephant. Seeing the blades flying out of the whirlpool, he carefully analyzed. This water whirlpool is truly massive. Countless blades are flying within it. The killing power is also terrifying, but in the end it's just a water element control ability. It was as if Gao Peng had found a solution. He commanded, "Xiaowang, get above me." Behind him, Xiaowang clenched his fist, brought his legs together, and flew up, radiating fighting spirit. He began to activate his ability. Magic Prohibition Zone. Rings of yellow blazing light continuously emanated amidst the rapidly rotating gigantic whirlpools. And finally, all the water whirlpools disappeared. Xiaowang leapt up in delight, beginning to revel in self-admiration again. "Ha ha ha, as expected, I am invincible. Don't stop me. I'm going to pull out that stupid big guy." Gao Peng pushed his back and scolded him. "Just stay put." On Aid and Daisy's side, the battle had lasted for an hour, but even with a 2-on-1 advantage, the great sage's strength was too overwhelming. At this moment, Daisy was knocked back by the triple-eyed snake, severely injured, and Aid was not much better. Although seriously injured, he had expended a lot of mental energy, but everything was slowly coming to an end. Aid quickly launched a series of attacks on the monster. Finishing the battle, the snake, severely injured, could no longer hold on. Gao Peng, riding Xiaoyan, observed the battle from above, thinking inwardly. Any other monster would have died long ago, but the profound sea silver-winged triple-eyed snake has extremely strong vitality, still able to fight despite such heavy damage. However, with its retreat cut off, the outcome is already decided. Aid gathered all its strength and unleashed its final ability. A golden diamond pattern appeared in the center of its forehead, and behind it a similar red diamond pattern appeared. It immediately struck the snake. It was as if announcing the end. He swung his bony gigantic foot and stomped on the great sage's head. The monster thrashed in pain and collapsed. Gao Peng thought proudly and joyfully, "I've led my familiars to kill another king-grade monster." Of course, the biggest contributor was still Daisy. It's a shame his combat experience is a bit lacking. If he had an attribute suppression ability, he could have handled the profound sea silver-winged triple-eyed snake alone. I don't know what he went through, but he suddenly leveled up to the highest grade and broke through to mythical quality. His name after evolution doesn't belong to any of the mythical quality evolution paths on the attribute panel. This was proof that Daisy had gained another fortuitous encounter. Daisy was now floating on the water. Aid flew down and retrieved Daisy, ashamed that he, a water-type monster, needed help from others. Daisy got angry at Aid. "You came too close, you clumsy oaf." Gao Peng recalled the ancient tribal people. The people of the ancient tribe had returned and re-examined the initial incident where the Tang Tong tribe killed Tian Shou. These people did not regard them as compatriots. If one did not have sufficient strength, their high-quality familiars would become targets for others. Gao Peng jumped off Xiaoyan's back deep in thought. Therefore, in the future, on the one hand, quality must be improved. One must be able to gain an advantage even among peers, and on the other hand, grade is also very important. Although he truly missed his homeland, it was not yet time to return. With a cunning expression, he recalled how he had pushed Daisy into battle, cheering with delight. Such opportunistic actions were truly exhilarating. The scene shifted to Abang lying severely injured, and Gao Peng felt heartbroken. Abang was severely injured this time, but he completed the mission of stopping the profound sea silver-winged triple-eyed snake. As a king-grade familiar, Abang could be proud of fighting with such intensity. Abang's physique offered a great advantage in battle, but it would be best if he could flexibly change his physique. At this moment, earth elements from underground surged up, healing Abang's wounds. Fortunately, the earth elements from underground continuously restored Abang's injuries. Meanwhile, Aid gathered the bones of resurrected specters around him to heal himself. Aid could recover simply by absorbing the energy of resurrected specters. When treating wounds, it could be said that each of the 8 immortals displayed their unique powers. Gao Peng raised his hand and said, "Hey Wu, disassemble this emperor-grade monster." Hey Wu was slightly displeased that Gao Peng called it that. "Don't call me that, I don't like it. I have a name. I told you I'm the Great Sacrifice Altar." Gao Peng explained, "Oh, the name Altar. Although you are one with the altar, you are still the altar's spirit after all. It's a bit awkward for me to call you Great Sacrifice Altar directly. It's like calling the altar itself." Hey Wu was also unhappy after hearing that. It insisted on being called by that name. "I am originally one with the altar, just call me that." Before it could finish speaking, Gao Peng interrupted, "I'll call you Hey Wu." He put his hands on his hips and had a pleased expression. Hey Wu was too angry but couldn't do anything. "How can a human be like this?" Xiao Wang put his arm around Hey Wu's shoulder and said, "It's a better name. I thought Gao Peng would call you Xiao He, but I didn't expect him to give you such a good name. What do you think in the end?" It sighed and surrendered. "Fine, do what you want." Gao Peng stood with his hands in his pockets, recalling his time cultivating in the Black Bone world. In the blink of an eye he had cultivated for a year in the Black Bone world. Xiao Wang had just caught some fish for dinner, and it seemed to have caught them well. It surged out of the water, holding a gigantic fish, and showed it off to Gao Peng. Xiao Wang showed off a fish so large it was hard for him to carry. "Gao Peng, it's dinner." Gao Peng looked at it. "This fellow wants to test out his new ability as soon as he gets it. It's not like we're out of supplies." "All right, this will be dinner. You go and fillet the fish and clean out the insides." When it came to filleting, Hey Wu couldn't be left out. So far, all monster filleting missions had been entrusted to Hey Wu. Gao Peng recalled, "Over the past half year I've constantly filleted monsters, which is why Xiao Wang and the others have grown so much." Unfortunately, there was no news of water-type familiars. Now, the remaining soul power was barely enough to contract one emperor-grade monster. He thought to himself, "It's very difficult to encounter an emperor-grade sea monster on this coast, and to find a high-quality emperor-grade monster I'd probably have to go down into the deep sea." At this moment, all the familiars were gathered around the fire. They all seemed hungry. Xiaoyan held the fish grilling skewer and said, "Kids, let's eat and then go down to the sea to search." A moment later, Gao Peng and his group began flying above the sea. From a distance, Gao Peng saw a dirt mound rising from the water. He shouted loudly, "It's an island, let's go check it out." They all landed on the ground. Gao Peng looked at where he was standing and the sea level. The water in this area was very shallow, and behind them was an island spanning hundreds of li. There were few plants on the island and it seemed unthreatening. In the red sky, huge flocks of white birds flew overhead. The screen displayed the monster name Azure White Windbird. Monster quality, epic quality. Monster grade, level 45. Monster characteristic, wind howl suction wave. Effect 1, passive effect. Speed increases after using wind elements stacking up to 9 stages. Effect 2, passive effect. Can easily break through the water surface after using wind elements. Gao Peng looked up at the flock of birds with an intrigued expression. This monster is a bit interesting, although I didn't want it. Staying here isn't bad. Let's stay here for a few more days. At night, an azure white windbird was curled up in a warm nest. It suddenly stood up vigilant and looked around. But it did not see Gao Peng and Xiaowang hiding behind a rock right in front of it. Xiaowang said, "This damned fellow always acting so profound," he continued. "Every night it goes into the cave and then comes out early in the morning. Nobody knows what it's doing." Gao Peng and Xiaowang were now definitely trackers. Neither of them took their eyes off the azure white windbird. Xiaowang spoke again. "It doesn't seem to be sleeping. It has a nest outside and in the morning it looks half asleep. Could there be a treasure room hidden inside?" Gao Peng finally spoke at this moment. "Xiaowang, let's go. Let's see what the azure white windbird is hiding in the cave." The two quietly entered the cave. Their footsteps were as cautious as thieves, trying hard not to make any sound. They were afraid that the bird would notice the two strangers following them. Many bubbles floated around. Gao Peng suddenly felt something strange. He was startled and exclaimed, "Huh?" He looked around and at the same time asked, "Xiaowang, didn't you feel anything strange?" Xiaowang also looked around. He then reassured, "I've looked around and I don't see anything strange." Gao Peng was a little disappointed. He thought to himself, perhaps because Xiaowang is a bit dim-witted. His intuition is always very strong. If even Xiaowang doesn't feel anything, it's proof that what's hidden in the dark is very deep. Suddenly, an unexpected blue mass appeared in the air. Instinctively, Gao Peng glanced at it. It began to swell, seemingly trying to attack Gao Peng. At this moment, he finally discovered it was seaweed. Monster name evolved seaweed. Monster grade 56 king grade. Monster quality perfect quality. Monster attribute water type. Monster abilities hard entanglement level 4, flame resistance level 3. Monster weakness fire type. Monster brief introduction. Mutated seaweed has extremely strong vitality. Its specialty is to entangle and kill enemies, then plant its roots deep into the enemy's body to decompose it. It was originally very afraid of fire, but during the mutation process it developed fire resistance. Thus its only weakness was also compensated. In the blink of an eye, Xiaowang rushed forward and grabbed the monster, preventing it from attacking Gao Peng. Xiaowang pulled hard at the leaf, but it was too tough to break. Unfortunately, Xiaowang was entangled by it. This won't do. Although his neck was being strangled by the leaf, Xiaowang still firmly protected Gao Peng. "Gao Peng, run. I'll block these seaweeds." Gao Peng was very worried. He said to himself, Xiaowang can only passively activate his abilities when he's injured, but if he's tied up like this, his ability activation will be limited, and he won't even have a chance to activate his passive abilities. Seeing Xiaowang in a disadvantageous situation, Gao Peng could no longer stand idly by. He quickly cast his ability. "Fortunately, I had anticipated this happening." He summoned Xiaoyan to save Xiaowang. Xiaoyan appeared instantly. With fiery eyes it flew like lightning. As it flew it scolded, "This fellow usually likes to charge, so why not this time?" Xiaoyan's flames burned the evolved seaweed. Xiaowang, who was tightly entangled by it, was also somewhat affected. He stared blankly, eyes wide and angrily. He violently beat Xiaoyan's chest. "Did you do that on purpose or were you careless?" Xiaoyan ignored it, crossed its arms, turned its head away and didn't forget to snort. Gao Peng held up the clump of seaweed in his hand and said, "Although this mutated seaweed has fire resistance, its resistance level is only grade 3. If the fire's killing power is too strong, it will be enough to burn it to ashes." Around them, blue bubbles began to float. Red eyes glared at Gao Peng from the cave entrance. He shouted loudly, this voice. Did these bubbles make Gao Peng order Xiaoyan to attack the cave with full force? The flames created by Xiaoyan burned a large area, and all that could be seen was red flames, making it impossible to see inside clearly. But the flames were still not strong enough to eliminate those eyes. Xiaoyan shouted loudly. "One guy charged out and blocked my flames. There's another water-type monster behind it." At this point, Xiaowang began cracking his knuckles, showing off his prowess. He vowed revenge for the seaweed incident just now. "Those seaweeds left me nowhere to use my strength. Am I afraid of a half-cooked crab?" Xiaowang launched a continuous attack on the crab, making it invisible to the eye. After that, he leapt up and delivered a fatal kick to the crab's belly, sending it flying into the sky. As he used his skill, he shouted, "Archaea!" The crab flew up and fell. Its whole body was shattered and red blood gushed out. Xiaowang gave a thumbs up and didn't forget to smile triumphantly. "It's over. I've also blocked the cave entrance so the monsters behind won't dare to come out. Xiaoyan, give me more fire. I want to have a seafood party." Xiaoyan breathed fire at the crab, separating its soul from its body, but this was still not enough to satisfy the triumphant Xiaowang. "Redder, redder, give me more." Gao Peng was speechless, watching the scene before him. This cave was like a gigantic oven. 30 minutes later, the cave was filled with the smell of grilled shrimp and fish. Xiaowang looked at the delicious spoils before him and exclaimed, "Wow, perfectly cooked inside and out. Xiaoyan, your flames are just right. I'll save some for you when we go out later." Gao Peng also began to sniff. No need to say, this delicious smell it was truly an unmistakable aroma. Daisy suddenly appeared from behind Gao Peng and said in a scolding tone, "Gao Peng, were you secretly eating something delicious without me?" Gao Peng turned around and said with a frown, "Daisy, you come here. When I'm killing monsters, not even your shadow is seen, but when you smell something delicious, you run faster than anyone." Then he turned and said, "Let's go. Let's move the items first, as if you've been waiting for this." Xiaowang quickly ran over. Xiaowang was holding a large clam that was emitting smoke. It was muttering something which caught Gao Peng and Xiaowang's attention. The two looked at each other and began to suspect, could it be? Xiaowang used all his strength to pry open the clam's mouth. Sure enough, there was something alive inside. As soon as the shell opened, it immediately fled. Xiaowang could only watch it with his mouth open. So fast, suddenly a hand reached out. It was Gao Peng. He whistled nonchalantly from above but secretly extended his foot below to stop the fleeing creature. It was a fish. It lay unconscious on the ground. Xiaowang approached, grabbed its tail and shook it upside down, shouting, "Hey, 500 yuan. It grown dizzy?" Xiaowang looked at the fish's ferocious face and thought to himself, its eyes are too sharp. This fish is not worth 500 yuan, nor is it easy to deal with. It struggled and scolded loudly. "You stupid, underdeveloped, disgusting duck. If you don't let me go and return me to the sea, I will definitely show you what true suffering is." Bald duck. Gao Peng looked at its appearance and thought to himself, this fat fish seems to be talking to Xiaowang, but it's actually talking to me. If it were talking to Xiaowang, there'd be no need to use Chinese characters. Xiaowang angrily hit its head. "How dare you hit me?" It gritted its teeth and warned. "Do you know who I am? How dare you do this to me? You will endure the wrath of the sea. You will endure the punishment of the storm. You ignorant mortals." A system notification appeared. Monster name: Sea Scourge, monster grade 50, monster quality elite quality or monster attribute. Water type: monster abilities, legendary domain level 4, son of the ocean level 4, monster characteristic predation, possesses extremely powerful and abundant oceanic power which allows it to corrode and mutate marine life. Effect 1. Passive effect: due to its powerful vitality it can corrode and mutate marine life. Effect 2. Monster brief introduction: an unknown creature with fierce, special and abundant vitality, capable of infecting and mutating other creatures. Gao Peng glanced at it and said with a cunning smile, "Oh, fat fish," he calculated inwardly. Another monster with an unknown attribute. There have been very few monsters with a question mark on the attribute panel so far. This question mark probably requires achieving some mysterious rule. If others didn't have this ability, they would probably just consider this fat fish an ordinary creature that can speak, because it actually has no combat power. Perhaps its only advantage is its ability to withstand attacks. The more he thought, the brighter his eyes became, and he stared at it unabashedly. The fat fish still ran its mouth, continuously shouting, "You lowly, despicable, vulgar fellow, do you want me to burst your dog-like eyes?" Xiaowang angrily stood in front of him and asked loudly, "How dare you speak to our elder brother like that?" Gao Peng looked at it and gently explained, "Wait. I think this fat fish is deliberately provoking you to make you act recklessly." After that, he approached the fat fish and spoke gently. "Although I want to find a water-type monster to contract, you look too weak. You have no combat power at all, you're just a useless fellow, but you look very cute. How about you make a cute face for me?" "That wouldn't be a bad choice." The fat fish frowned and defended itself. "Cute face? What cute face? I'm a murderous demon." Gao Peng, having gotten the answer he wanted, laughed joyfully and said, "Then it's a perfect match. I want to tame a familiar like a murderous demon." The fat fish, realizing it had fallen into his trap, became furious, gritted its teeth and enunciated each word. You despicable and cunning human, you won't get to scold me." He put his hands on his hips and commanded sarcastically, "Xiaowang, take this fat fish and have a heart-to-heart talk about life. But be careful, don't overdo it. Definitely don't kill it." Xiaowang immediately grabbed it and dragged it away, saying he understood. After a long talk, the fat fish returned with 2 lumps on its head. It asked him, puzzled, "Why do you need a fat fish like me? If you need high-quality familiars, I can find them for you. Or what exactly do you like about me? Is there something I can't change?" He leisurely crossed his arms and replied, "You are a very excellent fat fish. Don't tell me you didn't even know that yourself?" The fat fish gritted its teeth and offered a solution. "I know the location of some very high-quality sea monsters. How about this? If you're not satisfied, we'll go to the next place and we'll stop when you can contract one. How about that?" Gao Peng stroked its head and gently explained, "Other things I can also understand you. After all, an excellent fat fish like you wouldn't want to become someone else's familiar so easily. You don't want to be parasitic elsewhere, do you? So how about this? I can't let you go, but I'll help you and restore your quality. If you don't agree, I won't kill you. I'll just keep you next to me and later I'll dig a pit and bury you." It was unclear whether he was persuading or threatening. It was so angry it steamed and couldn't find words to scold him. It just said "you." Gao Peng took advantage of the fat fish's distraction and suddenly reached out his hand to place it on its head. Many spells entered his body. The surroundings were filled with an endless ocean. He speculated internally. Is this the fat fish's consciousness space? This endless ocean seemed dead. He delved deeper and moved to another place, which seemed to be the only spot where he could feel a trace of vitality. Suddenly a wave surged, fiercely crashing as if trying to drown him. Gao Peng loudly asked, "Fat fish, what are you doing?" Its 2 eyes glowed red, glaring at him, and it began to hurl insults. "You disrespectful wretch, you took advantage of my distraction to enter." Lowly human. He no longer listened to the insults and said, "Just try to hit me once." He thought to himself, "It's only level 50, and its current quality is just elite, so its soul power might not even be stronger than mine. It's hard to say who will be more miserable." He crossed his arms and calmly asked, "So the bloodline contract, are you going to do it or not?" The fat fish asked back with a hint of suspicion, "You can really restore my quality?" Seeing its doubt, he replied, "All right, let's do this. If you don't trust me, I'll restore your quality to perfect first, but after I restore your quality you won't mention having to pay a price. After hearing this it stared intently at him and said, "No need, if you trick me, I know how to make you wish you were dead." No sooner had it spoken than a piece of paper suddenly appeared, glowing blood red and surrounded by blue flashes. The fat fish thought to itself, "What a strange light. I've never seen a bloodline contract like this before." He placed the contract between them and asked in a provocative tone, "HMPH, do you dare to sign this contract?" He thought to himself, "This is an equal contract. The fat fish will help me fight within its ability, and there's also a time limit. If I fail to help it restore its quality level within 10, 100, 300, 5,000, 1,000 years, this bloodline contract will automatically be voided, and I will suffer a soul backlash." It flew behind him and laughed, asking back, "Can you accept this bloodline contract?" He sneered. 1,000 years? That's ridiculous. Even if I can't complete it, that's a problem for 1,000 years from now. No sooner had he spoken than he extended one hand forward arrogantly, saying, "If I sign this bloodline contract, I'll be the one benefiting." After they finished the contract, Gao Peng waited and checked the notification. He observed, some previously unlisted attributes have been unlocked. Is it because the bond is stronger after forming the bloodline contract? When the notification appeared, Gao Peng's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Perfect quality upgrade requirements. Emperor-grade flesh essence, 100 deep-sea giant seaweeds, 10 diamond shark spines. He exclaimed loudly, "Are you a pig? It requires hundreds of resources just for the materials. Given your weight, you wouldn't even weigh 30 kilograms no matter how much you ate. Damn it, I've been ripped off." He pulled it to his side and, pretending to be delighted, asked, "Didn't you say you knew the location of high-quality sea monsters? Now you're my familiar. We're sharing glory, so take me there." Outwardly he said this, but inwardly he was shedding tears. "My resources, I need to catch more sea monsters quickly to replenish them." 3 years later, in a pub in Yuzhou, Blackbone World, a freshly poured pint of frothy beer sat on a table. A brown-haired man held the beer glass and spoke to the person opposite him. "Hey, who do you think is the strongest Beastmaster in the world right now?" The man opposite thought for a moment and replied, "I'd say probably the British Sun King." A man in blue clothes standing nearby and drinking heard this and glanced over, asking, "The Sun King, wasn't he defeated by Walun Zhen's dark aura back then?" The brown-haired man, as if personally implicated, hastily explained, "The Sun King was ambushed by him back then. Walun is being hunted worldwide now, so I still think the Sun King is the best." As if a hot topic had been introduced, everyone in the pub joined in. A short-haired girl at another table said somewhat melancholically, "But to be honest, the strongest Beastmasters in the world right now are all people from ancient tribes. Will we ever have a chance later? Are we really just inferior humans?" Her boyfriend next to her chimed in. "I heard the World Alliance government is preparing new measures. It seems to be related to the ancient tribes." Suddenly a low voice interrupted their conversation. "What's wrong with you guys always boosting others' morale and diminishing your own? It just annoys me to hear it. Why don't we have strong individuals in our Blackbone world? We have 2 in Yuzhou alone and even more worldwide. Just wait a few more years. We have billions of people in the Blackbone world. We could drown them with just our spit." The brown-haired man frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Then who are you talking about?" The man turned around, looked at him, and replied, "Ji Hanwu of Southern Sky Group, Gao Peng of Southern Sky Group. They are both skilled king-grade Beastmasters in our Blackbone world. 3 years ago, Gao Peng was already called the strongest." The brown-haired man burst out laughing after hearing this, full of sarcasm. "Ji Hanwu maybe, but I don't acknowledge Gao Peng. I heard that as soon as the ancient tribes arrived, he fled to the Blackbone world, and it's still uncertain whether he's alive or dead. Does such a coward deserve to be called a strong individual?" Seeing the brown-haired man speak too harshly, the man in blue stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and softly reprimanded him. "Are you crazy? There are so many people here, and this is Yuzhou. Who doesn't know that this Fadadong Street is an area managed by Southern Sky Security Company? Can't you see the guards at the door staring at us?" No sooner had he spoken than both of them turned their gazes and found 2 guards staring intently at them. Hearing such unpleasant words, Manager Young, angered, hastily asked on his behalf, "Young Master Gao, should I have someone throw these guys into the Jialing River to feed the chickens?" Gao Peng, holding his wine glass, sat calmly on a chair as if the person being discussed was not himself, and advised, "It's fine. Can you stop everyone in the world from talking? Their mouths are their own, let them say what they want." Seeing him think this way, Manager Yang smiled and praised. "As expected, young Master Gao is magnanimous." Outwardly he said this, but inwardly he was giving orders to Xiao Chu, "Put a curse on these guys. Make them go crazy for a few days when they get home. Talking behind my back is one thing. If I don't hear it, I don't care. You can say whatever you want. But if I heard it, then I'm truly sorry." As he continued to mutter, Xiao Chu had already taken action. The blue-clothed man said to the brown-haired man, "All right, let's go home and talk." The brown-haired man felt a strange chill down his spine for some reason. He muttered, I suddenly feel a chill down my spine. All right, let's go talk somewhere else." Gao Peng on this side pondered deeply. Unexpectedly, the restrictions in the Blackbone world have not yet been lifted. The strongest monsters that can exist are still at the peak of king grade. Fortunately, the familiars can be placed in the familiar space and brought back. He suddenly saw Xiao Hua engrossed in the book before her and sighed inwardly. I don't know since when, but this child Xiao Hua has grown to love reading, and she never takes off her clothes. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached, so he stopped thinking. He stood up and said, let's go back and take a look first." Although he said that sitting in the car, he couldn't help but review the recent events in his mind. This time, only Xiao Chu, Xiao Hua, and Chu Chai could appear in the Black Bone world. Even Asuan, who always played a background role, couldn't help but exclaim that it was the best. After finding 2 dull stones in the Spirit Stone space, it also upgraded to Emperor grade. Recalling the annoying expression of the fat fish, he unhappily cursed. That fat fish was truly cunning from beginning to end. I don't know where it got all that gossip information. The Great Altar is the same. It was also partly thanks to it that the familiar upgraded so quickly, and even the Great Altar recovered smoothly by 10. The car finally stopped and the driver said to him, "Young Master Gao, we've arrived at the group." Gao Peng looked at what was before him, sweating profusely, and asked with an angry, flushed face, "Is this the group's main gate?" The plaque above the gate read, "Southern Sky Gate." Manager Young hastily smiled and explained, "Young Master Gao, the factory area has already been relocated next door. This is now the headquarters building, employee dormitories and training ground." Upon entering, a familiar shadow was seen standing on the stairs. Gao Peng loudly called out, "Grandpa." Ji Hanwu looked at him and replied, "You're back." He walked over, patted his shoulder and said with a hint of sorrow, "You've gotten thinner, but you're more spirited." He crossed his arms and walked up the stairs saying, "There's nothing good to eat out there, so come in quickly and eat. I've made your favorite pork rib kelp soup." He happily followed behind him, playfully saying, "Yes, I've been eating only barbecue or fast food out there. I've long been tired of it." Upon entering the door, he paused upon seeing Bei Qingyan in the room. She was sitting on a chair reading a book and looked up to see him standing there greeting him. "Mr. Gao Peng, you're back." Sensing his intention, she hastily closed the book and continued, "Then I won't disturb your family reunion today. I'll visit again next time." Seeing her about to leave, Ji Hanwu hastily reached out to stop her. "Stay and eat. Xiao Feng just came back today and you two knew each other before." As he said that, Bei Qingyan no longer refused. The three sat at the dining table and began to eat. The purpose was to foster feelings between Gao Peng and Bei Qingyan, so after a short while he put down his chopsticks, stood up and smiled, explaining, "You two eat first. I suddenly remembered some work at the company and need to go back for a bit." No sooner had he spoken than he left the room like lightning. Gao Peng and Bei Qingyan were bewildered, not knowing what had happened, and couldn't remain silent, so he spoke first. "It's been a long time. Are you used to Yuzhou now? Our local food is a bit spicy." She also honestly replied, "Yes, I quite like the food here. It's much better than what we ate back then." As soon as she finished speaking, another quiet silence fell. To revive the conversation, she continued, "Mr. Gao Peng, you notice that I like our local food. Your expression looks very satisfied. This is truly the first time I've met such a clueless person." Bei Qingyan really couldn't bear it anymore and stood up to leave. "I'm finished. You continue to eat." Seeing her face stiffen, he still didn't understand why and asked himself, "Did I say something wrong?" My expression really was satisfied. Ji Hanwu, who had been hiding behind the wall, couldn't hold back anymore and poked his head out. "I really want to beat this grandson to death. He's so clueless. Even when I chased your grandmother back then, I wasn't as clueless as you. Why did it come to my grandson's generation and he's so clueless? When will I get to hold a great-grandchild? So infuriating." Ji Hanwu was giving a speech on the podium to the students below. "This year is the second National College Cup. Last year, you achieved 8th place nationally. This year, continue to work hard and I hope you achieve even better results than last year. If you achieve this goal, every student participating in the competition will be awarded an elite grade perfect quality familiar. If you rank in the top 3, you can randomly choose from the elite grade familiars within the group." A student asked the principal excitedly after hearing this, "What if we get first place?" He pointed to where Gao Peng was standing and said, "If you get first place, I will give each of you an epic quality familiar. Your former principal Gao Peng will personally grant your wishes." Gao Peng readily agreed. "All right, if you get first place, I will grant your wishes. Lion, tiger, wolf, or deer, all are fine." They cheered happily upon hearing this. "That's great, we'll definitely work hard this year." "Long live the principal." In the principal's office, Gao Peng asked, somewhat bewildered, "Grandpa, what is this college cup?" He turned his back to him and replied, "The College Cup is a large-scale competition jointly organized by the Huaxia Region Alliance government and other top-tier forces. This is its second year." After hearing this, he continued to ask, "Jointly organized by top-tier forces? Then our Southern Sky Group is naturally one of them, but last time we only ranked 8th. Then how powerful are the people in the top ranks?" He glanced at him and explained, "Last year's first champion was the Huaxia Military Martial Arts Higher Education School. It was jointly organized by the Huaxia Region Military and the Beiling Hushan Group." Speaking of the Beiling Hushan Group, it suddenly rose to prominence in the Northeast region overnight, and no one knows its background. It even cooperates closely with the military. Besides this school, the second and third place were also newly emerged schools intricately linked with various groups and forces. Suddenly his face turned cold. He continued gloomily, "To be honest, they are their private schools." Gao Peng frowned, thinking, 3 years later, the alliance government has completely become an empty shell. Seeing his serious expression, he advised, so as not to make him worry too much, "But you don't need to take it too seriously. Our 8th place wasn't really because we were inferior to others. In the case of Tianzhou Academy, the help the group previously provided them wasn't that great either. The group only provides full resources for education, and familiars cannot be given arbitrarily. In this way, cultivating excellent Beastmasters is even more important to us, understand? Gao Peng raised his hand, clenched it, and replied with a confident smile, understood. If you train people, familiars can be given at any time. Such talents will not rely too much on familiars, and their strength will come from themselves. Ji Hanwu, seeing that not a single one of the things he had just said was correct, was so angry he seemed to be steaming and turned around and reprimanded. You understand your ass. Gao Peng could only stare blankly at him and say, Huh? Ji Hanwu generously explained Bei Qingyin's current position in the tribe to Gao Peng. She stood like a solitary opposing faction to the tribe. Originally, when the North Han tribe returned, Bei Qingyin held a very high position in the tribe, almost a living ancestor, but now the power holders of the North Han tribe were all getting along well. Another ancestor to worship. After that, he wanted to loudly scold his clueless grandson who had wasted many of his intentions. Everyone's awkward. I just managed to bring them this far. What did you blabber to them? Gao Peng, scolded by him, turned pale and understood nothing. He knew his maternal grandfather's schemes too well, so he hastily raised both hands in a gesture of surrender and cleverly appeased him. Grandpa, you suddenly brought up this topic. Besides, I don't know if the other person has feelings for me. If I'm rejected, it'll not only be awkward, but we won't even be friends. Ji Hanwu was not appeased by his words. Instead, he was even more furious at this clueless grandson's ignorant words, and with an angry face he sternly said to Gao Peng, the other person doesn't have feelings for you. Nonsense. Who has feelings for someone for no reason? When I chased your grandmother back then, I wasn't as slow as you. Your father was also brazen when he chased your mother. I specially built a villa for Bei Qingyin by the lake, so why are you still? Gao Peng realized the situation was not good. His face turned pale, and he immediately turned to flee. Grandpa, don't think about it anymore. Grandpa, I've decided to lead this Tianzhou Academy College Cup. I'll go prepare first. Ji Hanwu couldn't stop him from behind and pointed at Gao Peng, angrily shouting, You brat! In the garden, Tongtang was casually basking in the sun in a cool outfit. With her familiar, the nightshade black cat, curled up and sleeping at her feet, having shrunk in size, Gao Peng saw her and waved hello. Sister Tang Tang, long time no see. She also happily greeted him. Xiao Feng, you're back. Gao Peng walked over, smiled brightly, and with both hands pinched the face of the nightshade black cat who was sleeping next to Tang Tang. Nya, long time no see. He successfully annoyed her, making her yowl and bare her claws at him. After that, he still didn't let go of Naya's furry cheeks and continued to talk to Tang Tang. By the way, Sister Tang Tang, aren't you bored every day lately? Tang Tang pulled down the black sunglasses covering her eyes. Seeing right through Gao Peng, laughed and said, Don't beat around the bush with your sister, just tell me honestly what you want to say. Gao Peng stopped equivocating and boldly proposed to Tang Tang, Well, recently, various factions have been fighting each other and I'm worried. So I was hoping you could work part-time as security at Tianzhou Academy. It won't be too hard. He meant for her familiar to occasionally go there to work. If you want to come yourself, I'll build a villa for you near the school. Tang Tang stretched pleasantly and accepted his offer. Alright, that's fine. I'm too idle every day anyway. Watching some young people would be nice. Gao Peng suddenly flinched as if sensing something unusual. With a serious expression, she asked him, What's wrong? Gao Peng looked to one side and sneered menacingly. It seems my return has made some people uneasy this time. Night fell, and Gao Peng was walking on the path encircling the villa when several streaks of white light suddenly flashed above his head. A spider suddenly lunged from over the wall, and Gao Peng immediately noticed its appearance, bowing his head slightly and coldly snorting, HMPH, just as I thought. He naped into the air and delivered a powerful kick to the lunging familiar, sending it flying backward. He used that momentum to throw a volley of stones. The familiar reacted very quickly. It swung its two front legs like blades, cutting through the stones several times, and simultaneously, blade-like flashes attacked Gao Peng. He observed its attacks and assessed them. These blade-like flashes came from the two legs of this white jade-like giant spider. One leg attacked from the air and the other swept sideways to attack him. Just then, a cat-shaped familiar suddenly appeared, letting out a low growl. Gao Peng looked up at the huge black cat sitting on the wall with a large moon behind it. He immediately recognized it as Nuon Nuon. Nuon didn't hesitate at all, charging at the spider and clawing at it several times with its sharp claws. The spider monster paused in mid-air from the sudden attack. At this moment, its information appeared on the system screen. Monster name: Moon Silver Spider, grade 55, quality perfect. Abilities: Dark Control level 4, Night Perception level 3, Sharp Spider Claws level 3. Monster attribute: Dark type. Weakness: Holy type. Monster brief introduction: resides in deep underground caves and enjoys eating monster brains. Its personality is calm and it dislikes strong light. Gao Peng, seeing the information panel, pondered, Dark type. The spider monster before him leaped onto the wall and disappeared, an action that surprised Gao Peng slightly. Did it escape? He quickly called Chu Chai. The yellow mouse immediately appeared in his palm and asked very submissively, Master, what are your orders? Gao Peng quietly commanded him, Find that guy hiding in the dark. Don't kill it. Chu Chai immediately replied with an obedient expression, Yes, master. Nearby, a stranger hiding behind a tree smacked his lips and regretted, What a pity, if only I had a little more time I could have killed that guy. he decided to retreat immediately since his plan hadn't succeeded, and as he turned to leave he said to his familiar, a black leopard, "Retrieve the moon silver spider after I've gone far. Otherwise it won't be good if they trace the moon silver spider." However, before they could leave, the black leopard growled vigilantly towards one side. The man looked at it, puzzled, and asked what was wrong. But before he and the black leopard could react, Chu Chai streaked past like a blade. In the blink of an eye it split the black leopard's body in two and flew in front of him. He cried out in surprise at the sudden attack, "Ghost leopard, are you alright?" Then he looked at the yellow mouse attacking him, puzzled. "The information is wrong. Why is this mouse so strong?" Chu Chai, with a determined fighting spirit, immediately rushed at the man after dealing with the black leopard. It lunged, delivering an uppercut from below, precisely striking his jaw, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The spider monster on this side seemed to sense its master was in danger. It anxiously launched several blade attacks at the black cat D who was confronting it. Gao Peng stood behind several protective barriers, observing its anxious state and assessing the situation with Chu Chai. Seeing this moon silver spider suddenly so anxious, Chu Chai must have succeeded. Gray smoke suddenly billowed around the spider's body, and its body also became more ethereal. In the blink of an eye the spider escaped Nuon's attack. Gao Peng admired its agility from the side. Not only had its body become transparent, making it difficult to distinguish at night, but its speed had also become faster. Indeed, dark-type familiars are truly adept at escaping. However, he immediately noticed something strange. No, that's not right. The spider monster, which should have fled, instead turned in midair and flew towards the black cat below. Gao Peng also cried out. Another feint. Nuon let out a meow and its entire body transformed into a shadow. The spider monster swung its blade from above, but the blade merely embedded itself deeply in the ground, completely failing to touch Nuon. Gao Peng sighed with relief from the side. Too bad Nuon is also a dark type. Just then a gigantic winged shadow approached the spider monster from the moonlight high in the sky. The huge bird monster spread its wings forcefully from high up, and with its wing beats, two streaks of red light burst forth and poured onto the ground. Simultaneously, the bird-shaped monster stomped forcefully on the spider on the ground with its talons, and the ground where the attack landed was almost shattered. The spider monster lay on its back, several legs stiffly extended and trembling, almost in a coma. There was a long, large wound on its belly, and the system screen displayed its status, critical injury. Gao Peng, seeing the spider's condition from the side, nodded and praised. Its vitality is quite strong to still have strength after such a severe injury. He quickly turned around, picked up a large stone from the ground, and said with a smile, "Now for my final blow." He threw the stone from above, and it landed precisely on the head of the almost dead familiar. With that blow it truly lost its life. The monster resisted with all its might, but in the end it shed its body amidst Gao Peng's satisfied laughter. Chu Chai also ran over from somewhere carrying a person in its mouth and happily tried to claim credit from Gao Peng. "Gao Peng, I caught him." He looked at the man being dragged, who was battered and almost breathless, with a speechless expression. Helplessly he ordered Shalwa, "Still, treat this guy, he can't die before we get information." After receiving Shalwa's treatment, the man immediately groaned and woke up. Gao Peng, seeing him awake, spoke to him to get his attention. "Brother, are you awake?" Seeing him pay attention, he began to interrogate with a threatening expression. "Now that you're awake, that's good. Shall we talk? Who ordered you to kill me? How did you know I was here?" To add to the threatening atmosphere, Gao Peng produced a large thorny club from somewhere, tapped it on his hand, and with a sinister expression continued to threaten the man. "Don't try to get away with not speaking or committing suicide. I'll torture you and then have my familiar heal you, so we'll see how long you can last." The man, tied up all over, glared helplessly at Gao Peng and cried out in fear, "What are you doing? Torture is illegal." Behind Gao Peng it was as if hellfire surged, and he raised the club in his hand high, approaching the man with a devilish grin on his face, speaking in a tone that was more like a reprimand. "Why do you say such childish things at your age?" Seeing his appearance, he truly cried out in fear, "Don't come near me." A moment later, Gao Peng stood with his arms crossed, looking at the man with a calm expression, and said. The man introduced himself as Dong Xing, a member of the Huashan group, and that he had come to assess the skill level of their school students. "Last time our school only ranked 8th, so why are you, the Huashan group, monitoring weak people like us? But well, it's fine to investigate, but why did you have to attack me?" Dong Xing was now tied up all over like Tteokbokki, hanging upside down from a tree, his face bruised as he stammered to Gao Peng, "I was just bored." Gao Peng didn't believe him and coldly snorted, continuing his interrogation. "HMPH, you were bored enough to kill me, then keep talking. What kind of strong individuals does your Huashan group have?" Dong Xing desperately shouted at Gao Peng. "I won't say anything again, kill me." Gao Peng snapped his fingers and coolly accepted. "All right, as you wish." From the trees above a tentacle slowly appeared and flew down, reporting to Gao Peng, "Master, I'm here." Dong Xing, seeing a large brain suddenly appear in midair looking at him with one eye, cried out in terror. "What?" Gao Peng seemed very satisfied with his reaction. The tentacle inserted its proboscis into Dong Xing's ear, beginning to read his memories. Meanwhile it reported to Gao Peng, "Master, I've scanned his memories. Indeed, it was all nonsense. He didn't come for information. He wanted to personally kill the familiars of 5 Tianzhou Academy students, especially the Blazing Cloud Sparrow." Gao Peng assessed the information he heard from the tentacle with a grim expression. "It seems there's an internal leak. The Blazing Cloud Sparrow is practically my maternal grandfather's trump card for winning this competition. Not many people know about this. Yet they even knew the exact location of Sister Tang Tang's house and tried to assassinate her. This incident is going to be even more interesting. Gao Peng put his hands on his hips and finally relaxed his face, saying with a gentle yet slightly helpless smile, "Can't we just have an honest and fair competition? This time I just wanted to take the students shopping. Why do they keep pushing me like this?" A few days later, on a seaside hill near the Back Mountain Villa, several Tianzhou Academy students were walking and talking among themselves. "So Principal Gao Peng ended up being our team leader. I wonder why he called us here." Meng Ming, Zhang Le, and Jia Zhengjing, 3 male students, formed a group. Zhang Le excitedly told the other 2 his thoughts. Could it be a special training like in novels, the kind that greatly enhances our abilities? Jia Zhengjing wrapped his arm around Zhang Li's shoulder and excitedly agreed. "Wow, special training from a king-grade Beastmaster, that's awesome," Meng Ming disagreed and retorted. "HMPH, even if Principal Gao Peng is a king-grade Beastmaster, we don't know how skilled he is as an educator. Aren't you two a bit too optimistic?" The 2 female students following behind, Wang Gugu and Zhao Huan, joined in Meng Ming's words. Gugu, holding a book in her hand, reminded him of someone who could prove Gao Peng's abilities. "Surely you haven't forgotten the genius Beastmaster Li Junzhang? I heard that he was discovered and personally taught by the principal when the principal was a student." Zhao Huan added to Gugu's words. "Now he's the captain of the execution squad. Our school's instructor Guan Luosa is his contracted familiar." Just then a door opened heavily. Gao Peng in a lab coat greeted the students from behind. "Have you been waiting long? Come in." The students followed Gao Peng into the lab. Looking around, Meng Ming exclaimed in admiration, "Is this our Yuzhou's most legendary lab? It's really amazing." Gao Peng walked ahead, offering no opinion on their words. He simply said calmly to the students behind him, "Originally I planned to train you a bit for the college cup, but some things have happened recently, so I've changed my mind." He stood in front of the tightly closed lab door facing the students and firmly declared, "I want you all to win the championship." The students exclaimed in surprise, "Win the championship?" Gao Peng placed his hand on the fingerprint scanner, yet continued to say things the students didn't want to hear. Entering the lab, the students lined up in front of Gao Peng. He faced them and calmly continued the conversation. "With your familiar's current strength, winning the championship is a pipe dream. You'll surely be unconvinced, so I won't use my familiars." He scanned the students before him and told them the enemies they would face. "How about I train you with parasites that parasitize familiars?" Hearing this, the male students hesitated slightly, and Jia Zhengjing repeated, still not understanding. "Parasites that parasitize familiars?" Zhang Le leaned into Meng Ming and whispered, "They don't seem very strong." Meng Ming didn't think so and cautiously reminded Zhang Le, "But Principal Gao Peng is an experienced Beastmaster. It surely won't be simple." Zhao Huan was more decisive than the male students. She said firmly to Gao Peng, "Why are you thinking so much? We accept the challenge." Gao Peng secretly praised her decisiveness. "Student Zhao Huan is very decisive. No wonder she became the user of the blazing cloud sparrow." At the same time he snapped his fingers and summoned Beiji. The familiar, in the form of a young man in ancient attire, immediately appeared behind him, almost twice the height of an ordinary person. His colossal appearance surprised the students. "Isn't this parasite too big? I thought all parasites were about 3 meters tall." Zhang Le strained his neck to look at Beiji and said with a surprised expression, "I thought it would only be about half a meter tall, like a tree spirit." "A tree spirit that parasitizes familiars." Jia Zhengjing, with the same surprised expression as Zhang Le, said, "What's a tree parasite? Trees grow in the mountains. Could Principal Gao Peng have a familiar as big as a mountain?" Despite the students' surprised expressions, Gao Peng calmly introduced him to them. "My familiar is very low grade, only grade 50, and not a familiar skilled in combat either. If you can defeat him, then you'll have the right to challenge for the championship." Hearing this, the students broke into a cold sweat and thought to themselves, "Grade 50 is a very low grade? Then what are we?" But soon everyone composed themselves, and Jia Zhengjing, with a determined fighting spirit, commanded his familiar, "No worries now. Bone-melting sword, Shihu, charge." Meng Ming also immediately ordered his familiar to join the battle from the side. Iron-winged armored soldier, flank. A large tiger wearing protective armor on its head and shoulders charged towards Beiji with its claws extended. Without needing to turn much, he easily sent the charging large tiger flying with a single punch. His other hand swung a long branch attacking the iron-winged armored soldier attacking from the other side. The iron-winged armored soldier immediately grabbed the flying branch with its iron-armored hand and pushed it aside. Meng Ming, seeing this, cheered happily. Iron-winged armored soldier. Well done. However, before they could cheer, both Jia Zhengjing and Meng Ming exclaimed, "Ha," and watched the situation with surprised expressions. On the other side, the iron-winged armored soldier was already tidally bound by the vines controlled by Beiji with one hand. Both cried out in surprise. "The iron-winged armored soldier can't move at all." Gao Peng, with a devilish expression hidden behind his mask, emanating evil energy all over, said sinisterly to the students, "All right, now let's play together." Wang Gugu, also seeing the disadvantageous situation, immediately commanded her familiar to rush in and assist. Dragon-toothed demon dog, quickly surround it with flames. The demon dog immediately obeyed the command and rushed into battle, directly spitting flames at the vines that Beiji was using to bind the iron-winged armored soldier. The iron-winged armored soldier also took the opportunity to cut through some vines and escape. Jia Zhengjing, happily turning back, called out his teammate Gugu's name. "Allah Gugu," Gugu reminded him. focus, we're still at a disadvantage. Janla from the side continued to order his familiar to join the battle and assist. Scale climbing mountain ghost, tighten your grip very quickly. Moneng tightly bound Beiji with glowing green vines. Gao Peng, observing the battle from the side, was secretly evaluating the students' fighting style in his mind. Their teamwork is lacking. It was fine for the gourd Dr. Boy to use fire-type counter to save his comrade, but to try to suppress a high-grade familiar of the same type with wood-type. Give it energy. Just as Gao Peng evaluated, Beiji suddenly opened its eyes and 2 streams of green flames erupted from them. He swung his hands forcefully, breaking free from the restraints and simultaneously counterattacked, binding all the familiars of the student group. Gao Peng glanced at Zhao Huan, who like himself had been evaluating the fight, and waited for her reaction. In this battle, the only chance of victory from beginning to end lay with her blazing cloud sparrow, so what would she do? Zhao Huan raised her hand and to Gao Peng's surprise said, "I surrender." Janlo was startled and asked, "Why aren't you fighting?" Jia Zhengjing was also surprised. "Why are you surrendering without even fighting?" Gao Peng, also unable to understand her actions, crossed his arms and asked, "Your blazing cloud sparrow's grade is slightly lower than my familiar's, but it's not like there's no chance of victory at all. Why are you surrendering directly?" Zhao Huan replied calmly, "My blazing cloud sparrow's quality was personally upgraded by the principal. Whether we fight or not, it doesn't matter." Gao Peng also agreed with her thinking and explained to the students, "It's alright. Anyway, this match was meant to teach you the importance of grade. No matter how exquisite the cooperation or brilliant the tactics, a battle that transcends grades cannot guarantee 100 victory, especially not with your current strength." He then told them his plan. "For 6 days I will put you through guided barrage training. Let's strive to help all of you upgrade to King grade before arriving in Shanghai." Hearing that, the students shouted excitedly, "King grade!" Instead of replying, he pushed out a protective box with a controller. Inside were several glittering multicolored essence cores. "I've prepared a small gift for you." Jia Zhengjing's familiar, the giant tiger, almost turned into a dog, sticking out its tongue, eyes heart-shaped, staring at the newly appeared box, even embarrassing its master. "My goodness, giant tiger, what's wrong with you?" Gao Peng laughed and explained the origin of the essence cores. "These are the monster essence cores of the King of Plunderers. Feed them to your familiars." Zhao Huan and Meng Ming's eyes widened in surprise. "King of Plunderers?" Gao Peng, with a very confident and determined expression, raised his hands in a pose for a series of experiments and battle preparations, and said gloomily to the students, "Don't worry, this is just an appetizer. Things like heavenly treasures, evolution resources, and enhancement tools, I, your principal, have prepared them all. I will also create customized training plans for each of you. I guarantee you will be completely transformed." Half a month later at Shanghai Airport, as a group of people had just disembarked from a plane, someone who had come to greet them from Shanghai said from a distance, "Tianzhou Academy delegation from Yuzhou, please come this way." A figure lurking in the shadows, peeking at Gao Peng's group, secretly searched for the familiars he knew. "Where's that skeleton, the big crab-like mountain spirit, the bald yellow duck, and the small white lion too?" The observer was none other than Dong Shang from the Tang Tong tribe. Noticing the absence of those familiars, he showed a calculating smile. "The familiars we were carefully observing haven't appeared. Even that centipede that seemed very weak hasn't appeared." By Gao Peng's side, Dong Ling from behind put a hand on Dong Zhang's shoulder and worriedly dissuaded him. "Dong Shang, I think it's better if you don't mess with him," he said to her in an unpleasant voice. "Have you forgotten how he humiliated us?" He then immediately shook off Dong Ling's hand and said to her in an angry tone, "It seems he doesn't have many familiars by his side now. He's weakened. Don't stop me. I must get revenge on Gao Peng." Dong Ling still tried to persuade him. "How can you be sure his familiars are dead? Maybe their grade is too high, so they're staying in the Black Bone world?" Dong Shang still stubbornly shouted at her. "Even if what you say is true, it's a fact that his most powerful combat strength isn't by his side. Now is the best chance for revenge. Anyway, if I don't hit him once, I won't be able to swallow this resentment." Dong Ling still desperately dissuaded her comrade while also clearly stating her limits. According to intelligence, Gao Peng is someone who fears death. Would he stand so confidently in the sun without a trump card? Anyway, this is your business. Don't drag me into it later. At the same time, a voice suddenly came from behind Gao Peng's group. "Haha, my grandson, long time no see." He was surprised and exclaimed, "Ha?" Turning around, he saw a man in a suit smiling at him. He happily greeted him, "Long time no see. Mayor He, you look even more distinguished than before. I almost didn't recognize you." Mayor He smiled modestly. "Oh, I'm old. The bodyguard following Mayor He proudly introduced him to Gao Peng. Mayor He is now the president of the Freedom Alliance. He just smiled and modestly corrected his subordinate's words. "President or mayor, these are all empty titles. We all serve the people. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle He." Gao Peng immediately obediently called out, "Uncle He." He reached out to shake his hand. Uncle He also happily chatted with Gao Peng. "Haha, it's been a long time since I've seen my grandson, so of course I, your uncle, should treat you. But coincidentally, I have an urgent matter and need to leave. We'll have to postpone it." He bent down and whispered in Gao Peng's ear, "I've received accurate information that someone in Shanghai is preparing to kill you. And it's not just one group." Gao Peng, without any sign of worry from the information he had just heard, smiled lightly at Uncle He and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle He. Thank you for letting me know. In that case, we'll have to entrust our safety to Uncle He, especially since all 5 of my students are here in Shanghai to compete." He then happily raised his hand to bid farewell to Uncle He. Since we are guests from Southern Sky, Uncle He has also agreed, yes yes. There he watched Gao Peng leave, and his expression immediately changed, becoming gloomy. To hear such news at such a young age and show no reaction at all. I wonder if he truly has a trump card and isn't afraid, or if he's just incredibly bold. At the familiar arena, familiar-shaped birds flew above the arena, looking down. The familiar arena was designed similarly to a regular football field, and the stands were surrounded by a steel frame protective barrier. The commentator's voice echoed everywhere. Hello, viewers of the Cooperative Channel. This is the live broadcast of the Huaxia University Cup. I am at the Shanghai Sports Palace. All the stands are packed with spectators. Teams from base cities across the Huaxia region are waiting to enter the arena. We are now 5 minutes away from arena entry. On the large screen outside the arena, the commentator was also shown broadcasting the situation in real time. Everyone can see the base city teams entering the arena. Leading the way is Huawu University. Last year, Huawu University won the championship, so this year, 3 teams from the imperial capital base city are participating. This is the only base city among all base cities to have 3 teams participating. The screen showed the students participating in the competition, following the flag bearer. The commentator continued to introduce the teams. The team appearing at the very front now is also Huawu University. They are also last year's champions. In the stands, the audience excitedly chanted in unison, "Champions, champions, champions, champions." Gao Peng from a corner glanced at the situation outside and said to the students, "See, this is the treatment only the strong receive." Outside, the Huawu University players stood proudly, hands raised high, amid the cheers of the crowd. Gao Peng continued, "Only the strong deserve cheers. If you win the championship this year, your juniors next year will receive the same treatment." All the students, looking at the situation inside the arena, had only one thought in their minds, champions. But it seemed not everyone shared the same thought. Zhangla suddenly raised his hand and with a serious expression said to Gao Peng, "Principal, if we win first place and bring glory to the school, does that mean we don't have to take the exams next month?" He finished his sentence with a very naive tone. Gao Peng and Jia Zhengjing were simultaneously speechless. A woman's sneering voice suddenly came, mocking the Tianzhao Academy students. "Haha, last year weren't you 8th place, why are you so arrogant?" Zhangla angrily shouted at them, "What are you laughing at?" The female student who had just spoken continued to taunt, "8th place wants to challenge first place? Where does such confidence come from?" Zhangla was so angry that he couldn't speak properly, and could only shout, "You!" Gao Peng quickly stepped forward, blocking Zhangla, who still looked angry, and frowned. "All right, there's no need for such a verbal argument. Looking at their uniforms, they seem to be participants from Luoyang Huagao. Just defeat them directly in the arena." On the large screen, the commentator was directing the audience's attention to the draw screen behind him. "Viewers, please look at the screen. We will now begin the draw for the third group." The draw screen stopped at numbers 7 and 8. The commentator pointed at the 2 numbers with his hand. The numbers stopped at 7 and 8. The first match of the third group will be Luoyang Huagao versus Tianzhao Academy. In the Luoyang Huagao Academy lounge, several students were also looking at the numbers 7 and 8 displayed on the large screen. "Tianzhao Academy. We have to fight Tianzhao Academy right from the start?" A male student frowned and said worriedly, "HMPH, last year if Tianzhao Academy's team leader Li Junzhong hadn't had his familiar injured during the preliminary match against Jinan Academy, we really couldn't have been sure if we'd get 7th place. Last year, Jinan was considered a championship contender alongside Huawu." The female student who had just mocked Zhang Li's group immediately loudly cheered on her teammates. "What's there to be afraid of? That Li Junzhong was just from last season. This season there's no one who can beat them. Since we beat them last year, we can beat them again this year." At the same time, in the Tianzhao Academy lounge, Jia Zhengjing put one foot on the table, waving his hand high, full of fighting spirit. "Haha, heaven is helping me. This time I must teach those dog-eyed people from Luoyang Huagao a lesson." Zhangla, still angry about the earlier incident, immediately agreed from the side. "Right, we must." Zhao Huan remained calm and warned her friends. "Everyone, calm down. Huawu University is our biggest enemy. The first match is Huawu versus Qingmu No. 1 Middle School. Everyone watch carefully." Gao Peng watched the students from outside and was very satisfied with Zhao Huan's attitude. "Not bad, not bad. She's starting to look like a team leader. This team is more confident than before. My intensive training during this period has paid off." A sudden surprised exclamation interrupted his train of thought. "What?" Gao Peng, curious, exclaimed and glanced in the direction of the sound. Several students were watching the situation unfolding on the large screen, which showed the Huawu University players and the commentary. An unexpected situation. Huawu University has only sent 2 Beastmasters to face Qingmu No. 1 Middle School. In the arena were 2 Huawu University players, 1 male and 1 female. Beside them were 2 wolf-shaped familiars, 1 black and 1 white. The excited fans' complaints were endless. "HMPH, they only sent 2 again. Aren't they underestimating the opponent too much?" The system screen quickly displayed the information of the 2 Huawu University familiars. Monster name: Bright Shadow Wolf, Dark Shadow Wolf. Monster grade: level 40. Monster quality: epic quality. Monster attribute: light type, dark type. Monster characteristic: Tide of Light, Tide of Darkness. Their fur possesses a strange ability giving them very strong combat power. Effect 1, passive effect. Each time light type or dark type elements are controlled, the light type or dark type elements in the air become more active, allowing more light type or dark type elements in the air to be induced during the next control of light type or dark type elements. Monster brief introduction. Bright Shadow Wolf and Dark Shadow Wolf grew up in Goryo Flower Garden and belong to the same species. After birth, males become Bright Shadow Wolves and females become Dark Shadow Wolves. Meng Ming said angrily from the side. Right. Why are they oppressing others like this? Gao Peng watched the screen, silently evaluating the enemies. Goryo Flower Garden. This name doesn't sound like Jiwang. Wawu University is backed by Hushin Group and Huasha Military. Unexpectedly, these two familiars are probably for their display. In the arena, the referee waved his hand, signaling the start of the match. The two Bright Shadow Wolves and Dark Shadow Wolves rushed towards the enemy with lightning speed. The Dark Shadow Wolf's mouth was gathering elements, preparing for an attack, and Gao Peng immediately recognized their actions. This is the Light and Dark Tide ability. They're using the Light and Dark Tide ability. Light elements were rapidly moving in the mouths of the two wolves. Qingmu team player quickly reacted and commanded his familiar, Giant Mountain Ape, block their attack with landmines. A familiar shaped like a King Kong with blue fur all over its body slammed its two hands hard on the ground. Numerous boulders imbued with attack power flew towards the two wolf familiars. The commentator broadcast the match situation to the audience. Qingmu's Giant Mountain Ape strikes the ground with a powerful blow, creating numerous landmines to attack Wawu's twin wolves. However, the twin wolves with agile movements completely evaded the landmines. A white aura emanated from the black wolf's mouth. A black aura emanated from the white wolf's mouth. They spewed the two auras at Qingmu's familiar. The two auras cut through the opposing familiar's body like sharp blades. The commentator also broadcast the situation in surprise. It's too astonishing. Wawu's two familiars killed Qingmu's three familiars in the blink of an eye. The power was so strong that it even pierced through the protective barrier. The audience in the stands also excitedly cheered for the team. Amazing, truly the champions. Gao Peng in his team's lounge clapped his hands with a satisfied and slightly sinister expression. Not bad, these two light and dark twin wolves can contend with king-grade familiars of decent quality. I originally thought this would be a complete domination with no suspense at all. Now it's getting interesting. You have rivals now. Be careful. Don't disgrace your master. All 5 students suddenly felt a chill down their spines and simultaneously thought, why does the principal look like a villain boss? The two commentators sat together briefly explaining the next match to the viewers. Viewers, next up is the match between Tianzhao Academy and Luoyang Wagao. Last year, Tianzhao Academy unexpectedly defeated Qibei, but unfortunately lost to Luoyang Wagao. This year, the two teams meet again. Unfortunately, Tianzhao Academy's star player Li Junzhong has already graduated. They turned everyone's attention to Gao Peng. This year, Tianzhao Academy's leader is the legendary Beastmaster who disappeared for 3 years. The world-renowned Beastmaster Gao Peng. We wonder if his inclusion will help Tianzhao Academy achieve its revenge in this match. Gao Peng, upon being mentioned, happily raised his hand and displayed a sociable smile. Zhang Le excitedly suggested to Gao Peng, Principal, let's also send out 2 king-grade familiars like Wawu University. Gao Peng, with a very smug expression, pointed a finger at Zhang Le and admonished him. All right, don't you know that even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit? Although our strength is very strong, we cannot be complacent. This time we must win the honor of the championship fairly and squarely. Meng Ming whispered to Gugu and Jia Zhengjing with a doubtful expression. Fair and square, do you believe it? I don't, Gugu glanced contemptuously. Right, compared to the despicable tricks the principal taught us, we were as pure as water before. Gao Peng instructed Zhao Huan on the battle strategy. Zhao Huan, send your celestial cloud sparrow to the arena. Don't bring your auspicious flame crow. Once in the arena, first conceal its king-grade aura. If the opponent has a king-grade familiar, have the celestial cloud sparrow go as the blazing cloud sparrow to obstruct it. If you cannot deal with the opponent's king-grade familiar, then have Ma Denjipan Mountain Ghost kill the enemy from afar. The 5 students, upon hearing this tactic, gave Gao Peng a thumbs up. Is this like feigning ignorance to catch a tiger? The principal truly has many tricks up his sleeve. He covered his mouth with his hand and coughed, correcting the children's words. Ahem, ahem. Have you understood the tactic? What we're using is a tactic. At the same time, in the lounge for Wawu University players, a man put his arm around a newly arrived young man and asked, Did you find anything? The young man replied, Team leader, there was no change in the familiars of Tianzhao Academy. They are the same familiars as in our information. The old man smiled with satisfaction upon hearing the information. HMPH, I told you. Is there any need to treat someone who fled 3 years ago with such importance? He looked up at the screen again, contemptuously snorting as it showed the familiar that had just entered the arena. Ji Hanwu is still a capable individual, but this Gao Peng is nothing. He's just lucky to have a good maternal grandfather. In the arena, Ma Denjipan Mountain Ghost stood in front, followed by Yun Kei, and further back were Da Hu, Iron-Winged Armored Soldier, and Lava Hellhound. Ma Deng confronted Wago's familiars ready for battle. The commentator's voice echoed, continuously broadcasting the match situation. The familiars of both teams have entered the arena. Tianzhao Academy's formation is unusual. They've placed a wood-type familiar in the front row, with 2 metal-type familiars behind it. As everyone knows, wood-type isn't famous for its defense and endurance. Luoyang Huagao has powerful fire-type familiars. Is there some tactical arrangement at play? The match is about to begin. Please wait a moment, audience. Huagao team's female leader also reminded her teammates once again. Be careful. The combat ability of the opposing Ma Denjipan Mountain Ghost is very strong. I heard it ranked second in their school's qualifiers. For a familiar not skilled in combat to achieve such a high rank, there must be something special about it. Other team members also heightened their vigilance upon hearing her words. Understood. As soon as the match began, Zhangla commanded Ma Denjipan Mountain Ghost, unleash your vines. The Ma Denjipan Mountain Ghost, following its master's command, unleashed countless vines from its body, spreading them everywhere. A Huagao team member also immediately retaliated, trying to secure the terrain. Impossible. Blazing winged water dragon burned the vines, powerful flames engulfed Ma Deng's vine mass, but the fire seemed to have no effect on it. The Huagao team player cried out in surprise, "What? These vines aren't afraid of blazing winged water dragon's attacks at all?" Ma Denjipan Mountain Ghost did not stop, continuing to extend and spread its vines everywhere amidst the opposing team's surprised shouts. That's impossible. A king-grade Ma Denjipan Mountain Ghost cannot unleash so many vines. Could it be that it evolved beyond leader grade? The Huagao team player was baffled by the battle situation before them. King grade? Impossible. Didn't we say our team only had one king-grade familiar? Could the information have been wrong from the start? Sensing the unfavorable situation, the female team leader quickly shouted for her teammates to calm down while simultaneously commanding her familiar. Thousand-leaf mantis cut the vines, stopped them from spreading. A mantis-like familiar leapt up following its master's command and charged towards Ma Denjipan Mountain Ghost's vine mass. It swung its sharp pincers, strongly cutting into the vine mass. But the powerful-looking attack only left small scratches on Ma Deng's branches, and the Huagao team cried out in surprise, "What? It only left such a small mark?" Seeing this battle situation, Zhangla said to his teammates with great confidence, "Guys, I don't think you'll need to step in. Ma Denjipan Mountain Ghost will take care of them." Ma Deng immediately followed its master's command. It used the skill, Hashaladengwan Harry Ocean, to tightly bind all the opposing team's familiars in the arena with vines. The Huagao Academy students, standing outside the protective barrier, worriedly watched their familiars tightly bound in a massive pile of vines. Panicked, they said to their leader, "It's bad, team leader. My familiar's energy is rapidly weakening. Everyone else is in the same situation as me." The female team leader quickly shouted to the referee, "We forfeit." The referee signaled the end of the match and announced the final result. Match over. Tianzhou Academy wins. Zhangla confidently raised his victory fist in the middle of the arena. The commentator also excitedly broadcast the situation with enthusiasm. "We originally thought this would be an evenly matched battle, but Tianzhou Academy only sent one player to defeat the 7th-place team from last season and firmly claim this revenge match. Although last season's star player has graduated, this brand-new team has immeasurable potential. Viewers, please wait." Gao Peng watched the situation from outside, nodding and praising the decisive action of Huagao team's female leader. To see that the situation couldn't be reversed and immediately surrender to preserve strength. A correct choice, after all, it's just the qualifiers. And the next round is the priority. If they had revealed all their familiars, it would have been more loss than gain. Zhangla excitedly ran to Gao Peng. As he ran, he joyfully shouted to him, Principal, we won so easily." Gao Peng also encouraged him generously. Yes. Good boy, well done." As dusk slowly transitioned into night and a bright moon, the organizers announced the end of the first day's matches. The first day's schedule has concluded. All participating teams and audience members, please leave the arena in an orderly fashion. The bodyguard sent by Mayor He politely said to Gao Peng, "Young Master Gao, Chairman He sent me." He also replied politely, "Thank you for your trouble." Zhangla, seeing Gao Peng not getting into the car with them and turning in another direction, asked curiously, "Principal, aren't you coming with us?" Gao Peng smiled wryly and equivocated, "You guys go first. I have a small matter to take care of." He walked alone down the dark, empty road. Sensing something, Gao Peng turned back slightly and coldly snorted. He raised his hand and hailed a waiting taxi. "Taxi, please." As soon as he got into the car, the driver, whose face was not clearly visible, turned back and asked him, "Where would you like to go, sir?" Gao Peng replied casually, "Take me to a quiet hotel." The car moved quickly, and the news screen inside the car reported on global changes. According to the latest reports, scientists have discovered that the Earth continues to change. In the past few days, there is a possibility of continuous spatial disturbances in some areas. After that, some situations about newly appeared monsters were also updated. At 7 a.m. Imperial Capital Time today, a completely new king-grade monster was discovered in the South Sea region. It is temporarily named corrosive element swimming whale. Some scholars have publicly expressed their opinion that the corrosive element swimming whale may have mutated due to the destruction of the underwater ecological environment caused by oil spills before the disaster. Gao Peng casually looked outside, listening to the news updating the situation of the tribes. At 9 p.m. Imperial Capital Time tonight, Gingsa Regional Government and the Celestial Realm Tribe completed their cooperation. Both sides achieved close cooperation in the cultivation and breeding of familiars, and also in the safety protection of the Gingsa region. He looked out the window and saw a large bear-shaped familiar handing out flyers, and he recalled everything that had happened from the beginning until now. In the early days of the disaster, all these were ferocious beasts that ordinary people were busy avoiding. Now they've merged with human society. Perhaps there's a reason behind the return of the ancient tribes. Gao Peng recalled meeting a tree-shaped familiar in the Black Bone world, revisiting the past. But others don't know the situation. In the past 3 years, I've clearly understood the inside story of these people. He comfortably placed his hands behind his head and leaned back in his chair, recalling the facts he knew about the ancient tribes. Those ancient tribes were driven out of the Black Bone world, so are they truly as invincible as they appear? Yes. A moment later, the car carrying Gao Peng stopped again on a secluded roadside. The driver said to him, "Hey, we're here." Gao Peng looked out the window and saw the distant coastline. He listened to the sound of the waves with curiosity. As soon as he got out of the car, Gao Peng assessed the situation before him. One side was a dense forest, and he said with interest, "This place is indeed extremely quiet." The driver also got out of the car at this moment and smiled at Gao Peng, asking, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Gao Peng calmly asked him back, "You're not a taxi driver, are you?" The man did not deny it. He raised the brim of his hat, revealing his face, and smiled cunningly at Gao Peng. How did you know? Let me introduce myself. I am Ren Yu, and I'd like to invite you to our Yuhu tribe." Gao Peng maintained his composure and coldly snorted at the man. "HMPH, do your tribes recruit people so casually?" Ren Yu replied casually again, even with a hint of praise. "Of course we don't recruit casually. Only geniuses with potential can join our Yuhu tribe. In fact, I've researched most of the Beastmasters on your Earth. Some tribes disregard you, but I do not." Gao Peng responded with a sneer to his unbelievably flowery words, his tone completely sarcastic. "I'm guessing your Yuhu tribe is a bit inferior among all the tribes. Otherwise, why do you accept people of the same level as us? Are you that desperate? Do you perhaps have genetic defects that require us Earthlings to help improve your future generation's genes?" Ren Yu's face immediately darkened at the sarcastic remark, and he threatened Gao Peng. "I respected you, yet you dare to be so rude, do you know? Not just you, but your Southern Sky Group will also pay the price for the words you uttered today." Gao Peng was not fazed in the slightest by the threatening words. He still calmly confronted Ren Yu, raising his own questions. "All right, can you satisfy my curiosity one last time? If you want to recruit me, why do you always target Tianzhou Academy? How does that help me join your Yuhu tribe?" Dong Shang suddenly appeared from beside a tree behind Gao Peng, interjecting in their conversation. "I can explain that for him. Taking things by force is very common on our tribe side. After weakening a tribe to its limit, when they have no strength to resist, we stomp on them." Gao Peng immediately recognized the person who had just appeared. He glanced at him and said, "Dong Shang, it seems your Tang Tong tribe also has a hand in this, doesn't it?" Dong Shang quickly waved his hand to correct him. "No, it has nothing to do with the Tang Tong tribe. I just had a grievance with you. I was only invited today to see your outcome, and I didn't participate in that matter. And don't think the White Dragon tribe will send people to protect you. In fact, even if your Southern Sky Group is annihilated, it won't come to defend you. After all, didn't your maternal grandfather reject the White Dragon tribe's offer in the first place?" Ren Yu, listening to Dong Zhang's words from the side, gritted his teeth in anger. What's wrong with this Dong Shang? Why is he telling him everything? Fine, I'll just watch. Anyway, even if that guy's combat power is a bit lacking, it doesn't matter. After all, he's the only son of the Tang Tong tribe's great high priest, so he can't be easily touched. Dong Shang was also calculating on his side. Do I really want to volunteer to tell him everything? Dong Ling reminded me, and I'm just here to show kindness. After all, whether Gao Peng lives or dies is none of my concern. Gao Peng reached out his hand, and a blue spiritual energy enveloped his hand. Repeating Dong Zhang's previous words, White Dragon tribe nothing, he summoned 5 familiars at once. Nangguo, Zhou Zi, Xiao Chu, Chu Chai, and Xiao Hua confidently continued. "When the time comes, who will be asking whom for a favor remains to be seen." Ren Yu contemptuously snickered, pretending to count the number of familiars Gao Peng had just summoned. 1, 2, 3, 4, haha, are these 5 familiars the mighty power you speak of? Gao Peng kindly replied to him. "The forbidden zone on Earth hasn't been lifted yet, so at most king-grade familiars can appear. Isn't this enough?" Ren Yu laughed maniacally at Gao Peng's words. "Ha ha ha ha, you have a very fitting expression in your language. A frog in a well. Do you know what special day today is? If it wasn't a special time, why do you think I came here today?" Gao Peng understood Ren Yu's intention, and immediately looked up at the sky, noticing the abnormal vibrations in the surrounding space, and exclaimed, "A powerful spatial vibration. This place is becoming a new spatial condensation point. Earth's grade limit is about to increase." Ren Yu had been waiting for this moment and smirked arrogantly at Gao Peng. "That's right, Earth's grade limit is about to be lifted. This sky is about to change." Ren Yu lightly leapt onto a nearby branch. He smirked sinisterly, asking Gao Peng contemptuously, "You probably haven't seen an Emperor-grade familiar, have you?" He raised his hand and summoned a familiar from space. A gigantic bull-headed monster appeared behind Ren Yu. Incarnation, Paman Wangpan mountain beast. After that, he raised his hand high, his body enveloped in energy flames, and a silver orb shone above his head, emitting powerful energy. Ren Yu, seemingly confident of victory, smiled arrogantly at Gao Peng and said, "How about it? Scared, but it's okay. I'll give you a chance. This time, I'll only use this quasi-emperor-grade auxiliary familiar." At the same time, the system screen displayed the information of the silver orb. Monster name: Star Soul Demon Bead grade 60 quality perfect, monster attribute, essence abilities, body enhancement level 5, essence control level 5, essence light tide level 5, weakness, dark type. Monster brief introduction. A monster born in the star cluster system, appearing randomly in other worlds through spatial cracks. They can instinctively control mental power. They have a special spiritual body and semi-corporeal form, allowing them to possess any creature and thereby control mental power to strengthen the creature. They love any object with abundant mental power. And you still acted arrogantly towards Gao Peng. 10 minutes, I'll give you 10 minutes. 10 minutes to escape. If you can escape, I'll forgive your previous rudeness. How about it? Gao Peng was speechless at Ren Yu's arrogant attitude, thinking inwardly. Does he think he's completely grasped the situation with just this much? These tribal guys don't learn the good things, only how to show off. His thoughts immediately shifted to the familiar that had just appeared. This orb is even rarer than an Emperor-grade familiar. Moreover, it has an unknown attribute and can possess others. The silver light layer on Ren Yu's body is probably this guy's ability. Ren Yu noticed that Gao Peng was still standing there silently, showing no intention of fleeing, and gritted his teeth in anger, summoning a blue flame in his palm. You won't go? Then you've decided to fight me. How regrettable. He threw the flame at Xiaohua. She reflexively raised her hand to block his attack. Immediately a large hole was pierced through Xiaohua's arm, but Xiao Chu, standing on her shoulder, quickly used his healing ability to envelop and heal her entire injured arm. Ren Yu, seeing that he hadn't killed Xiaohua with one blow, was not fazed in the slightest and lectured Gao Peng. To not die after taking one of my blows, the familiar you've raised is quite decent. I admit your talent is very strong, but you should remember in your next life, talent is forever just talent. Before it's converted into strength, it's better to be humble. Our background is something you can never imagine. Gao Peng snickered at his words. Ha, I think it's you who lacks imagination. After that, he lightly flicked his finger, summoning Yu Guang to his side. Ren Yu's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Yu Guang appear out of thin air. An Emperor-grade familiar. He cultivated an Emperor-grade familiar in just 3 years in the Black Bone world. Sensing the unfavorable situation, he immediately raised his hand and commanded his familiar to attack. Great Mountain Beast, attack for me. The Oshu giant followed the command and quickly charged. Meanwhile, Han Yu muttered about his thwarted plan. HMPH, originally I planned to secretly use the Mountain Beast to destroy the terrain after Gao Peng fled, playing with him until he was in complete despair before capturing him. I didn't expect him to hide his strength so well. The gigantic and massive Great Mountain Beast swung its armored arm from high in the sky, punching at Yu Guang. Yu Guang's eyes glowed red as the Mountain Beast swung its fist. Red streaks of light instantly intertwined and appeared. The swinging fist seemed to stop in midair. A large lie opened up in the red streaks of light and blood gushed out. One of the Great Mountain Beast's arms was so easily severed, falling heavily in front of Han Yu. What? Gao Peng's familiar suppressed the Great Mountain Beast at the same level, without giving the opponent a chance to react. Yu Guang, like a ferocious bee, charged from the sky towards Han Yu. He looked up at Yu Guang and barely managed to exclaim, "Oh no!" A red streak of light, sharp as a blade, descended from the sky and slashed his side. Han Yu coughed up blood and hastily shouted, "Fatal shift." Blue flames enveloped him, and at the same time the Mountain Beast also crashed heavily to the ground. Han Yu scrambled up from the ground, a long streak of red blood running from his shoulder to his waist. Wiping the blood from his mouth with his hand, he muttered, "Fortunately, I have the Fatal Shift ability, which allows me to instantly teleport to the nearest and strongest familiar when fatally injured. If I had been slashed by this familiar, I would surely be dead." Gao Peng approached him from the other side, repeating his previous words with a contemptuous tone. "This time, should I give you 10 minutes? Behind him, on a high branch, Yu Guang watched him intently, ready for battle. Han Yu, valuing his life over his dignity, immediately knelt before Gao Peng and pleaded, "Don't kill me. Please spare my life. The Yuhu tribe will never cause you problems again." Gao Peng smiled coldly and said to him, "Don't worry. Soon there will be no Yuhu tribe." Then, ignoring Han Yu's confused expression, he turned and approached Dong Shang. "Dong Shang, you know a lot about the Yuhu tribe, right? Shall we talk about it in detail here?" Han Yu, realizing his pleas were futile, immediately changed his demeanor and shouted at Gao Peng, "Gao Peng, you're pushing me too far, Mountain Beast. Attack!" The monster Mountain Beast, which had been lying motionless until now, suddenly stood up, roared loudly, and at the same time swung its remaining arm to punch Gao Peng. He calmly watched the attack. He snorted coldly. "HMPH, you don't know your place," Dong Shang cautiously whispered from behind. He flew away. Gao Peng maintained his smile, extending a hand covered in wandering flames, and summoned a familiar from his space. "Don't worry, he won't fly away." A yellow claw, much smaller than the Mountain Beast's fist, extended and easily blocked its attack. Manhwa, summoned from space by Gao Peng, spread its palm wide to block the Mountain Beast's attack, and its information appeared on the system screen. Monster name, Great Strength Vajra Crab. Manhwa, grade 68, Emperor grade, quality epic, attribute Earth type, Ice type. Abilities, Strength Enhancement level 6, Power Burst level 5, Traction Exoskeleton level 5, Characteristic, Epic Super Strength. A talent awakened after devouring a mountain giant dragon. Effect 1, Passive effect. When enraged, its strength can increase up to 10 times, but its physique does not increase. Note, the Great Strength Vajra Crab's physique cannot increase due to external factors except for its own growth. Brief introduction. The dragon crab devoured the flesh of a mountain giant dragon, and its personality is simple and honest, following its master's commands. However, its IQ has also weakened accordingly. Its only weakness is being slightly dull-witted. Gao Peng made a megaphone with his hands and said to Manhwa, "Manhwa, don't make too much noise, you'll disturb the residents." It bared its teeth and made a few noises, seemingly agreeing. Then it grabbed the mountain beast's arm and lightly threw it to the left, slamming it onto the ground, and then to the right, slamming it onto the ground again. The noise was anything but quiet. Dong Shang stood behind Gao Peng watching the scene before him, breaking out in a cold sweat. "This commotion is anything but small. I didn't expect Gao Peng to have another Emperor-grade familiar. Fortunately, I listened to Sister Ling." Han Yu used the garden beast in his hand to fly into the air, and looking down from above he let out a sigh of relief. "At this height it won't attack, will it?" But no sooner had he finished speaking than Yu Guang flew straight into the sky from the branch. Its two arms, glowing red, were raised high and met, slowly forming a sharp vortex. Soon the vortex immediately transformed into a waterspout that shot into the sky, engulfing Han Yu. Blood splattered in the air within the waterspout. Yu Guang leapt down from above, approaching the bead-shaped familiar that had just fallen to the ground. It seemed to want to bring its blade closer to examine it, but before it could do anything, Manhwa rushed from behind and pushed it hard, worshippingly shouting, "Brother Yu Guang, you were so cool just now." With Manhwa's gentle push, Yu Guang, who had just been so cool, rolled onto the ground in front of Manhwa's puzzled eyes. It even innocently exclaimed, "Huh?" Gao Peng was speechless watching the scene. This dull-witted Manhwa's immense strength is too much even for Yu Guang. Yu Guang ignored the dullard and extended the bead in its hand towards Gao Peng. Master, look. I found this." Dong Shang on the one hand was so astonished at Gao Peng summoning familiars that he couldn't close his mouth. He just casually summoned 2 Emperor-grade familiars. How many trump cards does he actually have? On the other hand, Yu Guang happily extended the bead-shaped familiar to Gao Peng, proudly showing off its accomplishment. "Master, look, it's still alive." He also reached out and stroked its head, praising it with a smile. "Well done." The system displayed the garden beast status to Gao Peng, monster status, severely injured. Gao Peng held the bead in his hand, glanced at Dong Shang and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Dong Shang immediately said to him, "If my guess is correct, it's a spirit beast." Hearing that answer, Gao Peng glanced to the side and thought to himself, "Spirit beast, huh? The system says garden beast. Interesting." Dong Shang frowned and explained to Gao Peng again, "Did you see how he used this familiar just now? In fact, it's not an item but a familiar. We Beastmasters can only contract one familiar. Unlike you Bonelanders, spirit beasts can possess others, and if raised well, it's like gaining an additional familiar's ability, so they are very valuable. Only a very small number of Beastmasters can obtain them." Gao Peng, hearing that, immediately gave a sinister smile and asked Dong Shang, "Then do you want one too?" Dong Shang seemed slightly surprised by the offer, looking bewildered. "How, really?" Seeing Dong Zhang's greedy expression, Gao Peng merely smiled and casually said to him, "Look at your useless self. What's the big deal about just one beast? Do you think I won't be able to find a few more after destroying the Yuhu tribe?" Dong Shang, realizing Gao Peng's intention, immediately tried to stop him. "What are you doing? Don't be reckless. The Yuhu tribe has 2 Emperor-grade Beastmasters, over 100 Emperor-grade Beastmasters, and countless King-grade Beastmasters." Gao Peng didn't listen to any of his dissuasions, merely smiled very brightly and softly asked Dong Shang, "Where is the Yuhu tribe?" Dong Shang no longer tried to stop him, and immediately began to tell Gao Peng about the Yuhu tribe's information. The Yuhu tribe is in Goryeo Flower Garden, and their spatial rift is 30 kilometers from Qingzhou Base City. I'll send you the exact address later. He was making his own calculations inwardly. "That's fine. Anyway, the Yuhu tribe will deal with Gao Peng for me. And if Gao Peng can destroy the Yuhu tribe as soon as he got the information he needed." Gao Peng happily said, "Good brother." He casually threw the beast in his hand to Dong Shang, who exclaimed, "Whoa," and hastily reached out to catch it. Gao Peng approached Dong Shang from the other side. He intimately put his arm around his shoulder and, with a smile like a villain boss, softly whispered, "All right, let's go back." Dong Shang avoided his sinister gaze and cautiously looked at his hand on his shoulder, clutching the beast bead in his hand. He then recalled the cameras he had seen again, and a few worried thoughts came to his mind. There are so many cameras on this road, so anyone who intends to will surely discover me appearing with Gao Peng. If something happens to the tribe, this blame will be inescapable no matter what. Just then, Gao Peng glanced casually at Dong Shang and asked, "By the way, good brother, where is your Tang Tong tribe?" With just one sentence, Dong Shang was utterly terrified, taking a step back from Gao Peng and cautiously shouting, "You wanted information about the Yuhu tribe, didn't you? I've already told you, and I'll send you the location immediately, so what else do you want?" Gao Peng found it somewhat amusing and casually reassured him, "Don't be so agitated. We Bonelanders are all very friendly. Since we've become good brothers, of course I should pay a visit when I have the chance." Hearing that, Dong Shang gave Gao Peng a snort with a look that said, "As if I'd believe you." Gao Peng also didn't force him and turned his back, raising his hand to wave goodbye to Dong Shang. "If you don't want to tell me, then that's fine. I won't force you." Dong Shang watched Gao Peng's departing back with only one thought in his mind, what a sly one. High above the outskirts of Shanghai, a gigantic yellow insect-shaped familiar resembling a dragon was flying rapidly with its wings spread. A system screen displayed its information. Monster name, Aurora Dragon Centipede. Soa, grade 69, Emperor grade, epic. Monster attribute, light type. Abilities, light element control level 6, speed increase level 5, silver dragon scale armor level 4, flexible body level 4. Various resistance characteristics. Monster characteristic, Aurora wings. A legacy obtained after devouring an Aurora Dreamhorn dragon. Effect 1, passive effect. When the Aurora Dragon centipede flies in a certain direction, its speed continuously increases slightly. Effect 2. Passive effect. Wings condensed from dreamlike aurora possess extremely strong flexibility and lethality, equivalent to additional external organs, gains special lethality and some attribute resistances. Effect 3. Passive effect. After activating Aurora Wings, speed can rapidly increase for a short period. Gao Peng was talking on the phone with Mayor He on its back. Uncle He, please take good care of my 5 students for a few days. I have to leave Shanghai for a while. From the other end of the phone, Uncle He's cheerful voice could be heard agreeing. Haha, don't worry, I'll take care of everything, just go and handle your business. He also said thank you twice. Gao Peng hung up the phone and casually recalled the facts he had just learned about the ancient tribes. It seems that for some reason the ancient tribe people can only contract one familiar. A long time ago the ancient tribe people could contract multiple familiars like us Bonelanders, but it seems they lost this ability after leaving the Boneland. A part of the earth appeared in his mind along with his thoughts. Perhaps they were cursed, or perhaps they lost the special environment of the Boneland. His mind again switched to the scene of the Yuhu tribe people standing on a high platform selecting Beastmasters below. This is why the Yuhu tribe wants to accept the Boneland's genius Beastmasters into their tribe as foreign clansmen. They can only contract one familiar, but we are not restricted. They want to use this opportunity to improve the genes of their next generation. As he was lost in thought, a hidden base in the forest suddenly appeared before his eyes. Gao Peng immediately commanded Sawa, "It's right here. Sawa, let's go down." Gao Peng leapt from Siwa's back, landing lightly on the ground. A soldier guarding the place immediately shouted a warning. "Hey, this Beastmaster, don't be reckless." Several soldiers with familiars and shields quickly surrounded Gao Peng. The man from before continued to warn him loudly. "Do you know that this is a spatial rift leading to the Yuhu tribe? Leave immediately." Gao Peng calmly asked the man back, "You are Washa region soldiers, so why have you become henchmen for the Yuhu tribe?" The soldier hesitated for a moment at his question, but finally said firmly to him, "Hey young man, leave quickly." From behind Gao Peng an arrogant reprimand suddenly sounded, "A bunch of useless trash, get out of here. You can't even handle one person who broke in." He was slightly surprised and turned around to ask, "Who is it?" A Beastmaster with a large deer-shaped familiar stood proudly on a high cliff, reprimanding the people below. "If this matter of accepting the girl is delayed and ruins the Elder's genetic modification plan, all of you will be buried together." The people below immediately recognized the newly appeared person and collectively shouted, Lord Renchi is here." Renchi frowned, looking down at the soldiers below, and cruelly concluded his reprimand, "All of you will be buried together." Gao Peng casually glanced at his familiar, but he also listened carefully to his words. Another king-grade epic quality familiar. "What a waste, and a genetic modification girl," he commanded Sawa orally. "Sawa, attack." Sawa appeared with its 2 pairs of wings folded forward covering its body, and a strong wind rose around it. It raised its body high and spread its 2 wings. Powerful wing beats generated numerous strong winds that enveloped its entire body. Sawa swung its wings, turning the strong winds into several sharp blades that slashed at the deer-shaped familiar. With just one blow it struck down the familiar. Renchi was startled to see his familiar struck down before it could even fight and exclaimed, "What?" The soldiers watching the battle were also shocked, speechless. The blood crystal deer was assassinated. Gao Peng still stood proudly in the center of the encirclement, and gloomily said to the surrounding soldiers, "You all go, I don't want to kill you. Today I only came to cause trouble for the Yuhu tribe." Renchi at this moment hastily turned around and fled towards the spatial rift, shouting to the soldiers outside, "What are you staring at? Don't listen to his nonsense. All of you attack. I'll go back to the tribe to find reinforcements." A soldier clutched the rope that held his familiar, and finally letting go of the rope he simultaneously ordered his wolf-shaped familiar to attack. Iron-armored mountain wolf attack. But surprisingly the familiar's attack target was not Gao Peng, who stood within the encirclement, but Renchi, who was trying to escape. He was fiercely bitten by the familiar and barely managed to shout, "What are you doing? Is this mutiny? Watch out for our tribe." But his threatening words were cut short by a few screams. "Ah, how tragic." The soldier who had just released his familiar to attack Renchi calmly continued to persuade Gao Peng, "Sir, please go. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. You have such strength at a young age, it's not good to appear here too early. It's too early." Gao Peng still didn't understand the soldier's thoughts and words and cautiously asked, "What are you talking about?" The soldier kindly explained to him, "Didn't you come for the girls who were kidnapped and imprisoned by the Yuhu tribe? They are imprisoning girls for genetic modification." Only then did Gao Peng understand the whole situation and re-evaluated the soldiers here. "So that's what happened. I thought it was very strange just now. These soldiers have their hearts in Han but their bodies in Sao. They asked me to leave before because they were worried I would die in vain." Gao Peng did not follow the soldier's advice but merely turned and walked away in silence, but did not forget to say to the man, "If you don't agree you can come to the Southern Sky Group. At least there we can provide you with a safe haven." He walked alone towards the spatial rift leading to the Yuhu tribe's territory, leaving a calm remark to the soldiers still standing guard outside. "After today, the Yuhu tribe will no longer exist in this world." Gao Peng emerged halfway from the spatial rift. He was surprised by the lush forest landscape surrounding him. He slowly walked a few steps, assessing the green space before his eyes. Wasn't the Yuhu tribe's designated location the Jiuli wasteland? This place looked nothing like a wasteland. In the distance, buildings were faintly visible through the trees. Gao Peng followed that direction, assuring himself, "Is the tribe up ahead?" Suddenly, a massive cloud in the shape of a human face appeared in the sky and asked him from above, "Who are you? You don't seem like one of our tribesmen." Gao Peng concealed his identity and replied, "I am from the Tang Tong tribe." In his mind, he secretly checked the cloud's information. Cloud King Giant, level 64. Meanwhile, he secretly reached his hand behind his back and summoned Asuan. The cloud, hearing the tribe's name, slowly repeated what it knew about the Tang Tong tribe. The Tang Tong tribe. The Tang Tong tribe is in the Watang Valley. It's 300 valleys away from us. It still slowly asked Gao Peng, "Since when did you become completely oblivious?" Above, a bee-shaped Asuan rushed rapidly. Its sharp scythe glowing red. Yu Guang descended from above, spewing bloody flashes from its eyes, and exclaimed, "Shadaden, slaughter and obliterate." It rushed swiftly, drawing red light with its blade, and the light enveloped the Cloud King Giant like a net. The cloud next to the giant was cut into pieces by the light, and it too was surprised to see the nearby cloud disappear, saying to Gao Peng with a slight bewilderment, "You surprised me with the cloud next to me, this fellow, are you joking?" Before it could finish speaking, its entire body seemed to explode from within with red light as if destroyed. It screamed in pain. Wah! The gigantic cloud mass instantly shattered, leaving no trace, only a fist-sized essence core floating in the sky. Yu Guang looked at the essence core and marveled. This cloud looked quite light, but its essence core is quite big. Before it even had a chance to take it, Sawa with Gao Peng on its back quickly swept past, opening its dragon mouth wide and swallowing the essence core. Yu Guang protested loudly. "Stealing food again?" Gao Peng laughed and stopped it. "It's fine, it's just one emperor-grade monster essence core, isn't it?" He looked down again at the Yuhu tribe's settlement from above. By the river that flowed through the forest, he said to his two familiars with assurance, "We'll have a full meal tonight." At the same time, an old man of the Yuhu tribe sat casually in a chair with his arms crossed, listening to the radio. Guanyin wind chimed to Hanjiang. Tanqiang sees the distant road as complete, and the old man praises with satisfaction, "It's quite interesting how these earthlings create such things." Suddenly, the old man spit out a mouthful of blood. He opened one eye in horror, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and exclaimed in disbelief, "Cloud King is dead, how can that be?" He leaned against the wall, staggered, and left the room. "No, I must inform the other elders." Gao Peng snapped his fingers again, and all the residents of the Yuhu tribe looked up at the sky, exclaiming in horror, "What's that?" The sky above them, originally clear and blue, suddenly turned dark and gloomy, and a gigantic black shadow slowly descended. Massive pointed rocks like monster claws pressed down rapidly from high in the sky. The Yuhu tribesmen panicked, calling out to each other, "Be careful, hurry and defend." "What's that? A mountain is falling from the sky." Gao Peng was still sitting on Siwa's back, maintaining the flicking posture he had just made, looking down at the chaotic people below, and proudly delighted. Sometimes tightening the leash of fate is very simple. Just with a flick of a finger, a crack suddenly appeared under the ground, and white light emanated from within. The crack expanded into a hole, and threatening yellow eyes opened inside. A powerful white snake broke through the ground and burst out. The Yuhu tribesmen, seeing the dragon appear, rejoiced as if they had seen a savior, shouting, "It's the chief's guardian Wusheng Wang, we are saved." But before the snake could fully emerge from the ground, a bang, still with his eyes closed and asleep, was summoned from the sky and crushed it. He opened his hazy, sleepy spider eyes and asked blankly, "Is it morning?" Gao Peng stood on Siwa's back, looking down at the white snake, now a flattened mass, and lightly waved his hand to make a bang disappear. "Very good, this way it can be eliminated. Fortunately, before coming to this world I asked Dong Shang to find out that all the kidnapped people were imprisoned in sturdy underground dungeons. This makes it easier for me to use the snake." The crushed snake suddenly opened its eyes, roared, and rose from the rubble, opening its mouth wide to attack Gao Peng as if to swallow him whole. Facing its wide red mouth, Gao Peng remained calm, saying to the snake with a hint of disdain, "Rachuhan has clouded your wisdom. You truly never learn." Gigantic claws suddenly burst from the snake's yellow eyes, attacking it. A bang reappeared in the air, using its entire body to grasp and encircle the huge snake, crushing it under countless earth and stones. Gao Peng rode Sawa and flew near Abang's eyes, commanding, "Abang, search for monster aura in the ruins below." Abang heard his command and immediately checked and reported, "Gao Peng, there are a few king-grade and emperor-grade monsters underground, but no emperor-grade monsters." He coldly ordered it. "Kill these bugs." Abang plunged one of its pincers deep into the ground and exerted force. Crimson blood spurted from beneath the earth, and the roars of familiars could be heard. Gao Peng was still puzzled by the information he had just received, muttering to himself in incomprehension. "Why is there only an emperor-grade snake familiar? Didn't they say there were two? If you pull out the grass, you must pull out the roots, otherwise what if people seek revenge later? Let's stop. The priority is to rescue those girls first. These guys are truly inhumane." Gao Peng waved his hand, summoned another familiar, and commanded, "Go rescue those girls. If you see any Yuhu tribesmen, kill them all." From the ruins, a hidden door was pushed open by a hand. Two Yuhu tribesmen crawled out from below. One of them carried an unconscious girl on his shoulder. The man in front urged the one behind him in a hurry, "Quickly, let's take the person and find a familiar that can contact outside tribes and escape quickly." He rode a black tiger monster and hastily fled through the forest, thinking in a panic as he ran, "Even the chief's guardian Wusheng Wang has been subdued. What ancient tribe has stepped in? Damn it, I only just came to Jigu and got one resource." Suddenly, bloodied holes appeared on the heads of two black lion monsters. They simultaneously staggered and fell. The man riding the black lion in front exclaimed in panic, "Strange, we've been ambushed." His entire body was sent flying, and after hitting a tree hard he fell to the ground. The impact made him scream loudly and blood fumed from the corner of his mouth. He looked ahead in horror. Here before his eyes stood a translucent shadowy monster among the trees, with only one of its sides stained red with the blood of its recent kills. The Yuhu tribesman exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" The phantom-like familiar's shadow swept past like the wind, killing the Yuhu tribesman. The system once again updated its information. Monster name, Fallen Dragon's Will. Wuha grade 66, Emperor grade, epic quality. Attribute light type, dark type. Abilities, optical body level 6, aura concealment level 5, sharp limbs level 5. Monster characteristic, perfect assassin. Talent awakened after swallowing the hidden demon dragon's bone. Effect 1, passive effect. Absorbs all sound passing through its body. Effect 2, passive effect. Tasteless blood. Its blood has no taste. Gao Peng bent down to examine the girl he had just rescued. She was still unconscious, leaning against a tree, and at the same time he commanded Wuha, "Wuha, well done. Continue to search the basement you just came out of. Check if there are other survivors." Just then, several streaks of golden light burst from high in the sky. Gao Peng looked up with interest. "Oh, reinforcements have arrived." He waved his hand again, summoned Arhua and commanded, "Arhua, check how many familiars are approaching from that direction." Arhua shone its large car headlight-like eyes directly into the sky to observe and reported the situation to Gao Peng. "There are a total of 7 monsters. In front is a gigantic black tiger with black lightning on its body. By its appearance it seems to be king grade." Gao Peng rubbed his chin, repeating Arhua's words and calculating. "A big tiger with black lightning on its body." He waved his hand again and summoned Shalwang from space. "Then it's your turn this time." Shalwang's upper body was robust and his round bald head had blue patterns. He smiled at Gao Peng with an extremely arrogant expression. "Indeed, you chose me again, the most excellent me." Gao Peng wrinkled his nose at him in disgust. "Stop talking nonsense, Shalwang. A fierce battle is about to begin. Adjust your state." Shalwang bent down, placed one hand on the ground and assumed a fighting stance, his entire body enveloped in golden light, confidently reassuring Gao Peng. "Don't worry, master." It extended its claws like lightning towards the approaching familiars in the sky. Shalwang rushed like lightning through the air, knocking down a bird-shaped familiar with one kick, then changed direction and punched another familiar away and rushed again to knock down yet another familiar, removing all obstacles. He approached the black tiger familiar and confidently provoked it. "Little cat, taste Grandpa Huang's fist." The black tiger looked at the bald duck that suddenly appeared before its eyes and snarled disdainfully. "Where did this bald duck come from?" it roared, spitting out a ball of black lightning from its mouth. Numerous black lightning bolts erupted from around the black tiger, powerfully striking at the rushing Shalwang. Shalwang rushed through the lightning cluster and engaged the black tiger in close combat. Shalwang punched one of its incoming claws with one hand. His other hand also quickly extended to block another attack from the black tiger. He looked at the claw marks on his arm from the black tiger and sneered grimly. "HMPH, is that all you've got?" Then he delivered a powerful kick to the black tiger's groin, sending it flying backward before it could even defend itself. Shalwang, having landed a direct hit with one kick, joyfully raised his hands and with extreme rudeness extended his middle finger, laughing obscenely. "Ha ha ha. Taste this, little cat." The black tiger was in so much pain it couldn't speak properly, spitting blood from its mouth, even tearing up and feeling wronged. It thought to itself, "I am a true familiar of the Yuhu tribe, a majestic emperor-grade familiar protecting the people. When have I ever suffered such humiliation?" He. Shalwang didn't even wait for it to stop crying, grasping the black tiger's neck with one hand. He exerted force, strongly pressing the black tiger's head downwards and simultaneously shouted at it. "Come down!" The black tiger's eyes widened, purple flames flashed, and black lightning suddenly erupted from its body, attacking Shalwang. Shalwang endured all the lightning and disdainfully said to it, "It doesn't hurt and it doesn't tickle." Then he repeatedly punched the black tiger with both hands and it could only helplessly groan in pain. Gao Peng watched the battle below with satisfaction, evaluating the two familiars. "This Jili Yuhu is 1 grade higher than Shalwang, but its quality is 1 grade lower than Shalwang. Moreover, its main combat power is this lightning control ability, which is completely suppressed by Shalwang's elemental resistance characteristic." Gao Peng again looked up and summoned Sawa from the sky. Let's go see how Abang is doing." At this moment the white snake was still struggling madly under Abang's mountain-like weight. Gao Peng, riding on Siwa's back, looked down from above and commented with slight admiration. "Still struggling like that. The vitality of an emperor-grade creature truly cannot be underestimated." He then commanded Abang again. "Abang, give it some stronger medicine." The white snake, hearing his voice, stopped struggling and raised its head vigilantly. Abang replied, "Understood." Then it pressed its entire body down again even harder, burying its claws into the ground. The white snake was almost suffocated by this blow. Abang raised its head, spewing red light into the sky from its mouth. Cracks filled with lava also appeared all over its body. Abang's entire body instantly became superheated. It raised its head and roared, and hot smoke billowed from its body. Abang curled up, transferring its body's thermal energy directly into the ground, causing the surrounding earth to instantly heat up and smoke. Gao Peng excitedly explained from the side. "A smart water heater, super powerful output, cooking monsters Abang style." He then recalled eating the sweet and tender meat cooked by Abang himself in the Black Bone world. "As you sow, so shall you reap." One cannot be gentle with enemies. Half a year ago, an Emperor-grade King-grade Raxum demon dragon was cooked alive by a bang in the Black Bone world, eventually turning into tender and chewy meat. He then snapped his fingers again, summoning Daisy. Daisy grandly appeared before Gao Peng, its majestic body towering into the sky. Gao Peng looked at it somewhat thoughtfully. If the lightning summoned by Jiuli Yuhu was a pond, then the lightning summoned by Daisy is a lake. Although Daisy's grade is slightly lower than its lightning control ability is one level higher. After all, in terms of quality, Daisy is 2 levels ahead of it. As Daisy was summoned, it seemed to have caught a scent, narrowing its centipede eyes and saying to Gao Peng with satisfaction, "Ah, Gao Peng, you truly didn't disappoint me. If there's good food, you call me." Gao Peng was truly speechless looking at the centipede before him. Daisy flew into the sky and said to Abang below, "Abang, move your butt aside." Abang heard him and immediately explained the situation to Daisy. "This earthworm fellow isn't dead yet," Daisy then said to it. "I know it's not dead yet, but you're too slow, I'll cook it." Abang heard him and immediately moved its butt aside, revealing the white snake, which was almost fully cooked. As the pressure and intense heat pressing down on its body disappeared, it immediately raised its head, feeling lucky and thinking, "Am I saved?" Indeed, in despair one must never give up hope. As long as there is hope, there will be a way. Unfortunately, before the gigantic snake could finish marveling, a massive bolt of lightning struck hard from the sky, charring its entire body. Spatial Rift of Jigu. A convoy of trucks was heading in a line towards the rift area leading to the Yuhu tribe. A young man got out of the car and said to the soldiers guarding the rift, "I've brought the people, so you handle them. I'll go have a smoke." The soldier recalled what Gao Peng had said before entering the rift. After today, the Yuhu tribe will no longer exist in this world. He believed Gao Peng's words and bravely said to the young man, "These girls should be returned to wherever they came from." The young man, terrified, waved both hands in refusal. "No, I can't do that. If I do, we'll all die." The soldier still said to him firmly, "Don't worry, I'll protect you then. Just say you were attacked by monsters." The young driver was still terrified and continued to refuse. No, you're pushing us into a fire pit." Just then another soldier rushed over in a hurry and reported to him, "Captain, someone is coming out of the spatial rift." The soldier, called Captain, exclaimed in shock, "What?" From inside the rift, the kidnapped girls slowly walked out, still with terrified expressions. He recognized these girls but still thought to himself in disbelief, "These are the kidnapped girls," but he reacted very quickly, waving his hand and ordering his subordinates to rescue the people. "What are you standing around for? Quickly organize people to help the girls." The other soldiers also rushed over upon hearing the command. One soldier supported a girl who had just emerged and couldn't help but ask her, "What happened in the Goryo flower garden? How did you manage to escape?" The girl answered honestly, "A kind person brought an Emperor-grade familiar and saved us." The captain was surprised to hear that. An Emperor-grade familiar? He was terrified and couldn't even imagine the power of the familiar the girl had just mentioned. In this world, even a king-grade familiar was considered the strongest. What kind of existence was an Emperor-grade? Soon after, he turned his head in surprise and looked towards the rift. Gao Peng was just walking over from the other side. He calmly covered his mouth with his hand, making a silent shish gesture, and then immediately flew away on Sawa behind him. The soldiers were still reeling from surprise and shock, staring at the familiar's shadow. "Another person of this caliber has appeared in our boneland." At that moment, Gao Peng was riding on Siwa's back, his hands clasped behind him, holding 2 Emperor-grade familiar essence cores he had obtained as spoils. He gazed at the sky before him, lost in thought. The Yuhu tribe has been dealt with. Fortunately, they didn't have any Saint-grade familiars. How has aid in the Black Bone world grown? He was already level 80 when I left, so he must be only a few steps away from breaking through. Gao Peng looked straight ahead, thinking of his familiars, and his expression relaxed considerably. Ban Dahai had said before that breaking through from Emperor grade to Saint grade not only granted illusionary abilities, but also a completely new domain, which could completely suppress lower grade monsters of the same attribute. If Aid can break through to Saint grade, I'll have more confidence in confronting the ancient tribes. He looked again at the 2 round shiny essence cores in his hand, thinking of Ji Hanwu with amusement. These are really easy to roll up and catch. Maybe I'll bring a few to Grandpa. Elsewhere, Dong Shang was still tossing and turning in bed, restless with anticipation. It's already been a day and there's still no news. If Gao Peng couldn't handle the Yuhu tribe, he would be killed by Gao Peng. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and sprang out of bed, regretting his words. I really shouldn't have told Gao Peng so much. Just then, his phone next to the bed rang. He answered it and spoke cautiously with the person on the other end. Father, another question came from the other side. Are you in Shanghai right now? Dong Shang also replied obediently. Yes, I'm in Shanghai right now. The other side then asked worriedly, you didn't do anything wrong to Gao Peng, did you? Immediately, before he could answer, the person on the other end continued in a trembling voice. 4 hours ago, a detective sent videos and photos. Basically all the high-ranking members of the tribe already know. Dong Shang also seemed to sense the tension in his father's voice and strangely asked back, Father, what on earth happened? Why are you suddenly like this? Another piece of information was conveyed through the phone, shocking Dong Shang. The Yuhu tribe has been annihilated. He widened his eyes and shouted, What? He still clutched the phone tightly and his father's warning came through. You handle it well. Don't provoke Gao Peng and if possible build a good relationship with him. Alas, Dong Shang could no longer hear his father's words and was terrified by the information he had just heard, eyes wide with fear. He killed all the people of an entire tribe. This person is a murderer. Throughout the city's tall buildings, Tang Tong tribe's phone notifications rang incessantly. Dong Ling clutched her phone, exclaiming in surprise, "What? Dead?" Dong Ma also looked at his phone screen in disbelief. 2 Emperor-grade familiars couldn't even last a day. Amidst the continuous news stirring up the Tang Tong tribe, the National College Cup final was taking place at the Shanghai Sports Center. The host was introducing the upcoming match to the audience. After a day of competition, the champions and runners-up of this tournament will soon be decided between Tianzhou Academy and Huawu University. Outside the stadium, many ancient tribe people were gathered. They were all intently watching the large screen above their heads. Dong Shang was also among them, secretly observing. Kashan tribe, Black Serpent tribe. Many familiar faces. It seems not a few people like me last night couldn't sleep. Inside the stadium, a black bear-shaped familiar was hanging in midair, its body tidally bound by thick, sharp vines. The commentator's excited voice continued to broadcast the match situation. An unexpected situation has occurred. At a crucial moment, Huawu University's familiar made a mistake and was entangled by Tianzhou Academy's Ma Deng, standing outside the stadium's protective barrier. Zhang Le was waving his hand, cheering for his familiar. "Go, Ma Denji Pen Mountain Ghost, hold on tight," behind him. Gao Peng was still observing, arms crossed, evaluating the 2 familiars' battle situation inside the stadium. Familiar quality is epic grade 45. Such a low-level mistake shouldn't have happened. He frowned in incomprehension and tilted his head. It wasn't intentional, was it? Just then, a man who seemed to be a member of the tournament organizing committee approached Gao Peng and politely extended his hand. "Mr. Gao Peng, we have prepared a VIP room for you to rest comfortably. What do you think?" Gao Peng did not refuse. Still with his arms crossed, he firmly refused. "No need. Today I am merely an ordinary accompanying teacher, so I should naturally be with my students." He squinted his eyes and said to the man in a cold, commanding tone, "You do your job, you don't need to pay attention to me." The man hastily bowed and replied, "Yes, understood." He watched the man leave and had already concluded inwardly. As expected, it's a chain reaction. It must be after they learned I annihilated the Yuhu tribe. Inside the stadium, Yun Ke was flying high, continuously firing energy pillars to attack the opponent. Huawu's 2 black and white twin wolves were fiercely attacked by the energy pillars and couldn't resist. The commentator's voice continued to update the audience on the battle situation. Tianzhou's ace Yun Ke used its signature Cloud Storm shock bomb. Huawu's black and white twin wolves are completely suppressed. A Huawu Academy student, one of the 2 wolf owners, raised his hand and shouted, "We surrender. We admit defeat." The commentator loudly declared the result. "The winner is Tianzhou Academy." Upon hearing the announcement, Tianzhou Academy's students cheered joyfully. The 2 girls excitedly embraced each other. Zhang Le tightly clenched his fist with a victorious smile, and Meng Meng and Jia Zhengjing fist bumped, smiling with confidence and pride. The commentator continued to excitedly shout. "They created an upset as the 8th seed, defeating the 1st seed. Our sincerest congratulations." Immediately Jia Zhengjing, Zhang Le and Zhao Huan ran towards Gao Peng. As they ran, they joyfully shouted to him, "Principal, we won." "Haha, we didn't let you down, teacher. We are the champions." Among the cheering students, Gao Peng still maintained his composure, his hands in his pockets waiting for them to approach. Inwardly, he secretly thought with smugness, this is a team I meticulously trained. Even if they face a life-or-death battle, the winning side will ultimately be us. Is there really a need to make such small gestures? Winning like this is really boring." He curled his lips again, his face filled with confidence. His thoughts shifted to the current situation regarding news of the Yuhu tribe. "I originally thought very few people would know about the Yuhu tribe, but ultimately, for the upper echelons, the bigger the incident, the more they need to control its impact. It seems I'll have to stay in the lab for a while and wait for things to calm down." The award ceremony concluded with a team photo. Zhao Huan held the championship trophy in her hand, and behind her Gao Peng smiled, looking at the trophy. Jia Zhengjing waved the flag with the words Tianzhou on it, and Zhang Le looked directly at the camera, confidently flashing a victorious V sign. All the team members wore confident and joyful smiles at their victory. In the lab of the Back Mountain Villa, Gao Peng, wearing a lab coat, shook a purple test tube in one hand and held a larger purple liquid-filled flask in the other. Before him, various colored glass bottles were neatly arranged. He poured the purple liquid from the test tube into the flask in his other hand. He shook the flask in his hand, satisfied with his efforts over the past few days. "Finally, it's complete. I reorganized all the group's familiars in 2 days. Bai Long, Yin Long, and Shui Yan Huo too all successfully broke through to Emperor grade. Bai Long in particular soared to level 64 in one go, increasing its combat power tenfold in an instant. He closed his eyes in satisfaction, relaxing his entire body. "Next, I'll wait for the secret realm to open to obtain the true dragon fruit, collect materials, and upgrade Bai Long to legendary grade." In his mind, the earth in space reappeared, surrounded by flowing energy. Now that the Emperor grade limit on Boneland has been lifted, Emperor grade familiars cannot descend. Epic grade 64 should be enough for now. The lab's large screen suddenly showed the face of a group employee. He reported to Gao Peng, "Young Master Gao, a guest has arrived." Gao Peng looked at the communication screen and nodded. Escort the guest to the living room to wait." Gao Peng remained in the lab, speculating about the identity of the guest who had just been reported. If it were an ordinary guest, the group would surely have stopped them. Moreover, at this recent juncture, it seems their identity is not ordinary. As Gao Peng emerged from the lab and entered the living room, he saw the guest who had just arrived. It was an old man with a cane sitting on the sofa with a bodyguard standing beside him looking serious. Seeing the situation, Gao Peng's earlier speculation became even more certain. He even brought a bodyguard. Indeed, his identity is not simple. Tisk. Gao Peng held the freshly brought teacup in his hand and kindly offered it to the arriving guest. Would you like a cup of tea? This is the finest tea carefully selected by the Scarlet Stream Fairy every spring. It replenishes blood and clears the mind. Our elder at home loves it very much. The bodyguard, seeing him approach, extended his arm to block in front of the old man and simultaneously warned him, "Please wait a moment." The old guest again stopped him. "It's fine, young man." The old man calmly accepted Gao Peng's offer of tea. "Elder, all right, I'll try some." He then brought the teacup to his lips and took a sip, then returned the teacup to the bodyguard, the young man. He politely praised, "Not bad, a tea tastes good." The old man didn't waste any pleasantries and immediately got straight to the point with Gao Peng. "Young man, don't worry, there's no need to mince words with an old man like me, but since I've drunk your tea, I'll live up to my name as an elder so I won't nag you anymore." After speaking, the old man rose from his chair leaning on his cane and sincerely thanked Gao Peng. "First, this old man must thank you." The young bodyguard was surprised by the old man's action and tried to stop him, exclaiming, "President." The old man paid no attention to his attempts to stop him and continued to speak with Gao Peng. "It was only after the incident that I realized how audacious they were. All those involved have already been imprisoned and their familiar rights have been revoked for life." Gao Peng showed an awkward expression upon hearing that, and skillfully diverted the conversation towards his grandfather. "It would be better to say these things to my grandfather. Elders of the same generation will find it easier to talk. It's too much pressure for me to talk with an elder." The old president didn't think so and continued to speak to Gao Peng. "From today onward, Southern Sky Group will no longer need to pay a single cent in taxes." Gao Peng's eyes curved into a smile upon hearing such a huge benefit, and he accepted it without hesitation. "Ha ha ha. Such a great favor, I'm truly a bit embarrassed." The president heard his words again, and immediately turned his ambiguous words into a confirmed deal. "Indeed, a pillar of the nation." "Since you say so, I understand." Gao Peng's mouth dropped open, and he exclaimed, "Ha!" in surprise, like someone who had been greatly deceived. Seeing his expression, the president stopped teasing him, and once again got serious and to the point. This was probably the main reason he came here. "All right, no more jokes, let's get down to business. I've come to you shamelessly because I actually have something to ask of you." A few days later, a truck entered Shenangjia. Several people who appeared to be researchers, shouldered large toolboxes and dressed in white coats, waited anxiously for someone. "Who are we waiting for? Is there someone else with such great prestige? Could it be that very famous person from Southern Sky Group recently?" A slightly older researcher pressed the young man who had just spoken on the shoulder and whispered, "Be quiet, are you blind?" He glanced at the truck nearby. Gao Peng was leaning quietly, nonchalantly observing them. "Couldn't you see that the person standing there was him?" Gao Peng was currently recalling his conversation with the old president a few days ago. At that time, the old man had explained the mission to him. "Recently, the passage to Shenangjia is about to open. We are preparing to explore that passage. This matter is very dangerous. Since there are very few true strong individuals in our Huaxia region, I am shamelessly asking for your help. All the spoils this time will be yours. No one can take them. I just hope you can protect our researchers within your capabilities." Gao Peng was still lost in thought, recalling the information he had obtained from the old president. According to the old man, in fact, the high-ranking officials discovered signs of mutation more than a decade ago, but they didn't disclose it to the public. And this passage in Shenangjia is very likely to lead to a superimposed space with abundant spiritual energy. Could it really be, as the old man said, that fundamentally there is no so-called age of Dharma decline, and in fact all the spiritual energy has been absorbed into that superimposed space? Just then, a blue beam of light suddenly burst from the sky. The researchers also stirred simultaneously. "Quickly look at the sky. They've arrived." A large blue phoenix carrying several Beastmasters on its back flew across the sky, and the people below murmured a few words. "It's the Azure Dragon tribe people. No wonder they kept us waiting so long." The person at the front, as soon as he landed, stepped forward and smiled, apologizing to the people present. "I am truly sorry we are late," but the person accompanying him didn't seem to think so. He secretly sneered, "HMPH, is there a need to apologize to such people?" While the group was greeting each other, the huge blue phoenix that had just landed was folding its wings. The system screen also displayed some information about it. Monster name: Blood Azure Dragon, Monster Grade 68, Emperor Grade, Monster Quality Legendary Quality. Gao Peng observed from a distance, frowning slightly. Azure Dragon tribe really exaggerating. I don't know what their actual strength is like. Bei Qingyan stood beside him, mimicking Gao Peng's crossed arms, and softly explained to him, "It's one of the 7 great tribes." Gao Peng was startled by her sudden appearance and took a step back. "Oh, Bei Qingyan, why are you here?" She crossed her arms, tilted her chin, and said to him in a condescending tone, as if looking up at the sky, "By all accounts, your grandfather ordered me to look after you. After all, I ate a lot of food at your house, so this is nothing." Gao Peng was speechless upon hearing that, recalling his grandfather's cunning, smiling face, and sighed, "Grandpa, Grandpa." but being someone who prioritized benefits, he immediately put Ji Hanwoo's calculations aside and thought about her usefulness. Bei Qingyan has a lot of knowledge I don't, she'll probably be a lot of help. He rubbed his chin again, recalling the information he had recently collected about the ancient tribes. According to Grandpa's information, the 7 great tribes are a step higher in strength than the Tang Tong tribe or the Yuhu tribe. Since the Tang Tong tribe and the Yuhu tribe had emperor-grade familiars, the 7 great tribes, being a step higher, must have saint-grade familiars. Indeed, the team leader, seeing that everyone had gathered, immediately gave the signal to depart. All right, everyone is here. Let's go. The group walked in single file along the path deep into Shenongjia. Very quickly they found a spatial rift on the mountainside. It was quite a large rift. Seeing the blue sky and silver moon through the rift, the group cried out in surprise. Where are we? This isn't a spatial rift, is it? It's too big. Even the largest spatial rift isn't a tenth the size of this one. A young researcher with glasses looked at the enormous spatial rift and excitedly speculated. Could it really be a superimposed space? Our Boneland was originally part of a vast primary world just obscured by some means. Ahead, the guide's voice could be heard, and everyone entered in an orderly fashion. Maintaining formation, Gao Peng followed everyone in, however. The moment he stepped into the other space, he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" He keenly sensed the difference between the two spaces. Strange, it seems the grade limit has opened again. There might be Emperor-grade monsters here. While deep in thought, a loud cry of "ah" drew Gao Peng's attention. A young researcher was fleeing, screaming for help. A monster emerged from underground. Chasing him was a gigantic beast with huge claws. It had a heavy body and a head shaped like a colossal ox skull. Its entire body was covered in an eerie blue glow like will-o'-the-wisps. The monster swung its claws with all its might at Zhou Yuan. Its power was easily discernible. Zhou Yuan screamed in terror as he fled. "Help!" The professor saw the scene and anxiously cried out. "Don't look back, run forward." Hanbing Shangwing quickly attacked that monster. Receiving the command, Hanbing Shangwing roared and swung its blade-sharp claws at the monster. A sound of death echoed. The monster collapsed on the spot and the professor breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. They were just useless things. Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws pierced through the ground, followed by many hands and heads rising above the thick soil. Everyone was startled and the professor exclaimed, "So many!" At this moment, Team Leader Li stepped forward and reassured them. "Everyone, don't panic. These monsters are not strong. Beastmasters, go out and protect the scientific research team." Gao Peng silently observed the situation and analyzed. "They're not strong at all. The highest grade is only leader grade and there are no lord grade monsters. All these trees also have no response on the system analysis panel. They're not plant type monsters, but there's a strange cold aura flowing. Could it be?" Gao Peng reached out his hand and suggested, "Xiaoyan, let's do an experiment together." Xiaoyan, standing behind, also began to activate its ability. Gao Peng placed his hand on a tree trunk and felt it. This sensation was similar to Aid's aura. At this moment, a blue light enveloped Gao Peng's hand. "No, this isn't yin cold energy, it's soul power," he called Xiaoyan. Hearing the call, Xiaoyan immediately acted. Its eyes glowed with red flames and the blue light vanished without a trace. Gao Peng still held his hand there, thinking to himself, "Indeed, Xiaoyan has damage against soul entities." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "How you're bofing?" It turned out to be Aoshui Qingluan. Xiaoyan glanced at it and replied with a smug expression, "Ha, that's right." Aoshui Qingluan was slightly surprised by Xiaoyan's answer. "But why are you so fat? Can you even fly?" Xiaoyan burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, do you know what abundant nutrition and good absorption mean? I've eaten so many heavenly treasures you can't even imagine." Team Leader Li instructed everyone. "All monsters have been dealt with. Let's regroup and set off again." Suddenly, a person named Xiao Wu squatted in front of a strangely shaped flower and exclaimed, "Huh, this flower is really pretty." It was unlike any known species on Earth. He quickly pulled out a shovel to dig but then paused. "How is this a flower root? Why does it look so strange?" Immediately, Gao Peng sensed something amiss. No," he shouted loudly. "Quickly, run away." Xiao Wu was puzzled. Why? As soon as he finished speaking, the flower emitted a dazzling red light. It rapidly corroded Xiao Wu like acid, leaving only the whites of his eyes showing, his mouth agape and drooling, as he barely managed to cry out, "Ah!" In an instant he became a smoking white skeleton. Not only that, the skeleton gradually sank into the ground, startling everyone. The professor stammered, "This person is dead." One of the group, seeing the sight, shouted loudly, "Xiao Wu, damn it, I must destroy this evil flower." Another quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. "Calm down, this is very good research material. Let's first put up a warning sign, protect it well, and then dissect it." Team Leader Li calmly said at this moment, "We haven't been here for half a day and we've already encountered 2 unexpected incidents." Gao Peng suggested, "Team Leader Li, I have a flying familiar, so why don't I scout the surrounding terrain?" Team Leader Li replied with satisfaction, "That's an excellent suggestion. Then I'll trouble Team Leader Gao." 5 minutes later, Gao Peng flew off on Xiaoyan's back to scout. Looking down from the sky as far as the eye could see, the scenery was identical. He saw a crow-shaped bird flying with shining eyes. Monster name, Death Yin Crow. Monster grade 39. Monster quality, normal quality. Attribute Yin type, Wraith type. Weakness, Light type, Fire type, Holy type. Monster brief introduction. Death Yin Crow is born in the Netherworld Purgatory and is a common bird monster in the Netherworld Purgatory. Gao Peng was puzzled. Netherworld Purgatory, is this hell? Standing on Xiaoyan's back, he said, if this is hell, then it explains why the surrounding environment is like this. Xiaoyan, let's go back. Suddenly that bird charged at Gao Peng and he thought irritably, this Death Yin Crow dares to charge at us, does it take us for food? Xiaoyan opened its mouth and spewed red flames. The bird burst into flames, shining as brightly as the sun. Gao Peng didn't care. Let's go, he returned. Team Leader Li was waiting and asked him as soon as he saw him. Team Leader Gao, what's the surrounding environment like? Gao Peng reported. From my observation from the air just now, the surrounding hundreds of Li are all like this. We'll have to be mentally prepared. Hearing that, Team Leader Li exclaimed, what? One of the group said to the professor. Then why don't we first measure the data of this superimposed space, for example, temperature and humidity? That might actually work. The other two spoke alternately, their faces full of anger. We've gone through so much trouble to get here just to research these things, then why did you bring us to be your nannies? We've gathered all the top experts from the Washa region here. What is there to fear? The man with round glasses said. That makes sense. Even if the entire environment is like this, we should at least clearly identify what monsters are around. Gao Peng watched from a distance with his arms crossed, thinking to himself, the Beastmasters fighting at this time are all not very strong. They're probably worried that if the research team's achievements are small, it will affect their own merits. He glanced at the two people standing behind him. The truly strong ones aren't saying anything. The two looked at each other worriedly. How the ancient tribe people have strange expressions. Could it be that they know the inside story here? Gao Peng smiled smugly. Hey, don't I also have ancient tribe companions? He happily waved at Bei Qingyan, thinking to himself, I wonder if she has any insider information. Gao Peng's expression suddenly became playful. He winked and smiled at her, saying, now that we're a team, there's nothing you can hide from me. Bei Qingyan was slightly surprised by his words, placing a finger on her chin as if in thought. Seeing her turn around and rummage through her bag, he smiled inwardly. Indeed, she has something. But contrary to expectations, what she pulled out was a chocolate bar. She asked worriedly, are you hungry? I brought chocolate. Gao Peng had a bewildered expression and was speechless. A few minutes later, seeing the people in front still arguing, Team Leader Li scratched his head a little helpless and said, phew. What should we do? Gao Peng thought for a moment and then offered his opinion. He said, Team Leader Li, why don't we split our forces into two? The team that wants to stay here and research can stay here, and the team that wants to explore the surroundings can act independently. Team Leader Li heard that and had a bewildered expression. He said, when we came, we all agreed to act together, didn't we? If something happens after we split up, I'll be in an awkward position to report. He still looked at the people who wouldn't yield and calmly said, in the current situation, do you think group action will be effective? Gao Peng felt he could no longer dawdle and spoke frankly. Honestly speaking, in this place, all forces will want to act independently. Otherwise, if many people gather in one place and discover valuable treasures, who will get them? Team Leader Li heard that and thought to himself, before coming here as team leader, I expected to be useless and not last long. But I didn't expect it to end so quickly. He forced a smile and reluctantly said, then let's do this. We'll meet back at the entrance in a week. For 1 week they could freely explore the surroundings and they would wait for a maximum of 1 day. If they found a companion in danger during this time, they still had to go rescue them. Everyone quickly mounted their familiars. One person shouted, the team that wants to explore the west, gather here. Another young man on the back of an elephant said loudly, let's go, we'll explore the east. Everyone split into 2 groups and headed in different directions. Gao Peng pointed to one side and said to the person in front, we'll go this way. Team Leader Li, do your military personnel want to come with us? Team Leader Li quickly agreed, all right. The group quickly moved along the path, occasionally encountering skeletal trees with only trunks and branches remaining. A man photographed a tree by the roadside that emitted red-orange light. He held the camera and said, this plant is somewhat similar to a lantern grass. Gao Peng heard that and paused slightly, looking at it. Suddenly the tree grew larger and charged at him with vines extending from within, and he exclaimed in surprise, what? Flames flew, and the tree, without even a chance to resist, burst into flames. He watched the flames in a daze, relieved that he had narrowly escaped death. Behind him, Xiaoyan puffed out its chest proudly and naturally said to him, you're welcome. Someone next to him helped him up, and Gao Peng said nothing, just turned and continued walking. He only said, be careful, as he walked away. At this moment, Xiaoyan approached its master and expressed its curiosity. Gao Peng, we clearly saw that monster just now. Why didn't you let me deal with it first? Gao Peng put both hands in his pockets and said with a profound expression, you don't understand. Humans are a type of animal. Help that is too easily obtained will not be cherished. Xiaoyan heard that and narrowed its eyes slightly and thought. It clicked its tongue. Tisk tisk, humans are really complicated. When the group arrived at a certain point, a man's eyes were suddenly drawn to something. He exclaimed in slight surprise, ha! He pointed to a spot hidden behind a bush and said, isn't that a house? The person next to him also said in surprise, it really is. Gao Peng turned and said to everyone, then why don't we go check out that house? Inwardly he wondered, how could there be a house in a place like this? Could it be? The group gradually approached, all carefully observing. The scenery here looked quite eerie. The man with the bag said in a low voice, the closer I look, the stranger this house seems. The person next to him, slightly sweating, asked, does anyone else feel it's very cold here? A man, as if he had seen something, exclaimed loudly with a slightly bewildered expression, Look quickly, he pointed at a black shadow moving back and forth inside the mansion and shouted loudly, it's a person, I saw it. He had just seen a person moving back and forth inside the mansion. The person behind him asked with a hint of doubt, someone lives in a place like this, are you mistaken? The man who had just shouted still believed his own eyes and said, I couldn't have been mistaken, let's go in and check. The middle-aged man leading the way said, Qi Ming is right, as scientific researchers we must have the spirit of courageous exploration, let's go. The person called Qi Ming cried softly from behind, Professor. The group stood trembling in front of the eerie, seemingly swaying mansion. One person tightly grabbed the hand of the person next to them and said in a trembling voice, Professor, isn't this house leaning? The person next to them also agreed, Professor, something's not right. Gao Peng looked at this scene and the mansion, thinking to himself, this is the netherworld purgatory, so it's naturally strange for a modern mansion to appear in hell. Moreover, this house looks like it's made of paper, doesn't it? Xiaoyan, standing next to him, also quietly observed, then called Gao Peng, the yin energy inside is very strong. Hearing that, he asked back, yin energy, could it be? The information panel appeared. Monster name, Ghost Mansion, Monster grade 52, King grade, Monster quality, Elite quality. Monster attribute, Yin type, Ghost type. Monster abilities, Young Ghost level 3, 9 Ghost level 3, Master Yin level 3, Yin energy corrosion level 3, Weakness fire type. Monster brief introduction. Ghost Mansion appears after many paper mansions are burned in hell. Due to its characteristic of absorbing yin energy to nurture soul entities, it becomes a ghost and likes to reside in hell. However, if the ghost strength is insufficient, it will be controlled by the ghost mansion and become a slave in the house. Gao Peng read that and understood. Indeed, it was made of paper. Gao Peng saw the people preparing to enter and stopped them. It's better not to go in. Don't you think it's strange for something like this to appear here? Qi Ming heard that, turned around and asked, Team Leader Gao, aren't you here? You just saved me. His face was full of seriousness. The grade limit here is not Emperor grade. If something really happens, I can't guarantee I can protect everyone. After that, he told everyone to step back, then pointed ahead and shouted, Xiaoyan, attack! Xiaoyan immediately tilted its head back and spewed large flames, and since it was made of paper, it quickly caught fire. In the flames, a blue vine-shaped monster was revealed. Seeing the blue monster burning with the flames, Qi Ming, with his scientific spirit, excitedly said, this house is also a monster? Then can we dissect that corpse? If we dissect it, will there be concrete walls or intestines inside? Gao Peng was speechless upon hearing that. The young man with the bag looked at the ashes before him and retorted, it's already ashes, so stop thinking about dissecting it. However, a moment later he slapped himself in the face, then knelt down and put some of the ashes into his item bag, saying, it's still good to take some of these ashes for research. At this moment, Gao Peng was even more speechless. Suddenly a flapping sound came from above and someone screamed for help. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A person sitting on a bluebird said in a very anxious tone, there's a king-grade monster behind us, be careful. Indeed, behind that person a gigantic beast with blue eyes was chasing. As the bird landed, Gao Peng urged the people to step back. Hide back, don't interfere. He looked at this terrifying black monster and thought to himself, when dealing with such yin-cold things, lightning type will be strengthened. He called Daisy. A blue light enveloped his hand and Gao Peng commanded, Daisy, attack it with silver lightning first. Daisy hesitated slightly and said, I feel an unspeakable threat. Despite his fear, Daisy still unleashed lightning, which further illuminated the monster's form. It was a powerfully built creature with a bull-like head, and it was now angrily raising a sword, preparing to attack. As the sword came down, the lightning was split in two like tofu. The monster stood tall and its information panel appeared. Monster name, Hell Bullhead. Monster grade, level 82, Saint grade. Monster quality, Epic quality. Attributes, Death type, Dark type. Monster abilities, Strength increase level 6, Resilient body level 5, Transcendental healing level 6, Soul damage level 7. Monster characteristic, Death suppression. Possesses an extremely powerful innate suppression ability against the undead. Effect 1, passive effect. Increased damage against specters. Effect 2, passive effect. Undead monsters of a lower grade than itself are severely suppressed and their power is greatly weakened when encountered. Note, Effect 2 is not effective against undead of higher quality than itself. Monster weakness. Netherworld water has a weakening effect on it. Monster brief introduction. A monster born in hell, inherently brave and strong-willed, knowing no fear. They are the administrators of hell. Gao Peng looked up from below thinking, so the black mist that originally enveloped its body came from its nose. Sweat beaded on his face and he wore a worried expression. How can I defeat a saint grade? If aid were here, he might be able to hold on for a bit. The bullhead seemed to be preparing to raise its sword with a saint-grade bullhead monster on one side and small vulnerable people on the other. Both sides fell silent. Qi Ming slumped to the ground, terrified, believing their fate was sealed. We're doomed, we're doomed. The bullhead lowered its gaze and asked in a low voice, living humans? Gao Peng smiled as warmly as possible and said, hello, did we perhaps disturb you? We accidentally discovered this passage and through it we came here. He thought, since it hasn't attacked yet, it means it can be reasoned with. As long as it's not the type that attacks immediately without a word, it's fine. The bullhead's face showed a slightly confused expression as it listened to the small human speak. It raised a hand to touch its horn and mumbled, a passage, it seems an accident occurred. Fortunately, the problem isn't too big. Its eyes suddenly turned blue and its voice became cold. The living cannot enter this place. Since you have entered, you shall remain here forever. Gao Peng sensed that the situation was not good as its attitude changed. He shouted loudly, what? Suddenly a dense gray mist billowed. Another deep voice was heard. Bullhead, have you found the anomaly? A monster with a human body and a horse's head held a purple rope in its hand. Its information panel appeared. Monster characteristic: lone soul messenger. All horse-faced demons are natural soul players. Effect 1, passive effect. Soul acceleration ability grade 1, effect 2, passive effect. All souls controlled by the horse-faced demon can share its vision. The horse-faced demon's blue eyes scanned its surroundings, and upon seeing Daisy it said, Since when did our neighborhood have a flying centipede? Let me take a look." Then the horse-faced demon hit Daisy with its rope and Daisy screamed in pain. Daisy hid behind Gao Peng, whimpering pitifully. "Gao Peng, my wings are hurt. This place is so scary." Gao Peng felt uneasy seeing this situation. This horse-faced demon, just a glance, has such power. It seems even more dangerous than the bullhead. The bullhead saw the horse-faced demon looking around and answered its question. "Not yet, but there's a foul human smell." "A human smell isn't as disgusting as our hell's smell." The horse-faced demon approached Gao Peng, touching his chin, and said, "Oh, it really is a human." Then it turned to its companion and said, "Chase these people out, they just came in by mistake." The bullhead heard this and thought admiringly, "Still kind-hearted." Suddenly the horse-faced demon stomped heavily on the ground. Cracks spread in all directions from its foot. White beams of light shot up from between the cracks. Chi Ming screamed in terror at the ghostly figures floating nearby. "Damn it. What is this?" The horse-faced demon looked at the objects in its hand and kindly explained, "These specters can find your companions." Everyone heard this and muttered, "Really?" Another person replied, "Whether he's telling the truth or a lie, what does it matter? It would only take a moment for him to kill us here." Another person suddenly said, "Then what about our research?" The man with the headband saw that people couldn't prioritize and said, "I advise you, it's better to wait honestly here. At least you can save your lives." Then he looked at Gao Peng and asked, "Principal Gao Peng, what do you think?" Gao Peng knew this was the best option and readily replied, "I agree. The situation is beyond our control. This outcome is already quite good." Team leader Li also said, "Then everyone wait here." Daisy, still afraid, stood firmly in front of Gao Peng and said, "Gao Peng, stand behind me. If anything happens, I'll take you away." Gao Peng's heart suddenly warmed. He thought, "This silly guy, he's reliable in crucial moments after all." 30 minutes later, specters were seen floating in the air with people, and cries for help were heard continuously. "Let go of me, help, what the hell is this?" the people on the ground exclaimed in surprise at the sight. The East Group people were also caught. The horse-faced demon asked the person in front, "Look, are there any more people?" Team leader Li hastily waved his hand and replied, "No, they're all here." The horse-faced demon heard this and said to its companion, "Then let's go, Bullhead, we'll guide them." The bullhead turned and raised a finger as a signal before leaving. "I owe you one." The horse-faced demon led the way, and everyone followed behind it. The man with the goat beard asked the person next to him, "What grade are these two monsters?" The person next to him hesitated and replied, "I don't know, by the looks of it at least." He looked at Gao Peng, who was walking ahead, and muttered, "Probably even higher. Don't you see even an emperor-grade beast is so obedient?" Then the goat-bearded man pointed to one side as a signal. "They can't see us, so should we secretly seize an opportunity?" Before the person next to him could finish speaking, the horse-faced demon walking ahead suddenly shouted loudly. He laughed and said, "Haha, if anyone wants to stay in hell." The goat-bearded man's face changed color as he heard the horse-faced demon say, "We warmly welcome you." Gao Peng turned his head and shot a contemptuous glance. "Fools truly know no fear. There are always people who mistakenly think they're smart and court death." A few days later in Yuzhou, Gao Peng was now fishing with his maternal grandfather at Ji Hanwu's house. He recounted his entire journey, concluding with, "After that, we returned from the realm of death." Ji Hanwu heard this and praised him admiringly. "To face an unfathomable enemy and remain calm and patient. Very good." Then he glanced over and asked, "Right, are you returning to the Black Bone World tomorrow? Is everything ready for departure?" He heard this and obediently replied, "Yes, tomorrow. It's only been a week since I returned from the realm of death and I haven't had much time to spend with Grandpa yet." Ji Hanwu looked straight ahead and said indifferently, "Don't be as soft as your mother. Your strength is too small. Go where you need to go. Don't worry about this old man." Gao Peng heard this and dropped the topic. He changed the subject and called out to Bei Qingyan, who was eating fried chicken. "Right, Encyclopedia Bei, tell me in detail about what you mentioned last time." She heard this, stopped eating and tilted her head, asking, "What else do you want to know?" Ji Hanwu suddenly interjected, "Tell us again about the 9 heavens and 10 lands." Zhao Feng mentioned his recent experience and that part sounded very interesting. Bei Qingyan heard this and explained, "Actually, the bone land where you live is just a very small part of this world. Many worlds are hidden on the other side. How could a small area like the bone land attract so many ancient tribes back?" She recalled the bullhead and horse-faced demons she had encountered before and continued, "This world was once called the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Heaven is yang and earth is yin. The netherworld purgatory we just visited was one of the legendary 10 lands. Those bull-headed creatures were the administrators and enforcers of hell." She recalled the fragmented islands she had heard about from adults in her youth and continued, "The 9 heavens is a vast world. In your terms, it's an entire continental block. Our North Han tribe previously resided in the Hanxian archipelago of the 9 heavens." Her eyes lowered slightly, and her voice softened. "The 9 heavens and 10 lands are independent of each other. To enter the 10 lands from the 9 heavens, one must pass through a special passage. Honestly, that was my first time entering hell too. I only ever heard the elders of the tribe talk about it before." Gao Peng heard this and asked, "Then if the 10 lands have administrators, do the 9 heavens also have them?" Bei Qingyan replied, "No, the 9 heavens don't. but there are some very terrifying monster communities in the Nine Heavens. They are even stronger than our tribe. They have existed in the Nine Heavens since primeval times, and there are even some ancient beings that have been dormant since the world's creation. Gao Peng asked again with curiosity, does the world where those ancient tribes live also belong to the Nine Heavens and 10 lands? Bei Qingyan didn't mind his many questions and continued to answer, no, those worlds exist independently outside the 9 heavens and 10 lands and are called the superimposed sea. I don't know much about it either. I only know what my father told me in the past. The 9 heavens and 10 lands are very vast and the superimposed sea is also very vast. Gao Peng cleared his throat and said, one last question. I'm curious, why did you all leave the Bone Land back then? And all the tribes left? Bei Qingyan's eyes became distant. She stared into the distance for a long time before finally speaking. Actually, only the old and weak of the tribe left then. At that time my father remained here. I only know that my father along with other elders of the tribe took the tribe's elite and their familiars to leave the tribe and participate in a war. Gao Peng's eyes lit up, he seemed to have found a new question and asked again. A war? Ji Hanwu, seeing his grandson asking too many questions and showing no signs of stopping, stepped in to intervene. Alright, don't keep bringing up a young lady's sad past, besides constantly asking questions isn't the behavior of a man. He heard this, scratched his face and looked embarrassed. His laughter was a bit foolish. Ji Hanwu's fishing rod suddenly twitched. He raised his hand, pulled the rod and said joyfully, got one. Bei Qingyan eagerly rushed over to watch, while Gao Peng remained lost in thought. There must have been a reason why these ancient tribes left back then. Perhaps the environment was unsuitable for their survival, or they could no longer survive. Indeed, a fish was caught. Bei Qingyan clapped her hands admiringly, looking at the fish in Ji Hanwu's hand. Gao Peng was still immersed in his thoughts. If it was the former, that would be fortunate. But if it was the latter, then humanity's inability to live in the 9 heavens could be due to some cause that led to their wandering. His face became serious and he made a decision in his heart. I want to spend time with my maternal grandfather, but I must consider potential dangers even when at ease. The Bone Land is safe now, but only absolute strength can guarantee relative safety. I cannot be complacent. In a secluded island cave in the Black Bone world there was an entrance made of bones. A constantly moving whirlpool appeared on the water. Ban Da Hai poked its head out of the water and said joyfully, Aid, I finally found the place where my treasure was, Ban Ban mumbled as it looked up at the stairs. Damn it, I've been looking for so long and I finally found it. Once I get my treasure back, I'll treat you all to a feast, ha 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 ha. Aid walked down the stairs one step at a time with ice-scaled Hydra on its shoulder. Aid crossed its arms, looked at Ban Da Hai and said, then go get that treasure. Ban Ban said with a slightly angry voice, HMPH, if I could get it I would have long ago. The problem is I can't. Aid looked into the distance and made a sound as if it had discovered something. Aid hastily said, Master, you're back. Ban Da Hai in the water heard this and constantly looked around as Daisy slowly flew closer. Gao Peng's voice was heard. Yo, were you all waiting for me? Aid reported without hesitation. Master, Ban Da Hai says he found the treasure he dropped on the seabed before. Ban Ban, hearing its name mentioned, looked up in surprise, its face showing a hint of worry. Gao Peng heard this and frowned slightly, the corner of his mouth curving slightly, and said in a somewhat displeased voice, Ban Da Hai, I'm a little disappointed. You have a treasure but forgot about your master. He thought, this Ban Da Hai is quite resourceful, and with this skill, he didn't say anything when I was here, but after I left he secretly tried to get some good stuff. Ban Da Hai heard this and hastily leaped out of the water towards Gao Peng. He explained pitifully in front of Gao Peng, I was just trying to find it, besides I haven't even gotten my hands on it yet. Gao Peng was speechless upon hearing this, and just said in acknowledgement. He raised a hand to stroke his head, squinted his eyes and asked, all right, what exactly is this treasure you're talking about? Ban Da Hai replied, it's a weapon. Gao Peng's face showed a confused expression as he asked, a weapon? You monsters have weapons too? Ice-scaled Hydra immediately interjected and explained, of course we have weapons, but our monsters have strong physical abilities, so ordinary weapons aren't as useful as our own physical skills, so very few monsters use weapons. Gao Peng thought of the bullhead and horse-faced demons and muttered, indeed they also carried weapons. Gao Peng imagined Ban Da Hai wearing a helmet and felt a little amused. He said with a slightly dark expression, then human-shaped monsters are more suitable for using weapons. Ban Da Hai, what kind of weapon does a big fish like you without even claws use? A helmet. How big would that helmet be? Gao Peng leaped off Daisy's body, landed on the ground and casually said with his hands in his pockets, alright then tell me, where's your helmet? Ban Da Hai was painfully speechless and explained, it's not a helmet. It's a divine artifact. Seeing Aid and ice-scaled Hydra waiting ahead, Gao Peng walked up the stairs and said, a divine artifact, come on, let's go inside and talk in detail. Inside the Bone Palace, everyone was now gathered around a round table discussing. Sha Wang heard and slapped the table shouting, divine artifact. Ban Da Hai naturally raised its head and snorted. But Sha Wang frowned slightly and asked, you big fish head, is that loud? Looking at that gloomy, unpredictable expression, Ban Da Hai stammered, you, what are you doing? Gao Peng quickly stopped this bald duck. Suddenly Sha Wang embraced Ban Da Hai, constantly stroking its head with his hand and asked gently, Piggy, how's my massage technique? Ban Da Hai was speechless with comfort and just mumbled, not bad. At this moment, Sha Wang already had a scheme in his heart. He thought, how dare you call me bald duck? Once I get the divine artifact, I'll turn you into roasted fish with salt. Gao Peng rested his chin on one hand, lost in thought. I thought this big fish's true identity was a bit suspicious, not to mention its bizarre and powerful abilities. Just its name with a question mark on the information panel shows it's definitely not simple. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated him. He was even related to a divine artifact. Sitting next to him, the ice-scaled Hydra saw Gao Peng's worried expression and kindly offered more information. Divine artifacts are weapons used by deities, also known as natal divine artifacts. Each one is unique. This is because a natal divine artifact contains the deity's own laws, and even a deity can only create one. Gao Peng frowned at this, thinking, could this fat fish really be a deity? But he had never seen such a weak deity. Gao Peng stood up, looked at Ban Da Hai and said, Ban Da Hai, you're so wealthy, I should call you wealthy fish from now on. Ban Da Hai at this moment was being pampered by Sha Wang, completely entranced. He was in a good mood and laughed happily. He, not easy to say. Gao Peng raised his hand to pick up the teacup next to him and continued, you're already level 79, yet you can't act yourself and have to goad 8 into action. Did your divine artifact fall into the hands of the king of plunderers? Ban Da Hai casually replied, not the king of plunderers but a quasi-god. Gao Peng's hand holding the teacup had just left his mouth and the tea hadn't even gone down his throat when he heard this and spat it all over Daisy next to him. Angrily, he hit the creature that had just spoken on the head and said in a furious voice, if you want to die, don't drag us into it. If it were Saint Grade, maybe. Quasi-god, are you perhaps mistaken about what a quasi-god is? Ban Da Hai already had a large bump on his head. He heard this and calmly replied, what if I know the weakness of that quasi-god? Gao Peng casually answered, even if it has a weakness, it's no use. You can only exploit weaknesses when the strength gap isn't too wide. It's like many people know Achilles' heel is his weakness, but try going and hitting his heel. Ban Da Hai, still fearless, explained, that divine artifact was mine back then, and I left room for manipulation on it. At a crucial moment, I can make the divine artifact backfire. Gao Peng said upon hearing this. Suddenly Ban Da Hai excitedly wagged his tail continuously, tempting him. Then how about this? Let's go see the monster that took my treasure first and then decide. The group decided to follow Ban Da Hai's suggestion, and at this moment Gao Peng and he were underwater. Gao Peng was inside a bubble with Ban Da Hai swimming next to him. Gao Peng said, as I said before, being idle isn't truly being idle. Tell me again about quasi-gods. What's the difference between a quasi-god and a saint grade? Ban Da Hai swam along, replying, saint grades condense a domain by fusing their halo and abilities. However, a saint grade's domain only has a certain form. When you upgrade to quasi-god, the domain's range and strength increase significantly. Seeing Gao Peng remain silent, he broke the quiet and continued, but this isn't the biggest difference between a quasi-god and a saint grade. The biggest difference lies in the word god in the name quasi-god. Quasi-gods are also called demigods. This is because the power within their bodies has reached almost the pinnacle that ordinary monsters can achieve, touching the threshold of divinity, Gao Peng speculated. Then deification begins after that. Ban Da Hai swam along, leaving him with 2 words. You're smart. Deification doesn't happen overnight. Becoming a god is a very long process, where a part of the body is affected and begins deification, and then continuously develops until the entire body is fully deified. For example, an animal's heart might deify first and then other parts deify. Gao Peng heard this and with renewed curiosity asked, then what's the difference between a god and a quasi-god? Can you be called a god once your whole body is deified? Ban Da Hai glanced at him contemptuously and replied, who told you that? Gods are certainly fully deified. But a god's abilities are not limited to mere physical deification. You are still too far from gods right now. Knowing too much is not good for you. Hearing that, he had nothing more to say and fell silent. As the bubble slowly sank further underwater, Gao Peng's feet firmly touched the seabed. He looked around, but his vision was very limited. Then he said, the light on the seabed is dim and the water elements are extremely dense, so I can't see anything at all. Gao Peng looked around again, and all he saw were gigantic seaweeds. Discovering movement in one direction, he asked in surprise, what's that? Feeling faint shadows appearing from behind some seaweed clumps, he reached out and tore apart the seaweed mass. Seeing Gao Peng's slightly panicked expression, Ban Da Hai reassured him, don't worry, it's just a monster that doesn't eat meat. It eats seaweed. Suddenly that hand attacked them and the two hurriedly fled. Gao Peng, fleeing frantically, shouted, damn it, Ban Da Hai, quickly think of something. Ban Da Hai used his tail to send the surrounding rocks flying backward, and seeing the hand continuously hitting the rocks, Gao Peng breathed a sigh of relief and said, that hand's speed has slowed down. Good, Ban Da Hai. Ban Da Hai casually urged, stop looking and let's run. The hand gradually fell behind and the monster collapsed, no longer giving chase. A notification window appeared next to them. Monster name: Four-armed armored sea king beast, monster grade 84, saint grade, monster quality, elite quality, perfect quality. Gao Peng read this and said in a low voice, only saint grade. Ban Da Hai, did you perhaps mistake its grade? If it were a quasi-god grade monster, of course we'd have to run no matter how far, but it's only a saint grade monster. Ban Da Hai panicked and urged, it's not this one, not good, it's back again. It's hunting, let's run quickly. Gao Peng heard this and said in surprise, what? At this moment the four-armed armored sea king beast returned to another green monster's side. A green monster touched the four-armed armored sea king beast's body with its finger, and immediately a green light burst forth, making the beast want to flee in surprise. But it didn't get far before losing strength and collapsing. The green monster took out the bag it was carrying on its shoulder, then threw the bag high. The bag immediately grew larger and covered the collapsed monster's body. Gao Peng saw this scene and exclaimed in surprise, My goodness! Feeling himself being sucked into the bag, he loudly called for Ban Da Hai. Ban Da Hai immediately took out a green orb and said, "Understood." The orb emitted light underwater, but the bag in the distance showed no sign of shrinking. Gao Peng shouted loudly, "Let's go." A moment later, the green monster bent down and grabbed the bag. He put the bag back on his shoulder and looked at the serene ocean stretching before him. Then he moved. His back looked lonely. Gao Peng looked at Ban Da Hai, who seemed angry next to him, and asked, "Are you sure your weapon fell into that guy's hands?" Ban Da Hai replied weakly, "Yes, I felt the aura of the divine artifact on his body. He wants to refine the divine artifact, but his current strength is insufficient, so he won't be able to refine it temporarily." Remembering something, he angrily gritted his teeth and said, "I get it. I know what that guy is trying to do by catching saint-grade monsters. Damn this cunning fellow, he wants to use other monsters as sacrifices to defile the sanctity of the divine artifact. After that, he'll force refine my divine artifact." Then he spun around in the water, continuing, "I'm so frustrated, so frustrated." Gao Peng saw this and laughed, saying, "All right, we should leave this place quickly. No matter how much you curse, it won't hurt him in the slightest. You don't have the ability to act immediately, so save your saliva." His gaze became serious, and he said in a low voice, "I understand your feelings, but instead of just complaining here, it's better to use this time to digest those 2 essence cores and strengthen yourself." At this moment, Gao Peng was looking at the green monster, and a notification window appeared. Monster name: Abyss Ocean Lurker. Monster grade 91, quasi-god grade. Monster quality: perfect quality, epic quality. Monster attributes: water type, poison type. Monster abilities: epic physique level 6, water element control level 7, corrosive poison level 8, weakening presence level 6, spatial power level 6. Monster characteristic: ocean prison. Can utilize spatial attributes to manipulate spatial power. Effect 1, active effect. Can collect all kinds of resources existing in the ocean to create an unlimited number of ocean prisons. Note: ocean prisons can be destroyed by external forces, and monsters controlling spatial power above level 6 cannot be imprisoned. Effect 2, passive effect. Ocean prison can imprison enemies 100,000 times larger than its own physique, and while imprisoned it generates illusory water shui with weakening and paralyzing effects. Monster weakness: 1, weak strength, weak defense. 2, lightning type. 3, the tusks of the fighting white star light-horned elephant can grant immunity to the Abyss Ocean Lurker's water poison corrosion. Monster brief introduction. The Abyss Ocean Lurker floats on the seabed, preferring to feed on seabed organisms like seaweeds, algae, and sea moss. Its personality is suspicious. Gao Peng read this and thought to himself, "Fortunately it doesn't eat meat. Otherwise I'm not sure if we could have escaped from it." Gao Peng suddenly asked, "Have you heard of the fighting white star light-horned elephant?" "I heard that its tusks can suppress the Abyss Ocean Lurker's water poison." Ban Da Hai heard this and asked in surprise, "How it can suppress the Abyss Ocean Lurker's water poison?" The Abyss Ocean Lurker mainly uses water poison to kill enemies. If its water poison can be suppressed, its combat power would be at least 70 neutralized. But I haven't heard of the fighting white star light-horned elephant. Gao Peng heard this and covered his mouth, coughing, "If we can't find it, let's give up. There's no other way besides a strong attack." Ban Da Hai immediately understood with a single word. He said, signaling with his hand, "Killing someone with another's sword." Ban Da Hai heard this, looked around in all directions, and asked, "Who has a sword?" Gao Peng saw his expression and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Now I believe your divine artifact isn't a helmet." Ban Da Hai said suspiciously, "I feel like you're calling me stupid, but there's no proof." With the bubble halfway floating above the water, Gao Peng said, "All right, let's talk about important things. You're more familiar with the ocean than I am, so tell me all about the quasi-god grade monsters you know." Ban Da Hai, still not giving up, urged, "You still need to clearly state your intentions." Gao Peng put one foot out of the bubble and said stupidly, "Intentions? This is strategy. It's not that I don't know strategy, but I just prefer direct combat. If I can solve all problems with the crude and simple method of fists, why bother with strategy?" Seeing Gao Peng not answer him, Ban Da Hai changed the subject. "I'm not familiar with the land, but I know 3 more quasi-gods underwater." Gao Peng heard this and exclaimed in surprise, "That many?" Ban Da Hai looked at the vast land in the distance, then back at the ocean before him. He said in a low voice, "The ocean's area seems to occupy about a third of the Black Bone world. Moreover, the ocean is vertical. The number of monsters in the ocean is not less than on land." He recalled facts he knew from the past and said, "The 3 quasi-gods in the ocean are Wujiki, the storm water demon beast, and the submerged mountain giant." Gao Peng heard the familiar name and asked, "Is Wujiki a monkey?" Ban Da Hai recalled the famous commotion from ancient times and said in surprise, "How do you know that? Wujiki is very reclusive. After causing a huge commotion a long time ago, it never caused trouble again. Very few people know about it." An image of Sun Wukong popped into Gao Peng's head. He thought to himself, "So that's the prototype of Sun Wukong in mythology." Then he continued, "I can't believe Wujiki actually exists. This is a monster from Wuxia mythology. Its form is similar to a monkey, with a flat nose and protruding forehead, a white head and blue body, fiery eyes of golden gaze, and a head and neck 100 feet long, I heard. What about the other 2? Ban Da Hai recalled that sleepy creature and laughed. "The submerged mountain giant is even more reclusive than Wujiki. It spends almost all its time asleep." Gao Peng heard this, crossed his arms and summarized in one sentence, "It rarely ventures out." Bandahai's expression became serious. As for the Stormwater Demon Beast, I don't know much about the other two. But the Stormwater Demon Beast's combat power is absolutely very strong. It controls both wind and water attributes, and its lethality can be said to be among the top ranks even among quasi-gods. Gao Peng heard this and asked curiously, "It sounds like you know quite a lot about it." Bandahai felt he had accidentally let something slip and chuckled awkwardly. After acquiring more information, Gao Peng offered his opinion. "Then what do you think? I'll create a conflict between the Stormwater Demon Beast and the Abyss Ocean Lurker, make them fight each other, and then reap the benefits when both are weakened," Bandahai immediately retorted. "No, absolutely not. Because it is a descendant of a god. General descendants of gods have some special abilities. For example, the Abyss Ocean Lurker's spatial ability will also be greatly reduced in effectiveness against it." Gao Peng disagreed and tempted him again. "Then that's great, isn't it? Let it kill the Abyss Ocean Lurker, and when both are weakened, we'll ambush it and snatch the divine artifact. If there's really no opportunity, we'll continue to lure Wujiki to fight it." Bandahai calmly spoke the decisive words. "It's my unfilial child." Gao Peng heard this and coughed in surprise. His mind was in a whirl and he tried to recall what he had learned. "Spider-Man, does biology not exist?" He looked at Bandahai helplessly and asked, "But you have such an amazing child, why are you in this state now?" Bandahai heard this and said indifferently, "My relationship with it is not very good. Furthermore, it possesses my bloodline, making it much easier for it to refine the divine artifact. Therefore, it absolutely cannot be allowed to take the divine artifact. If it takes the divine artifact, it will be able to refine it in no time, and then it will be truly difficult to retrieve it." Gao Peng felt a little curious. He thought to himself, there must be a very interesting story between Bandahai, his rebellious son, and his mysterious wife. He lowered his gaze slightly and asked, "All right, then do you know where the other two are?" Bandahai scratched his head with his fin, trying to remember Wujiki. "I met it back when I was on Wind Thunder Poison Insect Island, and so many years have passed I don't know if it's still there. As for the submerged mountain giant, I'm more certain. It's always asleep, so it won't change its residence." Gao Peng quickly decided and said, "Then it's more reliable for us to find the giant." Bandahai guided the way, saying, "Go this way. It's probably in the Sea Dike Mountain Range." Half a day later in the Sea Dike Mountain Range. At this moment the atmosphere on the seabed was very serene, and there were almost no marine creatures around. Suddenly a sea urchin bomb slowly sank, breaking the tranquility of the place. Several marine creatures saw the sea urchin bomb and hurriedly fled. The bomb slowly cracked open and a flash of light burst from within. Immediately a huge explosion echoed, and the surrounding earth and rocks were sent flying quite a distance despite the water's resistance. Gao Peng stood inside the bubble, seeing the surroundings serene and undisturbed, and asked suspiciously, "No reaction. Is your sea urchin bomb effective?" Bandahai, anxious but extremely confident, replied, "Of course it's effective. That's really strange. Perhaps it's sleeping like the dead." Gao Peng suddenly saw a huge wave rolling in and said, "The sea is getting rougher, Bandahai. Is something happening?" Bandahai saw this and quickly replied, It woke up. Let's go, let's avoid it first." Amidst the surging waves, a huge waterspout suddenly appeared, followed by a rapidly moving whirlpool. Gao Peng thought to himself, "I've fallen into a trap. What a terrifying power." The submerged mountain giant woke up from the commotion of the sea urchin bomb and moved its body slightly, but its consciousness was still a bit hazy. He thought to himself, "How many years have I been asleep? I've woken up 8 times since I was born. Every time I wake up I become stronger." He muttered irritably, thinking of the beautiful form of the person he had met in his dream. This time, the submerged mountain giantess I saw in my dream was incredibly beautiful. Her muscles were stronger than mountain ranges, her body as fierce as a storm, and her roar immense. She must have been the most attractive giantess in the world. However, he shouted loudly towards the sky, sounding very angry, "Who on earth woke me up?" An information panel appeared. Monster name: Submerged Mountain Giant. Monster grade: Level 95. Quasi-God quality: Legendary quality. Monster attributes: Water type. Yang type. Monster abilities: Mountain moving power level 9. Water element resistance level 9. Transcendent endurance level 8. Heat Yang power level 7. Monster characteristic: Dream body. The submerged mountain giant was born in the ocean and is a favored child of the ocean. As long as it is in the ocean, it can gain endless regenerative power. Effect 1. Passive effect: Swallowing seawater can heal all wounds. Effect 2. Passive effect: When in the ocean, its speed increases to a certain level. Monster weakness: Spatial type. Monster brief introduction. The submerged mountain giant was born between heaven and earth and possesses infinite power from birth. They are almost invincible in the ocean. They have a lazy personality, love sleeping the most, and hate having their sleep disturbed. Gao Peng read the long information panel and the final warning, then bowed his head. A pensive look was in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Is this the origin of the submerged mountain giant's name?" Hidden behind a rock, he glanced at Bandahai and instructed, "Are you ready? Don't make any mistakes." Bandahai replied with complete confidence, "Don't worry. You can trust what I do. From now on, monsters will frequently attack the submerged mountain giant. Those monsters carry the aura of the Abyss Ocean Lurker's hidden lair, so we can lure the giant towards it." Seeing the submerged mountain giant moving nearby, he said in a low voice, its footsteps shaking the ground, "Is this a quasi-god? It's terrifying. Just the power it unintentionally emanates can cause such formidable anomalies." Hearing him praise the quasi-god, Ban Dahai irritably crossed his arms and said, "In my prime I caused much greater anomalies than this." Gao Peng didn't want to argue with him anymore and said, "Alright, I know you're the greatest, so stop talking nonsense. This place isn't far from the Abyss Ocean Lurker's lair." After that, Gao Peng moved in a different direction within the bubble and said, "Let's hide on the nearby island and observe to avoid getting hurt." Ban Dahai also swam next to him, agreeing with The submerged mountain giant felt a slight discomfort seeing the surrounding monsters. He muttered to himself, "These monsters keep provoking me as if they're determined to die. How annoying." A green monster rushed forward first, shouting, "Kill it!" immediately. That monster was strongly impaled by the submerged mountain giant's weapon. After that, he opened his mouth wide and sucked in seawater. The nearby rocky mountain seemed to displease him, so he said in a low voice, "Really?" Then raised his hand and effortlessly pulled up a gigantic rocky mountain as if it were a radish. The submerged mountain giant lifted the rocky mountain above its head, preparing to slam it down fiercely as if to vent its annoyance at having its sleep disturbed. "This is utterly tiresome." At this moment, Ban Dahai was disguised as two branches in the distance, but it was of no particular use. Gao Peng watched the scene through a telescope, laughing excitedly. He, what a spectacle. Elsewhere, this was the Abyss Ocean Lurker's lair. At this moment he was crouching and doing something. He stared intently at the blue-white glowing orb in his hand. Black aura swirled around the orb. After that, he prepared to drop a sticky liquid onto the orb. However, the liquid was repelled before it even touched the orb. He looked at the orb in his hand and said irritably, "I still can't refine this divine artifact. It felt like I was just one step away." Suddenly the ground shook violently. The Abyss Ocean Lurker hastily got up and observed his surroundings. After carefully sensing, he narrowed his eyes and said, "This aura, it's a quasi-god. There's a quasi-god very close by." A few minutes later, when the ground quieted down again, he sighed and said, "Phew, did it leave?" Suddenly, the surroundings shook once more, and this time it was much stronger than before. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, why did it come back?" Cracks began to appear in the wall and water slowly seeped through the gaps. The Abyss Ocean Lurker watched the increasingly strong stream of water and lamented, "Why is this quasi-god going crazy and causing earthquakes in my territory? This lair is ruined." He looked around, and when the surroundings suddenly shook violently again, he enveloped his body in a bubble to reduce the impact of the earthquake. His vision was blurred by the earthquake, and he muttered to himself, "Now is a crucial moment for refining the divine artifact, so it's best not to clash with that guy." Suddenly he saw something and had a surprised expression, shouting in a low voice, "What?" He was startled to see a growing mountain appear before his eyes. It really came. As the rocky mountain fell into the sea, gigantic waves rolled in one after another. The Abyss Ocean Lurker moved around the rocky mountain, wondering to himself, "It threw that rocky mountain here again." Seeing the enormous monster before him, he realized it was a quasi-god and sighed inwardly, "I fundamentally never heard of this name. I've only ever heard of two quasi-god monsters in this ocean. Moreover, I deliberately kept my distance from their activity zones, and those two haven't even appeared yet. But suddenly a quasi-god I've never heard of has appeared." The Abyss Ocean Lurker concentrated divine power in his hand, thinking to himself, "It seems I really can't avoid this madman today." The submerged mountain giant's nose suddenly twitched. He sniffed, recognizing a familiar scent, then shouted loudly, "Damn it, it's you, that rotten smell with a slight hint of earth. It's exactly the smell from your body." He raised his hand and swung it powerfully forward, shouting in rage, "Give me back my beautiful dream." The Abyss Ocean Lurker saw the approaching arm and instantly retreated, dodging the attack. He watched the corrosive poison in his hand gradually complete itself. He raised his hand and drew up seawater, along with the creatures within it. As the poison splattered onto the submerged mountain giant's body, black smoke rose wherever it touched. Corrosion spread wherever the poison touched. The Abyss Ocean Lurker saw this and thought triumphantly to himself, "Indeed, even a quasi-god wouldn't dare confront this poison of mine head-on." He then thought that when he upgraded to Saint Grade he would form a domain condensed from this poison. The submerged mountain giant's body was covered in wounds and looked quite distressed. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and sucked in seawater. The Abyss Ocean Lurker watched in surprise as the wounds healed visibly, thinking, "It heals by drinking water. Then its HP is infinite in this ocean." He hastily teleported, muttering to himself, "It seems I can't do anything about this giant, or should I just run?" At this moment, the submerged mountain giant was still enraged. When his hand gripped a white aura, the fleeing Abyss Ocean Lurker was pulled back again. He struggled to escape, calculating inwardly, "The suction is too strong, I can't escape even at my top speed. I'll have to use spatial power." Suddenly his body staggered as if it had fallen into a strange space. He was surprised, thinking, why is there such strong resistance? It feels like I'm stuck in a swamp." A gigantic hand suddenly appeared before his eyes. Gao Peng watched the surging seawater before him and said in a low voice, "They're really fighting fiercely." He observed and commented on the battle. The fight between the submerged mountain giant and the Abyss Ocean Lurker was like a battle between a regenerating berserker and a cunning poison mage. The poison mage's abilities were very tricky, but the berserker's grade was higher. A moment of carelessness could cost more than half of one's HP. Ban Da Hai heard him, and not understanding asked, "What are you talking about? Are you casting a curse or something?" Suddenly, he looked up in surprise and shouted, "Ha, this aura, look quickly, it's about to use the divine artifact." Gao Peng saw that even his surrounding area was affected, and with leaves flying everywhere he put down his telescope and watched the scene before him. He watched the water column rise higher and higher before his eyes, and then the water before him dried up to the bottom. He cried out in surprise, "My goodness, this entire area has evaporated." After that, the water returned to normal. Gao Peng looked at the seabed before him and wondered, it only stopped for a dozen seconds. Could this divine artifact really have the power of spatial confinement? At this moment, Ban Da Hai puffed out its chest and proudly said, "How about it? Isn't your friend's divine artifact incredibly dazzling?" Gao Peng heard him and gave a thumbs up in praise. All right, Ban, let's go quickly and clean up the mess." After that, he moved underwater with Ban Da Hai inside the bubble. Ban Da Hai pointed in one direction and said, "The sound is coming from this way." He saw the submerged mountain giant's body covered in splashes of red blood everywhere and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, how tragic." His expression was serious. "The submerged mountain giant is so severely injured yet the lurker didn't pursue it. That must mean the lurker is even more severely injured." Ban Da Hai also agreed, saying, "Let's find it quickly. This sea area is too vast. If the lurker recovers its strength, our efforts will be in vain." Gao Peng called aid, and when aid appeared, he touched aid's body with his hand and calmly said to Ban Da Hai, "Don't worry, I have a way." He looked at aid before him and said, "Use your nether soul dominion ability to find the soul power of the escaped lurker." Aid immediately replied, "Yes, master." After that, a white bubble appeared in Aid's hand, and when he swung his two hands, the bubble shattered and flew in various directions. Aid arrived at a certain spot with Gao Peng and said, "Master, the elemental fluctuations remaining in this sea area are very dense. It must be here." He looked around and said, Everyone look carefully. The lurker must be hiding." Aid suddenly said, Master, it's hiding behind you." As a beam of white light shot from Aid's hand towards a spot, the Abyss Ocean lurker also bolted out from there like lightning. Ban Da Hai saw him fleeing rapidly and sneered, "HMPH, still trying to escape." A pale green light slowly emanated from his body. The Abyss Ocean lurker looked back while fleeing, observing his surroundings, and thought to himself, "Quite agile, but unfortunately it couldn't catch up to me. Once I recover, I'll come back to get you all." Suddenly his body staggered and he cried out in surprise, "What? The divine artifact is acting strangely." He was startled to see enormous teeth rushing towards him. The Abyss Ocean lurker's body was swallowed by the teeth. Only two legs were sticking out. Gao Peng saw this sight and, sweating coldly, asked, "Does your divine artifact also eat food?" Gao Peng sighed, looking at the empty space before him. A quasi-god swallowed alive into such a dark hole. His face darkened slightly, and he thought, "What a waste. If I had given it to the great altar, I don't know how much benefit it would have brought." Next to him, a monster was opening its mouth wide, making an unknown sound. He saw this and cried out in surprise. "Ha," he frowned, recalling, "I thought I saw glowing teeth just now." Ban Da Hai saw the monster fleeing and shouted loudly, "What are you dazing for? Chase it quickly." Gao Peng heard him and muttered to himself, "I was just thinking about what your divine artifact actually is." Ban Da Hai opened its mouth wide and shouted, "Hey, stop right there, I missed you that time. Are you trying to escape again now?" Gao Peng's hand glowed. He stopped him, saying, "Stop shouting, you can't catch up. If I summon Daisy, it won't be able to escape even a day earlier." Daisy was just summoned, and without a chance to prepare, gulped down a mouthful of water. After that, its body slowly sank, and it clutched its throat with both hands, sputtering. Gao Peng saw this and said in a small voice to Ban Da Hai next to him, "Or make another bubble for me." Ban Da Hai wagged its tail and a bubble slowly appeared. As Daisy stepped into the bubble, it said resentfully to Gao Peng, "Gao Peng, don't be so foolish next time, I can't swim." Gao Peng knew he was in the wrong and changed the subject, saying, "Alright, I'm sorry, you're the fastest, so let's chase the guy in front of us." Daisy saw Gao Peng and Aid riding on its back and turned around, instructing, "Hold on tight." After that, Daisy shot out like an arrow, and its speed was so fast that Aid had to hold onto Gao Peng's hand tightly, otherwise he would have been left behind. Ban Da Hai saw the moving shadow before him and shouted loudly, "I see it, quickly throw me over there." After that, Ban Da Hai gained momentum and shot forward like an arrow. Gao Peng's voice was heard, "Go." Ban Da Hai opened its mouth wide as if to swallow it. Indeed, it leapt in, and its entire body was buried in the ground with only its tail sticking out. Seeing the motionless Ban Da Hai, Aid asked in a low voice, "Gao Peng, it hasn't moved for so long. Is Ban Da Hai dead?" Gao Peng also replied with a bit of unease, "There are two theories about death and immortality, but Ban Da Hai's ancestors probably had some fox bloodline." Before he could finish speaking, there was movement from Ban Da Hai's direction, and it shook its body, slowly pulling itself out of the ground. He lifted his head high and laughed, revealing shining golden teeth. Gao Peng and his group narrowed their eyes, finding it too dazzling. Gao Peng broke the silence, looking at Ban Da Hai, who was still laughing with its mouth open, and asked, "Is this brace your divine artifact?" Next to Ban Da Hai, who was laughing contentedly, an information panel appeared. Item name: See Emperor's Devouring Fangs Hai Huang Tun Shi Jia. Item description: Devouring Law 2. Gao Peng read it and thought to himself, "What level is 2 of a law exactly?" Gao Peng said, somewhat puzzled, "Your divine artifact's shape is too shabby. Why is it shaped like a brace?" Daisy next to him couldn't stop laughing. "Haha, golden big teeth." Ban Da Hai heard him and explained, "I don't have hands, so the strongest weapon on my body is my teeth. Therefore it naturally has to be a brace." Are you saying I should be an axe and bite enemies with my teeth to cut them? Gao Peng adjusted his glasses with his hand and said in a gentle voice, You made this divine artifact, can you make another one? Ban Dahai saw his expression and resolutely refused. Don't even think about it. Every god can only have one natal divine artifact, therefore the divine artifact's attributes are also best suited to the god who created it. If you want more divine artifacts, you'll have to take them from other gods. Seeing Gao Peng's disheartened look, he patted his shoulder to comfort him, but it wasn't as if there were no opportunities. Some gods had died, but their divine artifacts remained in the world. These were added divine artifacts. Gao Peng heard that and fell into thought. I heard the Black Bone world is the mist after gods died. Ban Dahai's previous identity wasn't ordinary, so perhaps he might have some dead friends. Ban Dahai straightened its body and said with complete confidence, Anyway, thank you. So let's amend our contract. Even if you fail to meet my quality upgrade requirements within the stipulated time, there's no need to punish you. You and I can part ways, or we can stay on equal terms. If you encounter difficulties later, come find me. He watched him act so smug and laughed scornfully. Ha, already calling himself Ban. All right then, I thank you, Mr. Ban. Ban Dahai heard him and lifted its head, laughing loudly. Haha, Zhaofeng, it's nothing, it's nothing. It didn't notice Aid appearing behind it at all. When Aid raised its hand and slapped him, he instantly collapsed. Clutching the Sea Emperor's devouring fangs in one hand, Daisy saw what was in Gao Peng's hand and asked, Gao Peng, why did we have to knock out Ban Dahai? He heard that, glanced at him and replied, This Ban Dahai is a bit too arrogant. I think he needs a good beating. Daisy, hearing a new word, drooled automatically and asked blankly, Arrogant, does that mean it tastes better? Gao Peng was speechless at his words. He examined the golden teeth in his hand, murmuring with a hint of incomprehension, Ban Dahai, how exactly was this brace made? Damn it. The Sea Emperor's devouring fangs were completely still at this moment, without any divine aura. It looked like an ordinary golden brace. He brought the Sea Emperor's devouring fangs closer to examine it in more detail, but still found nothing special, only sighing and thinking. This devouring law must be the ability that swallowed the quasi-god. But what exactly is this devouring law? Does it mean the law increased by 2 after swallowing the quasi-god, or that my understanding of the devouring law is 2? He tossed the Sea Emperor's devouring fangs to Aid, turned and walked away, leaving only his back and a single sentence. All right, Aid, you hold on to it for now. We'll go back and study it slowly. Aid raised his hand to catch it and replied, Yes, master. The Bone Palace, as its name suggested, had an entrance shaped like a huge skull. At this moment, Aid was sitting in a red chair surrounded by bones. He rested his chin on his hand, looking at the blades embedded in the ground. Nearby, the Sea Emperor's devouring fangs glowed with a brilliant golden light. Suddenly, the Sea Emperor's devouring fangs opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, as if it wanted to swallow everything around it. The Sea Emperor's devouring fangs moved excitedly, looking around. Suddenly, its gaze stopped on Aid, who was sitting across from it, and it immediately rushed to Aid's leg, wagging its tail frantically as if trying to curry favor. On the other hand, Ban Dahai was still in a daze, lying with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his face filled with anger. He sprang up and looked around, saying worriedly, My treasure is gone. Ban Dahai, with tears in his eyes, searched everywhere, constantly repeating, My treasure, my treasure. Has anyone seen my brace? Then his gaze stopped on the Sea Emperor's devouring fangs, which were fawning at Aid's feet, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Ah! He rushed to its side and said with a gentle expression, My treasure. Aid stood up and said to him, You're finally awake. You suddenly fainted just now and we didn't know why. No matter how much we called, you wouldn't wake up. Ban Dahai, seeing his treasure run to Aid, asked in disbelief, Really? Then he rubbed his head, saying with a hint of incomprehension, But why does the back of my head hurt so much? It feels like someone knocked me out. Aid heard this and explained, You were just too tired, and then you suddenly found your brace and got so excited that you passed out from the sudden drop in emotions. Ban Dahai still didn't believe him, and showed anger on his face. He crossed his arms and shouted, No, then why is my divine artifact in your hand? Aid, seeing the Sea Emperor's devouring fangs twirl playfully in his hand, replied, It just ran over on its own. Suddenly, Ban Dahai rushed over, bit the Sea Emperor's devouring fangs tightly, pulled it and said resentfully, I'm your master, how can you fawn over Aid, you ungrateful thing? Gao Peng emerged from inside as if he had just woken up, still wearing cotton slippers and a sleep mask. He asked in a small voice, How you're awake? Ban Dahai turned his head to look at the person before him and greeted him. Gao Peng opened his mouth wide and smiled, proudly showing off his shining golden teeth. He, look, you seem very refreshed, so let's get straight to the point. You're finally awake, Dahai. I was waiting for you to introduce how to use this divine artifact, Ban Dahai asked with a hint of incomprehension. How do what? Gao Peng, seeing his wary expression, smiled with narrowed eyes and stroked his head, saying, If I wanted this thing of yours, I would have taken it long ago. Besides, am I, Gao Peng, that kind of person? Ban Dahai heard this and replied somewhat blankly, You're right. Then he pointed to the teeth in his mouth and explained, Its name is the Sea Emperor's devouring fangs, and it was originally created after I killed the strongest quasi-god. Gao Peng asked in disbelief, You killed the strongest quasi-god? Ban Dahai said angrily, I told you before that I was a god. Is it that hard for me to kill a quasi-god? Gao Peng heard this and raised both hands, saying innocently, Oh, it's mainly because your appearance and what you say are too different. Ban Dahai turned to leave, snorting coldly. Gao Peng quickly appeased him. Don't be angry, tell us more about yourself. We won't do it again. Ban Dahai folded his 2 front fins across his chest and said sinisterly, There's nothing to say about my past, I just accidentally became a god when I came near here. Gao Peng, hearing him say that again, instinctively asked, "Is becoming a god that easy?" Then he added, "Do you know, the reason I want to become a god is because an old fish told me that gods have no impossibilities." Then he recalled how he had almost died once and murmured, "But the truth was nothing like that. I almost died." Gao Peng was puzzled. What if it were a life attribute god? Ban Dahai recalled his near-death experience and replied, "You absolutely need another fish corpse. Moreover, understanding laws like life, healing, or holy attributes requires innate talent or being a descendant of a god. It has nothing to do with someone of ordinary origin like me. If I had the law of life, would I need to fight other monsters for treasures?" Gao Peng again tried to tempt him with sweet words. "At least you became a god, so don't dwell on those unhappy things anymore. Why don't you tell me how to mend your relationship with the Stormwater Demon Beast?" Ban Dahai heard this and pretended not to hear. "Oh what, why can't I hear you all of a sudden?" Gao Peng leaned close to him and whispered, "Hey, don't be so petty, what's there to be embarrassed about?" Ban Dahai quickly fled. I'm deaf, I can't hear, I have to go upgrade in the ocean, don't look for me." Gao Peng, seeing that temptation didn't work, gave up and shouted at him, "Stop stalling, let's get back to the main topic. Didn't I ask you last time if you had any friends who unfortunately died young? Can you remember a few?" He hid behind the wall, only poking his head out, and smiled. "I know what you're up to. Hee hee, you want divine artifacts, don't you? I remember one place where an old friend's divine artifact is stored, but I can't guarantee you can get it." His expression became serious as he said, "You know where the name Blackbone World comes from, right?" Gao Peng, seeing him like that, answered honestly, "I know, it said that a god died in that world, and after that, the world was covered in fog all year round. Dahai, the other god was much more impressive than you." Dahai chuckled disdainfully. "HMPH, I almost died, but I survived. He really died and can't die again." Dahai recalled that gloomy place and said, "That guy's name was Wuji God, and some people also call him the Lord of Black Mist. He was the one who started the conflict that year. But as soon as the conflict began, he was the first casualty, killed by a hammer. After his death, he left behind a divine artifact, but unfortunately it couldn't be found at the time. Generally, the denser the black mist, the more likely his divine artifact is hidden there." In Gao Peng's mind, black mist-shrouded mountains appeared, along with rumors he had heard. He narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "The densest black mist is, of course, in the western part of the Black Bone World. It's covered in black mist all year round, and I've heard that any monster that enters never comes out." He seemed to remember something and looked at him, asking, "By the way, do you know who created the labyrinths in the southern region of the Black Bone World?" Ben Dahai was startled and asked, "Wait, there are so many labyrinths in the southern region?" No, Gao Peng recalled what he had seen and said, "Those labyrinths come in various forms. Most of them are stone labyrinths, and the most special ones are high-grade labyrinths, which are very few in number. And they're more likely to produce substances beneficial for monster evolution." Ban Dahai racked his memory, recalling a red-eyed elephant with huge tusks. His voice also lowered. "These labyrinths remind me of an existence. The Lord of the Fat Magic Elephant. The name of his divine artifact is the God of Labyrinths, and he was also my enemy, but according to my memory he wasn't dead yet. At least he was still alive before I died. I didn't expect him to be dead." Gao Peng heard this, extended his fist and asked him provocatively, "Then he also had a divine artifact, right? Dahai, do you want to go there to get revenge?" Ban Dahai touched the opponent's fist with his fin and replied proudly, "I absolutely won't miss it. I must cause a ruckus in front of his tomb. That guy fought me for a long time that year, and I know some of his small tricks and abilities very well. Once I break through to Saint Grade, we'll go." Suddenly, the outside of the Bone Palace shook violently and space twisted. Ban Dahai was startled by this sight and asked, "What's happening?" Gao Peng realized and smiled, replying, "The spatial energy is chaotic. It seems some fool has broken through." Gao Peng looked at the blue light beam constantly rotating above his head and couldn't help but laugh, seeing Isuan's joyful expression. "Our home's rear support captain has finally been promoted." A notification window appeared. Monster name, Shimmering Phantom Spirit, Monster Grade 61, Emperor Grade. Monster Quality, Epic Quality, Legendary Quality. Monster Attribute, Spatial Type. Monster Status, Healthy, Happy. Monster Weakness, Frail Body, Extremely Weak Strength. Monster Abilities, Spatial Power Level 6, Flexible Body Level 3, Agile Body Level 4. Monster Characteristic, Phantom Light. A special spatial ability granted to spatial type monsters with a certain probability when they level up. Effect 1. Passive effect. Enhances the flexibility of spatial power, allowing multiple spatial flashes to be cast in a short period. Effect 2. Active effect. Activates energy to make the host's body extremely light for a short period and at the same time gains powerful evasion ability. Combined with the altitude of spatial power, it allows the host to have higher spatial affinity. Effect 1. Active effect. Greatly increases the host's storage space volume. Effect 2. Active effect. Spatial Rampage. When activated, it can make the space within range chaotic and uncontrollable. In this state, the consumption of all spatial type abilities greatly increases, and there is a certain probability of failure when using spatial type abilities. While Spatial Rampage is maintained, failure to cast spatial type abilities further extends the duration of Spatial Rampage and becomes even more uncontrollable. Note, within the range of Spatial Rampage, the host is also affected by the disadvantageous state. Monster Brief Introduction. The shimmering phantom spirit has extremely high spatial affinity. It has an optimistic personality and often causes catastrophic spatial riots, so it is often unwelcome by other spatial-type creatures. Gao Peng sighed. This spatial type is really slow to level up. Xiaowang, Daisy, Abang, Aid, and Chisha are all Emperor grade, and even Xiaoyan is Emperor grade at level 70. He raised his hand and pushed away Asuan, who was trying to remove his sleep mask. He said irritably, "If you remove it anymore, I'll go bald." In his heart, he sighed. Only Asuan has barely broken through to Emperor grade, so he's even slower to level up than the other 7 boys. A notification window image appeared under his eyes, and he thought to himself, this monster's characteristic is quite interesting. Gao Peng stood on Daisy's back and said to Asuan, "Try it here. I'll see how far you can flash if you give it your best shot." He heard that and replied, "Yes." Asuan slowly scrunched up its body, then stretched out again, and the surrounding light flashed and disappeared. He looked at Gao Peng and said happily, "Gao Peng, I'm done. From what you observed, it should be about 5,000 meters. I don't know if this ability can be considered strong. 5,000 meters doesn't seem short, but if Yu Guang bursts with extreme speed, it's possible within 1 to 2 seconds. Keep going. Try to flash continuously." He watched Asuan flash and disappear continuously and couldn't help but marvel. This phantom light ability is really not bad. Asuan was completely slumped, not even wanting to lift its tentacles. He sighed and said, "Oh Gao Peng, I'm too tired. I can't flash continuously." Gao Peng frowned, hearing him grumble, "Just a few times. Continuous flashing in a short period, it really is a short period." But thinking about the change in storage space, he felt some relief. However, Asuan's storage space volume has really increased greatly. It has increased to a height of 100 meters, so storing a week's worth of food for a small base city is no problem. It can be called a strategic warehouse. He raised his hand and signaled to him. "Asuan, try Spatial Rampage, it's probably your only attack ability." Asuan heard that and kept waving its 2 tentacles. His face looked quite joyful. He looked at Asuan and asked, "So are you done?" He shook his tentacles and replied, "Yep." Daisy, completely slumped, said, "It's gotten weird. I can't see anything, but there's an unknown sense of oppression in this area." Gao Peng heard this and thought, "It seems to have succeeded. But it seems I can't see the specific effects without spatial type abilities. This is a good opportunity to test the newly connected control technique." As soon as he thought of it, he raised his hand and signaled, "Asuan, come here." Asuan came closer and he touched its head with his palm, and the light on its body gradually spread to him. He slowly closed his eyes and thought to himself, connecting with one's familiar to a certain extent to share sensory input and consume mental power to use the familiar's abilities is an advanced technique that only Beastmasters capable of controlling Emperor-grade familiars can use. Gao Peng slowly opened his eyes and his pupils also turned blue. He asked himself, "Did it work? All I see before me is a mottled blue," he said in surprise. "Is this the space seen through Asuan's eyes? It's really quite strange." His hand was raised and a purple light enveloped him. He thought to himself, with more stimulation from spatial power, space seems to be tearing apart. Gao Peng was completely purple with spatial power. He understood. So this is the spatial blade. The power of space, after highly breaking the spatial uncontrollability, condenses. He took his hand off Asuan's head and said, "Release." Daisy's voice suddenly came. "Ha, Gao Peng, what happened just now? You suddenly disappeared." Gao Peng stood on Daisy's back and said quietly, "It's over, let's go back first. You can reflect on it on the way. It seems it has no effect on non-spatial type monsters, but if it causes a chain reaction with spatial type abilities, it might be a bit dangerous. And the most important thing is the impact on space. If I had obtained this ability earlier, I wouldn't have had to worry about the abyss ocean lurker flashing away before." A blue glowing circle appeared on the surface of the sea. The water within the circle was suddenly sucked up with a magnificent sound. Ban Da Hai emerged from within, laughing proudly. A notification window appeared. Monster name: Sea Storm King. Monster grade 81, Saint grade. Monster quality: Epic quality, Eternal quality. Monster attribute: Water type. Monster abilities: Legendary Physique level 7, Son of the Ocean level 7, Enhanced Bite level 6, Storm Power level 7. Monster characteristic: Mutated body. Effect 1, Active effect: Can mutate surrounding marine creatures through a strong life magnetic field. Effect 2, Passive effect: Creatures mutated by it obey its commands. Abyss Ma. The obsession with food and frantic gluttony make its mouth the most terrifying weapon on its body. Effect 1, Passive effect: When the target's volume is smaller than its mouth, it erupts with even more terrifying biting power. Biting power Judgment 1. Effect 2, Passive effect: All food within its mouth is affected by the Abyss Ma's curse. Defense reduced. Monster brief introduction. It was a god who had returned, but his godhead was shattered. He fell from the divine altar and his divine body was destroyed. How truly miserable. Ban Da Hai joyfully leaped out of the water and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Ban Da Hai succeeded. Gao Peng does have some skill. Returning to Saint grade this time, I feel even stronger than before." Aid was speechless watching Ban Da Hai act so wildly. Suddenly its hand was covered in light and the calm sea surface gradually began to bubble from small to large. Another water monster thus lost its life. On that seabed countless bones were piled up. Ban Da Hai, seeing the violent turbulence on the sea surface, exclaimed in surprise, "My goodness, what kind of movement is that?" A gigantic brown tree slowly rose from the sea surface. It asked itself, "Isn't that the hell impermanent tree, the big fool? It has already cultivated 6 layers of halos. The tree was gradually sucked into Ade's hand on its palm. A red tree-shaped pattern appeared at this moment. Gao Peng crossed his arms over his chest and said contentedly, "The Hell Impermanent Tree has gathered 6 types of halos: cruelty, bloodthirst, fear, death, evil, and despair, and its strength has stably entered Emperor grade. It only needs to gather the 7th halo to upgrade to Saint grade. I heard that the Hell Impermanent Tree can continuously evolve by simply absorbing all kinds of negative energy. With enough negative energy, it can evolve quickly." He gestured and said, "All right, all preparations are complete. Let's pack up and depart." A few days later, Gao Peng was now leaning comfortably on Siwa's back, his hands clasped behind his head. Indeed, long-distance travel is comfortable and relaxing with Siwa. He looked around and suddenly his gaze stopped at one spot. He exclaimed in surprise, "Ha!" He saw a familiar person shining light onto a statue in front of him. He recognized it and exclaimed, "Isn't that Medusa? A monster has appeared. Its whole body is covered in stone. It seems difficult to defeat." According to the information panel, the monster's name was Mountain Spirit Giant. Monster grade: Level 61 Emperor grade. Monster attribute: Rock type. According to everyone's evaluation, although this mountain spirit giant was lower in grade than Medusa, its tough body was unaffected by petrification, making it a truly formidable opponent. Suddenly, the mountain spirit giant turned around, startling everyone. "Oh no, have we been discovered?" The mountain spirit giant's hand reached out towards where everyone was standing. Siwa quickly dodged the attack. Otherwise, both Siwa and Gao Peng would have died together. Gao Peng looked down from Siwa's back and found Medusa there. He greeted her politely. "Long time no see." Medusa was very surprised to see Gao Peng again. She also replied politely, "It's you." Gao Peng asked, "Shall I help you deal with this guy?" Medusa nodded in agreement. Who would be so foolish as to refuse and waste energy trying to solve it themselves? Gao Peng tasked Siwa with swiftly dealing with the mountain spirit giant. "Siwa, you handle it." Siwa, upon receiving the command, immediately prepared to act. The battle between Siwa and the mountain spirit giant was very fierce, with neither side giving an inch. From a distance, the mountain spirit giant unleashed a powerful blow. It was a gigantic ultrasonic wave that could turn everything to ash. Siwa blinked, intending to cleanly deal with all the mountain spirit giants with a single blow, but suddenly an unexpected situation occurred. The mountain spirit giants, hit by Siwa's attack, raised their hands in surrender, acting as if they no longer wanted to fight, and Siwa was puzzled. How truly irritating. But Siwa wouldn't let them off so easily. It directly launched a distant attack, and the stone humans scattered in fear, fleeing in all directions. Everyone fled in panic and no one dared to resist anymore. Medusa could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Phew, those annoying rockheads are finally gone." Medusa must have been truly bothered all this time. Gao Peng approached Medusa to talk. It had been a long time since the two had met again. Gao Peng spoke first. "Long time no see. I just returned from the sea. You are still as charming and haven't changed at all from 3 years ago." Gao Peng secretly calculated in his mind. "This Medusa is also a relatively friendly labyrinth master. I can take this opportunity to learn the secrets of the labyrinth from her," Gao Peng thought to himself. But ultimately, it was someone else's business, and even a good-natured person could get annoyed, let alone an emperor-grade monster. At this moment, Gao Peng's familiar Abang was hiding in a corner, chanting sutras. "I am a mountain, I am a mountain." Disguising oneself using the terrain was indeed a good idea. Gao Peng thought that when Siwa was fighting the mountain spirit giant, he had secretly summoned a bang to disguise itself as a mountain, and at the same time applied a fixed damage transfer to himself. This would render Medusa's petrification ability useless against him. Everything was within Gao Peng's calculations. In the past few years since coming to the Black Bone world, there had been almost no well-intentioned monsters. It was best if no conflict occurred, but precautions still had to be taken. Gao Peng still maintained a bright and friendly expression. Medusa crawled over and thanked Gao Peng. "It was fortunate that you helped me earlier. Would you like to rest in my labyrinth for a while?" Medusa suggested. Gao Peng rejoiced inwardly. The opportunity has arrived. He accepted Medusa's charming offer. "Then I won't refuse." Medusa turned and opened the door leading into the labyrinth. Ban Da Hai crawled out from Gao Peng's clothes and sniffed the surrounding situation. As he came out, his face looked truly comfortable. Ban Da Hai looked around and then reminded Gao Peng, "This is a labyrinth, just an ordinary one. Is there a problem?" Even as Ban Da Hai entered this labyrinth, he remained vigilant. He always felt slightly uneasy. Ban Da Hai sniffed. He noticed something. Ban Da Hai's eyes sharpened. "This is..." Ban Da Hai suddenly shot away from Gao Peng's side, and Gao Peng was surprised. He didn't know what his familiar was up to again. It turned out to be sniffing around everywhere, and excitedly said, "This is the scent of a clam elephant." Gao Peng froze. Medusa, seeing that Gao Peng's familiar Ban Da Hai was a bit strange, covered her mouth and cautiously asked, "Is that your familiar?" "Now this is..." She still hesitated to speak. Gao Peng hastily grabbed Ban Da Hai and pushed him aside, laughing awkwardly. "Ha ha ha, it's alright, don't mind him." Gao Peng stubbornly dragged Ban Da Hai down. He admonished Ban Da Hai, "Get down quickly, don't embarrass me." Medusa saw this and covered her mouth, chuckling. She probably thought it was cute. Gao Peng widened his eyes and said to Ban Da Hai, "Let's go deep into the labyrinth together. The scent inside will be stronger," he whispered in a low voice, and Ban Da Hai's face lit up with joy. Gao Peng, recovering from the awkward situation, thought that at times like this, just a confident smile was enough. "I'm really sorry, you must be laughing at me." Medusa said nonchalantly. It's all right, other monsters haven't visited here for a long time, so it's good to have some liveliness once in a while. The deeper they went into Medusa's labyrinth, the more surprised Gao Peng was by its design. Following Medusa, he thought to himself, there's a bamboo bed here. This Medusa has quite varied tastes. Along the way, Gao Peng carefully observed his surroundings. He asked curiously, what are these statues? Medusa replied with a bright expression, this bamboo is where I cool off, and these statues are my collection. Medusa led the way. Gao Peng took the opportunity to ask again, a collection? I'm very interested in statues. Could you introduce them to me? Gao Peng said in a flattering tone. Gao Peng quickly turned to Ban Dahai and whispered, look for an opportunity to slip away. Ban Dahai replied, understood. Medusa, hearing Gao Peng's interest in her statue collection, happily introduced them one by one in a proud tone. This is the Gale Mad Wolf that I defeated during my coming-of-age ceremony. I petrified it and turned it into a statue, Gao Peng exclaimed admiringly. Wow, it really looks alive. Taking this opportunity, Ban Dahai quickly left. Ban Dahai sniffed outside and evaluated. The scent is too faint, it smells like a clam elephant, and the labyrinth is also his style, but this labyrinth wasn't made by him. There's only a tiny bit of his aura left. Suspicious, but his scent is there. Could it be made from his divine artifact? Gao Peng secretly laughed, seeing Ban Dahai's expression as if questioning life. Ban Dahai's expression is very dramatic. Ban Dahai ran around sniffing everywhere. Finally, he stopped at one spot and exclaimed, it's here. Ban Dahai slammed his tail down hard and the entire labyrinth shook. Medusa was surprised. This labyrinth cannot be destroyed. What's happening now? Gao Peng just laughed too. Ha 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 ha. What do you understand? I told you to be quiet, but you made such a big fuss. Ban Dahai said excitedly. Ha ha ha, I found it. Gao Peng, look at this. Gao Peng turned to Medusa and apologized awkwardly. I'm really sorry, your labyrinth has been destroyed. Medusa generously said, it's all right. The mountain spirit giant has been bothering me recently, so I was already thinking of packing up my collection and moving. Gao Peng offered to help. Then why don't you come with me? You remember that Kui Meow from before, right? It's a spatial type familiar, so it can easily move all your collections. Medusa skillfully refused. Thank you for your help, but I don't like being someone else's familiar. She firmly stated her position. Gao Peng also didn't force Medusa and agreed. All right, I respect your choice. Suddenly a sound came from somewhere, catching Gao Peng's attention. How this sound is a bit strange. Gao Peng went to where Ban Dahai was burying his face in the ground and moving busily, and asked, what are you eating? Ban Dahai raised his surprisingly pale face and replied nonchalantly, I'm gnawing on dirt. He bared his teeth and smiled widely, and Gao Peng was surprised. Ban Dahai explained, it's just an ordinary brick, but it tastes a bit like gum. It turned out that what Ban Dahai was eating was not ordinary dirt, but an item called an incomplete divine transformation material. The item description stated that it was a brick that had fallen from the wasteland labyrinth of the infinite cycle divine artifact. Gao Peng grabbed Ban Dahai's tail tightly and lifted him up. Gao Peng gritted his teeth in anger, and Ban Dahai was surprised and struggled. Gao Peng, you, what are you doing? Gao Peng disliked Ban Dahai so much that he immediately threw him far away. Ban Dahai fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and then stopped. Ban Dahai, having been thrown by Gao Peng, lay on the ground and burst into tears. He couldn't stop crying, being scolded just for eating some dirt and bricks. He was truly wronged. Gao Peng was speechless, watching Ban Dahai crying and throwing a tantrum. As expected of a water-type familiar, tears came easily. If a stranger saw it, they would think he had done something horrible. Ban Dahai's acting skills were quite good. The world should give him an Oscar. Gao Peng picked up the brick fragment that Ban Dahai had just eaten and examined it carefully. On the surface, it was just an ordinary brick fragment with nothing special. If it weren't for the notification on the data panel, he wouldn't have noticed anything unusual at all. Gao Peng widened his eyes. He commanded Ban Dahai, however many bricks have fallen from this divine artifact, I'm taking them all. Go quickly and pick some up. Ban Dahai was surprised. Have I been discovered? What now? Ban Dahai immediately stopped crying and approached Gao Peng, complaining. Gao Peng, although I was a bit selfish, I did put in effort to find this treasure, even if I didn't get credit, and I can keep looking, you see. Before he could finish speaking, Gao Peng interrupted him. He threw the white brick to Ban Dahai and said, all right, you can have it. Just this once. Ban Dahai happily accepted it, his face glowing with joy. Yes, Ban Dahai added, I didn't really want to eat it. I can't even digest this divine transformation material. This divine transformation material is probably a brick that fell from his divine artifact labyrinth. It contains a tiny bit of the divine artifact's power, which helps it refine with my devouring fangs. Look, it's a bit brighter again, isn't it? Ban Dahai smiled triumphantly. After speaking, he added, I still feel there's a problem. All labyrinths contain divine transformation materials, and if they accumulate there for a long time, it's beneficial for evolution and growth. Moreover, these labyrinths are all places rich in spiritual energy. Nature can easily create opposite effects in living beings. Isn't this a brace? I've been cultivating it for so long, and the divine artifact has lost its owner. How can it still have such vitality? Gao Peng speculated. Could it be that that guy isn't dead? Bandha disagreed. No, that's impossible. Only after the godhead is shattered can the divine body collapse and disperse, forming so many labyrinths. Gao Peng agreed. That's true, then let's continue south to look for him. Suddenly, Medusa said in surprise. Strange, the labyrinth's vitality seems to be weakening. Gao Peng apologized. I'm sorry, it seems we caused a problem with this labyrinth. Medusa hastily declined the apology. It's all right, I'll find a suitable place. She waved goodbye to Gao Peng. See you next time. The two parted ways, missing each other. Gao Peng returned to Bandha and asked how the current situation was progressing. Bandha proudly boasted, it's probably in that direction. After swallowing so many divine transformation materials, I can feel its location. After all, it's a brick separated from the main body and it's full of his aura. Bandha pointed left and right, saying, not here, not here. The direction is a bit off. He hesitated again. Not this way, it seems to be behind. We came in the wrong direction. Bandha seems to be a bad navigator but still wants to guide others. But Bandha didn't want to admit he was wrong. Bandha, I swear I never took the wrong path. If I take the wrong path again, I'll be your grandson. Although he made a promise, it didn't mean much. Gao Peng's familiars Shalwang and Abang and Gao Peng himself stared at Bandha as if he were a strange creature. Bandha was surprised. Why are you all looking at me like that? I feel very close to him now. Shalwang couldn't help but sneer. Tisk, you've been searching for half a year. You said that 124 times. Bandha hastily explained. How can you accuse someone of being dishonest without any evidence? Gao Peng stepped forward to mediate. All right, let's trust him one more time. Leading the way, Gao Peng said to Bandha. They continued their journey. Standing in front of the forest, Gao Peng had to shield his eyes because it was too dazzling. They had finally reached their destination. Bandha said triumphantly, ha, I wasn't wrong this time, was I? Even Gao Peng couldn't help but marvel. So many trees and their vitality is incredibly strong. The top of the tree suddenly shook and the birds nesting there were startled and flew away, unlike other labyrinths. The ecology here was very complete and rich. A voice echoed in the vast space. Don't go any further, the sand will obscure your vision. Gao Peng said to Daisy. Daisy, let's go that way. Take me too, I'm unfamiliar with this place. I also want to broaden my horizons. All right, let's discuss it together. Daisy carried Gao Peng and set off to explore. The distant horizon was the boundary of this labyrinth, so it must be right here. According to Gao Peng's speculation, he first tasked Daisy with remembering the main path. Suddenly, Gao Peng's phone connection became unstable. What's this? Is there a lot of electricity? Teacher Han Chong-sok also said. I've never seen a labyrinth this big. It's truly abnormal. Gao Peng also said that a labyrinth this large couldn't be captured in a single photograph. He had to rely on memory. Left turn, then straight right turn at the second intersection. Several hours later, Gao Peng arrived at the old gathering point. He commanded, get ready. Let's enter the labyrinth, Gao Peng said confidently. I've memorized the path. Once we enter the door, it's straight and right, left. After the right turn, Gao Peng had completely forgotten which door it was. Gao Peng suddenly noticed something strange. There was a sudden problem with his memory. Gao Peng vaguely realized it was like an evil gate that seemed to allow one to remember everything at first glance, but the more one tried to remember, the more indistinct the landscape in one's mind became. Gao Peng tried to focus his attention, but the memories in his mind became even emptier. This is bad. Gao Peng asked Daisy and Han Chong-sok. How about you two? Daisy replied. I don't know. Han Chong-sok also said honestly. To be honest, I don't remember it well either. Bandha enthusiastically joined the conversation. He. If someone could remember the path of the labyrinth after just one look, it would be too disrespectful to the gods. Furthermore, no matter what means you use to memorize the labyrinth's structure, the deeper you go, the more you'll realize that the labyrinth changes at any time. Gao Peng asked again, puzzled. I just looked for a moment and the labyrinth wasn't changing. Bandha said that it couldn't be seen from the outside. This is hard to explain clearly with words. The labyrinth's rules can subtly affect one's senses. Bandha took the lead and guided the way. Let's go. I've been in the labyrinth before, so I'm familiar with it. When we get there, I'll steal his divine artifact from his tomb, beat his son, trample on his labyrinth and dance. Gao Peng had to calm Bandha's extreme excitement. All right, you're too excited. Bandha led the way, with Gao Peng following behind. He thought to himself that this time Bandha didn't seem to be bragging. He really seemed to know a lot about this labyrinth. Suddenly, Bandha exclaimed, ha, as if he had seen something. Gao Peng asked Bandha, what's wrong? What did you find? Bandha pointed at a small hole and shouted, oh, a dog hole. He said no more, and Bandha passed through the dog hole without hesitation, startling Gao Peng. Gao Peng's eyes widened in surprise. Gao Peng couldn't help but exclaim, tisk, tisk, tisk. He even knows about such secret passages. How many times was he trapped that year? Probably many. Bandha urged Gao Peng from the other side of the wall. What are you dazing for? Come out quickly. Gao Peng laughed awkwardly. Ha, you don't mean Bandha wants me to crawl through a dog hole, do you? Bandha continued to lead the way and chatter incessantly. In this labyrinth, humans must be a bit clever. If a sandstorm hits, don't run around recklessly or you'll easily fall into a pitfall. The best way is to squat in a corner against the wall. If you see a swamp, you must be careful. Swamps have... Before Bandha could finish speaking, Gao Peng scoffed. Such detailed strategies. This must be at least a diamond member of the labyrinth, right? Bandha was angered by the remark. What are you laughing at? I'm being serious. Bandha still grumbled. HMPH, you might be glad that there's no god residing in the labyrinth right now, so the divine artifact hasn't been activated yet. but it's still very dangerous. My strength hasn't fully recovered yet, so I can't guarantee I can protect you if we truly face danger. Gao Peng stopped laughing and decided, I won't laugh anymore. I won't laugh anymore. He spoke about the divine artifact. This labyrinth is a divine artifact? Are we inside a divine artifact? Gao Peng's gaze fixated on something. How the data panel isn't showing, Gao Peng was curious. Ban Dahai continued, yes, we're inside a divine artifact, but we haven't reached its core yet. Gao Peng suddenly noticed something chasing them from behind and asked, what's that? Ban Dahai warned from behind, watch out. As soon as Ban Dahai heard that, he said no more and swallowed the monster whole. It was quite impressive even when it grew larger. After easily dealing with the monster, Ban Dahai evaluated its taste. Nom nom nom. The monster in the labyrinth tastes alright. Anyway, remember the important points I mentioned, okay? Gao Peng suggested. Dahai, why don't we link up? After several attempts, I found that using this technique connects my consciousness with that of the familiar to a certain extent. In other words, it's a fusion. That way I'll be more comfortable and you won't have to be distracted trying to protect me. Ban Dahai was startled by Gao Peng's words. He worried that if a god was caught fusing with a human, he would completely lose face. Gao Peng still tempted him. It doesn't cost much. I'll just observe from the outside and won't control your body. As expected of a second-generation rich kid, he treated money matters as light as a feather. Ban Dahai was truly swayed and finally decided to fuse with Gao Peng. The two began to merge into one. Ban Dahai's power flowed in. Gao Peng felt his body changing. Wow, this is truly a different sensation. I can feel the three styles aura contained within the Sea Emperor's devouring fangs. It's like an illusion that all things in time are indestructible. The energy within my body is as strong as a vast ocean. After sharing vision, Gao Peng's body was powerfully transforming in every part. After entering Gao Peng's body, Ban Dahai asked curiously, in your vision I seem to see many chains vaguely. Do you have an eye disease? Gao Peng was angered by the remark and shouted, those are the chains of rules. The one with an eye disease. Gao Peng said, this is truly interesting. So, the golden light on the labyrinth wall, did you figure it out before? The net made of golden talismans, the labyrinth's protection must be the effect of this golden net, right? Gao Peng was curious. Ban Dahai warned Gao Peng in advance, HMPH anyway, don't mess around with my body. It will affect my charge into the labyrinth. Gao Peng nodded in agreement. Alright. In the lightning zone of the labyrinth, electric fences were densely installed. Anyone not careful could be struck by lightning at any time. Ban Dahai looked at the lightning zone and said, this lightning zone of the labyrinth. Seeing this means we are almost at the central area of the infinite cycle labyrinth. Ban Dahai charged forward confidently. Gao Peng looked at him with pity. He was truly skilled at hurting others. How many terrible things must Ban Dahai have experienced to become so skilled? In the dark zone of the labyrinth, the front was pitch black. Gao Peng asked, why is it so dark ahead? Ban Dahai observed and replied, yes, the dark zone of the labyrinth was my favorite area back then. At that time I could pass directly through physical bodies. I think I can try it this time. The infinite cycle labyrinth is not under its master's control now, so all the pitfalls must be weakened by at least one level. Perhaps I can withstand it. Gao Peng quickly stopped him. Don't be in a hurry. I probably have a better way. He called Arhua. When Arhua appeared, Ban Dahai asked curiously, why did you call him? Gao Peng commanded Arhua. Arhua, light up this black curtain. Arhua followed the command and illuminated everything with its eyes like car headlights. Ban Dahai was startled by this sight. What? You can light up this place? Ban Dahai asked Gao Peng in surprise. Is this the white extreme pillar light rainbow? He had a suspicious expression. Ban Dahai shouted with joy. He shouted with joy, I remember. That year when Wuji God was killed, there was an ancient giant dragon with white sun-like eyes. Wuji God's abilities were at least 70 diminished in front of it. If it's this ability, passing through the dark labyrinth zone will be no problem. Gao Peng was very proud to see him like that. He said with an arrogant expression, how about it? Is this method good? I'll lead the way. Ban Dahai also flattered Gao Peng, not bad, not bad. Let's go. Ban Dahai led the way, went straight and then turned right, arriving at the center of the labyrinth. They found a strange object there. He wondered, strange. The center of the labyrinth is an altar pyramid. In front of Gao Peng was a large coffin. Gao Peng stood there and exclaimed, this is a big coffin. Ban Dahai's voice became even more lively with excitement at this moment. Ha 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 ha, he's finally dead. How many years have passed since you and I fought, and in the end didn't you end up in a coffin? He even lightly kicked the coffin with his foot, looking triumphant. The coffin seemed to move slightly. Ban Dahai was startled. Wait, did the coffin move? Suddenly the coffin lit up and Ban Dahai's eyes widened in surprise. He hastily shouted, damn it, is it a zombie? The aura of death is too strong right now. Gao Peng suspected the death aura was too strong. What to do now? Ban Dahai blocked him. No, we can't escape now. Gao Peng acted. According to Ban Dahai's opinion, Gao Peng shouldn't retreat now. Gao Peng seemed to agree. Such a strong aura, that's the best choice. Gao Peng called a bang. A bang. Ban Dahai angrily unleashed his power. Even in death you can't rest in peace. I'll open your coffin for you. Ban Dahai punched the coffin and the coffin lid shook. A bang also punched the coffin, adding his strength. A bang said to Gao Peng, Master, step back. A bang absorbed the death aura and counterattacked. It unleashed a powerful blow that made Gao Peng tremble. Gao Peng thought to himself, the dense death aura in the air would be a cataclysm for most monsters, but it's a great tonic for a bang. It's still better to fuse with a bang. That way they can also go all out. Ban Dahai said to a bang, quickly command, you big stupid oaf. Attack that coffin with me. Abang nodded in agreement and raised its spear, aiming directly at the target. Abang raised its spear high, preparing for a powerful attack. Abang and Bandahai combined their efforts to deliver a fatal blow. Bandahai found itself facing something. Even though it was an aquatic creature, it was acting rough and rude. The information panel appeared. It turned out that this elephant was the leader of the Beast Rider Elephant Lord. Monster grade, level 90, Saint grade, monster quality, mythical quality, monster attribute, destruction type, blood type, monster status, moderately injured and raged, monster weakness, holy type, monster abilities, divine skin level 8, law manipulation, law plunder 0.1, blood law 0.4, labyrinth law 0.2, monster domain, blood plunder, labyrinth domain, monster characteristic, power plunder, an ability derived from the law of power plunder, effect, active. When activated, it can plunder all enemies within a 100-meter radius, temporarily plundering some of their abilities. The plundered abilities will be returned after a certain period. Warning: previously plundered, Shadow Flame level 3, Ghost Control level 5, Storm Power level 5, duration is 20 minutes. Trace of Heavenly Blood, an ability derived from the law of Heavenly Flame. Effect, passive, can absorb fresh blood from various parts of the body to heal its own wounds. Effect, passive. The higher the control level of the blood law, the higher the efficiency of wound recovery. Elemental Shield. The Beast Rider Elephant possesses a very strong innate elemental immunity. Passive effect, periodically forms an elemental shield around its body. The elemental shield can neutralize all types of elemental attacks. Before the elemental shield is destroyed, it is immune to all adverse statuses. If the elemental shield is not destroyed, it continuously accumulates. Monster brief introduction. After the death of the Beast Rider Elephant Lord, its head was retrieved from its corpse by the Cycle Labyrinth divine artifact and offered as a sacrifice. The Cycle Labyrinth intended to birth the Beast Rider Elephant Lord as the god of the labyrinth. Damn, what a high-grade monster. Such a long information panel. Bandahai and the monster were still fighting fiercely. Bandahai was bitten by the monster and blood splattered everywhere. Bandahai felt something strange. Damn it, what kind of fire is this? Why can it burn me? It hurts so much. This monster was really not easy to deal with. Gao Peng thought to himself, this seems to be the flame from Abang's body. The Beast Rider Elephant Lord plundered it and used it against Bandahai. It seems its power isn't strong, but it has a miraculous effect on Bandahai. The attack power of this shadow flame wasn't so sharp before. Could it be that because it's the Beast Rider Elephant Lord, it has some unexpected additional abilities? Bandahai still had a strong will to eliminate this monster. Ouch, I'll kill you once I've accumulated enough energy. You big stupid oaf, your strength is only this much, don't just watch, quickly buy me some time, he commanded Gao Peng. Bandahai's water power directly attacked the Beast Rider Elephant Lord, and the flames burned fiercely. The Elephant Lord's power grew stronger and stronger. Gao Peng was surprised. Does this shadow flame have additional abilities against divine beings? This is something I hadn't discovered before. A strange shriek erupted from there, mixing with growls and screams. Gao Peng thought it was no good to keep dragging this out. This was still enemy territory. Gao Peng asked Bandahai, how much longer? Bandahai quickly calculated the time and replied, soon. Ask Abang to buy me some time. Abang was still holding on to ensure Bandahai's successful attack. Abang used its internal energy and exerted all its strength to cast Netherworld Rebirth Coffin Dragon. Gao Peng quickly commanded, this bone coffin dragon won't hold the Beast Rider Elephant Lord for long. Bandahai also replied, don't rush me. It'll be over soon. The fight was still very fierce, endlessly continuing. Bandahai attacked the Beast Rider Elephant Lord with all his might and his teeth sank deep into its body. Would the battle be decided soon? Gao Peng frowned, his face filled with worry, and he shouted loudly, why did you suddenly spit blood? Bandahai, are you okay? Unlike Gao Peng's worried appearance, this Bandahai, even after spitting blood, had blood on the corners of his mouth, but his face was filled with an arrogant expression. He smiled faintly and said, HMPH, I didn't die. Instigating a divine artifact at this grade puts too much burden on the body. Although he spoke calmly, his body was tense, and he was pushing his internal energy to its limit. Bandahai gritted his teeth and held on, but still maintained an arrogant tone. But it's okay. I spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, so this guy will have to deal with a few pounds of meat. As soon as he finished speaking, something astonishing suddenly happened. A huge energy exploded from Bandahai's entire body. His power spread out so strongly that it violently shook the surrounding space. As he exploded with energy, he shouted loudly at Gao Peng with a majestic gaze, I'll show you the power of Bandahai's divine artifact. The aura emanating from Bandahai was like an invisible pressure. It continuously shook the surrounding air as if everything was being suppressed. The Beast Rider Elephant Lord, witnessing this scene, also exclaimed in surprise, is this the Sea Emperor's 3 styles? Afterwards, a small, resplendent golden illusion of a labyrinth appeared in front of the Beast Rider Elephant Lord. It was like a mysterious world containing infinite power. The golden light emanating from this labyrinth was so dazzling that one couldn't look directly at it. But this golden light quickly disappeared, followed by a shattering sound. Seeing the scene before him, Gao Peng thought to himself, the labyrinth's golden light is slowly disappearing. The labyrinth is also gradually collapsing. The surrounding landscape made Gao Peng frown even more. and he thought to himself that this must be the true form of the infinite cycle labyrinth. At this moment 2 auras, one yellow and one black, collided strongly in the air, and the black force created an enormous crack above the Beast Rider Elephant Lord's head. There was a large bloody wound above the Beast Rider Elephant Lord's head, and yellow glory was scattered around it. They were wounded once again by a single blow. At this moment the Beast Rider Elephant Lord's face turned dark, filled with rage. He roared loudly, "Die, die, you all must die." At the same time he exploded with all the strength in his body. Even Aid was startled. Aid's face also furrowed slightly, and Gao Peng spoke at this moment. "Burning divine blood distorts the air. If I hadn't maintained the fusion state with Aid, I probably would have been vaporized." The Beast Rider Elephant Lord continued to wield its power, and black forces covered in glory continuously gathered. The Beast Rider Elephant Lord was extremely enraged, its 2 bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. It led that terrifying power and charged towards the nearby Aid. Seeing this situation, Gao Peng worriedly warned Aid, "That's an image condensed from demonic divine blood. Its lethality and hardness probably won't be inferior to some divine artifacts. Aid, be careful." As the powerful force emitted by the Beast Rider Elephant Lord rushed in, Aid still calmly said, "Master, rest assured." After reassuring Gao Peng, Aid shouted loudly, "Demonic divine illusion, send forth my illusion to block that attack." Simultaneously with the shout, a gigantic illusion appeared behind Aid, emitting an immense no lesser power. At this very moment the Beast Rider Elephant Lord's attack approached Aid. This attack contained immense power and struck the center of the illusion created by Aid. An enormous force poured out, shattering the surrounding earth and stones. Broken stone fragments were scattered on the ground. Seeing the situation before him, Gao Peng felt anxious at this moment. No, the grade difference is too big. Aid's soul energy is rapidly being consumed. As for Aid, after blocking the Beast Rider Elephant Lord's attack, his soul energy recoiled, causing a huge impact that shattered earth and stones. The illusion lasted only a few seconds before collapsing. At this very moment a figure rushed forward like an arrow, still speaking in a provocative tone. "Hee, don't forget me too." It was none other than Ban Da Hai. After exploding with power earlier, it was unknown where he had gone. But now he rushed in like an arrow and continued to fight the Beast Rider Elephant Lord. The Beast Rider Elephant Lord noticed someone coming and quickly turned its body, unleashing the killing technique, swallowing wind towards Ban Da Hai. A green orb continuously accumulated power in front of the Beast Rider Elephant Lord's nose, and that power was rapidly fired towards Ban Da Hai. Ban Da Hai's movements were very agile, and he twisted his body, dodging all of the previous attacks. He said with a triumphant and provocative expression, "I dodged it, I dodged all of those attacks." Ban Da Hai twisted his body and landed on the wound above the Beast Rider Elephant Lord's head. That spot was emitting yellow light, radiating golden flashes all around, and blood was still pooled there. This was like a protective barrier. At this moment Ban Da Hai's face was full of a wicked expression, and he said, "Using the wind stolen from me to fight me. I thought you'd become smarter after being reduced to just a head, but you've become even dumber." Ban Da Hai's tail struck the protective barrier hard, creating a large crack. He struck hard with his tail, saying excitedly, "Trying to stop me from breaking it with such a thin barrier." This fellow's tail eventually created a large hole in the protective barrier. Following this, Ban Da Hai burrowed into the Beast Rider Elephant Lord's head through that hole. Inside were fragments of the Beast Rider Elephant Lord's life memories, from when it was young, moving with its mother and pack to find food, to the painful memories of its kin being attacked by a wolf pack. Wandering here and there, Ban Da Hai saw that all these memory fragments constituted this fellow's one life. But after wandering for a long time, Ban Da Hai suddenly noticed something strange at this moment. He said, "No, these memory fragments are too scattered. Perhaps this fellow's godhead has shattered. If so, this head is merely an incomplete consciousness generated on a corpse." Thinking this far, Ban Da Hai was furious to death and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, isn't this guy's head really empty?" Annoyed, he swam here and there looking around. At this moment a white object suddenly appeared before Ban Da Hai's eyes, catching his gaze. This object looked like a soft wad of cotton, but small legs were protruding from its surroundings. Ban Da Hai pondered it deeply and finally said, "What is this?" This fellow, Ban Da Hai, seemed too lazy to even think. He opened his large mouth full of teeth and charged towards that object. As he charged, he shouted loudly, "Ah, no more worries." He probably intended to swallow that object whole. The situation before them was quite grave, and the monster's state of mind could be seen by the flames of rage surrounding its body. The man in black thought to himself, "Ban Da Hai has been motionless for a while since entering this Beast Rider Elephant Lord. He hasn't moved, and the monster's state hasn't changed once. What could have happened inside?" The monster's state showed immense damage visible in its bloodshot eyes. "Look, the monster's state has changed again." Da Hai, impressive. Gao Peng said, "Da Hai, hold on a little longer, I'll be with you soon." "I've almost finished dealing with things," Gao Peng said to Aid. "Aid, use your black spots to continuously attack the Beast Rider Elephant Lord. Buy some time for Ban Da Hai." The situation before them was truly dreadful now. A labyrinth-like form appeared before their eyes, and a terrifying creature said, "What? A labyrinth divine artifact? In this situation, without Master's command, can I defend myself alone?" The scene before them exploded, and Aid fell from that space. As Aid fell to the ground, his companions asked in a panic, "Are you alright?" Aid replied to his companions, "I'm fine, I can keep fighting." Aid looked at Aid and said with a slightly sad expression, "Don't show off anymore. You just blocked the Beast Rider Elephant Lord's attack, and you've consumed too much soul energy now, so it's probably best to go rest." The brown-clothed man with glasses reached out and summoned the blue tentacled creature. Asuan, see if you can attempt spatial rampage. Just holding it back for a moment will do. What had just looked like a labyrinth surprisingly rotated and then settled. Look, it's really stable, the red-eyed shark-like monster said. Fangla, look, you've returned. You really have. The monster noticed his distraction and quickly attacked him from behind. The monster bared its sharp teeth and said, the divine artifact's form has really changed. We could only see its original appearance when its energy was depleted. The surface, the wounds were quite severe. It was critically injured and fell to the ground. The brown-clothed man said, look, should we say we killed a god? Bandahai and Aid, one is a dental brace, and yet they can deal with another god. Bandahai bared his teeth and smiled, saying, look, it has no divine soul. Its divine body is incomplete and it's severely damaged. It has no godhead. At most, it's just a being with divinity. Killed a god? Gao Peng, you're thinking too much. Gao Peng showed an awkward expression. Bandahai winked and said, I'm really tired to death. I finally waited for this moment. Now it's time to divide the spoils. Aid, you pick the good stuff first. Aid looked around and finally his gaze stopped on an object on the ground. Aid pointed at an object. Bandahai smiled and said, hey, you really have good eyes. You picked the most valuable treasure. Gao Peng grabbed Bandahai's tail and said, Aid, since you've picked your item, it's my turn now, he added with a cunning smile. Although I didn't participate directly, I was fused with Aid, so it can be said that I contributed a very important force in this battle. Bandahai snorted. He threatened and then consoled. Don't worry, Bandahai, I'll never take anything that's already yours, but as for mine, Gao Peng continued with a smile, of course it will be something satisfying when you've fully avenged your great grievance, won't it? It will truly make you happy. Bandahai shouted in annoyance, now Bandahai will bite you to death in one go. Everyone asked again, Dahai, how does this divine artifact recognize its master? Bandahai replied, you're human, not a monster. You have no elemental power and cannot possess laws, so how can you control a divine artifact? Gao Peng, looking at the divine artifact and pondering for a moment, murmured, laws, huh? According to the system's annotation, the item name Infinite Cycle Labyrinth is a divine artifact and contains 7 of the Labyrinth Law. Gao Peng threw the law to Bandahai and said, alright, I'll give it back, it benefits you again. Bandahai said, if you really want to use the divine artifact, I have a suggestion. When we fuse later, you can use it. What do you think? Moreover, the greatest effect of this divine artifact is truly this infinite cycle labyrinth. Its purpose back then was to use its name to cultivate subordinates. Gao Peng rubbed his chin, pretending to ponder, and said, if, as you say, it cultivates monsters, it could also cultivate familiars, right? The landscape was filled with smoke. Bandahai replied, exactly. Think about it. When the infinite cycle labyrinth is unleashed, we'll see its true form. You'll be surprised then. It will transform into an incredibly vast labyrinth. After a pause, he continued, after that, it will absorb all kinds of elements in the air, continuously forming all kinds of environments and traps within this labyrinth. A single flower was blooming in that scene. Bandahai said, I'll tell you another secret. The master inside the labyrinth can control all kinds of elemental concentrations within it. It will truly speed up the cultivation of familiars and souls. Gao Peng's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, really? Show me quickly. Then Bandahai said awkwardly, phew, looking at you like this, you really know nothing. Bandahai threw the divine artifact into the sky. The divine artifact emitted light, covering the entire space, and the scene before them shone dazzlingly. The labyrinth scenery appeared before their eyes. Gao Peng touched it with his hand and walked step by step, saying, I can feel that this labyrinth is much stronger than last time. Last time was really useless. Bandahai said that the divine artifact would just maintain itself automatically. Gao Peng smiled cunningly and said, I'll really have a home soon. Bandahai said to Aid, big fellow, I won't blame you. This body is an extremely valuable resource for others, but for you it's like a divine medicine, and the divine blood on the ground is also an extremely good tonic. Aid said nothing, merely wiggling his finger slightly. Immediately, death aura erupted from his body and transferred to the corpse in front, and broken bone fragments created a large hole. Aid turned to Bandahai and said, when I'm not here, please protect Master well. He said, huh, in incomprehension. Aid said no more, raised his hand, emitted brown tendons, and shot out like an arrow through the hole just made. Bandahai frowned and coldly snorted, just absorbing death aura to level up, making such a fuss as if taking on a great responsibility and surprising people. At this moment Gao Peng approached and asked, where did Aid go? He just went to check on the Beast Rider Elephant Lord's corpse, didn't he? He replied. He's absorbing the Beast Rider Elephant Lord's death aura to level up, he cheerfully suggested. Speaking of which, this labyrinth is rich in all sorts of elements, making it a good place to level up. While Aid is leveling up, why don't we all go absorb some elemental power? After speaking, Gao Peng turned and transferred a bit of energy to his familiars, saying, you all also find suitable areas to absorb. He put his hands on his hips, revealing his worry. Divine artifacts are good items, but they must have the power of laws to be used. The abilities of these 2 divine artifacts are probably restricted by more than 90 right now. Bandahai immediately explained, actually, before becoming gods, we deities all used supernatural abilities, and after becoming gods, we fight using laws. Some gods, due to various reasons, specialize in only one law or have several weaknesses, and at such times, divine artifacts are needed to compensate for those weaknesses. He began to tell an old story. That year when I created the Sea Emperor's 3 styles fangs, it was because I had comprehended the 3 styles law within it. I went through all sorts of hardships, killed a single teoti and fused it with several divine materials to create the 3 styles law. But I was killed not long after creating the divine artifact. Gao Peng heard that and felt pity for him. No wonder the law contained in the Sea Emperor's 3 styles fangs is only 2. Suddenly, thumping sounds came from elsewhere. What's that sound? Gao Peng quickly ordered Daisy to scout. Daisy, go take a look. He immediately flew above the labyrinth. Understood. But after only 3 minutes, Daisy hurriedly returned and reported, Gao Peng, there are monsters, so many monsters. Gao Peng was speechless at his way of working and felt awkward for having trusted him. Gao Peng had no choice but to raise his hand and connect to Hanbing Chiaxa. Chiaxa, what are you doing? He was currently lazily sprawled on an ice pile and proudly told Gao Peng in a cheerful voice that he was eating ice shards. These ice shards in this labyrinth are really not bad, he quickly commanded. Go outside and see what's happening. He heard the command and immediately ran out to check. A moment later, Hanbing Chiaxa reported in detail. Master, monsters are trying to invade from various directions outside the labyrinth. To the east there's 1 flame-type Emperor-grade monster, and to the southeast there are 2 Icebone Storm Bears Emperor-grade. I saw a total of 23 monsters. Gao Peng turned to Daisy and said sarcastically, See, others are different, aren't they? He speculated that the elements distributed within the labyrinth seemed to have created a strong gravitational pull for monsters in the outside world. Immediately, Gao Peng assigned tasks to his familiars. Alright, each of you take on 1 or 2 monsters. Don't let other monsters come in and disturb Aid's evolution. Go, they replied in unison. Yes. Bandahai was soundly asleep, even making incomprehensible chuckling sounds. Suddenly there was movement inside the Beast Rider Elephant Lord's corpse and some bone fragments were broken by something. Bandahai woke up in surprise. Beep, what's happening? He was startled to see the crack. A black hand shot out from the dust. Aid finished his advancement and slowly walked out. He raised his hand and caressed the colorful spiritual energy floating in the air. The power Aid emitted was immense and his information changed. Monster grade. 85, Saint grade. Gao Peng was very proud. Leaping 4 grades in a row all the way to level 85. Not bad, not bad. Truly a bountiful harvest. Bandahai couldn't close his mouth at the momentum, exclaiming in disbelief. Even Aid's Nether Soul Dominion had grown enormously. Aid's information panel appeared. Monster name, Hell Nether Soul Dominion. Monster grade 81, Saint grade. Monster quality, legendary quality. Monster abilities, Berserk Slaughter level 7, Blood Colored Intensity level 7, Fear level 7, Destruction level 7. Monster domain, Nether Soul Hell domain. Monster characteristic, Hell Nether Soul Dominion. Brief introduction. Effect 1, Passive effect. The Hell Nether Soul Dominion is not a simple physical form. All forms of attacks and those attacking it will be weakened. Effect 2, Passive effect. The Hell Nether Soul Dominion is a semi-illusory form, so it can attack Soul-type monsters and Elemental-type monsters. Bandahai, curious, circled around him and said, No, there's a very strange aura on your hand, show me quickly. Aid showed him his skeletal hand enveloped in a 7-colored aura. Bandahai exclaimed in surprise, You've deified your finger. Gao Peng nodded. Not bad, I can finally go home. He returned to the wasteland labyrinth in the Black Bone world. An assistant entered the room and greeted the young master. She immediately asked about the progress of the Heavenly Region gathering place. He checked his tablet and replied, The population of the Heavenly Region gathering place is increasing, but it's not stable yet. However, some companies have already sent their staff for long-term assignments. The woman was Xu Qingqi, the head of the Explorer Association's Black Bone World branch. She turned and said to the assistant, Our Southern Sky Group has only established a company branch within the Wasteland Labyrinth. Beyond this, we have not established any branches in the external gathering points. We must always remember Mr. G's philosophy. Even if we eat the meat, we must leave at least a sip of broth for others. He stood upright and replied, Yes. Xu Qingqi asked again, Is there anything else? The assistant checked the tablet again and said, Let me check. While waiting, she propped her hand up and admired, That's really fast. Xu Qingqi suddenly remembered her colleague, the mayor of Yuzhou Base City, who had a term of 8 years. After Mr. G won the new election by an overwhelming margin, she was assigned as the head of the Explorer Association branch in the Black Bone world. Half a year had passed, and it had been over a year since young Gao Peng left. How was he doing now? Just then the assistant hesitated, interrupting her thoughts. Young master, someone saw a monster 3 days ago in the Black Mist mountain range that fled into the Heavenly Region. Xu Qingqi was puzzled about the Black Mist mountain range. An inexplicable sense of unease suddenly welled up in her heart. The Black Mist mountain range was 5 times larger than the Heavenly Region, and it was rumored that not only were there many Emperor-grade monsters but even King-grade monsters resided there along with the wasteland plains. Xu Qingqi immediately ordered more drones to be deployed to strengthen security, and the assistant replied, Yes. Returning outside the wasteland labyrinth, a guard was dozing off. Suddenly something appeared in the distance, startling him awake. What is that? The guard, clearly seeing it, shouted in surprise. It's an Emperor-grade monster. He trembled and slumped to the ground, continuing to shout, It's an Emperor-grade monster. Warning, quickly warn everyone. A few minutes later, the alarm sounded from the loudspeaker. Level 7 alert, an Emperor-grade monster? Someone asked in a panic, What's going on? Why didn't the front gathering point issue any warning? The people inside the labyrinth rushed out in a torrent. What was the use of receiving a warning from the gathering point just now? The Emperor-grade monster was already in front of them. The gathering point was surely destroyed. What should they do now? Was the labyrinth's defense sufficient? They heard there were no Emperor-grade familiars in the base city. Even if they came, they fundamentally couldn't stop it. It's okay, someone said. They went to call the captain. If it really doesn't work, let's just leave. Li Dawei, observing from the top of the city wall, saw the giant bear and immediately radioed, "It's here." The bear smashed the ground with its foot and hurled a large rock into the sky. Then the bear forcefully threw what it held in its hand towards the labyrinth. Li Dawei immediately ordered the familiars below, "Familiar team, prepare to attack." They opened their mouths and unleashed energy to shatter the rock. "The target has been destroyed. Continue to block the fragments. Not a single broken rock fragment must fall into the base city." The bear roared when its attack was blocked. Li Dawei immediately announced, "The target is enraged." Everyone quickly assumed defensive positions. Just then, someone approached him and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Please open the gate. I'll take it from here." Li Dawei immediately replied, "Yes." The labyrinth gate slowly opened and giant shadows gradually emerged from within. The animated statues stood poised for battle, their eyes glowing simultaneously. The Guan Yu statue rode onto the battlefield and leaped from its horse and soared into the sky at an opportune distance. The Guan Yu statue wielded its spear and flew into the sky, its single strike causing the giant bear to roar in pain before it could react. Another animated statue approached and shouted loudly, "Hey, take my assassin's attack." He brandished his twin sword, sending the bear to the netherworld. The bear instantly collapsed, its massive body falling to the ground, blood splattering from its wounds. Someone standing above the labyrinth saw this and exclaimed in surprise, "It was killed in an instant." It was killed in an instant. The person who had just entered the battlefield slowly walked out and said to the two general statues, "Two masters, thank you for your hard work. Please return now." People whispered and asked each other, "Look who's here." It turns out that person made a move. "Who is this person?" A knowledgeable person quickly replied, "He is the mysterious young master's disciple from Southern Sky Group, and a rising star the group is currently nurturing. He is Li Junzhang, the head of the Southern Sky Group's familiar master 2nd Battalion." Just then, a four-winged bird flew into the Black Mist mountain range. It hovered in the sky trying to enter the cave. Finally, the bird knelt and greeted the presence before it, "Your Highness Juyu." Juyu Minkyu heard the report and was greatly disappointed. "You failed the mission, then did you clearly see the human's trump card?" the bird replied. "The pattern bear was instantly killed by two king-grade familiars." Juyu Minkyu heard this and fell into deep thought. "So that's how it is? Does this mean at least two king-grade familiars are secretly cooperating?" A voice contained a sneer. "No matter how many trump cards they have, they're only Emperor-grade at most." The grudge between Juyu Minkyu and humans began 2 years ago when humans first appeared in the Black Mist mountain range. Juyu Minkyu disregarded humans like insects. Juyu Minkyu felt that he was the king of the Black Mist mountain range, and perfectly suited to be the overlord here. For many years, countless monsters had tried to usurp his position, but they all ended up burned to ashes at the bottom of the volcano. The human familiar master's growth rate was much faster than expected. They knew how to use all sorts of traps and they knew how to cooperate, causing monsters in the Black Mist mountain range to die continuously. Thinking of this, Juyu Minkyu stretched his body, flapped his wings, and stirred up a hurricane. "I drove those damned humans out of the Black Mist mountain range that year, and now they're back again. I'll go check it out myself. Why are these humans being so arrogant?" With that, he soared into the sky, not forgetting to instruct the young birds, "I'll be out for a while, so you all wait in the nest. Don't wander around freely." They all replied, "Understood." Juyu Minkyu flew straight to the Wasteland Labyrinth. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Southern Sky Hotel within the Wasteland Labyrinth, the lights were still on. Shu Qingqi kindly asked the person opposite her, "Does the food suit your taste, young master?" Young master Gao Peng chewed and replied, "Not bad. Why hasn't the food I brought arrived yet? Why is it so late?" "Junzhang, go and rush them." Li Junzhang approached and explained, "Teacher, this Emperor-grade monster meat is very difficult to handle. It can only be cooked with the fire of a king-grade familiar. Although it can be cooked at high temperatures, the taste won't meet everyone's expectations," he happily said. "Don't worry about it, it's all trivial. Instead, Junzhang, you've grown quite a lot, haven't you? The youngest familiar master commander in Southern Sky Group. You must continue to work hard," he humbly replied. "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, teacher. Although I was absent on a mission when you returned to Southern Sky last time and couldn't meet you in person, I've always practiced the training methods you left behind, so I think I'm living up to your teachings." Li Junzhang curiously asked, "But this time, teacher, why did you specifically come to the Wasteland Labyrinth?" Gao Peng replied softly, "This time I've just been out for a long time, so I came back to take a look and also to see the development of the Wasteland Labyrinth." He secretly thought to himself, "If I could ask Ban Da Hai to place the divine brick here to make this a trouble-free base, I would feel at ease." Thinking of this, Gao Peng felt a little tired, but after placing the divine brick he would still have to modify the environment and terrain with the infinite cycle labyrinth, which would truly be a bit cumbersome. Just then, Shu Qingqi approached and spoke. "Young master, I have something to report." He turned and asked curiously, "What is it?" She frowned slightly and said, "This labyrinth seemed to have been protected by a mysterious force before, but that protective barrier suddenly disappeared half a year ago." However, Gao Peng calmly said, "Understood. I'll handle this matter." He constantly felt uneasy inside. "I hope she doesn't find out that Ban Da Hai took the divine brick to create a new labyrinth." Suddenly, an alarm sounded. breaking the peaceful atmosphere. Li Junzhong turned around vigilantly and warned, "Everyone on the road, get back." People were confused and didn't know what was happening. "Why is the alarm sounding again?" "It's okay, that monster yesterday is already dead, right? Let's go up to the city wall and see together." They didn't get a good look yesterday, but the continuous alarms made one person open their mouth nervously. "Wait, how many alarms have sounded?" Only then did people become frightened. Someone cried out in terror. "Level 8 alert, an Emperor-grade monster." They fled in a panic. "Quickly move aside, don't block me, run." "What are you standing there for?" Li Junzhong looked at his phone notification and was terrified. "What? An Emperor-grade bird from the Black Mist Mountain Range has come?" Shu Qingqi saw Gao Peng still calmly eating and advised softly, "Young master, how about eating after defeating the Emperor-grade monster?" He put his fork down on the table, smacked his lips and said contemptuously, "It's just one Emperor-grade, what's the big deal? Why is everyone like this?" Gao Peng slowly wiped his mouth and solemnly said to her, "Junzhong, you are now a leader-level figure in the base city, so don't be so rash." With that, he flicked his finger and summoned a familiar. Hanbing Chiaxa immediately appeared and asked, "What is it?" Gao Peng adjusted his glasses slightly and said, "The Emperor-grade monster nearby is that sparrow from the Black Mist Mountain Range. I remember your relationship wasn't very good." He crossed his arms, lifted his chin and said, "Not very good relationship, still an old neighbor, we should treat him well." Juyu Minkyu hovered high above, saying with a hint of contempt, "Remember, this place used to be Hanbing Chiaxa's territory, but now it's a human gathering place." He snorted softly. "I haven't seen that little cat in a while, maybe it ended up on a human's dinner table." Hanbing Chiaxa heard this and was full of resentment. Without a word he flew directly up to confront Juyu Minkyu. Hanbing Chiaxa greeted awkwardly, "Hello, long time no see." That fellow looked at him in great surprise. "You?" Juyu Minkyu shouted in disbelief. "You've become a human lackey, disgracing all of us monsters." Hanbing Chiaxa, finding the words too accurate to refute, could only scratch his head and remain silent. Juyu Minkyu suddenly attacked. "Die!" He flapped his wings, creating a fire tornado that could burn everything around him. However, Hanbing Chiaxa was not afraid at all. Instead, he retorted arrogantly, still as impatient as that year. He summoned sharp ice shards ready to meet the opponent's attack. Juyu Minkyu's flames dissipated as soon as they touched the ice shield. He looked at it with a slight surprise. It blocked it. When did this guy break through to Emperor-grade? Juyu Minkyu once again harbored greed. "It just so happens I haven't eaten an Emperor-grade monster's brain in a while." However, before he could launch a second attack, half of his body was frozen. Juyu Minkyu's eyes widened in surprise. The Hanbing Chiaxa in front of him suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and Juyu Minkyu was pushed back a step, spitting blood as he was driven by the pillar of light and fell to the ground. Juyu Minkyu was still dumbfounded. The Hanbing Chiaxa in front of him became huge and majestic again, and he looked down at that fellow with an arrogant expression. Hanbing Chiaxa slightly raised his front paw and an ice rain immediately poured down on Juyu Minkyu. The previous attack instantly trapped him in a cold ice wall. Someone standing on the city wall shouted in surprise, "Is it trapped?" Juyu Minkyu frantically struggled, breaking a part of the ice wall, and people were scared again. "No, it broke out." Hanbing Chiaxa coldly repaired the broken part and said, "That's enough, stop." Gao Peng walked out and said arrogantly, "I told you to come after I finished eating. You didn't believe me, did you?" Juyu Minkyu's information slowly appeared. Monster name: Juyu Minkyu, monster grade, level 77, Emperor grade, monster quality, epic quality, monster attribute, fire type, dark type, monster abilities, netherworld flame level 6, sharp feathers level 4, hard beak level 4, monster weakness, ice type, monster characteristic, shatter. Juyu Minkyu is born in the netherworld and grows by devouring souls. Effect 1, passive effect. Juyu Minkyu's attacks deal double damage to soul entities. Effect 2, active effect. When releasing a shatter attack, it can unleash extremely strong power, causing immense damage to soul entities in an instant. Monster brief introduction. Juyu Minkyu resides in Hell and crossed over to the Black Bone world through a spatial rift. It enjoys eating monster brains, bathing in lava, and has a possessive personality over its food. Shu Qingqi was still dumbfounded. Juyu Minkyu was subdued. She and Li Junzhong looked at him with great respect, as expected of the young master. Suddenly, Hanbing Chiaxa felt something strange. He shouted in surprise. "This movement is strange." Juyu Minkyu, trapped in the ice wall, was struggling fiercely. Finally, that fellow broke its shackles. Hanbing Chiaxa opened his mouth wide. Over the years, that fellow has also grown stronger. Shu Qingqi and Li Junzhong called out to Gao Peng in terror. "Juyu Minkyu has escaped, young master, quickly retreat." However, he calmly flicked his finger and said, "No need to panic." Gao Peng secretly summoned his familiar, Aid Shawang. Act secretly. Immediately, Aid extended a black hand. Juyu Minkyu was instantly hypnotized, and he saw ghosts floating above his head. "What is this?" Juyu Minkyu flew around in confusion in the air, shouting, "Come here, damn it, why don't you die?" Gao Peng saw this and muttered to himself, "There's no need for Shawang to even make a move. Aid alone can kill that fellow." Juyu Minkyu finally lost all its strength and threw its exhausted body to the ground. He approached Aid and asked, "Do you clearly understand the current situation?" Shu Qingqi and Li Junzhong quietly exchanged glances. The king of the Black Mist Mountain Range has been captured again. Young Gao Peng's strength has become immeasurable. Juyu Minkyu proudly turned its head, still stubbornly saying, "I will never yield to you humans, dream on." Gao Peng chuckled softly. "Oh, is that so?" Aid, following orders, quickly extended a hand and summoned a specter. Juyu Minkyu saw this and his eyes widened in terror. "Only the wise are heroes. Despite his resentment, he still bowed his head and surrendered softly. Alright, I lost. Xiaowang instantly teleported, kicked Juyu Minkyu once and cursed. This sparrow really useless. I thought it could fight a few more rounds. Brother hasn't even made a move yet. Hanbing Chiaxa also sneered. Too weak, haven't you grown at all in all these years? I'm already level 78, and you're still level 77, he angrily shouted. If you're going to kill me, just kill me. What kind of hero humiliates me like this? Hanbing Chiaxa coldly raised his hand, forming a sharp ice blade. Then I shall fulfill your wish. At the brink of death, Juyu Minkyu suddenly remembered his 3 young chicks waiting for him to return home. Mom, he flapped his wings in a panic. Wait, I am the king of the Black Mist Mountain Range. I still have some use in the Black Mist Mountain Range. With that, Juyu Minkyu turned to Gao Peng and said confidently, I can help you control the Black Mist Mountain Range. It will take a lot of time and effort for you to cultivate new monsters to be the king of the Black Mist Mountain Range, and it will definitely not be as convenient as having me. Don't you humans prioritize profit? He heard that and thought it made sense. This Juyu Minkyu is quite intelligent, Gao Peng quickly agreed. Alright, our family's tavern is short one person to stoke the fires. You go and stoke the fires. He of course refused and jumped up exclaiming, I'm Emperor grade and you want me to stoke fires? He smiled and asked again. Why do you disagree? Aide behind him emitted a murderous aura. Juyu Minkyu felt a chill down his spine. This guy is saint grade, I can't possibly win. What about my children? In the end he knelt down in tears before absolute power. Suddenly Juyu Minkyu spoke. Wait, there are 3 more of my descendants at the entrance to the volcano in the Black Mist Mountain Range. Gao Peng's lips curved upward in regret. Descendants are indeed worth raising. He winked at Aide. Good Aide, go with him once. He's quite cooperative and obedient. As he spoke, Aide lifted Juyu Minkyu's foot like a small poultry, completely humiliating him. Put me down, I can fly by myself. Shu Qingqi approached Gao Peng, watching him see off his familiar, and hesitantly asked, Young commander, even if he surrendered because of his children, you already had the upper hand, so why didn't you deal with him directly? He replied in a low voice. There's no need. Threats and inducements work for low-grade monsters, but high-grade monsters are already intelligent, so you must treat them like capable and proud humans. Gao Peng crossed his arms and said arrogantly, First, we need to diminish their pride before we can use them. Shu Qingqi couldn't help but admire him upon hearing this. As expected of the young commander, although I don't understand what he's saying, he must have far-reaching vision. After seeing Juyu Minkyu's 3 chicks, Gao Peng's smile became even more cunning. He picked up one of the chicks and exclaimed admiringly, These little treasures are quite plump. Aide quickly grabbed Juyu Minkyu by the scruff of his neck, preventing him from moving further. Don't move around recklessly. Juyu Minkyu was furious but could do nothing. Damn it, Gao Peng continued to tease. These little Minkyus, does anyone here need one? Shu Qingqi bravely asked a chick, Will you come with me? The little bird chirped, calling for its mother. Mom, Juyu Minkyu under duress couldn't help but sigh. Go with her. Suddenly, a bad thought crossed his mind. Why do I feel like a big villain? These little guys will definitely benefit from following our Southern Sky group, understand? It's just work, right? Our treatment isn't bad either. A moment later, in the kitchen behind the tavern, the chef urged the others, hurry up. He even gave direct instructions. Number 2, thoroughly wash this blood dragon serpent meat. All the parasites inside must be washed out. Baldy, how did you boil the white plumage ostrich eggs on your side? Suddenly, a bizarre-looking insect crawled out of the snake meat, startling the chef. One of the small Minkyu chicks flew over, snatched the insect and flew away. The chick sat on a branch and swallowed its prey. Juyu Minkyu remained silent for a long time. Number 3 has made a blood pact with the chef and will now help humans in the kitchen to deal with parasites inside Emperor-grade monsters. Although Emperor-grade sounds a bit unjust, at least it's safe and doesn't have to worry about food and shelter. I remember the other 2 children. Number 2 made a blood pact with a human female subordinate, and Number 1 seems to have been sent to a human's grandfather. In conclusion, although it's a bit disappointing, it's better than losing their lives. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside. Manager Huang spoke. Director Gao asked me to take him away, he replied with a smile. Yes, I understand. No need for Manager Huang to personally come and tell me about such a small matter. Juyu Minkyu fell into deep thought. It's finally time to assign me. Juyu Minkyu thought with a hint of smugness. At least all my children have found places to go. It's a pity they couldn't all become that human's familiars. Suddenly he cried out of injustice. Was this my last thought? Manager Huang said to Juyu Minkyu. You can go now, he asked in disbelief. You're letting me go. He added an explanation. Yes, you can return to the volcano first. Someone will go to discuss the cooperation terms and methods with you in a while. Juyu Minkyu stammered. Then does that saint-grade familiar master have any other requests? Manager Huang immediately handed over a device. Right, Director Gao wanted me to pass on a message to you. Gao Peng's voice crackled through the device. Hurry back, with an appetite that big you'll soon bankrupt me. I can't afford to keep you. Aide raised his hand and released spiritual energy, slowly loosening the rope tied around Juyu Minkyu's neck. Confinement released. Only then did he realize when Aide had stood above him. Juyu Minkyu shot into the sky. As he passed Aide, he instructed the human. Treat my children well, although they're a bit silly, they're still very cute. Aide quickly replied, understood. After hearing Manager Huang's report, Gao Peng said, Good, I understand you've worked hard on this trip. Now old Huang, continue with your work. He nodded. Yes, Director Gao. After finishing the conversation, he stood up and muttered to himself, All right, the time has come. It's time to repair their labyrinth. As soon as Gao Peng left the room, Shu Qingqi stood and called out to him. Young commander, he asked, are you ready? She replied, yes, I was just waiting for you. Gao Peng's hand was enveloped in a thick layer of spiritual energy. He snapped his fingers and said, I just hope I don't surprise a few people later. Immediately, Ban Dao Hai appeared in midair. Shu Qingqi opened her mouth in surprise. Young commander, is this monster fish your new familiar? I haven't seen it before. Ban Dao Hai spoke arrogantly. Little lady, watch closely. Then he wiggled his fin and created a cube. Numerous yellow blocks appeared and began to assemble. She stared at it and asked with slight confusion, is this a Rubik's Cube model? Ban Dao Hai then took out another rectangular block and absorbed the patterns on it to create a temple. After finishing everything, he threw what he held in his hand forcefully to the ground. Go! The ground suddenly shook violently and people scattered in panic, fleeing outside. What's happening? Run away quickly. Other familiars also trembled and couldn't stand up. Run away quickly, Shu Qingqi asked with slight surprise. The tremors have stopped. Young commander, is it over? Gao Peng didn't answer immediately and said, tell her little sparrow to attack the labyrinth. She immediately ordered the little Minkyu. Go! It flew straight towards the wall in front, but the little Minkyu immediately fell to the ground. Stars spun around its head. Shu Qingqi still couldn't believe it. That light, the mysterious power of the labyrinth is really back. He then summoned Daisy. As long as it's not attacked by anything above Saint grade, its safety can basically be guaranteed, Gao Peng said to her. Grandfather called me back, so I'll leave this place to you and Junjiang. Shu Qingzi's respect for him grew even stronger, as expected of the young commander. Truly unbelievable. Gao Peng rode on Daisy's back, flying back, and couldn't help but admire the scene below. It's really bustling. As Gao Peng opened the door, he continued to wonder inwardly, there are so many people. Is grandfather hosting a banquet? The attire of the people seemed similar to that of the ancient tribes. He went to the living room to meet his grandfather. The chairman spoke. You're back, Zhaofeng, he replied softly. Yes, I just finished some repairs and returned. This time I also found a few stable evolution combinations, so I plan to distribute them to the lab to start work. Suddenly a stranger interrupted him. Is this your grandson? Only then did he see her, and numerous questions flooded his mind. Who is this grandmother with such extraordinary demeanor? She must have been a great beauty in her youth. Wait, this atmosphere, something's wrong. She then added something inexplicable. You resemble him greatly and also a bit like that person. The chairman coughed lightly. I told you my name is Ji Hanwu. I am not that person. I merely obtained a legacy from his ruins. You've mistaken me for someone else, Gao Peng interjected. Grandfather, this person, as he was somewhat embarrassed. Oh, this person. Before the chairman could finish, she introduced herself. I am from the White Dragon tribe. Gao Peng recalled the symbol of the White Dragon tribe, one of the 3 top-tier ancient tribes, right? He couldn't help but feel suspicious. He certainly didn't believe in coincidences. This tribe came to Yuzhou when the major tribes returned and signed an equal agreement with Southern Sky. I heard that White Dragon tribe people rarely appear in the outside world. They seemed uninterested in occupying Boneland back then. The Yuhu tribe neither helped nor did anything bad. So why are they suddenly coming to Southern Sky to find grandfather now? As soon as the high priestess saw him, she also realized he greatly resembled that person and showed a surprised expression. Oh, grandfather awkwardly said from the side, this is nothing to be proud of. I am myself. I am no one else. I am Ji Handong. He was slightly stunned by this remark. The high priestess, to avoid further argument, finally concluded, all right, you are Ji Handong. I believe you. He stood quietly, but in reality his mind was in turmoil. Sigh, as expected, grandfather's influence isn't small. Even the high priestess has to come and ask for help. Actually, we've come this time for a very important matter. In 6 days, an alliance meeting will be held in the Blazing World with all tribes above intermediate grade participating. Many things will be decided at this meeting, including our stance on Boneland. I believe you also know about the 9 heavens and 10 lands. If a war breaks out, then Boneland will inevitably become a base of attack. Gao Peng evaluated based on what he had heard in the Black Bone World. I heard that the ancient tribes were driven to the Black World because of resources. A base of attack, that doesn't sound good. Ultimately, they want to use this place as a stepping stone to gain military advantage. How could the high priestess not be worried? The tribe members don't want a war to break out in the Blazing World, that is the tribe's home territory now, so Boneland will inevitably be forced to become a battlefield. Then they will launch attacks from here and advance into the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He quickly understood the problem. This won't do. The 9 heavens and 10 lands are all our enemies. What exactly happened that year? She hastily explained. Although I don't know what the suffering here is, it's not as exaggerated as that. It's just that the current rulers of the 9 heavens and 10 lands don't want us to return. A moment later, he held a teacup and stood blankly by the lake. It was unclear what he was looking at. A voice reached him, and he turned to see his grandfather. Unable to sleep, Gao Peng called out, "Grandfather?" He couldn't believe this scene would happen. Thinking that Boneland would become a battlefield later, this news was frankly too shocking. The supermoon shone brightly, and he seemed to know everything. One side is all the ancient tribes, and the other side are the natives of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. I haven't heard of them. People are going to invade our home and make this a battlefield. His logic was very thorough, filled with a sense of powerlessness. The fight isn't just for oneself but for everyone, but we can't refuse. I'm alone. If I fight head-on, either side could kill me. Of course I could also take advantage of both sides fighting and not paying attention to others. Lead aids group to protect Yuzhou. But what about Chang'an region? What about other regions? Grandfather burst out laughing when he heard him say that. Why are you taking such a heavy burden? Then why don't we change locations? The square-faced man asked again. Change locations? Grandfather had another idea. He praised him for understanding the greater good and planning to escape to preserve strength. It's just that a gentleman's revenge even after 10 years is not too late. You can think from a holistic perspective. It seems the few years of training in the Black Bone world have really made you grow a lot. But as a leader, you must have a vision that transcends problems. If you can't win, then run. It's not a loss of face for the continued existence of civilization. Isn't there the Black Bone world? These ancient tribe people hide in the superimposed sea, so we can also hide in the superimposed sea. Gao Peng moved from one worry to another. First, let's put aside the superimposed sea. The Black Bone world can accommodate billions of people without issue, but moving billions of people is no small feat for us. Grandfather gave him advice. It was like saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Don't always try to do everything by yourself. Find a combined service. That's their job. Grandfather had long planned everything in his heart. Dog meat needs to be dipped in salted shrimp paste. Tomorrow I'll contact your uncle and tell the Alliance to prepare in advance. And for the tribe side, you and I will go to the Blazing World together to see what schemes those ancient tribes are really up to. Since Grandfather was his only blood relative, he always thought of Grandfather first in everything. A grandson worth his salt, worth raising with such care. Grandfather, the Alliance situation is complicated, so you must go personally. I can handle the Blazing World by myself. Who knew what would happen in the Blazing World? He couldn't let Grandfather be in danger. Ji Handong said nothing, but a warm smile played on his lips, and with a gesture that said he understood everything, he placed a hand on his shoulder, conveying confidence and care. My grandson has truly grown up. Go and come back early. He rode on Daisy's back, crossing the white snowy mountains with the High Priestess. The second day, near the Himalayas, he was still very cautious, meticulously observing every small detail. Bloodline White Dragon, legendary quality, level 69. This girl seems to be less than 20 years old, but she already has a peak Emperor grade familiar. She must have some background. In the snowy sky, a deep black rift suddenly appeared in front of them. One person reminded, passing through this spatial rift will take us to the Outer Dragon Archipelago. Daisy flew straight in without any fear. The scenery inside made people exclaim in awe. Sunlight pierced through the blue water and white dragons flew everywhere. Is this the Outer Dragon Archipelago? How could he miss the white dragons swimming in the lake? There are many dragon-type monsters here. It's somewhat similar to Dragon's Origin Valley, but the monsters here are more diverse and have a wider range of grades. Daisy was much larger than the white dragons, and when it landed, its imposing aura made the white dragons look up in awe. Landing, he lightly jumped to the ground and saw the High Priestess instructing a person, "Go back and train hard. Perform well at the tribal meeting so you don't embarrass your brother." The young boy replied obediently, "Yes, yes." Gao Peng opened his mouth and asked, "Grandmother, this place?" The High Priestess spoke in a cold and aloof tone as if trying to keep a mystery. "This is the island where the High Priestesses have lived for generations. I am the current High Priestess of the White Dragon tribe. You can come here before the meeting. There are no special rules here, but it's best not to wander around recklessly." He was slightly speechless. He had already sensed her extraordinary status early on. Suddenly, an action by the High Priestess completely puzzled him. As she gazed at the sky, a black-furred monster suddenly flew over. Its body structure was very unique. From head to beak it was a duck, and its body was like a lizard but tougher. When it met the High Priestess, it obediently approached and received her touch. This is a monster trained by the tribe. It can basically be considered a tribal familiar. Since it was trained in the Outer Dragon Archipelago from a young age, if needed, these monsters can also be quickly deployed to the battlefield. For some reason, it looked at him with half an eye and lightly planted a sign. The content would shock anyone who saw it. Juvenile with a criminal record, even a lifetime of wandering combined is less than 1 minute here. Is it the Yuhu tribe? How unfairly treated, High Priestess. I am usually a law-abiding good citizen. So that's definitely not me. The High Priestess highly praised him. Perhaps you also know that there are many people here who are hostile to Bone Land. Then she asked again. Why waste time and wander around unnecessarily? Do you know why? Gao Peng paused for a beat and replied fluently. I'm guessing it's because of the mature forms. The High Priestess was very satisfied and laughed heartily. Haha, to be able to think of this, you are indeed not as simple as you appear on the surface. She laughed heartily with joy. Haha, how can I not cherish meeting such an outstanding person? One reason was the extreme rarity of adult forms, and the sudden surge of power from her hands piqued the curiosity of others. However, there was another reason he was still unaware of. She was in fact summoning a monster. The system began operating. Monster name: Abyssal Azure Flood. Monster grade: level 86 Saint grade. A colossal dragon arrogantly raised its head, its body enveloped in a blue aura. He ceaselessly admired it from below. Abyssal Azure Flood. Epic quality, level 86. A sky-shattering roar startled him. It echoed from the forest. Ha! Something the naked eye couldn't quite discern nipped over the treetops with lightning speed. She hadn't just summoned one. Now a second appeared. A burly ape stood behind the high priestess. The system began loading. Monster name: mountain-splitting dragon ape. Monster grade: level 89 saint grade. He processed the information and fell into thought. Mountain-splitting dragon ape, legendary quality, level 89. Something clicked in his mind. The light no longer reflected in his glasses. Wait a minute, could it be? The burly yet dog-like cute creature reveled in her caress. That's right, both are my familiars. I'm also in adult form. Only then did he realize a fact. Are you also in adult form? Or are all high priestesses adult forms? His words surprised her too. You're really clever. You figured it out in a flash. She explained why. Actually, every high priestess, generation after generation, has been in adult form. Only adult forms could challenge for the position of High Priestess of the White Dragon tribe. For some reason, only one side of his glasses shone, or they didn't shine at all. The High Priestess can rest assured about Gao Peng's abilities. He has never disappointed anyone. Who would have thought you could have such a mind at this age? The gentle breeze stirred a deep sorrow within her heart. After evaluating this land, another wrinkle appeared on her face. Perhaps the tribe's current decline isn't solely due to the scarcity of adult forms. We've been stagnant for too long. I already know that some things are beyond our control. While all the people of Boneland were adult forms, there were few strong individuals capable of striking fear into other tribes. Tribes that caused trouble to the extent of human sacrifices, like the Yuhu tribe, were naturally extremely rare, but other tribes essentially harbored the same intentions towards the people of Boneland. To make it easier to understand, she gave an example. Many gazes were covetously staring as if to snatch what wasn't theirs. Yes, it's like a child carrying a gold nugget and walking alone at night. You can't possibly fail to understand the logic, can you? If the other party possesses something very valuable to me, and at the same time the power difference is immense, why wouldn't I act? This is no longer a moral issue. Gao Jianan was even more bewildered. You don't need to overthink. Currently they are not yet deliberately targeting Boneland. The core of this meeting is to discuss how to deal with the alien races behind the 9 heavens and 10 lands. According to calculations, Boneland's protective barrier would not last long either. By then Boneland would completely merge with the 9 heavens. The owner was helpless and said nothing, but why was he even more blank? Completely merge with the 9 heavens. Even without the High Priestess's explicit instruction, he, as a divine saint, could speak all languages. By then you might also meet young geniuses of your generation in the blazing world. It would be good for you to interact with your peers. Perhaps you could even make a few friends. From the long explanation, he only remembered the 2 words "make friends." He seemed excited already, but his expression was cunning. I really love making friends, Bai Dao rode his familiar, surfing the waves, achieving an overwhelming victory with incredible speed. The 2 brothers behind him were disheartened. We should have forfeited the match from the start. We lost again. Damn it, we never beat Brother Dao in a speed race on the sea. Haha, Brother Dao, at the intertribal meeting in 5 days you'll surely demonstrate your divine might and display the prestige of our White Dragon tribe to those smaller tribes. The man with a crescent moon tattoo on his forehead ceaselessly praised Bai Dao's achievements. Brother Dao's familiar has already broken through to Emperor grade. An Emperor grade familiar master at 26, who among those small tribes could rival Brother Dao? He feigned modesty on the surface, but in reality he was already soaring through the clouds. He seemed worried that showing off would give others a condescending impression. It's nothing special. Actually, in the world beyond, this level of talent is nothing. There are still many formidable people out there. The other person relayed his external knowledge to the other 2. He already felt like he was too famous. Brother Dao is right, there's a world beyond. This time I followed the High Priestess to the ancestral land and met someone named Gao Peng. He was also an Emperor grade familiar master in his early 20s. They were so astonished they couldn't recover. Really? That's amazing, Bai Dao, naturally consumed by jealousy, wore a complaining expression. HMPH, one person seemed to possess foresight and discovered something new. Hey, isn't that the High Priestess's island ahead? Is that person on the beach perhaps meeting our gaze? Gao Peng was suddenly surprised to see them. They were floating on the sea, and even though he was several kilometers away he could smell gunpowder. He felt that the people he faced did not welcome him. The man with a strand of hair swept to the right muttered, "A young Emperor grade familiar master in an adult form at that. In other words, he must have other familiars, and their strength won't be low." Brother Bai looked at it with displeasure, feigning ignorance and deliberately denying it. HMPH, who knows if that guy is really an Emperor grade familiar master? He shamelessly crossed his arms and slandered the elder. Truly, an empty vessel makes the most noise. The High Priestess has gone mad. Or perhaps she's deceiving us. He impulsively wanted to rush over and test his strength. Brother, I'll go test that guy's strength. He's just an Emperor grade familiar master, right? We have Emperor grades too. Bai Dao tried to stop him, but it was useless. Brother Bai, don't act rashly. He feigned danger, but who knew what he would do? Don't worry, I wouldn't be stupid enough to act directly. He sent ripples into the water and summoned a monster. A strangely shaped fish sensed the call. A monster of immense power surged out of the water. Brother Bai stroked the monster and the 2 seemed very intimate. Bai Dao glanced from the side. For some reason, its face appeared whiter than its body. Aoshin is the king of the Aqua Dragon clan. To be honest, he also possesses Emperor grade strength. The big-headed monster Brother Bai placed all his hopes on it. Aoshin wait you Bai Dao also wanted to alleviate his worries. After all, who likes seeing others do better than them? Alright, let Aoshin go test him. Even if something happens, both are Emperor grade. I'm not afraid of him, am I? Alright, after a long discussion, Brother Bai eventually sent it forward. Aoshin go. It rushed towards the island where he stood with lightning speed. Suddenly a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that reconnaissance habit again? Gao Peng didn't take it seriously. How uninteresting. I won't pay attention to them anymore. He snapped his fingers and a muscular familiar appeared. Shao Wang, catch 2 fish for dinner. Do well and you'll get a reward. Shao Wang was excited and wanted to leave immediately. What? Fish for dinner? Leave it to me. I'll definitely catch a big one. He descended into the sea calmly and slowly. Let's see, since it was originally a duck, swimming in the water was natural. Huh? They had already met eyes, so who was looking for whom? The monster was wandering deep in the water. Found you, you scoundrel. Shao Wang crouched and bent its body like a leaping athlete. Life-weary, it's provoking. Shao Wang, how dare it attack me? Golden Flame Domain. While he didn't understand what was happening next to him, water surged like a waterfall. I'm up. Accidentally, a small fish jumped out of the sea, landed on his head and bounced off again. The situation ahead is tolerable. It's just catching fish. This commotion is too big. The waves swirled, becoming even more violent than before. Bai Dao felt uneasy from the side of the situation. Something seems wrong. The 2 brothers rode their familiars closer. Brother Shao, what's wrong? Bai Dao, having never encountered such a situation, was flustered. Brother doesn't know either. I didn't tell Aoshin to make such a big fuss. He impulsively continued to delve underground. No, I'm going to see. He luckily stopped Brother Bai in time. Calm down for brother. If anything happens, brother will be killed by father. Brother Bai was helpless, but brother Aoshin, he had no choice but to shout at his familiar to call Aoshin back. If we stay here, everyone will be ruined. He hurriedly urged everyone. Guys, let's retreat first. Others in the distance also quickly fled. Alright, let's go. This is testing and challenging. Bai Dao pulled his younger brother with all his strength. Let's go. Why are you standing there stunned? Brother Bai shed tears. The basic signal was cut off when he faced his familiar. But brother Aoshin isn't responding. Unlike the previous sentence, the next sentence showed his competitive spirit towards Gao Peng. Don't pay attention to it anymore. An Emperor grade familiar master over 20 years old is meaningless. He's just Emperor grade. There's still a long way to go. We'll see whose familiar, mine or yours, reaches Saint grade first. He stood gallantly with his hands in his pockets. Ha, why are they leaving? Shao Wang boasted his achievements to him in just a few minutes. Gao Peng. The fish is too big. I caught a very big fish. He carried the big fish on his shoulder like he was in a weightlifting competition. He expressed interest. Good job, good job. Just when he thought it would stop there, an unexpected piece of news came from the system. Monster name, Aqua Dragon Clan. Monster status, deceased. He was momentarily speechless. This is an Aqua Dragon Clan. He threw the monster to the ground and recounted his grievances, claiming he was bullied. Gao Peng, listen to me. I saw this guy secretly lurking in the water, and as soon as I went down it attacked me. HMPH, unfortunately, it's no match for this great being. Quickly, should we grill it or steam it? He adjusted his glasses like a detective, uttering words that created a gloomy atmosphere. Shao Wang, do you know you've made a big mistake? Shao Wang scratched its head, trying to figure out what mistake it had made. It was clear that this dinner was gone for today. Immediately, it was hit on the head. How can you eat fish without fish soup? Go quickly and start a fire. It was truly a familiar, no different from a servant. It scurried away. I'll go. He was still thinking about other things. Were those the young people of the White Dragon tribe just now? How interesting. Soon, the sun turned orange. It was unclear if Shao Wang had added a touch of freshness to the fish soup pot. Gao Peng, dressed in splendid clothes from who knows where, reclined on a chair as if on vacation. Shao Wang, isn't it ready yet? People were still busy. What's the rush? Look at this big piece of meat. If you're in a hurry, have some soup. He hadn't even eaten yet, but he felt sleepy. He kept stretching and waving his arms, but still didn't go to the fish soup pot. Alright, I'll go see for myself. Judging by the color, it was so appetizing it made his mouth water. Ah, the fish soup smells so good. Suen, bring me some chopped green onions. The jellyfish brought a jar of chopped green onions with its tentacles. Gao Peng again played the role of a 5-star chef. While others practiced sprinkling salt, he displayed his skill at sprinkling green onions. A bowl of fragrant soup cleared his and the jellyfish's nostrils. Just as he had served a bowl, someone else's call interrupted the atmosphere. Young Master Gao, why are you always so sullen when you meet people? Bai Dan, why is it you again? He received the news quickly. He's already here to greet me. I heard yesterday that a distinguished guest arrived in Yuzhou Bay City. I suspected it was you, but last night you must have been tired from your journey, so I didn't disturb you directly. They clasped hands and exchanged greetings. He looked excited as if children were going out to play. Oh, you're too kind. We're good friends, so you're always welcome. He agreed. That's right. We're good friends. Why did he suddenly become so kind? He handed him a bowl of fish soup. You've really come at the right time. My familiar caught fresh fish today. I just opened the pot and you're here, so have some. I haven't even had this bowl yet. He picked up the ladle and showed him the soup. Look, a fire was just right, wasn't it? Bai Dan was curious. He looked at the bubbling fish soup pot and a question popped into his mind. This fish shouldn't be low grade. It might even be emperor grade. Where did Gao Peng catch it? With Asuan's help, putting green onions into the bowl was quick. He wondered what kind of trick he would play next. Come, this bowl was just served, so you drink this fresh bowl. It made him blank and filled him with questions. He just handed him this bowl, then took it back and exchanged it for another. It wasn't forced at all. He brought the soup bowl to his mouth but dared not drink it, but he eventually decided, all right, for the sake of face I'll take a sip. He showed all sorts of interest. Is it delicious? How does it taste? He had only taken a sip, but an essence seemed to flow through his entire body. Why was he so versatile? This taste is also very fresh. I've never heard in Boneland that you, Gao Peng, have such amazing cooking skills. Gao Peng unexpectedly smiled passionately like a Miss Queen attending a charity event and invited him, bringing the soup bowl to his mouth. If it's delicious, have another bowl. Have some meat too. At this moment he could no longer maintain a calm expression. In the end he couldn't resist the temptation of warm food. He mindlessly finished a bowl of fish soup. Since I'm here, light radiated from his entire body, and his face wore a slightly villainous expression as he mumbled a few words. His words made him choke on his soup and spit it out. Hey, the Aqua Dragon clan is still dazed. He quickly ran to bring him paper to wipe his mouth. Oh, look at you, such a big adult. Why are you so careless? Shall I bring you some paper? He surprised others every time. Gao Peng's face darkened and he broke out in a cold sweat. That's right, the Aqua Dragon clan isn't a familiar that attacks humans first, is it? Badan felt his brain short-circuiting. Oh right, Gao Peng, what exactly do you want to say? He just smiled, not forgetting to say something meaningful. Yes. I also thought I remembered wrong. I thought your tribe raised them the most, so you must be very familiar with them. He held the soup bowl in his hand and continued to chatter incessantly. The Aqua Dragon clan is strong but gentle in nature, moreover. They've been raised in our tribe for a long time, so they're very friendly with humans. They certainly wouldn't without reason. By this point he felt something was amiss. His whole body stiffened, staring at the bowl of soft-fleshed, sweet-boned soup. Wait. The pieces of flesh floating in the pot further solidified his conjecture. He gasped, could it be an upgrade? Seeing Xiaowang display its grilled fish skewer cooking skills, he seemed to have transcended the shape of this fish fin. He hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Gao Peng, you? He kept waving his hand, trying to divert the topic. I just asked because I was curious, because that guy attacked my familiar first. Now, even breathing felt difficult. Peeved, he clapped at his skillful movements. He drank it in one gulp. Wow, amazing. He immediately knew that he couldn't be friendly with this newly met person. He had fallen into a trap, and now he didn't even have time to be angry. Gao Peng, you bastard, you deliberately set me up, didn't you? He was indeed as cunning and treacherous as the rumors said. He held a grilled fish skewer, took a breath, and deliberately brought it close to his face. Oh, you can't say that. Don't you think this tastes good? No one expected him to quickly snatch it from his hand. It's too late, so let's go all the way. Bai Dan munched on the piece of meat. It's delicious. Unlike the expressions of the two, Xiaowang stood blankly. Gao Peng provoked. Or how about we bet on who can eat more? HMPH. Even though his mouth was full, he was still defiant. A bet is a bet, he sweated while grilling the meat. He still didn't know what was about to happen. Am I really this good? These two are so exaggerated with their eating. Clearly Xiaowang did everything alone from start to finish. But now they've been shouting from dusk until the moon is high in the sky. So little meat and they eat so much? Come back to me, both of you. Both were leaning comfortably in their chairs. He had eaten so greedily that his stomach was about to burst. Asuan approached to comfort him. Xiaowang was so hungry that he was no longer friendly. Where did this guy come from to eat so much? Bai Dan spoke of important matters, but he was completely engrossed in eating. I forgot to ask. What happened between you and Bai Dao's group? Of course there's no point asking him. Who knows? I don't know them. He noticed that guy was a jealous one. I can pretty much guess. That Bai Dao fellow, although he's emperor grade, his strength is far inferior to yours. How could he be so arrogant? So he was born with a silver spoon. But his father, Bai Gilwan, is one of the hunting squad commanders of the tribe, so he could be considered a high-ranking official. He introduced that Bai Dao's family was also quite influential. His familiar, the water dragon ghost, had already reached the peak of emperor grade and could break through to saint grade at any time. Moreover, several allied families by marriage also held significant power. The calculations were already in his head. Let's deal with the first one first. Those people are of course not worth my attention. This friend, however, became friendly in the blink of an eye. What trick are you up to? This was the phrase he had been most looking forward to hearing. Don't worry. If they bother you, I'll definitely help you. After all, I've eaten some of this meat too. By the way, are you going to the tribe's trade fair tomorrow? Where couldn't Gao Peng go? Weren't trade fairs only for your tribe members? Bai Dan insisted on taking him. Actually, this trade fair is held once a month. Not only our White Dragon tribe, but also people from other nearby tribes all come to sell young monsters and gathered resources. You're definitely fine. His smile was very cunning. Then I guess I'll have to go take a look. He always feared him and threatened him to restrain himself. No, don't give me that smile. I'm a very evil person. Before leaving, Gao Peng bid farewell to the High Priestess. Then we'll depart first. Naturally, he earned a bad reputation. She admonished him to be careful, unaware that he had been ambushed yesterday. Go, that young Dan is quite thoughtful, so be careful not to fall into any traps. He was angry, but could only speak softly. I don't know who's suspecting whom. As soon as he turned his head, his attitude changed completely. All right, it's my fault, okay? Let's go. The High Priestess watched the monster carry them away from below. It flew forward like an arrow, crossing mountains and gliding over the sea. He briefly introduced him to the items for sale. Our tribe holds a trade fair on a small island at the beginning of each month. We basically sell monster corpses and young monsters harvested this month as well as gathered resources. If you have anything to sell, you can also participate. The most common currency at the trade fair is monster essence cores. Ideas constantly popped into his head. He never did anything in vain. Or should I entrust it to the great altar of the great altar? Monster corpses purchased at the trade fair would be disassembled and processed, then sold at a higher price. But he hesitated for a moment. It's not that he couldn't do it, but to achieve the best effect, or should he give up? Too conspicuous a trade would cause unnecessary problems. Moreover, digesting the bloodline purification and soul purification takes time. Even gaining too much won't speed up digestion. Indeed, you need power and money. He smiled inwardly, thinking he already possessed the economic elements. But the most important thing is that we're not short on money. This made him freeze in place, fearing that he was plotting to bring him down. Is this guy thinking of something else ridiculous? He quickly turned and reminded him. It's still best to be cautious. Gao Peng, I don't know what you're thinking, but I have to say this. This area is jointly managed by several tribes. If anything happens, it'll be difficult for our White Dragon tribe to explain, so you'd better behave yourself. He presented evidence that left him speechless. Don't worry, I'm a very good person. My house even has 3 citizen commendation banners from Chang'an and Yuzhou. After chatting for a while, they had already arrived. That's the destination down there. Cautiously stepping onto the ground, the atmosphere was lively. Numerous monsters were flying in the sky. So many people. As soon as they entered, they heard 3 shops in a row advertising Suhola. It nourishes yin and yang, benefits the kidneys, and is good for the skin. The feces and urine of the tiger-striped thunderhorn beast from the Blackwater Sea are top-grade resources for water element spiritual energy training. The core of Dugu Cloudgrass gives water element familiars a certain chance of mutation activation. As Gao Peng stood observing the herbs, the system immediately provided information. Resource name, Dugu Cloudgrass Heart. Resource introduction. By combining the Dugu Cloudgrass Heart with the feces and urine of the tiger-striped thunderhorn beast, and using the fresh urine of the golden-eyed blood serpent and the internal organs of the deep-sea luo, a mutation potion can be concocted. It has a very powerful mutation effect on tortoise-type water element familiars and monsters below Saint grade. He thought to himself about his role. Truly amazing and formidable. How interesting, how very interesting. Protagonists in novels always pick up treasures in mysterious places like wholesale markets. I have a system, so even if I'm not the protagonist, I can at least be an important character. Perhaps I can also find some serendipitous encounter. Bai Dan, already experienced, bypassed the sellers outside. He pointed to the shop ahead. All the goods outside are ordinary. Let's go inside our shop. He enthusiastically wanted to be an interpreter. By the way, do you know our tribe's script? Shall I translate for you? But he already knew the script and came here. Don't worry, I've learned your common script in the Black Mist world. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, moreover, most of the shops here are run by high-ranking individuals from our tribe or other tribes. The prices are a bit high, but the quality of the goods is relatively good. I thought it was important, but who doesn't know this? The first thing that caught his eye was something in a cage. The system automatically updated, allowing him to choose. Monster name, Dragonfin Serpent, monster grade, level 26 commander grade, monster quality, perfect quality. Bai Dan also had an eye for things. If a familiar of this quality were found in Boneland, major powers would fight over it like mad. A stone tablet-like object surprised him. Before the system could even scan it, he deduced based on some factor. A good item has appeared already. Item name, Vajra Divine Martial Tablet. Item introduction. The Vajra Divine Martial Tablet was born with the Vajra power of heaven and earth, condensing the essence of metal from war. It is extremely sturdy, capable of destroying anything. There are almost no items on earth that can destroy it. The price tag was already displayed. 1 Emperor-grade Monster Essence Core or 20 King-grade Monster Essence Cores. He carefully considered how to get the most advantage. This price is theoretically not low. After all, Emperor-grade Monster Essence Cores cannot be easily taken out, but the shop owner probably doesn't know the true efficacy of this item. Otherwise it wouldn't be sold so cheaply. Gao Peng was mature beyond his years and thoughtful, carefully calculating everything he did, completely devoid of youthful rashness. However, judging by his attire, he clearly came from Boneland like himself, and casually taking out an Emperor-grade Essence Core would definitely cause a stir. As he hesitated, he saw Bai Dan standing by. Yes. He put his arm around Bai Dan's shoulder, showing familiarity, and looked at him with deep eyes. Brother Bai Dan, help me out. Now he's on guard. What are you doing? Just say it honestly. He smiled, pointing at the stone tablet, and with his other hand he held out an Emperor-grade Essence Core to him. Take it, okay? Without even knowing if the other person would agree, he darted outside and poked his head back in, saying, my good friend, I'll wait outside. He stood stunned for 5 seconds as if doused in cold water, overwhelmed by his psychological manipulation. Gao Peng quickly ordered the rare item. The trade fair of the 9 heavens and 10 lands is really not bad. You can even unearth treasures. A moment later he heard someone call his name, Gao Peng. He asked him if he hadn't even brought out 1 stone tablet. It's done, but this thing is too heavy. The shop assistant said we could hire a transport beast to carry it to the port. Do we need it? He snapped his fingers and Esuin appeared. Surely he's not planning to make him carry this, is he? Is he kidding? No need. Who would have imagined? Asun opened its mouth wide and sucked in the stone tablet, as if it had just eaten its fill. Buy? Dan's curiosity returned. Why did you buy this tablet? He replied vaguely. To guard. He clicked his tongue helplessly and moved on, otherwise they would argue again. Do I look cheap? Gao Peng walked in front, and he followed behind, scratching his head, not daring to act. Although he was very curious why he spent such a large sum to buy this stone tablet, it was better not to ask. Suppressing his anger, he knew that if he found out the answer, he wouldn't be able to resist the urge to punch someone. He knew himself well, hence that expression. Xiao Wang was leaning comfortably in a chair using his hands as a pillow. He looked really relaxed. Before anyone even arrived, a voice was heard. He heard his brother's voice and sprang up, waking from his sleep. Xiao Wang were back, returning from outside. He was so dumbfounded he couldn't speak. In addition, Asun was spitting out all sorts of odds and ends from his throat. Yes, Gao Peng picked up the items he had already calculated. This too, and this too. He thought it was something important and was slightly disappointed. Did you call me to see this? As he carried the bag, Xiao Wang also scurried after him. It turned out he was preparing for his familiar's advancement. As I told the High Priestess before, this advancement might cause a big stir anyway, so with the High Priestess's protection she can prevent unnecessary problems on our behalf. He hadn't even discussed it yet, but he was already asking others. Xiao Wang, are you ready? He was flustered and at a loss. What? Who's advancing? He turned and reassured him that no matter how difficult he would overcome it. Don't make a fuss. This advancement process will be a bit bloody and painful, so you need to be mentally prepared. Xiao Wang followed him. The way he prepared his tools was like a surgeon. He poured a measured amount of blue solution and stirred it with his hand to mix it evenly. After confirming everything was ready, he carefully inspected the solution again. When he finished, Xiao Wang added fuel to the fire. He created a clone and applied the freshly made yellow solution to a stone slab. He fanned with all his might to stoke the fire. Asun cheered in the middle. The first step was quickly completed. He couldn't lift the stone slab, so he called him. Xiao Wang, help me put this tablet on the bonfire. It was incredibly easy. He lightly lifted the stone tablet with one hand and placed it over the fire. He imagined himself eating it and grinned. Is Gao Peng going to roast this stone tablet and feed it to me? It felt like he hadn't eaten his fill for days. Xiao Wang drooled. It looks quite tasty too. Before he could react, he snapped his fingers and summoned his familiar. It's done. Yu Guang, come here. Holding a brush he had brought from home, it was unclear what he was planning to draw. As he lightly drew a line on Xiao Wang's belly, he was dumbfounded. What are you doing? His master was so adorable that he simply pointed with his finger without a word. Yu Guang, aim here, cut. He was like a bolt from the blue, unable to stop Yu Guang's fast speed. Wait. Following his instructions, the other two familiars cooperated smoothly. Yu Guang placed the tablet on Xiao Wang. Asun, let's stitch the wound together. The three of them each took on a task looking like a fight. It almost turned into a chaotic mess. His magnificent body with six-pack abs turned into a bulging belly with patched-up stitches, and he was extremely flustered. Sighing in relief, Gao Peng meticulously instructed. The advancement preparations are complete, so you might feel very drowsy in a moment. After a short sleep, everything will be fine. Just don't press the wound. He lay on his side, looking at the countless stars in the sky, unable to bear this embarrassing situation. I never imagined I'd get pregnant with a giant rock. If Xiaoyan finds out, my lifelong reputation will be ruined. I can't even bear this. He approached, stroked his head, and promised him not to worry. Don't worry, I won't call Xiaoyan. On the cliff, the High Priestess was guarding with her familiar. He turned and asked him what he was thinking. Banshan, what do you think? How can his style blend with others? I don't understand this operation. However, even if that duck's physical body is weak, it should have no problem digesting that stone. Even a small sound caught the High Priestess's attention. A tail appeared in the water, and in the darkness of the night its eyes glowed red, coiling around the mountain. The High Priestess went first, telling her not to disturb her. Banshan received the command, yes. A moment later he suddenly woke up. Xiao Wang's voice came even faster than calling. He was trembling. Xiao Wang, what's wrong? Thanks to the system, he could check the information. Monster name, Vajra golden armored duck evolving. Monster status, mildly injured. He quickly checked. Fortunately, no problems. With a single shout that shook heaven and earth, light burst from Xiao Wang's eyes. It was much more powerful than before. Even earlier generations like Banshan now had to pay attention. It could be seen clearly from a distance. It seems it's about to shed its skin. Do junior monsters these days have to cause such a huge commotion when breaking through to legendary quality? A round-headed monster unleashed its power fiercely, and yellow light burst forth all around. He waved his hand and the light spread around. Everything it passed was shattered, and a powerful light shot up into the sky, shaking the ground. Suddenly the Earth Dragon said, I thought you Banshan were breaking through to quasi-god, causing such a huge commotion. The Earth Dragon was enormous, and the small duck below was causing such a stir as it advanced. Elder One had no time to explain. I haven't reached the limit of quasi-god breakthrough yet. It will take quite a while. Xiao Wang was breaking through with all his might on this side, and dazzling yellow light brightly illuminated the entire area. Gao Peng worried on this side, thinking, hang in there, Xiao Wang. If you pass this stage, you can advance to mythical quality. He turned to the pajama-clad Banda Hai behind him and asked, how about it? A group of dragon monsters flew down from the sky. Gao Peng judged it to be very noisy. He seriously made a signal, thinking, now is not the time to worry about revealing trump cards. The most important thing is to protect Xiao Wang well. Gao Peng suddenly noticed something strange around him and asked, what is it? A water pillar shot up from the ground, scattering the monster horde, he said. The sacred water pillar scattered the dragon horde. He looked at the scattering dragons and said, "Have the monsters been driven away recently? Could it be that the High Priestess took action?" The High Priestess stroked the Earth Dragon's head, praising it. "Well done," the Earth Dragon also replied happily. "Don't worry, since you said so I won't let those little rascals get close." Suddenly, a brown metallic clanging sound was heard and Xiaowang appeared in a dazzling display. The notification window provided a description. Monster name: Vajra Divine Martial Duck. Monster grade 80 Emperor grade. Monster quality: mythical quality, mythical quality. Monster attribute: metal type. Monster abilities: Divine Martial Earth level 10, Strength Burst level 6. Monster characteristic: Divine Martial Force. Effect 1, passive effect. Each time it takes defense breaking damage it can activate a layer of Divine Martial Force, doubling all physical stats but not increasing constitution. Divine Martial Protective Force. Effect 1, passive effect. All elemental resistance attributes are increased. When actively activated it can form an elemental vacuum zone around its body. The Divine Martial Vajra region, having undergone thousands and tens of thousands of temperings, possesses transcendent power. Effect 1, passive effect, greatly increases endurance. Effect 2, passive effect, all body parts including internal organs and eyes have the same defense. Effect 3, passive effect, greatly increases willpower and improves resistance to all kinds of control such as temptation. Monster weakness: lacks long-range attack methods, has few attack methods against targets with soft control abilities, and requires enhanced soul defense. Monster brief introduction. The duck form of the Vajra Divine Martial Beast has a pair of wings, but its flight speed and agility cannot be described as strong. It is the legendary Ironhead Frog, possessing extraordinary strength and extreme defense. The path to upgrading to eternal quality is the Vajra Divine Martial Venerable. Gao Peng heard this and commented, "Indeed a fitting nickname." Xiaowang has truly become an Ironhead Frog now. With its defense greatly increased, there's no longer any worry about being killed in one hit before its horns accumulate. Moreover, its resistance to temptation has also increased. So this isn't a loss. He looked at Xiaowang and said, "Now you just need to stabilize the condition inside your body. It's a pity that only willpower was upgraded and soul strength wasn't enhanced. It would have been great if soul strength could also be enhanced." From the other side, the Earth Dragon commented, "This aura, is it mythical quality? Interesting." The Storm Ape also continued, "I want to have a match after it breaks through to Saint Grade." The High Priestess looked at the scene, her face pale with surprise. She looked at Gao Peng and Xiaowang below him and said, "Mountains and rivers change and talents emerge. 5 years do not spare a person," she continued. "Upgrading to mythical quality isn't just a matter of luck, otherwise it wouldn't even be considered mythical quality. Alright, let's go back." He turned and left. She turned with the full moon at her back and asserted, "Many people probably won't be able to sleep tonight." Gao Peng looked at Xiaowang and asked, "Where did the feathers on your body come from?" Xiaowang replied triumphantly, "That big dumb brute was using elemental power to create an illusionary cloak and walk around, so I learned a bit too. How about it, isn't it cool?" He heard that and immediately asked, "Then why don't you create an illusion on your head too?" Xiaowang replied with a strange expression, "Do you think I don't want to? The feathers on my head won't appear as an illusion." Xiaowang asked resentfully, "Gao Peng, why don't I grow hair even when I evolve?" Gao Peng glanced at Xiaowang's bald head, then stroked it and said, "That's because you're an Ironhead Frog. It's okay, when we go back I'll ask Southern Sky to get you a wig." Hearing that, Xiaowang was surprised and decided, "Good idea." Xiaowang asked excitedly, "Can I design my own hairstyle?" Gao Peng replied, "I'll give you a whole truck of hairstyles, whatever you want." From the other side, the High Priestess cleared her throat to draw attention. Only then did Gao Peng notice her. He habitually bowed his head and sincerely thanked her. "Thank you very much, High Priestess, for your help last night." The High Priestess also very politely extended her hand and said, "You're welcome. It's a good thing that you upgraded safely without causing any trouble. Our White Dragon tribe is very enthusiastic towards its friends." She extended her hand and continued, "This is last night's familiar, isn't it? Not bad. The commotion you caused last night was truly not small. The chief was also surprised and just now asked me to convey his desire to meet you all." She handed him a token. "In this old one's lifetime I have never seen a mythical quality monster general familiar, but today I met one and it truly pleases me. Consider this a gift from me to you." He accepted the token and asked curiously, This is," the High Priestess introduced. "This copper token can represent a bit of this old one's standing. Carrying it will make others somewhat wary." The High Priestess gestured to him and said, "The tree on the windy hill is easily swayed, so your talent is not bad, but I hope you don't perish young." Hearing that, Gao Peng thought, "I didn't expect the High Priestess to care so much about an outsider like me whom she has only met a few times." He also said, "Thank you for your concern, Senior. I still don't know your name." The High Priestess turned and said, "My name is Bai Yaya. The Ya is the Ya from Xiangya Ivory." He heard that and was surprised, thinking, the second son of the dragon, they say he has a strong personality, is bloodthirsty and warlike. The High Priestess is such a gentle old lady, but her name is so fierce. Gao Peng sat on the back of a flying bird soaring through the sky. He stroked Xiaowang's head and said, "It's all right. The touch is good too." Xiaowang nonchalantly demanded, "I want hair." Gao Peng said confidently, "It's okay, you'll get used to it if you keep shaving." Xiaowang was overcome with helplessness. Arriving in front of a small island, he said, "Below should be the island where the chief resides." A white-haired young man appeared to guide the way. "You are young Master Gao, correct? Please come this way," he replied. "Yes," the white-haired young man continued. "A chief has a bad temper, so no matter what he says later, just listen, don't interrupt." The white-haired young man led him to the entrance of a cave and turned to leave. "It's getting late, so I'll take my leave first." He slowly walked in, his footsteps echoing. Opposite him was the chief, whose hair had already turned white. He looked at the chief and thought, "Is this old man the chief of the White Dragon tribe?" Suddenly, the chief opened his eyes wide, and his solemn expression startled Xiaowang next to him. Unexpectedly, the chief yawned and waved his hand at him. At this moment he was bewildered. Does that mean I should leave? Why is this old man like this?" Leaving the cave, he was still in a daze, thinking, "He said he wanted to meet me, and he did meet me." Without saying a word, "What an eccentric old man." As he was leaving, a person with white hair called out to him from behind. "Gao Peng." The white-haired person waved his hand and said, "I haven't had a chance to congratulate you on your familiar's breakthrough yet. Have you met my father?" Remembering his father, the white-haired person admired, "You are truly amazing. To not feel pressure when talking to my father has a bad temper." He heard that and was even more confused, thinking, "Bad temper, it seems everyone is deceiving me." He handed over the badge the high priestess had given him and said, "By the way, the high priestess gave me a copper token and said I could take one item from the treasury. How do I use this?" Hearing that, the white-haired person was surprised and pointed at the badge, saying, "The high priestess gave you this? You are truly favored by the high priestess." The white-haired person carried Gao Peng on the back of a bird and flew, saying, "This is the high priestess's identity token, and it symbolizes our friendship with the White Dragon tribe. Very few people in our tribe possess this." Arriving, the white-haired person said, "It's right here. I can't go inside. I can only take you this far. There's a guard inside, so just show him the token later." Gao Peng scratched his head, thinking, "A guard? What kind of guard is here? I don't see any ghost shadows. Even up close I don't see any treasury-like building." Suddenly he was startled to see a huge shadow turn around. It was the image of a gigantic white dragon. Monster name, 5-clawed white dragon. Monster grade, level 87 saint grade. Monster quality, legendary quality, legendary quality. He immediately raised the token and mumbled inwardly, legendary quality. Could this be the guard? I need to show the token quickly." The white dragon opened its eyes wide and stared at the token, then turned abruptly and left. He was dumbfounded, thinking, left. Looking at the stone cave in front, he admired. The treasure vault is so well hidden. The guard just looked once and left. Smart. Looking at the stone cave in front, he evaluated. "So it's manual labor," he happily said. "All right." Going inside, he saw a blue glowing insect. He looked at the stone cave and thought, "Should I call this clever or foolish?" Seeing a fruit carefully preserved in a glass box, he asserted, "It's a true dragon fruit." He happily evaluated it. Not bad, a top-grade sacred item. It can increase the bloodline purity of dragon-type monsters below legendary grade, and after use, the chance of quality upgrade is very high. He looked around and admired. There's also top-grade water-wave dragon sprout grass, a fragment of the sky-piercing black dragon armor, and red skylight dragon scales. As expected of a major tribe, there are indeed many treasures. However, not many are useful to me, which is a pity. He recalled the images he had seen before and said, Ban Da Hai's prime quality was eternal, but now it has only recovered to legendary quality. Daisy, Ade, Xiaowang are mythical quality, he continued, recalling the appearances of his familiars. Xiaoyan, Abang, Chiaxa, Baipi, Asuan are all legendary quality, he continued to think. Moreover, Yuguang and Shaosai and Kisai are all epic quality. It's really annoying not to suffer a loss. I'll have to choose the dragon fruit that maternal grandfather will give me. It should be able to upgrade to legendary quality soon. A few days later, as Gao Peng was drinking water, the white-haired person came in and said, Gao Peng, the items your maternal grandfather sent have arrived, and there's also a letter. He smiled and said, Thank you, you've gone to a lot of trouble to come here specifically. In his heart, he thought, it seems the white dragon successfully upgraded. The white-haired person whispered in his ear, It's nothing special. I just saw Bai Dao and Bai Jia going to see the high priestess with their father. Only then did he think, I almost forgot about them. He happily said, Whether they go or not, this is the high priestess's island, not my home, so you don't need to tell me. Bai Shi entered and shouted loudly, Nonsense. He stood at the door and loudly said, This is the White Dragon tribe, not a chaotic place. Bai Shi's 3 family members confronted the white-haired person and Gao Peng. The white-haired person tried to mediate, asking, Father Bai Shi, why have you two come here? Bai Dao replied, We came to see the high priestess. The high priestess is currently indisposed. Bai Shi grumbled and loudly said, Indisposed? The high priestess just doesn't want to see us. HMPH, but it's okay. We can go ourselves. He immediately adopted a gentle expression. I heard that there's a young genius from the land who at a young age is already an emperor-grade Beastmaster. He seems far superior to our 2 useless sons. This old one is also old and couldn't sit still. So I wanted to meet him in person. Gao Peng heard this and guessed. Tisk, there's a sarcastic tone in this old man's words. He's truly a person with ulterior motives. People with good intentions don't come here, the white-haired person said worriedly. Father Bai Shi Gao Peng is a guest of our tribe and moreover, he is on the High Priestess's island, Bai Shi contemptuously said. White-haired one, you brat. Your father is the chief, but you are not. This matter today is not your place to intervene. There's no need to use the High Priestess to pressure me, he turned. Back when we fought for the world, we old folks fought with our lives. The chief did too and the High Priestess did too. We are brothers so we can discuss anything. As time passes, HMPH, the white-haired person angrily said. Father Bai Shi, no matter what, you must act with propriety. This is the High Priestess's island, and Gao Peng is the High Priestess's guest. Our white dragon tribe has never come to an ownerless house to bully a guest. The white-haired person stood in front of Gao Peng and continued. You are an elder of the tribe, so shouldn't you set an example for us juniors? From behind he thought. This white-haired person's words are soft yet firm. This old man probably won't dare to directly challenge him. This person has such skill. Bai Shi heard that and turned to reply. Your eldest brother only knows how to fight, and your second brother is somewhat clever but greedy and unwilling to give up anything. I thought your cunning father would have no successors, but unexpectedly I underestimated you before. He turned and said to Bai Jia. All right, lest others say this old one is bullying the juniors. Bai Jia, you go and ask whose good son your father is and also ask the High Priestess's guest, what kind of propriety is it for someone else to casually kill the familiar that the owner has invested so many resources, effort and care into cultivating? Bai Jia hesitated slightly, and he shouted, What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and go, Bai Dao persuaded. Chief, the High Priestess is not at home, so let's go back first. At this moment Gao Peng said, Oh, familiar, is the familiar riding dragon clan? This old man is talking about the one I hunted near here a few days ago. The white-haired person was surprised and shouted loudly. Wait, Gao Peng deliberately provoked. It tasted very good, thank you. The white-haired person helplessly rubbed his forehead. Bai Shi trembled with anger and said extremely arrogant. I heard before that this young genius was the High Priestess's lover's grandson, but this old one thought it was a joke. He immediately summoned a gigantic turtle and said, I heard that the Beastmasters of the land are all adult forms. Is this young genius perhaps truly the High Priestess's recognized successor? This old one has truly been rude. The white-haired person tried to defuse the situation from the front, shouting loudly, Is that true, Father Bai Shi? Are you going to fight in the High Priestess's territory? Gao Peng was still lost in thought. Unexpectedly, this old man gets so easily agitated at his age. It seems the interior is not as solid as a fortress. This white-haired person, although their relationship is one of mutual utilization, has been protecting me from behind since the conflict began. You pass for now, the white-haired person said to Bai Dao. Bai Dao, you were also there that day. Why didn't you properly explain to Father Bai Shi what happened? Bai Shi angrily cursed. You brat, this old one is still here, don't try to teach my son. A monster gathered water droplets, and immediately the water droplets flew towards Bai Shi's gigantic turtle. The gigantic turtle was hit and surprised. What? A white shadow landed on the ground, kicking up dust, and a pair of legs appeared in the dust. The High Priestess appeared majestically, and Bai Shi bowed his head and called out, High Priestess. Gao Peng smugly thought, I knew I wouldn't have to act. The High Priestess angrily reprimanded. Bai Shi, the reason I didn't see you was to give you a chance to handle internal affairs, but it seems you didn't need it. Your blindness to Bai Jia's spinelessness is due to the resentment of your years of insubordination. The High Priestess turned and warned Bai Dao, you had a chance to properly explain to your father. What stopped you? I am very disappointed in you. Bai Dao could only say, High Priestess, Subsequently, the High Priestess also apologized to Gao Peng. Gao Peng, this time we were in the wrong first, we cannot blame you. However, as I said before, the White Dragon tribe will not tolerate any threats. Gao Peng also politely replied, High Priestess, rest assured. Gao Peng is indebted to you and will surely repay the kindness. The High Priestess also turned and patted the white-haired person's shoulder, praising him. White-haired one, your actions were very good. This time, go to the alliance meeting with your second brother. The white-haired person happily replied yes. And she turned and left, leaving a final word. Everyone disperse. Until the alliance meeting is over, I hope such incidents do not happen again within our tribe. The white-haired person replied from behind, yes. Gao Peng rubbed his chin and said, Alliance meeting, it's probably going to be a tough fight. Returning home, he said, he really sent a letter. Maternal grandfather is so old-fashioned. He took a small card out of the letter. He was curious. There's a data card in the letter. Inserting the data card into the computer, he read, the White Dragon has upgraded to legendary quality. Don't read this. At the same time, the relocation plan has begun, and cooperation with the government has also been secured. The people of Washa are migrating to the Black Mist world, as expected of maternal grandfather's writing style. Concise, rough, few words, but rich in meaning. Looking closely, he suddenly realized something. Looking at the number of pages, he was surprised and asked, why are there 12,000 pages? Flipping through page by page, he was confused and asked, strange, each page only displays one sentence. Is it a format error? There's no way maternal grandfather's work style would have such an error. He clicked skip and surprisingly, something that startled him happened. A screen displayed the words, watch your mouth. He was curious. What does maternal grandfather mean? Today was the day of the alliance meeting. The familiars of Ramhar's courtyard gathered from all directions. Gao Peng looked around and asked curiously, is this the alliance meeting venue? The white-haired person urged him. Gao Peng, stop looking and follow quickly. The tribal people invited them. Elders of the White Dragon tribe, please come this way, his brother reminded. Third brother, you two are free to move around, it's best not to cause any trouble. The white-haired person replied obediently, yes second brother, your younger brother has everything under control so rest assured. Gao Peng was slightly displeased and asked again, how are we acting separately? No one answered him. He pushed him from behind, urging him, let's go, this kind of meeting won't end in a day or two, they'll talk their talk and we'll do our business. Bai Jia also chimed in from the side, that's right, that's right. The white-haired person led the way and introduced Gao Peng. The tribes living in Ramhar's courtyard are all Ramhar tribes. The chief's familiar is an 8-armed roaring snow giant, which is a peak emperor grade of legendary quality. Its quality is very high, ranking among the top in legendary quality. Suddenly, the two brothers of the Bai family turned around and looked at him critically. He still didn't know what was happening and asked, why are you all looking at me like that? A few seconds later, Gao Peng sneered, thinking, they're hinting at me again, how many times have I said I'm not an impulsive person? There's no trust between people at all. They continued to walk forward. The white-haired person crossed his arms and excitedly said loudly, my second brother came to the meeting this time. I think our father might be considering retirement. Honestly, he's been chief for 700 years, so my second brother should really show his face. As soon as he heard that, his face distorted and he muttered to himself, the chief has been drunk with power for 700 years, that's truly persistent. After that, he became lost in his own thoughts. The 3 top-tier tribes probably all have quasi-god level existences, but like nuclear weapons, quasi-gods are merely a show of force and won't be easily used. Therefore, the highest combat power available to the tribes at this alliance meeting will be Saint Grade. Gao Peng's eyes gleamed with cunning. In that case, theoretically, if I have a Saint Grade familiar, I'll have the same level of speaking power as the 7 Kings tribe, right? Suddenly, he saw something happening over there. A girl is surrounded by tribe members. Bai Qingyan, she's in trouble. Suddenly, the girl spotted him and shouted joyfully, hee Gao Peng. He bit his lip, sweating. Bai Yin nudged him from the side and whispered, is this your friend? He replied with a perfunctory smile, yeah, but inwardly he secretly sneered, I wonder if she'll still be smiling when she finds out her lineage later. Bai Qingyan approached Gao Peng and smiled, but her heart didn't seem happy as she said loudly, you've got some nerve daring to come all the way here. Seeing the people behind her glaring at him, he couldn't help but think to himself, she's in more danger. Damn it, one of the members of the same major tribe as her frowned and asked, Qingyan, who is that person? Bai Yin, as if witnessing something amusing, whispered to Gao Peng, what's wrong? This little beauty seems to be in trouble. Are you going to miss such a good opportunity to save a hero? He replied awkwardly, friend, I'm not a hero, and besides that person doesn't need me to save her either. Just then, Bai Qingyan stepped forward and scolded the person who had just been impudent. After a pause, she continued speaking in front of the other tribe members. Why are you so rude? Were you taught by your family to call elders by their names? Call her great ancestor. After speaking, Bai Qingyan put her hands on her hips and turned her face away, pouting. Bai Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. Great ancestor? He immediately whispered in his ear. Gao Peng, what's going on? He honestly told everyone what he knew about her. Bai Qingyan is a tribe member living in Juto, and her lineage is very high. He assessed this great ancestor as truly sharp-tongued. Bai Qingyan continued to focus her scolding solely on that person. You don't even know your elders and juniors. How did your father usually teach you? Well, you don't want to call me that. Humiliated in front of so many people, they turned away in anger. She smiled and waved goodbye to the people she had just scolded. You are dragon tribe members, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll go with my grandson. One person felt displeased inwardly but had no choice but to reply humbly, thank you, great ancestor. She turned to the White Dragon tribe members and asked curiously, all right, since you can come to the alliance meeting, you must be the young geniuses of the White Dragon tribe, right? Bai Yin and Bai Long, intimidated by her imposing aura, replied obsequiously, yes. Subsequently, they decided it was best to escape to ensure their safety. Then, great ancestor, you two can talk. Bai Long and I will continue to explore. The two left, leaving only Bai Qingyan and Gao Peng. He told her that she had put too much pressure on them. She closed her eyes helplessly and explained, what do you mean? I'm not an elder of the White Dragon tribe after all. The two walked and talked to each other. You still need to be a bit careful. Although Emperor-grade familiars are strong, there are many Emperor-grade familiars in the ancient tribes. Small tribes like friendly tribes are nothing, he reassured her. Don't worry, I have a plan in mind. She hesitated and asked, I want to ask what exactly brings you here? Gao Peng looked at the distant ginseng and replied honestly, I heard Judo is about to become a battlefield, so I came to see if I could buy some time. He felt a bit disappointed by her words. Her voice sank further. Ah, that matter, I thought you were. He didn't quite hear what she was saying and asked again. What did you just say? Bai Qingyan crossed her arms, pouting and saying curtly, nothing. Forgetting the unpleasantness from earlier, she analyzed seriously. Actually, when this battle will break out doesn't depend on the tribes, but on when the protective barrier above Judo disappears. If the barrier disappears, even if they don't start a war, those alien races won't leave them alone. Gao Peng fell into thought. This word alien race is not the first time I've heard it. What exactly are these alien races? Suddenly, a purple flash appeared in the sky, accompanied by wind, scattering everything in chaos. An aerial familiar flapping its wings with all its might shot down to the ground. The tribe members were startled to see it and became confused. What is this? It's really strange. I don't think the Alliance meeting had this program. From a distance, that familiar was surrounded by a blood-red ring of light. It stood tall there. Up close its appearance was clear. It was the monster called Blood Fiend. Gao Peng evaluated the familiar and judged his stance. It's not friendly. Suddenly 3 more powerful beams of light, green, white and yellow, poured down from the sky. He shielded the dust created by the light with his hand and secretly sneered. Didn't these top-tier tribes say they wouldn't send quasi-god familiars, but in the end all 3 tribes secretly brought quasi-gods? Haha. Truly shameless old men. Bai Qingyan grabbed his hand and ran, urging loudly. I've never heard of any of the 3 major tribes having a quasi-god blood fiend. Run quickly. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. In the air there was a tree-like familiar of the Azure God tribe. That person spoke. You too. Before the thief breaks in, let's make the first move. As soon as he finished speaking, it began to gather power to attack the blood fiend. While the blood fiend was being suppressed from the front, a white dragon familiar was gathering power from behind, preparing to attack it. The white dragon grabbed one of its legs with its sharp claws. The blood fiend had just endured a heavy attack and now it activated its spiritual power to counterattack. It cast a spell towards the white dragon, shouting the name of the spell, Great Sun Blood Flame. The white dragon, unwilling to be outdone, spat out water to counter its flames. Excellent. 9 Heavens Azure Dao Reverse. It paused for a moment, analyzing the situation. There are 3 quasi-gods on the other side. If I continue to consume my domain, I'll eventually be at a disadvantage. So it gathered strength in its legs and made a bold decision. I must take one down first. This attack seemed to be effective, and the white dragon was very surprised. Too fast, however, a hand blocked the attack. That hand suppressed the skill, causing it to lose all its power and scatter into countless small pink petals. Before the blood fiend's eyes were a Buddha-like familiar and the white dragon. It cried out in fright, Thousand-hand faceless Buddha, no! Immediately, the thousand-hand faceless Buddha bent 2 fingers, middle finger and ring finger, into its palm and raised its little finger and index finger, gathering power there. The familiar used all its arms to gather power. After that it unleashed that power towards the blood fiend. It blocked with its hands, but the force was too strong and small cracks began to appear in its hands. The thousand-hand faceless Buddha continued to use its magical hands to attack again, shaking the ground where the blood fiend stood with a tremendous explosion. As the thick smoke slowly cleared, it could still be seen standing there with difficulty. Witnessing this scene, Gao Peng mentally evaluated the familiar's strength. This thousand-hand faceless Buddha is too violent. Pure aesthetic violence. It kills any type of enemy, whether tangible or not. This familiar had a Buddha-like appearance with a glowing halo, and Gao Peng hesitated. Could this thousand-hand faceless Buddha be an innate legendary quality? Otherwise its monster characteristic wouldn't fit so perfectly. The masters of those powerful familiars laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, our quasi-god familiar is too strong. Exactly. Suddenly he paused. Wait a minute, the blood fiend's status information appeared in the system. Monster status, minor injury, head exploded, he exclaimed in admiration. Damn, it's already like this, yet it's only a minor injury. Truly like a cockroach, it won't die, the thousand-hand faceless Buddha analyzed. The blood fiend's vitality is very strong, so it can heal this level of injury in a short time. Don't give it a chance to heal. The white dragon nodded. Understood. I won't give it a chance. So the white dragon created a sphere filled with the power of the blue ocean. The Azure God tribe's quasi-god familiar created a sphere filled with the energy of natural plants. Both, as if by agreement, attacked the blood fiend's back simultaneously. The thousand-hand faceless Buddha gathered power in its hands and controlled it with its own hands. The Azure God familiar was startled. It escaped. Since it abandoned most of its body, it probably doesn't have much power left. Maintaining even early quasi-god level would be extremely difficult, barely managing saint grade. The white dragon agreed. Hurting one of their leaders before the battle is quite good. It's a pity we couldn't kill it. The thousand-hand faceless Buddha clasped its hands together and said, Limitless Venerable, the blood fiend's vitality is very strong, making it very difficult to kill. Unexpectedly, a small person crawled out of its ear. The blood fiend earlier was a quasi-god of an alien race. That person landed on its palm. The alien race not only knew we were holding a meeting but also knew the location of our meeting. The white dragon tribe elders were no different. A white-haired old man appeared on its claw. Since when had an old man appeared in the familiar's hand? He emphasized loudly. Did an internal spy expose us? The old Azure God was the first to speak. Our Azure God tribe members are not involved. This time only my granddaughter and I came from the Azure God tribe. Next, the old white dragon spoke. Everyone from our tribe is upright. The old black glanced at him and asked, Old white dragon, I heard there's a person from Judo in your tribe. He resolutely affirmed, I can guarantee that this person is not an internal spy. He nodded. I believe you. It's probably the 7 Kings tribe, the old white dragon suggested. It's meaningless to suspect each other here. The Azure God tribe is investigating this matter, so we can just let them investigate, the old black replied with a serious expression. Actually, that's the Azure God tribe's great elder's headache. After that, he lowered his voice and said firmly, After the investigation, whoever it is, they will be killed without mercy. On the second day of the Alliance meeting, all attendees were standing below, including Gao Peng. On a high platform, a person loudly commanded, Everyone line up in an orderly fashion by tribe. He looked around and asked, Are all the Alliance meeting attendees basically here? Bai Yin reminded him, seeing him not concentrating. Don't look around, look over there. On the platform stood a monster called Black-Scaled Qiaji. It had black thick fur and a sharp bluish horn on its head. Gao Peng was greatly surprised and mentally analyzed, wow, the Qiaji is called the beast that upholds the law. Legend says it's an auspicious beast that can distinguish good from evil, so it often appears in places symbolizing law and order such as courtrooms and judicial robes. He thought with a serious expression, but the Qiaji's fairness and judgment of good and evil would be greatly influenced by the creature it has been with for a long time. So who exactly is the creature that influences the Qiaji, which has a blood pact with a human? At the same time, the black-scaled Qiaji complained, Tisk tisk, you humans are all like this, you smell. I've never seen a saint who doesn't smell. The old Azure god coughed and scolded it. Ahem, great Blackie, if there's nothing wrong speak less. The old black lowered his voice and instructed. Everyone, come forward to the black-scaled Qiaji and declare that you are not an internal spy and have never betrayed your tribe. One person at a time, then leave. He muttered to himself, no one is raising any objections. After that he covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to Bai Yin. Who is that uncle? He replied. That's He Huo of the Shenhu tribe, a quasi-god Beastmaster. After a pause he continued. By the way, where did that pretty great ancestor go? He explained. She probably went with her tribe members. It would have been inconvenient for her to wait with us in this situation. Everyone began to come for the familiar's inspection. The first person trembled and explained, I am not an internal spy and I have never betrayed my tribe. The black-scaled Qiaji nodded. It turned its face in another direction and said, no problem. It waved its hand, go quickly, you really smell. When the next person approached, it waved its hand again. No problem, go. The third person trembled and cried when facing it. The black-scaled Qiaji was tired. Come in. When it was Gao Peng's turn, its face showed a very strange expression. This fellow also smells, but a faint fragrance emanates from its body. Strange. It waved its hand, dismissing him. No problem, go. Hearing it evaluate him as both smelly and fragrant, his face turned dark. What am I, stinky tofu? Finally, when three people stepped forward together, they found the internal spy. Excellent, it's these few people. The person in the red cloak cried out in fright. Wait, there must be a misunderstanding. We have never betrayed our tribe. The old black spoke directly without mincing words. According to the old rules, Azure God tribe chief's command. Attack. It licked its lips and smiled cunningly. Hee. Then it opened its mouth wide and extended a long tongue to attack those people. Don't kill us, please spare us. Gao Peng lowered his head and sighed. Is this the black-scaled Qiaji's ability? If it's used to distinguish internal spies, it really can pick them out one by one. Although its method of action is a bit lacking, this is the true nature of the three top-tier tribes. Besides quasi-god familiars, there are also such interesting things. However, what was happening now would have a significant impact on his plans. But with the tribes gathered, and an alien race quasi-god attacking, some of the major tribes will be even more united. My next plan is probably ruined. The chief of the Shenhu tribe stood on the high platform, extended his hand and loudly analyzed. That year our ancestors lived in 9 heavens, but later a conflict arose with the alien race and we were defeated. Some of our ancestors stayed to fight the alien race, while others left 9 heavens for the superimposed sea for the survival of the race. Now that an alien race familiar has attacked here, it's proof that the ancestor's seal is about to open. We must return to our ancestral land. We must invade 9 heavens. He lowered his voice, emphasizing, when that time comes, our 3 major tribes, Shenhu tribe, White Dragon tribe and Azure God tribe, will lead and unite with the 7 Kings tribe to form the Tribe Elders Council. If a conflict arises, all tribes must send at least half of their young people to battle. He connected the events, suspecting the timing of the alien race's sneak attack is too coincidental. The old black offered immense advantages. The resources in 9 heavens are countless times richer than in Blazing World. Resources are everywhere. All tribe members who perform exceptionally in battle will be rewarded, and if the infiltration is successful, all treasures in the alien race's possession will be their own. Gao Peng finally understood. If this sneak attack hadn't happened, let alone cooperation, it would have been difficult for the 3 major tribes to even hold a meeting with the 7 Kings tribe. But now he shouted loudly, we have no more room to retreat. That year we retreated from 9 heavens to the superimposed sea. This time we have a cliff behind us. Failure means nothing but annihilation. Fight, fight, fight. The tribe members responded to his call, all shouted in unison. Fight, fight. Gao Peng fell into thought. Originally I wanted to buy time for the Washa region, and move more people to the Black Mist world. But now these people are all bloodthirsty and have selfish motives towards Juto. In a secret room somewhere in Ramhar's courtyard, all the tribe elders were gathered. The old black was the first to speak. The disruptor is gone, so we can sit down and talk slowly. What's the first problem? A tribe member replied. It's a problem related to the ancestral land. The old Azure God asked everyone for their opinions. This time when we go to war with the alien race, should we involve the ancestral land in the battlefield? What do the leaders of each tribe think? A man in a cloak cautiously voiced his opinion. The young people of the tribe are fine, but basically many of the elderly who were born and raised here still have feelings for their old memories and ancestral temples. Hearing that, the person next to him agreed. That's right. Those old folks swear a lot and they're too old to be touched. They'll probably be very angry if they find out about our plan. He nodded. That's right. At this moment the White Dragon elder sighed and growled. HMPH arrogant. The 2 people who had just spoken were speechless and just laughed. Tisk ha. The Azure God tribe elder defended the White Dragon. Chief White Dragon may have a rough personality, but everyone will understand his intentions. A great war is about to break out, and if we rely only on ourselves, even if we win, it will be a miserable victory, and generations of accumulated wealth will all be lost. So what's the point of saying don't forget your roots at a time like this? Isn't that right? The Shenhu tribe chief clenched his fist, showing his resolute will. That's right, bringing Boneland into the battlefield can increase our strategic depth. If we use Boneland to deplete the alien race's strength and resources, we can preserve most of our own strength. Seeing the White Dragon Elder returning from afar, Bai Yin greeted him warmly and loudly. Old chief, he heard the chief's scolding words, don't be as stubborn as your second brother. I'm your father, how could you not call me? Bai Yin gave an awkward laugh. Hee hee. Father, how was the meeting? His voice was calm. How could the meeting be? Those arrogant fellows just wanted to eat without changing their expressions, merely hesitating, he asked in confusion. Then what about billing the people of Boneland and Gao Peng's group? His father expressed doubt. Before the meeting I told those two about this matter. They also thought this opportunity was too coincidental. But according to our investigations so far, it doesn't seem like they staged it themselves. He held a small globe in his hand. Since a great war between Boneland and the alien race is imminent to preserve our own strength and compete for resources, it was a foregone conclusion that Boneland would be drawn into the war. Since things had come to this, we had no choice. But thinking about the resources of our ancestral land for 1,000 years, even your father couldn't help but be moved. He then made a suggestion to his son. However, one cannot be shameless. Find an opportunity to talk to your friend from Boneland. His elder and our White Dragon tribe have a very deep connection. Finally, he concluded the matter. If Boneland can have some time to prepare and even directly join the plan to counter the alien race, then in the future Great War we will have a slight initiative. We are not entirely heartless either. The White Dragon elder looked at Gao Peng and urged him. That friend is waiting for you. Go. So Bai Yin conveyed what his father had said to him. That's the situation. After hearing it, he hesitated and bid farewell. If you've already made your plans, an outsider like me has nothing more to say. Then I'll take my leave, he carefully continued. So you're going to fight the alien race? Daisy appeared beside him, ready. He refused Bai Yin. It would be better for our Boneland people not to get involved in this matter. However, he tried to persuade him to give up the idea of interfering, as the alien race would show no mercy to anyone. Whether it's the tribe or you people from Boneland. Running away will not solve the problem. However, he still held his ground, patting him on the shoulder and saying, Bai Yin, you know the background of us Boneland people, but if your White Dragon tribe needs help, I as a personal friend will lend a hand to help. Having finished everything, he said goodbye. See you later. Gao Peng rode on Daisy's back and left, muttering to himself. For now it's just the tribe's unilateral word. Who knows how things will develop then? In the black mist world outside the wasteland labyrinth, he admired the buildings under construction. I haven't been gone long, but the development here is too fast. A man with a staff approached and said, This is City 1 and there will be 99 more identical city districts in the future. It turned out to be Ji Handong's voice. Each city is as big as the former Yuzhou. After all, it can't be destroyed inside the labyrinth, so we can only build outside the labyrinth. He turned to his grandfather and expressed his joy at the changes in his hometown, saying loudly, It's truly a super metropolis. It seems almost all of Washa's people have migrated here. Grandfather laughed heartily and nodded. That's right, an agreement has also been signed with the government. The previous work is almost complete. However, the Black Mist world is too vast and the monsters are more dangerous. In this situation, only by gathering in one place can there be safety. Calculations began again in his mind. After all, Southern Sky Group is now the most influential organization in the Washa region, and it's quite normal for it to be reorganized. Moreover, as long as the divine artifact is in our hands, we have the initiative of the labyrinth, so we don't have to fear others' misguided actions. Ji Handong asked about the situation in the Black Mist world and how the meeting had ended. He honestly told them about their plan to draw the Boneland people into the war. For the experienced Ji Handong, their intentions were easily seen through. As expected, after all, the ancient tribes are not easy opponents. However, our Washa people came to the Black Mist world from our homeland. To avoid getting caught in the war, he continued to analyze. At least they will send people to persuade us on the surface. That gives us some time to prepare. Gao Peng turned his head in another direction, lost in thought. It's already hard enough to have to live away from home. He looked at the construction workers vigorously developing their new home. He secretly vowed, I will never let them destroy our home again. He suddenly remembered something. No matter if they are quasi-gods or not, Gao Peng suddenly recalled something. That's right, speaking of quasi-gods, so he rushed off, leaving only a farewell. Grandfather, I'll be out for a bit. Before I return, if the tribe sends people, be sure to stall for time. Ji Handong had no time to stop him. Zhaofeng, you just got back, are you leaving again? He rode on Daisy's back and said, Grandfather, don't worry, I'm going to find a trump card to fight them. He blankly watched his grandson quickly disappear. Oh, the Shenhu tribe chief frowned and muttered, How old is he already and still so impulsive? I didn't even get a chance to ask about his progress with Miss Xiaoyuan. He thought as he walked. Wait a minute. Speaking of quasi-gods, I don't have none either. Suddenly, something suspicious appeared before his eyes. He saw a striking golden light against the red sky and commanded, These glowing points, Daisy, let's fly over there. It wasn't light, but thousands and tens of thousands of orange monsters flying forward. So he hastily summoned Ban Da Hai and asked, Bandahai quickly, "What is this?" he grumbled to him. "I told you not to call me unless it's important." Suddenly he saw those monsters and his eyes widened as he shouted, "These are sun toadheads?" Gaopeng asked in confusion. "Are sun toadheads quasi-gods?" Bandahai shook his head vigorously and said, "Not exactly, but they can be considered components of the divine realm." It looked at him with a judging gaze. Could it be that you're aiming for those things? You don't even have a fire attribute law." His face darkened, but his eyes grew brighter and he gave a cunning laugh. "Bandahai, they emit desolate fire, so you don't come here." Gaopeng cunningly used his hand to control Bandahai. It angrily shouted loudly, "You're too much, you laid hands on my body." He cut off Bandahai's words. "Stop talking nonsense, quickly go and see." In the end it surrendered to him, and flew up to observe. Gaopeng discovered from a distance that other familiar masters were also aiming for the sun toadheads. Bandahai, "Look over there, are those guys also aiming for the sun toadheads?" It looked at him disdainfully. "Otherwise what? You humans are a bit naive." He inwardly rebuked it with a judging look. "HMPH, this damn big-headed fellow is putting on airs again." Suddenly, one of them moved in the opposite direction from its companions. Bandahai said, "A few toadheads have deviated from the group unexpectedly." A red-bird-shaped familiar quickly snatched and swallowed it. He hastily grumbled to Bandahai, "Damn it, it was snatched first. Bandahai, can't you move faster?" It frowned and replied, all right. It first flew with all its might to snatch one for Bandahai, and then he grabbed two more with both hands. Interestingly, one of them fell asleep as soon as it was caught. It looked very tired, but it didn't need to sleep so much. Gaopeng glanced at Bandahai and called, "Hey Bandahai, look at that sun over there." The group of sun toadheads seemed to be sucked into a magnificent golden building. "Is that a palace? Let's go and take a look. Maybe there's some treasure." It refuted his opinion. "What palace? Look closely." Sweat trickled down his face and he slowly spoke. Surprisingly, what was a building just now had now transformed into a gigantic golden toad. "The palace has changed." It opened its mouth wide and sucked in all the sun toadheads. It turned out that the toad was a monster called the sun golden toad. He couldn't believe his eyes. "My goodness, did such a powerful being exist in the Black Mist world?" Bandahai revealed. "There are many who cultivate in seclusion in the Black Mist world." It observed the current events with a worried expression. "The situation is not good. That guy is using the law of the sun's flames to refine its body and become a god. We have to run quickly." Gaopeng helplessly scoffed. "Oh, you used to be a god. Why are you such a coward now?" It recalled the past and explained in detail. "In my prime, I could have smashed that guy. The problem is that I'm not in my prime now. Ordinary quasi-gods can't resist the laws. Otherwise, they'll be burned to death in an instant." The sun golden toad monster in front had already begun to change, beginning its evolution. The familiar masters who were attacking the monster were all burned to death. He analyzed and explained this case to Bandahai. Even just the shockwaves from its evolution can eliminate such terrifyingly powerful monsters. It's definitely not something to be taken lightly. The sun golden toad monster unexpectedly broke free from its restraints. It evolved into a new stage, a level 100 quasi-god of the monster grade. Afterwards, a golden beam of light attacked it. It angrily turned its body blue, preparing to counterattack, and Bandahai was startled and turned to flee. Gaopeng was puzzled. "What is this blue light? It has a very terrifying aura." Bandahai reassured him, "Don't be afraid, I'll explain soon, let's go quickly." A beam of light moved and then gathered again. Bandahai shot out like a rocket, launching a close-range attack. Unfortunately, the sun golden toad was too strong and it was bounced back again. It free fell from the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Bandahai quickly enlarged its body. He observed the two forces fighting each other from outside. "Bandahai, what in the world is that?" It explained in detail. "This toad can also be called a divine realm of the sun after its evolution. Its power will attract some of the old fellows from the sun divine realm here." It poured out all its knowledge. "These two divine realms and some of their subordinates are very eccentric. They are mortal enemies and they fight to the death whenever they meet. We were just affected by that." Gaopeng pressed it. "So all monsters with laws related to the sun and moon belong to these two divine realms?" Bandahai lowered its voice and denied. "Not exactly, it's just a very high probability. But if sun and moon monsters fight as soon as they meet, they must be from these two divine realms." He found a rock for himself and sat down, continuing. "So what exactly is a divine realm? Were there divine realms in the divine path too?" Bandahai patiently replied. "A divine realm is a nice way to put it, but in reality it's just an organization formed by a group of gods. The truly great gods are basically not so idle as to play these divine realm games." After much discussion, he concluded, "After all, the degree of law manipulation has an extremely great impact on strength. No matter how united a group of young fellows are, it doesn't change the fact that they are young fellows." He inwardly criticized it. "A divine realm is an organization of young fellows? Then why did you run away so fast just now?" It realized it was being mocked and hit him hard. "What kind of look is that? Don't stare at me." Gaopeng hugged Bandahai, stroking its head and comforting it. All right, don't be angry. I didn't mean anything. I just need to protect the delicate heart of the fat fish leader." He started to bring up another matter. "Besides the sun and moon, are there other divine realms? For example, your ocean divine realm?" It shot up to explain. "There's no divine realm in the ocean. That's because all the great gods related to the ocean law don't follow each other, so there's no leader." His eyes darted around cunningly. "However, speaking of this, can't you introduce your ocean quasi-god to me?" Bandahai broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't look him in the eye. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Gao Peng smiled cunningly and said again, "Didn't we talk about Xiaomao before? Your good eldest son, that is." Ban Dahai waved his hand denying Gao Peng's words. "You give up that idea. Our relationship is very bad, so he can't help you." He continued to persuade it to help him. "He's still your descendant anyway. Surely he wouldn't even eat you. Besides, you know the situation now. If we don't have a quasi-god to fight against the ancient tribes and alien races, we have no chance of winning." Nodded and replied, Then it sighed again. "Oh, we've made a contract, so what can I do? I can take you to find him, but I really can't guarantee that he'll help us." Hearing its agreement, Gao Peng rejoiced and hugged it. "I'll thank you first on behalf of the Boneland people." It struggled to break free. "Let go, you're peeling off my skin." In a small bay city somewhere in the Ural Mountains, the landscape was desolate and garbage was strewn everywhere. Gao Peng opened his mouth in confusion. "Ban Dahai, are you sure this way is a shortcut?" Ban Dahai said with a confident voice. "Of course, if we pass through this newly formed rift in the Northern Bear Nation, we can reach the superimposed sea where he lives." He was looking at newspapers with the title Demon Invasion. Demons are attacking, so news of the alien race invasion has already spread. So he picked up a copy and read the news. Recently, demons from another world have invaded Boneland. They were ferocious and cruel, far more cruel than the monsters from another world that came through spatial rifts. The government urged everyone to temporarily leave Boneland and migrate to other worlds. The Boneland government decided to vigorously develop the Beastmaster and Nurturer industries in the other world and launch a counterattack to reclaim Earth. There was a middle-aged man walking with a staff in front. He muttered to himself, "It seems grandfather's side is moving fast. Other countries don't seem to have started full-scale evacuations yet." Gao Peng imagined the tragic situations that could arise. "If we fail to successfully defeat the ancient tribes and alien races, in the end there will only be more miserable outcomes." He poured out his feelings to Ban Dahai. "So you also know why I insist on going with you to find a quasi-god, don't you?" It squinted its eyes and denied. "This matter is just because I'm a fish." However, its voice continued to ring out. "When I was young, I was forced to leave the river basin where my tribe lived because of a war between two king-grade monsters, so I can understand your feelings a little." After that it turned its head and spoke humbly. "You've put in no small effort to help me recover, so I can help you at most for 2 sentences. The rest is up to your luck." He rejoiced and urged it. "You have a conscience too, let's go." Gao Peng and Ban Dahai were flying on Daisy's back when they suddenly heard a person screaming, "Help, help!" He saw a man holding a child from the other side of a house. He was holding the child and Gao Peng asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The man pleaded with difficulty. "Please, can you take our child?" he thought to himself. "A weak wife and a newborn child. Isn't there a way to leave with Ban Dahai?" The man desperately pleaded, pushing the child forward. "You must be a very strong monster, Tamer. If Alex follows you, he'll at least have a chance to live. Please, take my child and save him." Suddenly he recalled an old memory. "Zhaofeng, your father was like that too, but unfortunately he abandoned you and left. He didn't desperately plead with a stranger to save his child like this man. Zhaofeng, hide here. Don't be afraid, live well." The abandoned child, Gao Peng, reached out clinging and cried loudly in a young voice, "Dad, Mom." He closed his eyes tightly and carefully considered everything. Then he decided to take the child. "All right, leave him to me." The father, handing over the child, said in a voice filled with joy, "That's truly wonderful." The mother, separated from her child, covered her face in sorrow and sobbed uncontrollably. Sob, sob, sob. He held the newborn child in his arms. The child, with a clear face, was sleeping peacefully, unaware of the approaching danger. Suddenly he summoned his familiar. "Asuan." The man couldn't help but be surprised to see him conjure a huge box. Writing on Daisy, he left his final words. "The alien race's power doesn't seem as strong as the government announced. Don't give up hope for life. It would be best to return the child to you two later. Good luck to both of you. See you next time." The man opened the box and looked inside. There were countless bottles of water and canned goods. This box was filled with supplies. Moved by Gao Peng's kindness, he stood up and shouted loudly, "Thank you." Ban Dahai, confused, asked him, "What are you going to do next? You can't possibly keep carrying this child, can you?" He leisurely took out his phone and said, "You carry him first. I have a plan." Somewhere in the deep sea, from high above, a person riding a familiar flew to where he stood and shouted loudly, "Zhaofeng, long time no see." It turned out to be a girl named Tang Tang. Sister Tang Tang. She couldn't help but be surprised to see him. "Long time no see, kid, you've grown so much." He smiled brightly. Hee. "When I contacted headquarters before, I learned that you were still here," Tang Tang said. "Someone has to stay and take charge of the next task." And she stroked her familiar's mouth and explained in detail, "However, this old fellow is about to advance. After the work is done, it would be more suitable to go to the Black Mist world." Suddenly she glanced at Ban Dahai holding the child. She looked at Gao Peng, then at Ban Dahai, with numerous question marks floating above her head. You too?" Tang Tang's face paled, her eyes spinning as she said in disbelief, You two have a baby?" Everyone simultaneously looked at the child. Gao Peng pointed at Ban Dahai and said, "Wait, what do you mean by you two? How could that be? This is a fish." Tang Tang scratched her head and said, "Exactly." Gao Peng turned to look at the child and said, "This child was entrusted to me by a couple when I was passing through the Northern Bear Nation. I have a task, so I asked Sister Tang Tang to take the child to the Black Mist world first. I was also thinking about a professional rapid action team to quickly relocate people who for various reasons must remain on Earth to the Black Mist world. I think I'll have to ask Sister and Grandfather to research the specific situation." Tang Tang stroked the child's cheek and said, I really didn't expect Xiaofeng to grow up so much. She clearly remembered the past, the young boy who used to stand behind her. Gao Peng smiled and said, "That's right, Sister Tang Tang, I've also grown up a lot, so I'll protect everyone." He waved his hand watching Tang Tang leave. He turned back to Ban Dahai and said, "It seems to be settled. Ban Dahai, quickly lead the way." Ban Dahai adopted a seductive posture and said, "Or should we return to the Black Mist world too?" Gao Peng's face changed as he asked, "No, Ban Dahai. We've come all this way, what's wrong now?" He looked at Ban Dahai and said, "I'm also a bit nervous. After all, back then I argued with her mother and chased her out of the shrine." Gao Peng angrily held out both hands. "What kind of father is that? Whether you like it or not, that's your own daughter," it retorted. "Who said she's my daughter? That's my son." Ban Dahai flinched as soon as he asked, "You're proud of chasing your daughter away?" Its eyes grew gloomy. The situation was too complicated back then anyway. "I'm afraid she won't forgive me." Ban Dahai turned and continued. "Should we go back? If you help me recover to God grade, then if I slaughter everyone in all directions, won't Earth be saved?" Gao Peng grabbed it and said, "No, the tribe people will soon come to the Black Mist world and use us Earthlings as cannon fodder. By the time you recover, there will be nothing left. Since it's come to this, even if you die, you should die in front of your daughter. Let's go." Deep in the sea, Ban Dahai wagged its tail. Gao Peng said, "We're here, why are you hesitating again?" He thought to himself, "Sigh, it's really hard for an outsider to persuade in family matters like this." It sighed and said, "Oh, all right." Ban Dahai quickly charged forward. He looked around and asked, "What's wrong?" Something is clinging to Ban Dahai's tail. Thump, it dragged Ban Dahai. It revealed one eye and said, "I told you, what kind of bug dares to disturb my rest?" Ban Dahai, still hanging, heard it say, "It turns out to be my dear father." It poked Ban Dahai's face with a sharp pincer and asked, "Excuse me, dear father, what's wrong? How did you end up in a situation like me as food for the rear?" The monster roared, "What's wrong? Did father come here to die?" Ban Dahai thought to himself, "Damn it, Gao Peng, it's all your fault." "Look, my daughter wants to eat me," Gao Peng said contemptuously. "If you don't move aside, should I go up?" It spoke, but it wasn't wrong. "You really are." Ban Dahai's eyes sparkled as it said, "Your words are not wrong. Father truly came to apologize. For many years, father has always regretted." Ban Dahai said, "Day and night, every time the sun and moon cycled in this cold shrine, father's heart always felt as if it was being whipped." Father asked himself many times. Its eyes still sparkled as it continued, "If there is one thing father regrets in this world, it is the words father uttered in the shrine that day. As a father, to speak such cold words to my daughter." The daughter, Ban Dahai said. Father asked himself, "Haha, my dear father, since when did you learn to lie?" Ban Dahai chuckled, "Hee hee. This daughter is quite smart too." Gao Peng glanced at it and said, "Shut up." It opened its mouth and said, "I'm sorry." Ban Dahai's eyes sparkled as it looked at its daughter. "It's father's fault. Won't you please forgive father?" The daughter, Ban Dahai, opened her mouth in surprise. It laughed loudly and said, "Father Tang Tang is the god of storm tides, and he even knows how to apologize and admit his mistakes. Did a human impersonate him?" Ban Dahai stood behind him and said, "It really was an impersonation." The daughter, Ban Dahai, changed her tone and said, "However, dear father, suddenly father feels a bit cute." Ban Dahai's eyes sparkled as it asked, "Has this child forgiven me? That damn Gao Peng spoke a bunch of disgusting words and it's resolved. My daughter can't be that naive." Gao Peng said, Hey, don't get too relaxed. Are you going to keep fighting or make up?" The daughter, Ban Dahai, turned and walked away. "Get lost, I'm not in a bad mood today. Next time you spout such sweet talk it won't work." Ban Dahai said, "Wait." Its eyes sparkled as it said, "Actually, that day father wanted to compensate you, but father was too arrogant and didn't seek you out. Father just made it known throughout the ocean that you are father's daughter. So other high-grade monsters would show father some respect." The daughter, Ban Dahai, opened her mouth, turned and looked at her father and said, "Old man, if you have something to say it quickly." It looked at its daughter and said, "Father needs your help. You know father's current strength is not what it used to be. But father doesn't want you to eat me, and father doesn't want to be eaten by other monsters." Ban Dahai placed two of its scales on his head and said, "Wait, no. This is my body." Gao Peng glanced at it. "Shut up, don't interrupt." She reached out and grabbed the rope that was holding Ban Dahai. The daughter, Ban Dahai, grabbed the rope and lifted it, saying, "You said it, you're going to be eaten by me." She turned and walked away. "I really want to see who dares to steal food from me." Ban Dahai looked at Gao Peng and asked, Why did she leave?" He smiled and said, "Ban Dahai, don't be so anxious. This matter is almost settled." The daughter, Ban Dahai, returned with a red face and said, That old man, you don't move here. I'll go tidy up the backyard, so those foods don't cause trouble when I leave." Gao Peng crossed his arms and smiled contentedly. It touched his arm and said, Gao Peng, I really underestimated you." Gao Peng opened his mouth and said, "The moment she came, she used a killing technique which is proof that you are still in her heart. It's just that you two have been separated for too long, so your relationship is a bit twisted." The two glanced at each other. He said, "Some people know they're wrong, but they'll keep being wrong to save face. Is it really that hard to speak the truth and admit mistakes? You're not strangers, you're family." It rubbed two scales together and said, "HMPH, aren't I just trying to maintain father's last dignity right now?" Gao Peng thought to himself, "Sigh, these two, father and daughter, have the same personality. Never mind, personality issues can't be changed overnight." He opened his mouth and said, "Anyway, we've gained a quasi-god ally." In the wasteland labyrinth of the Black Mist world, Lord Bickwong crossed his arms and said, "Bring everyone you mentioned yesterday here." Lord Bickwong said in an annoyed tone, "You people don't know your place and you keep trying to gloss over the signing." Lord Bickwong's son said from behind, "HMPH, my father is a representative sent by a mysterious tribe here to negotiate with the Earthlings to unite against the alien race. If you force us, don't blame us for not being reasonable. The tribe people won't take it lightly either." Zhu Yiming and a few guards rushed over. "Representative, don't be too anxious," Zhu Yiming said. "Hello, I am the General Manager of the Southern Sky Earth Federation's operations," Zhu Yiming continued. "Your demands are actually still being discussed internally," he continued. "But General Manager Ji and Mr. Gao are currently outside. After all, it's a matter concerning hundreds of millions of lives, so we can't make decisions arbitrarily." Lord Bickwong gripped the scroll in his hand tightly and said, "I don't care about your internal affairs. I only need your signature. The rest has nothing to do with me," he threw it to Zhu Yiming. "If you don't sign today, I'll have no choice but to force you to sign." Lord Bickwong raised his hand and flames appeared in his palm. "Come out." He raised his hand high and a beam of light appeared. A bear appeared and opened its mouth, spitting out a beam of light. Zhu Yiming was surprised to see the protective barrier. "The labyrinth's protective barrier is broken." "This is Saint Grade," Lord Bickwong said. "This is just a welcome greeting. If you just sign, we'll be comrades. I apologize for the small conflict just now and will compensate you with some resources. Otherwise, next time, I'll aim directly at your residential area." Zhu Yiming gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Damn it, can't I stall any longer?" His hand trembled as he gripped the scroll tightly, wishing either Gao Peng or Ji Hanwu were here. The bear looked at Lord Bickwong in surprise. He looked at the bear and asked, "What's wrong, Sun Bear?" He looked at the bear's expression and thought to himself, "No, that guy is afraid. What in the world is in the sky that makes that guy afraid? That guy is a high-grade Saint-grade familiar." Someone asked, "Did you guys hear the sound of waves?" The person next to him replied, "I heard it, but this isn't near the sea." A hand pointed to the sky and said, "Quickly look at the sky. That's the sound of waves." Ban Dahai leaned on his daughter's shoulder and said, "Good daughter, it's right here." Lord Bickwong looked up at the sky in surprise. "This overwhelming power is quasi-god." Ban Dahai said, "Daughter, don't hit too hard. Just inflict a severe injury." She turned and asked him, "Weren't you going to eat father? Why save him?" Ban Dahai said joyfully, "These guys have a group of quasi-gods behind them, and father is worried you'll get hurt." The daughter Ban Dahai raised her hand and created a water weapon. "All right then, I'll spare this dirty bear's life." She attacked the bear with the water weapon and the bear cried out in pain. Lord Bickwong rushed to the bear and asked, "What's wrong?" The bear roared in anger at the person enveloped in light. Daughter Ban Dahai looked at it and asked, "Old man, do you have a problem?" As the bear roared, she flew and attacked the bear. The bear bled as soon as it was hit. Gao Peng said, "Ban Dahai, quickly find a smoky area. We need to unfuse." Ban Dahai replied, "All right." As soon as he broke free, he said, "Phew, I almost turned into a fish myself." Ban Dahai glanced at him. The daughter Ban Dahai looked at the two of them. Then it explained. "Father and he have a fair contract, a cooperative relationship, a cooperative relationship." She glanced at her father and said, "HMPH, old man, you've really changed a lot." As the bear stood up, a green beam of light approached it. The beam of light immobilized the bear. She manipulated the beam of light with her hand and said, "Did I tell you to move?" The bear trembled with fear, sweating. Lord Bickwong looked at him in the smoke and thought to himself, "This person appearing with an unnamed quasi-god must be a monster tamer. I don't know what his purpose is. I need to stabilize him first." He raised his hand and opened his mouth, saying, "Haha, I am impressed by your excellency's skill. There seems to have been a slight misunderstanding between your excellency and us. Our tribal alliance has more than 20 quasi-god monster tamers and they all enjoy making friends. Your excellency may also exchange resources with our tribal alliance when you need them alone someday." Gao Peng said, "No need. If our Washa tribe needs to resist the alien race, we will naturally step forward, but not in this way of cooperation." He asked in surprise, "Are you a person of the Washa tribe?" Lord Bickwong thought to himself, "The Washa tribe has quasi-god monster tamers. Earth's elemental recovery hasn't even been 10 years, has it? To produce a quasi-god monster tamer in 10 years." He put one hand in his pants pocket and said, "Go back and tell your elder council our Washa people have been a peace-loving nation since ancient times. Throughout Earth's history, our Washa people fundamentally cannot speak of war. Gao Peng, we hate war the most." Everyone looked at him with joy. "It's Gao Peng, young Commander Gao. It's young Commander Gao. Young Commander Gao is back." Shu Qingqi contacted her assistant and said, "General Manager, you probably don't need to rush back. Young Commander Gao has almost brought the situation under control." The person on the screen replied, "Understood." The chairman put his hand in his pants pocket and said, "Zhaofeng brought a quasi-god expert, so he must have gone through a lot of hardship." He glanced to the side and continued, "Last time I didn't feel any quasi-god aura, but in a short time Zhaofeng has a quasi-god. Now this kid has surpassed us old men with astonishing growth speed." Shu Qingqi listened to him and said, "All right, we will proceed with our original plan and go to the gathering points of other Earth organizations to discuss the formation of a rescue team. I'll leave this place to him." She replied, "Understood." The person next to her asked, "General Manager Shu, wasn't there war in Washa's history? It seems different from the history I read." She clenched her hand and raised it, saying, This is not the time to be distracted by trivial matters." Lord Bickwong pointed at him and asked, You are Gao Peng." Gao Peng looked at him and said, "Please don't speak so meticulously. Besides, our human race currently lacks skill and cannot help you. On the contrary, you would have to worry about taking care of us. And wouldn't that eventually affect your familiars?" He gritted his teeth and thought, "What should I say? Should I tell them I called them to be cannon fodder? Lord Bickwong, whatever I say is useless. This matter must be decided by the quasi-god Beastmasters of the Elder Council." He shook his finger from side to side. "Of course, I know you have quasi-god Beastmasters and not just one, so you don't need to remind me," Ban Dahai said. All right, it returned and looked at its daughter. "Daughter, listen to me. Ban Dahai's daughter was in a bad mood. HMPH, he talks too much. She charged and attacked, and her weapon injured the bear. Lord Bikwang, in disbelief, called out to the sun bear. Gao Peng touched the rim of his glasses and said, "Perhaps you've been away from Earth too long, you don't know this rule. In our Washa, when uninvited guests arrive, they must leave a small gift." Gao Peng said, "The current Washa region is very weak, but so what? At a crucial moment in your war, do you want to open your mouths and make our Washa another quasi-god enemy in the wilderness of the blazing world?" Something was in the sky. The bear lifted its paw and stomped on Lord Bikwang. It licked its bleeding arm. The bear continued to lick its wound, and Gao Peng looked at it and said, "No need to worry. For a saint-grade monster, losing an arm isn't such a serious injury. A new arm will grow back in time." Lord Bikwang opened his mouth and said, "Actually, it's very lucky to only suffer such minor injuries from a quasi-god monster." His son said, "Father, but if we fail to complete the mission, won't the tribe reprimand us and affect your position?" Lord Bikwang patted his son's shoulder and said, "Go back and train hard. Train your familiars well. War is imminent, and status and background are all illusions. Even if you are my son, you will receive no special treatment. Those alien races will only want to kill you even more." Lord Bikwang's son replied, "Yes, I understand." Lord Bikwang said, "But if my guess isn't wrong, that quasi-god monster might not be Gao Peng's familiar." His son said in surprise, "What did you say?" Lord Bikwang turned and walked away. "After you return, don't say anything. If anyone asks, say that he is a quasi-god familiar." Lord Bikwang's son said, "Then will they believe it?" he replied. "Whether they believe it or not is their problem, and how we speak is our problem. Besides, the quasi-god monster is real, so if they don't believe it, tell them to go see for themselves." He laughed and said, "I can't be the only one to suffer a loss, otherwise I'll be a laughingstock. More people need to suffer, haha. Those high and mighty ones need to know what suffering is now." A voice came from inside the tent of the Tribal Alliance headquarters. "What did you say?" the old Azure god asked. "The mission failed," the old white dragon thought to himself. "Ha, just as I expected," one person said. "Impossible. Lord Bikwang is a saint-grade beastmaster. He must be joking with us." Lord Bikwang said, "No, it's news from my uncle's spy. There's a quasi-god beastmaster in the Washa tribe." Everyone opened their mouths and said, "A quasi-god beastmaster? Are you joking? How can there be a quasi-god beastmaster? How long has the Washa tribe existed, and how many beastmasters do they have? The number of emperor-grade beastmasters doesn't even exceed 10, and I heard Gao Peng is the only king-grade beastmaster, so how could a quasi-god beastmaster suddenly appear?" the old Azure god said. "On the surface there's only one step between quasi-god and saint-grade, but in reality there's a huge gap. Many peak saint-grade familiars are stuck at this stage, and don't even know how to break through." He frowned and said, "Do you know what a quasi-god beastmaster means? It means he has the potential to establish a top-tier tribe, and the Washa tribe also has the potential to be promoted to a top-tier tribe at this moment." The person sitting in the chair said, "If that's the case, his talent wouldn't just be terrifying." The old black sitting in the chair asked, "Is he perhaps a divine successor?" The old white dragon said, "He is not a divine successor. I met him. Our tribe's high priestess also quite likes him." The old Azure god stroked his beard with his hand. "Then that quasi-god isn't his familiar. Is it a summoned reinforcement?" The old black stood up and looked at them. "Enough, no need to discuss and waste any more time. I will go meet him myself tomorrow." The old black looked at the old white dragon and said, "If the familiar he summoned accidentally dies due to my carelessness, I will spare him for the sake of your white dragon tribe's face and the high priestess. But the Washa tribe will have to sign the contract obediently." The old white dragon chuckled. The old Azure god asked, "What if your familiar dies?" The old black stroked his head with his hand. "My thousand-hand faceless Buddha will not lose." Gao Peng was sitting in a chair reading a newspaper in the mountains near the wasteland labyrinth in the Black Bone world. There were 3 layers of city walls, and emperor-grade beastmasters were stationed at each city wall to guard and patrol. He looked at the newspaper and said, "If an emperor-grade monster invades, immediately notify the city headquarters, and the headquarters will dispatch an emperor-grade beastmaster to deal with the invading monster." He stood up from his chair and put his hands on his hips. "The city's emergency response plan, the newly designed core, should be quite good. Even if the training walls don't prove effective, there should still be a psychological effect." Gao Peng shielded the light with his hand. "The sun was a bit dazzling today. Since it's summer in the Black Bone world now, I'll have to discuss the calendar issue with Grandpa again." He looked at the light and said, "Wait, that's wrong." A large circle appeared in the sky, and there was something inside the sun. It looked like the thousand-hand faceless Buddha had appeared. It was the thousand-hand faceless Buddha of the old black. The old black stood on the palm of the thousand-hand faceless Buddha and said, "I heard there's a quasi-god here, so I specially came to challenge him." The old black continued, "Is there no quasi-god who dares to fight me?" The people below said in anger, "Another tribe, enough already. We've already fled all the way here. It's so annoying. We just want to live in peace." Gao Peng laughed. "Ha ha." He propped his chin with both hands and looked at him. "The tribe has already sent troops. It's much slower than I expected." A green beam of light appeared. The old black looked at the green circle. The thousand-hand faceless Buddha was instantly trapped in a net. "When did this place get so many spiderwebs?" Ban Dahai's daughter stood on the spiderweb with her hands on her hips and said, "The thing that suddenly appeared on the spiderweb must be an unnamed quasi-god." She opened her mouth and laughed. "Ha ha." Gao Peng looked at it and said, "Indeed, villains always talk too much." She charged and attacked, her speed too fast. It was an agile quasi-god type. "Faceless Buddha, dodge," the old black said. "It's dangerous. This spiderweb is greatly affecting Faceless Buddha's movements." A hand emerged and blocked her. Ban Dahai's daughter raised her hand and split the two hands apart. She raised her hand and created a small orb. The old black opened his mouth and said, "The attack is ineffective. This quasi-god is completely incomprehensible." The faceless Buddha continued to dodge. Seeing the spider web entangling his palm, he thought, "Spider web, since when?" She created an attack and aimed it at the thousand-hand faceless Buddha. The old black stood on his palm and said, "This quasi-god is not simple. Moreover, the spider webs around here are giving her a lot of help. Let's merge with the thousand-hand faceless Buddha first before fighting." The old black leapt and merged with the faceless Buddha. The faceless Buddha created many arms. The thousand-hand faceless Buddha sat in the center of a lotus, and the old black said, "The fire is still indestructible. What are you going to use to fight me?" Gao Peng opened his mouth at this moment and said, "I didn't expect the faceless Buddha to unleash such high skill." Ban Dahai looked at him and said, "HMPH, don't be too anxious. You'll see my daughter's serious fighting style in a moment." Ban Dahai's daughter said, "This is the net I painstakingly set up all night." She was angry. "How dare you tear up my stuff?" The old black looked at her and thought, her face has changed and her aura has become even more dangerous. This quasi-god also possesses killing intent. She prepared to attack. Ban Dahai's daughter flew forward and lotus petals blocked her attack. He was surprised. She can unleash even faster speed than before. The faceless Buddha couldn't attack at all. He could only passively defend. Moreover, the lotus petals were gradually breaking, and the thousand-hand Buddha was also struggling. She let out a loud shout. Ban Dahai's daughter attacked fiercely, breaking through the protective barrier. The thousand-hand faceless Buddha's arm split. "Damn it, she can even tear the faceless Buddha's golden body," the old black said in surprise. "I didn't expect this quasi-god to have such strong combat power. A big battle is approaching, so there's no need to exhaust our strength here. Faceless Buddha, let's retreat first." As he spoke, he immediately retreated. She looked at them fleeing and was somewhat speechless. "My wrist hurts because of this guy," Gao Peng said happily. "Her speed is really fast. This is definitely not a talent you inherited from you." Ban Dahai looked at him and said, "What do you mean that child is mine?" Gao Peng said, "Ban Dahai, I didn't say she's not your child. I just said her speed talent was definitely not inherited from you," it said proudly. "It's okay, little lady's speed is also quite fast." He looked at it and thought to himself, "You've already said that, so what's with the pride in your tone? Just a few days ago, you were making a disgruntled face, but now you're starting to feel proud of your wife and daughter's talents. Indeed, all male animals who have children are like this." Gao Peng put his hands on his hips. No matter how strong the faceless Buddha's talent is in terms of attributes, it's far inferior to the stormwater demon beast. If it's overwhelmed in speed, unless there's a special means of suppression, it can only passively endure attacks, he continued. This talent is that of a high-grade agile assassin, monster name, stormwater demon beast, monster grade, level 97, quasi-god monster quality, mythical quality. Mythical quality, monster attribute, water type, space type. Mythical parts, spider legs, eyes, internal organs. Monster domain, voidwater demon domain. Monster abilities, armor-piercing windblade level 9, stormwater demon claw level 10, agile body level 9, water elemental control level 10, space myth level 7, hypersensory reflex level 9, monster characteristic, invisible web. Can set up webs in any terrain to bind prey and simultaneously conceal its body. Effect 1, passive effect, consumes elemental power to condense invisible webs in any area. Effect 2, passive effect, the stormwater demon beast's movement speed can increase in areas where invisible webs are condensed, and it can also stop or move freely within the internal space of the invisible webs. Warning: in a water environment, the invisible webs have an automatic recovery ability. Moment of slaughter, a special talent inherited from the maternal lineage. Effect 1, passive effect. When activated, the moment of slaughter can rapidly increase the host's movement speed for a short period, with the degree of increase related to the host's physical strength. At the same time, vision, reaction speed, and explosiveness are proportional to the increased speed. Warning: the moment of slaughter can last for a maximum of 1 hour, and after it ends, the host's reaction ability will be slightly reduced. Blade of demon slaying. Extreme slaughter is evolution, and all weapons are the best slaughter weapons. Effect 1, passive effect. The stormwater demon beast's spider legs have a special demon slaying effect and can cause destructive effects on certain types of armor. Effect 2, passive effect. The stormwater demon beast's spider legs are exceptionally hard and sharp. Monster brief introduction. This is a descendant of a god, and due to a long period without paternal love, its personality is unpredictable. It enjoys cutting prey into small pieces and savoring them, and it dislikes loud noises and lively atmospheres. She threw the spider web with her hand, and the web was woven. Gao Peng asked curiously, why is she weaving a web again? The opponent has already fled, hasn't he? Ban Dahai raised his head and said proudly, "You wouldn't understand quasi-god matters. My daughter is performing an ethereal martial art, understand?" He looked at it and thought, "A few days ago you were dying to meet her, remember?" Ban Dahai flew away. "Haha, my daughter, you did well just now, but the water elemental power you used just now was a bit lacking in fire. Listen to me." She turned and looked at her father. Ban Dahai's daughter disappeared into the air. Such a nagging old man, it opened its mouth and watched her disappear. Why did she leave?" Ban Dahai cried. "Oh, is this what humans call adolescence?" Gao Peng said happily. "Oh, that person is interested in you, that's why." He touched his collar with his hand and said, "But seriously, didn't the faceless Buddha leave? Why is it still a little hot?" A voice came. Sister, you're amazing, Gao Peng asked. A bang, in the Kunlun Mountain Spirit Peak everyone was shivering. The old white dragon said, don't be nervous, everyone, stick to the plan. The person behind replied, yes, chief. Something flashed by and the old white dragon reminded, the time has come. The god has revived, so everyone prepare for battle. A gigantic eye appeared and the eye changed color. His son said, Father, he replied. This is an anomaly caused by the further release of the spirit seal. It's difficult to explain. The old white dragon hummed. A door opened and a voice came. Such a large spatial passage is completely different from the intelligence. No, with such a large spatial passage we few cannot complete the infiltration mission. A dragon head appeared and the person below said, White dragon, take the others and retreat. It circled around the people, creating smoke, and the dragon flew away. Bai Yin looked at him and said, Father, what do we do now? All our previous preparations have gone to waste. The old white dragon did not look at his son and said, it's not certain yet. We've also deployed elsewhere on Earth, so we've only lost the opportunity for a preemptive strike. One person suddenly pointed in one direction. Look over there, look over there. A strong wind blew and it gradually became a whirlwind. Then it gradually shrank. Someone said, the storm has gotten smaller. Something like a finger appeared and a voice came. What is this? A finger was cut off. The old white dragon commanded Bai Mang. Bai Mang, send your subordinates over there to take a look. Bai Mang replied, yes. A red orb flew out and collided with another object. They immediately split apart, and the dragon watched in surprise. Bloodshot red eyes. Bai Yin, sitting on its back, panicked. What is this? My familiar is out of control. The dragon's eyes turned red, and it turned and bit Bai Yin. Bai Yin fell, and Bai Mang caught him. Bai Yin said, thank you, Captain. Bai Mang did not care for the thanks and said, everyone else, don't let your guard down. The strange smell will affect your familiars. Their familiars went out of control. What is this? My familiar too, Bai Mang. What did you say? The old white dragon said at this moment. OG White Dragon, save the people, we are leaving this place. They dismounted their familiars and went into a forest full of trees. What on earth are these things? The trees suddenly moved, opening their eyes and looking at the 100-flower tree demon. The 100-flower tree demon began to emit demon energy. Other 100-flower tree demons charged one after another, and they all leaped to the ground at the same time. The old white dragon observed from the side and said, the war has begun. A few days later, in a wilderness somewhere on Earth, the leader of the Condor tribe, Zai Yuan, stood observing. He asked Zai Hai, who was behind him, about the situation in the Kunlun Mountains. Zai Hai bowed his head and reporting to the leader, we haven't seen the broken finger that the White Dragon tribe mentioned near the passage. However, the tree sprites along this path have been continuously injured in large numbers. Zai Yuan wondered inwardly, is the White Dragon tribe deceiving me, or did they secretly take the broken finger? The war had just begun, so whatever they were thinking, it wasn't enough to cause conflict now. Old White Dragon wouldn't be so narrow-minded, he speculated. However, rumors always circulated in other tribes. The famous familiar Master Gao Peng from Judo was actually a descendant of the tribesmen left behind by the White Dragon tribe to guard Judo that year. And after Mopu returned from the Black Mist world, he had been in seclusion. The alliance agreement still had no results. Could it be that they had already secretly agreed beforehand? Zai Yuan reminded him not to cause a major conflict and to no longer worry about this matter. Recently, the number of tree sprites was very high, so there might be Emperor-grade monsters hiding inside. They should be careful. Their mission was to eliminate low-grade monsters and collect more corpses. Zai Yuan received the order. Yes, understood. Zai Yuan asked, Zai Hai, do you sense any Emperor-grade or Saint-grade auras? Zai Hai spoke as he sensed. There are a few vague and unclear energy flows, and one is moving towards the mountain range. He was suddenly startled. How the energy from the mountain range is moving towards us. The roots of the 100 Flowers tree demon moved, causing vibrations in the ground. Zai Yuan quickly confirmed this vibration. It's Emperor grade. He brought out a Saint grade familiar and said, go. The Saint grade familiar burrowed into the ground and slowly approached the 100 Flowers tree demon. The Saint grade familiar resolutely bit the 100 Flowers tree demon. Zai Hai was startled. He looked at the vines and said, the vines solidified in midair in an instant. The vines gradually cracked and solidified vine fragments fell. Zai Yuan retrieved his Saint grade familiar with his hand and said cheerfully, haha, not bad, not bad. Zai Hai reminded him, a huge energy fluctuation has appeared. It's rapidly approaching us. Zai Yuan scratched his Saint grade familiar with his hand and said, Saint grade familiar, you're lucky to get another meal. The Saint grade familiar rapidly grew larger. Go. It fiercely broke through the earth and stones. The Saint grade familiar burrowed towards the source of the energy fluctuation. Mountains and rocks shattered very quickly. Zai Hai said worriedly, oh no, the fight is too intense. The aftermath is about to explode this place. This old man doesn't care about my life or death at all. Let's go. He mocked himself inwardly. Is it because I'm a fatherless illegitimate child? It's already a blessing that he accepts a grandson like me, haha. Suddenly, Zai Hai fell into a pit. Whoa, his body hit the ground very quickly. He looked at something protruding in front of him and wondered, what is this? It was a finger. The finger suddenly moved and immediately plunged into his head. Zai Hai touched his forehead, startled. What was that? What just burrowed into my forehead? Zai Yuan said from behind. Get up, our mission is complete. Zai Hai opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. He thought blankly. Why can't I speak? Zai Hai was terrified. What was he trying to say just now? Zai Yuan passed him and urged, what are you doing? We can go back now. Zai Hai smiled and replied, yes. He muttered to himself, I can't tell anyone about this. at the temporary station of the Condor tribe in the Blazing World, Zai-Hai's lodging. Zai-Hai looked at his palm and burst out laughing. Ha! He looked at the monster in front of him and thought excitedly, it worked, it really worked. Zai-Hai was overjoyed. My middle finger really has a supernatural ability now. Although I don't know that my middle finger can infect and strengthen monsters, and these monsters can also infect other monsters' abilities. His subordinates called out to Lord Zai-Hai from outside. Zai-Hai asked from inside, "What is it?" His subordinate quickly reported. "A team has been assembled to return to Judo to deal with the tree sprites. We need to depart." Zai-Hai thought, I can go to Judo again. What a wonderful testing ground, he laughed sinisterly. Ha, just you wait, you damned old man. You'll come begging me eventually. The scene shifted to the black mist world where Aide stood blankly. Gao Peng asked in confusion, Aide, did you misunderstand the word randomly? I'll say it again, I asked you to randomly pull out a tree sprite from Judo for research, because a large number of tree sprites have appeared there now. But you randomly pulled out a Saint grade tree. Aide heard this and explained, Masters randomly seems to mean the best. Aide's abilities are limited. This is all I could pull out. Aide will pull out a higher grade tree for Master after breaking through to quasi-god. Gao Peng scratched his head, satisfied. Sigh, other familiars develop their own opinions over time, but Aide alone treats my every word as a golden rule and completes it. He suddenly discovered something. Gao Peng wondered. Is the battle in Judo very fierce right now? Your grade has gone up again, Aide answered honestly. There are many corpses, and many souls. Gao Peng thought with relief. After breaking through to Saint grade, Aide's grade increase speed has been quite slow, but every time he gets a mission in Judo he goes up a grade. He's reached level 83. Actually, with Banda High and the Stormwater Demon Beast, there's no need to worry too much about safety, he calculated. Judo is practically a slaughterhouse now, so it's a good time for Aide to reap some rewards. What I've chosen is a good opportunity for Aide to strengthen himself, Gao Peng instructed. Alright, Aide, wait a moment. I'll go say a word to the White Dragon tribe. Then you can go support our friendly tribes, he stated his plan. Didn't the tribe want to form an alliance with us? Although Washa has no intention of forming an alliance with them for now, this is a period to focus on development, but I can go help them in my personal capacity. Aide flattered. Master truly understands the greater good, Gao Peng replied, satisfied. Sai just average. Infected blood poison, vine demon, monster quality, common quality, perfect quality. Monster grade, level 81 Saint grade. Monster attribute, wood type, poison type. Monster abilities, blood poison, epidemic level 7, bark hardening level 5, vine toughness level 5, wound healing enhancement level 5, monster domain, blood poison, epidemic domain. Monster weakness 1, divine type, 2, fire type. Monster brief introduction. Originally an Emperor-grade lucky cloud fairy, it consumed a large amount of potential after being infected by an unknown law, becoming a common saint grade, with its wisdom completely lost, leaving only killing instinct. He looked at the infected blood poison vine demon and understood, so it was just a common quality early saint grade monster. No wonder Aide could subdue it so easily. Although the grade difference between them wasn't large, Aide had quite a lot of advantages, but in terms of quality the difference between them was too great. Aide's quality was 5 grades higher than it, he analyzed. Although the blood poison domain might have corrosive effects, Aide's quality is too high. The death aura within Aide's body is purer than its domain, so it had no ability to resist whatsoever, Gao Peng speculated. This is probably the most tragic saint-grade monster I've ever seen. Even Daisy, who is currently level 77, could probably overpower it, he demanded. Even if it's weak, it's still a saint-grade monster, so it still has the greatest value. Black Snake, give me the best solution, Black Snake reminded him. Didn't I always look for ways to upgrade your plant-type familiars? There's a shortcut now, Gao Peng wondered. You mean the Hell Impermanent Tree? Black Snake denied. No, your Hell Impermanent Tree is already Saint grade. What's the point of needing another monster of the same grade? You whispered. What good idea, Black Snake began to introduce. This method is something I saw someone else doing before. The first condition is that the quality of the grafted side must be 2 grades lower than the other side and both must be plant-type monsters. You whispered closely into Gao Peng's ear. All you need to do is hum. Gao Peng instructed. Xiaosai, wait a moment, no need to be nervous. Just perform well, he asked Xiaosai to smile. Show your golden teeth and laugh loudly. Banda Hai broke free from Gao Peng's embrace and rapidly moved forward. Gao Peng placed Xiaosai on the ground, he evaluated. As an Emperor-grade plant-type monster, Xiaosai's abilities don't have expansive characteristics, but this time it can be considered a plant-type monster's instinct. He watched Xiaosai transform into its monster form and indulge. Black Snake also said that grafting has a failure rate. If it fails, there will be a backlash. After all, there's no evolution theory or evolution method with a 100 success rate. Any method has a chance of unexpected occurrences. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many legends and myths. Gao Peng had no choice but to say. It can only weaken the Vine Demon as much as possible so that Xiaosai can withstand the Vine Demon, thus increasing the success rate. He asked, what grade can Xiaosai evolve to after the evolution is complete? Black Snake resolutely replied, I don't know, but I think it will at least evolve from early Emperor grade to late Emperor grade. A screen appeared. A report arrived from the other side. Young Commander, the White Dragon tribe has responded. They have agreed to your personal participation. Southern Sky tribe probably won't need to participate in the war. Understood, you've worked hard. Gao Peng assessed the situation. Although Elder Mo Pu of the Elder Council suffered a loss from me, it was still a personal matter, so the two sides haven't completely turned against each other yet. Of course, the most important thing is that he lost. If he had won, it would probably be a different story. Speaking of which, Lei Hua has remained in judo, so he's probably finished plundering and set up some new missions. Gao Peng commanded. Aide, go to judo. Take this item to the wise Lei Hua, he carefully instructed. Go, don't actively participate in the battle. Your mission is to free those dead souls. You can also raise your grade a lot and help our good friend while you're at it. Judo Yuzhou Base City, footsteps on the ground. Aide took a step. He looked up. Aide resolutely said, the sun and moon have all disappeared. Now the light illuminating earth comes from the cracks in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Master would surely not like this. Aide flew to the middle of the sea and called out, Lei Hua, I'm here. Bubbles emerged from the water and Lei Hua jumped out, wondering, big dummy, weren't you cultivating in the black mist world? Why are you here? Aide threw the item to Lei Hua and conveyed, this is what Master asked me to bring to you. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Lei Hua looked at the item in his hand, suspicious. Phew, they're not trying to call me back to the black mist world, are they? He activated the button, and Gao Peng's voice was heard. I know you've had a hard time during this period. All the other familiars are by my side, but you're the only one left in judo. Your ability is very useful, so you'll have to stay in judo for a short period. I hope you don't get angry. Lei Hua heard this and understood. Ah, they weren't calling me, Gao Peng reminded him. During this long time you must have finished plundering the Yangtze River. That's a good start. Next is a more difficult and important mission, plundering the Pacific Ocean. I'm not asking you to finish this mission right away. You can take your time, or you can consider it after you've advanced to Saint grade, Lei Hua said with relief. Thankfully I can stay in judo. If I had gone back to Gao Peng's side, life would have been really tough. He looked at Aide, curious. Look, Aide has already become a top-tier mercenary. Only going out when it's time to rest, and all other times staying by Gao Peng's side. How can he live like that? A goldfish jumped out of the water, calling out anxiously, Daddy, Daddy. Lei Hua quickly got up. Oh my cute baby, he stroked the goldfish's head and asked, quickly tell me what's making you so anxious. The goldfish reported anxiously, Daddy, Daddy. There's a group of monsters chasing a group of people up ahead. Lei Hua calculated for a moment. Humans? Gao Peng is human. I wasn't by Master's side, so he might have forgotten me after a long time, or maybe I should go save them and make my presence known to Gao Peng so he gives me better treasures, he decided and said, all the monsters living in the Yangtze River are my cute babies. These days of being invincible and undefeated are getting boring. I might as well find some fun, not bad. My cute baby, lead the way. The situation here was very chaotic. Help, run towards that bridge, everyone run quickly, don't let those tree sprites catch us. An old man discovered something and said, wait, everyone look. Lei Hua, creating a water stream in his own image, said imposingly, you demons, I am the wise, immeasurable, supreme river god of the Yangtze, and you dare to massacre innocent people in broad daylight? Take this spear from your grandpa. The 100 Flowers tree demon was quickly swept away by the water stream. Lei Hua instructed, babies, go up. The school of fish followed orders and began to bite the 100 Flowers tree demon. The people by the river were surprised to see this scene. River God, Lei Hua snorted. To believe such a casually given title, River God isn't bad. I should give them some subtle hints to maintain their collective logic. People began to fall into unconsciousness. Lei Hua, having finished everything, said, all right, let's go back too. He and the school of fish submerged into the sea together. The team leader wondered, was that the River God just now? The blue-haired girl said gratefully. I couldn't see clearly, but he didn't have any malicious intent towards us, and he saved us once. The yellow-haired boy snorted maliciously. You're too soft-hearted. He saved us, but who knows what his intentions are? The blue-haired girl scolded angrily. Are you blind? Those waves just swept away the tree sprites, and not a single drop of water splashed on us. Someone saved you, and you doubt him. Deserve to be eaten by monsters and become fertilizer. The yellow-haired boy pointed his finger, furious. The team leader placated them. All right, we've only temporarily escaped danger. Causing conflict isn't good for us, he decided. Although I don't know what kind of being this river god is, he saved me after all, so if I get the chance I should repay his kindness. The one-eyed old man suggested. According to the legends of the gods, humans all had to offer sacrifices to the gods. Should we prepare some cattle and pigs? The next day, by the river, 3 men walked forward carrying a dead ox. His subordinate wondered, team leader, is 1 ox enough as a sacrifice? The team leader looked at him and replied, look at the current situation. It's already lucky that we can get a live ox. 30 minutes later, the wind was calm and the waves were still. The team leader wondered, could it be that the river god also feels this sacrifice isn't enough? As soon as he finished speaking, a water column erupted from the sea. The water column formed the shape of Lei Hua's face floating in the air. The man in the fur hat was surprised. Team leader, look quickly. The team leader urged. Damn it, what kind of ghost is this? Oh my god, why is judo getting scarier every year now? Let's quickly transport these goods and return to the black mist world. The man in the fur hat pointed his finger and said, team leader, it looks like the people by the river are offering sacrifices to the giant. The team leader quickly took out his phone and took a picture. Hey, this is truly a rare sight. Gao Peng observed Lei Hua through the screen on this side. I am the river god of the Yangtze, born in the Eastern Han Dynasty, he wondered. "Ha, what is Lei Hua doing?" Xiaowang complained while eating fish. "Damn it, Lei Hua claims to be the river god of the Yangtze and has protected the people for over 1,700 years. What shamelessness. Such a good thing should be mine," Xiaoyan sneered. "With your duck-like appearance, even if you pretend to be a god, others would have to believe you first." Xiaowang argued, making an absurd claim. "How can I insult you?" Xiaoyan was puzzled, asking, "Did I insult you?" Xiaowang asked dangerously. "Damn it, you punk, since when did you talk to me like that?" Dahai took a skewer of meat and said, That guy is going down the path of becoming a god through faith." Gao Peng asked, not understanding. Explain in more detail," Dahai explained. "The path of becoming a god through faith is a bit faster than other paths to godhood, but it has many restrictions. It requires a vast number of followers, and as a god its combat power is weak, making it the weakest type of god." Dahai became wary, seeing Gao Peng's increasingly inhumane smile. "Why are you looking at me like that? Your smile is a bit creepy," Gao Peng hinted. "It's nothing, just a little surprised. A god that becomes a god through faith has the weakest strength. I always thought the weakest god was the price to pay." Dahai angrily swore. "Damn it, I'm not saying anything more, I'm not saying anything. If I ever say this to you again, I'm a dog, a big-headed dog." Gao Peng expressed his opinion. "If that guy can become a god, it's also beneficial to us. The focus of our next action is to cooperate with Lei Hua to make his path to godhood a bit easier. If everyone has good ideas, please actively share them." Xiaosai appeared and asked, "What are you talking about? What is becoming a god through faith?" It sounded quite messy. Xiaowang immediately punched Xiaosai and scolded, "Baby, what's wrong? Why are you so uninspired? Why are you interested as soon as you hear rubbish like becoming a god through faith?" Xiaosai covered its head and replied, "I think becoming a god through faith is quite good." Xiaowang firmly said, "What's good about it? When I become a god later, I'll kill those two faith gods." Xiaoyan hit Xiaowang on the head and warned, "Damn it, believe it or not, why are you threatening that baby? That guy often gives me delicious food. He's a good mouse, don't bully him." Xiaosai said gratefully, "Indeed, I didn't hold the wrong leg." Xiaowang agreed and reminded, All right, I won't say any more. Xiaoyan, don't touch the fetus." Everyone present was shocked. Fetus, 1,000 why questions suddenly popped up in Gao Peng's mind. Descendants probably lay eggs, right? Ducks and birds. Isn't this speed too fast? This duckling must have tricked Xiaoyan. In the past, when training, Xiaowang really used to train alone with Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's flames could help temper Xiaowang's body. Could it be that I even thought of this scheme for them? Should I build a hatching center? I need to quickly buy a few bird breeding guides and learn more. Also, I need to quickly contact aid to catch a few emperor-grade beasts to give Xiaoyan as nourishment. Am I going to be a grandfather? Tonight's dinner is roast duck or steamed duck or both, Xiaoyan quickly explained. I am not pregnant, I just gained some weight recently. Xiaoyan breathed fire and scolded. You damn scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting again? Xiaowang pleaded. Don't burn me, making that fur an illusion is a lot of hard work. Gao Peng breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it was a misunderstanding. Haha, why is there no trustworthy person? Someone held a meat skewer stick and said, the most important thing about faith is sincerity. Dahai's daughter passed by him and said, the more sincerely the followers believe, the more they can provide. Dahai flew over. Daughter, you're here, she replied with disgust. Old man, get lost, she demanded. Gao Peng, this stuff tastes good. Send another ton to my lair, Gao Peng calculated. I'll have to consider this carefully. I can also help Lei Hua create an organization similar to a cult. This matter will require borrowing power from above. In the Black Mist world, the Southern Sky Group's Hope City headquarters. Ji Handong was puzzled, wondering about becoming a god through faith. He realized and said, I know about this. I once heard about something related to becoming a god through faith in some ruins. Ji Handong evaluated. For our Washa people, finding a spiritual anchor is fine, but truly becoming a follower is very difficult. Gao Peng continued. Conversely, becoming a superficial follower is much easier. Ji Handong replied sympathetically, that's right, if we can cooperate with the government, making a god will be easier. Leave this matter to me. Just recently, the Washa government asked for my cooperation, so I'll tell them our conditions. Gao Peng brought the teacup to his mouth and politely said, then I'll trouble Grandpa. Gao Peng frowned. Damn, it's hot, Ji Handong explained. Ha! This was brought by that sparrow a while ago. It's a tea tree that grows next to a volcano. The taste is good, but it might be a bit bitter for you young people. Gao Peng got to the point. Grandpa, actually I came this time mainly to discuss the matter of the intelligent Lei Hua. After that, I have to go out again. I found a good place to train dragon monsters, Ji Handong reminded. Go, actually, there's no need to worry about my grandson's strength anymore, but I still have to give a few words of advice. Everyone be careful. Gao Peng walked out the door and said, understood Grandpa, don't worry. Black Mist World. In the distant mountain range, Gao Peng firmly said, this is it, Black Mist World Snow Mountain. Gao Peng commanded, Dajie, go first and attack the snow lion to subdue it. Dajie received the order. Understood. As Dajie charged to attack the snow lion, his younger brothers cheered one after another. Brother, you're so strong, brother, beat it down. Gao Peng urged, stop being noisy, quickly go and help. This lion is too strong, brother can't handle it alone. Sanjay heard and rushed over. Brother, don't panic, third brother is here. Yeah. Dajie quickly blocked. Wait, Sanjay. Sanjay immediately charged at the black python. Both the snow lion and the black python flew into the air and Sanjay asked blankly, where did brother go? The snow lion landed quickly. The black python activated its combat mechanism. Passive bloodthirsty frenzy was activated, and the black python said dangerously, "Phew, Sanjay, I'll get you back for this today." Immediately after, the black python charged and greeted the snow lion. The snow lion counterattacked and bit the black python's neck. "Ah, my neck," Gao Peng was puzzled. Even with passive activated, it still can't contend with the snow lion. Gao Peng instructed Sanjay to use the white polar light. He told Dajay to be careful not to get hurt. Sanjay's eyes sparkled, shooting power at the snow lion. Dajay reminded loudly, "Second brother, are your eyes for decoration? You hit its head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. This lion bites harder." The snow lion was hit and immediately flew into the wall. As the snow lion roared in pain, Yi-Gaw and San-Gaw worried, "Brother, are you okay?" "Brother, don't die," Dajay replied with difficulty. Ahem, brother isn't dead yet," Gao Peng admired. "Although it wasn't smooth, I finally captured a perfect quality level 75 snow lion. Monster name: Shin or Heart Ear Kashao. Kiwu monster grade level 72 Emperor grade. Monster quality: epic quality, monster attribute, psychic type, monster abilities, psychic shield level 6, psychic power boost level 6, monster weakness, very weak in close combat, very weak in survival, monster characteristic, psychic space. Deep within every Shinner's mind exists an independent psychic space. They can invite the psychic will of other beings into this psychic space. Within a certain range, conscious communication can occur through the psychic space. Effect 1, passive effect. Can communicate with units that cannot naturally communicate, such as stones. Prerequisite: must have consciousness. Effect 2, passive effect. Can invite the existence of other units into the psychic space for communication, and at the same time the flow of time within the psychic space is 10 times slower than the outside world. Warning: if too far from the Shinner, one will automatically exit the psychic space. Monster brief introduction. The dragon monster mutated after encountering a psychic dragon, awakening some of the psychic dragon's abilities. Gao Peng evaluated. "But you and your respective compatriots and Kiwu's psychic connection really don't cooperate well. Your teamwork needs to be strengthened," Shaosai replied dejectedly. "I've disappointed you, master." Gao Peng recalled his childhood. "This feeling is truly nostalgic." Xiaowang said 1, 2, 3. But Shaosai rushed out before counting to 2. Daisy said attack at 6 o'clock, but Shaosai attacked at 9 o'clock. "Aid, you're all on our side, it's just training, so go easy." Gao Peng smiled slightly. He reminded, "Let's go find the next target. Hope City, Southern Sky Group headquarters." Ji Handong discussed. Representative Dong Ling, I understand about the ruins. If they open soon, it's indeed a good opportunity." Dong Ling was puzzled. "Will your side also send people?" Ji Handong promised. "Let's do this. If Zhao Feng can return before you depart, I'll give you an answer." She agreed and replied, "Understood, then I'll trouble you." Ji Handong watched Dong Ling leave the door and pressed a switch. Gao Peng appeared on the screen and asked, "Grandpa, were you looking for me?" Ji Handong asked. "Zhao Feng, how are you doing?" Gao Peng asked in confusion, pretty smoothly. "Is something wrong, Grandpa?" Ji Handong asked. "Remember the ruins I told you about before? I heard they're opening soon. The tribe is sending an exploration team. Do you want to go too?" Gao Peng replied without hesitation. "Of course I have to go," Ji Handong said understandingly. "Understood, then I'll inform that young lady from the tribe." Gao Peng was excited. Big-Headed Fish said that such ruins are very likely to be the ruins of a fallen god or a god's sponsor. Then the possibility of finding divine artifacts and other good items is very high. I hope to find some good items this time. Bala Dimension, Gao Peng evaluated. "This Bala Dimension is too tragic. The ruins here are surprisingly quite safe," Qing Yunnan introduced. "I am Qing Yunnan from the Qingxin tribe, a quasi-god Beastmaster. I will be leading this ruin exploration team, so everyone please be careful and don't get lost." Gao Peng thought to himself, they even specially sent a quasi-god Beastmaster to lead the team. It seems the tribe also attaches great importance to this secret realm exploration. The sky suddenly shook, and Qing Yunnan exclaimed in surprise. "Oh no, this is," Qing Yunnan realized and reminded. "This is the extinction behemoth. Everyone don't move, wait quietly until it leaves." One person was puzzled. "What is an extinction behemoth?" Qing Yunnan explained. "The extinction behemoth is a colossal monster that lives in spatial rifts. It cannot come into contact with the air, so it can only wander through dimensions within the rifts," Qing Yunnan solemnly said. "Moreover, the environment within the spatial rifts is extremely harsh, with nihility storms, chaotic currents, extinction lightning, and death floods. Nothing is absent. So you can imagine that monsters that survive in such an environment are all difficult and troublesome beings." The extinction behemoth left quickly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it finally left. Qing Yunnan took the lead and commanded, "Let's continue onward." Gao Peng exclaimed in surprise. "Wow," Qing Yunnan introduced. "This place was originally a floating island, but it crashed for some reason." Gao Peng was puzzled. "Is this the secret realm?" Qing Yunnan waved his hand in denial and replied, "No, the gate to the secret realm and the secret realm itself are inside the crashed floating island." He cautiously reminded, "Everyone, although the floating island has crashed, it's best not to fly up with your flying familiars, because no one can be sure if the rules of floating have completely disappeared or become distorted," Qing Yunnan instructed. "Also, the secret realm does not allow the appearance of existences above quasi-god, so I will not enter with you later. If you gain anything inside, it's all yours. There's no need to tell anyone else and no need to tell me. Otherwise it will be troublesome if I can't control my own desires." That person laughed and said, Haha, Sir Nan is good at joking. Where in the tribe is there anyone as upright as Sir Nan? Person next to him also agreed. That's right, then let's go. After speaking, they quickly moved forward. Gao Peng looked at them in confusion. Strange, these tribe people rush up without hesitation as soon as they arrive. Don't they check the surrounding environment first? Someone called from behind and he turned around. Gao Peng. Gao Peng realized and said, Dongling, long time no see. Dongling probed. Gao Peng, I heard some news about you in the tribal meeting, and I know your strength is very outstanding now, she proposed. How about we cooperate? Can you bring me an item from this secret realm? He was puzzled. Oh, why should I cooperate with you? Dongling negotiated. I can give you a map. This map was explored and compiled by our tribe's elders, and it marks really valuable resources or places that are non-renewable or take a very long time to regenerate. With this map you won't have to risk going to worthless places. Gao Peng calculated. The Tangdong tribe is not considered a strong tribe. If the Tangdong tribe has the strength to explore secret realms and leave maps, what about stronger tribes? He turned and agreed. Then let's do that. Dongling thanked him. Thank you, then I'll give it to you now. Gao Peng firmly refused. No need, I have a plan. Dongling struggled to climb the cliff. Reaching the top of the cliff she sighed. Phew, she looked ahead and said, we've arrived. Dongling quickly slid down. As soon as she landed, she found Gao Peng already standing there. Oh, another person. Gao Peng said to the Tangdong tribe people, it just so happens you can testify for us. Just now I wanted to borrow some items from you all. The Tangdong tribe people gritted their teeth in anger. But you don't seem very happy, the brown-haired man reminded. Are you after the map in our hands, young man? Sir Ching Yun Nan is still outside. Your actions are not good. Dongling stood by thinking to herself, if he says so, I'll continue to act surprised. Gao Peng heard and replied calmly, what's so unpleasant to hear? What are you taking? I'm just borrowing it for a while. I'll return it after I've seen it. He heard and angrily prepared to act. Verbal provocation. The brown-haired man summoned his familiar to teach him a lesson. Silver Light Thunder Beast. The Silver Light Thunder Beast quickly attacked Gao Peng. Gao Peng shouted, Daisy, Daisy, shatter the power of the Silver Light Thunder Beast. Gao Peng loudly said. Everyone saw it. He attacked first. Daisy shot lightning, and the powerful lightning shattered the rock, the brown-haired man instructed. The power is too strong. Everyone just watch. Everyone agreed. Understood. The formation quickly appeared and spread around. Gao Peng exclaimed, oh my, the formation is too big. Another helper has arrived. Gao Peng looked at the Overlord Lion behind him and thought to himself, although this Overlord Lion is an epic quality familiar, its grade is only 83, so it's not very scary. The introduction screen appeared. Monster name, Da Feng, monster grade level 84, saint grade, monster quality, epic quality, monster attribute, wind type, monster abilities, wind elemental control level 8, sharp claws level 6, speed boost level 6, monster domain. Da Feng domain, monster characteristic, evil wind. The wind controlled by Da Feng transforms into an evil wind possessing extremely strong destructive power with a very strong destructive effect on the physical body. Effect 1, passive effect. Greatly increases wind elemental attack power. Effect 2, active effect. After casting the ability, Da Feng completely merges with the sky covering gale. After Da Feng expands, its wings can completely cover the sky. Effect 1, active effect. After extending its wings, Da Feng can completely shroud an entire area in darkness. At this point, visibility is greatly affected. Effect 2, passive effect. In the darkness of the sky covering force, Da Feng's lethality increases. Monster introduction. A type of vicious intelligent bird from myths and legends with a colossal body that can stir up wind with its wings. When it encounters you, it smiles and acts like the wind. Currently it is a sign of a great wind disaster. Gao Peng mused inwardly. Is this the divine beast Da Feng from Huaxia mythology? Haha, my apologies, he scoffed. Alright, anything else? If so, bring them all. Don't regret it after you lose. The white-haired man cursed him, calling him arrogant. After speaking, he merged with Da Feng. Da Feng's wings moved powerfully and it opened its mouth, roaring menacingly. Gao Peng found it intriguing. Is this the sky-covering ability described? How interesting, he requested. Daisy, let's merge first. Gao Peng leapt into Daisy's body, and he guessed that this darkness was formed after light was excluded. Even Daisy's lightning was useless. Da Feng quickly threw a shuriken to attack Daisy. The white-haired man requested, saying this attack was merely a warning. Considering the quasi-god behind you, I'll spare your life and let you leave the secret realm. Gao Peng summoned, saying, the simplest way is to summon aid and use its powerful soul energy to pinpoint Da Feng's location. But there's one thing I've always wanted to test in a real battle, and now's the chance. Yawen, come out and play. Yawen appeared upon hearing the call, and he quickly merged Yawen with Daisy, sharing 3 layers of senses. Gao Peng immediately saw Da Feng. Found it, he commanded. Daisy, pretend you don't see anything. Gao Peng encouraged. Brother, hang in there, I also want to gain some practical experience. Daisy moved around according to Gao Peng's command, pretending not to see Da Feng. I can't see anything. Daisy dodged Da Feng's attack, and Da Feng asked suspiciously, dodged it, was that luck? Daisy quickly found the gap, opened its mouth and unleashed its power. Lightning surged wildly from Daisy's entire body. Silver Ray, Thunder Wrath. The lightning immediately charged towards Da Feng, attacking. The lightning is too fast, I have no choice but to block. Da Feng blocked the attack, wondering, why is there so much thunder and lightning energy in its body? Is that thing a pig? Daisy's power quickly pierced through Da Feng's shield. Lightning struck Da Feng's body directly, knocking it down. It's already over. A bit disappointing. Gao Peng provoked the 2 familiars. If you two still want to resist, come at me together. The Overlord Lion was stunned for a moment, then immediately charged, throwing a shuriken to attack Daisy, then releasing musk from its body. Gao Peng smiled with interest. Oh, how intriguing, he mused. Musk is a medicinal ingredient, but absorbing it beyond a certain amount causes mutation and produces potent venom. Furthermore, with the 8-armed Thunder Beast as its primary attack, one misstep could lead to falling victim to this Overlord Lion, despite its seemingly simple and direct appearance. Its poison is quite insidious, Gao Peng calmly said, but there's no big problem. Daisy's lightning fiercely attacked a fang, knocking it down. Gao Peng emerged from Daisy's body thinking, even if Daisy's grade isn't very high, its elemental power accumulation is far greater than yours. It can maintain the Thunder Sea Purgatory domain without restraint, which is perfect for dealing with all sorts of flashy tricks. He spread his arms and said, can you lend me the map now? My patience has limits. If you refuse a toast, you'll be forced to drink a penalty. The white-haired man quickly agreed. Yes, please don't harm my familiars. Here it is. Gao Peng looked at the people behind him and suggested, I heard that each of you has slightly different content, so please show them all to me. They hesitated upon hearing this. One of them didn't hesitate and handed over his map, urging, take it if you want to see it, hurry up. That person approached Gao Peng and reminded him, everyone, once your skills reach a higher level, you won't harbor thoughts of harming lives. If he wants to borrow it, just lend it to him. We're all here for a mission. There's no need to waste time here. They thought it made sense and handed over their maps. Oh well, you're right, all right. I lost, so after you've seen everything, send me away quickly. Gao Peng held up his phone and said, don't worry, I said I'd take a quick look and I'll return it right after. The red-haired man wondered, what's that? What's it doing? The blue-haired woman lifted the paper in her hand and handed it to him. She hesitated and said, this is called a mobile phone. I used it when I was in judo. It's a very convenient tool. You can contact others from a distance and also record scenes. Gao Peng said, you've also gotten to know each other without a fight, so let me introduce you to a business. Consider it a courtesy of our meeting. Our Southern Sky Group produces this device. If your tribes need it, our Southern Sky Group can install base stations for you for free. You can then purchase and use these mobile phones from us. Upon hearing what he had just said, one tribe member didn't understand and suddenly asked, base station, what's that? Gao Peng had no choice but to scratch the back of his head and say, this is too complicated to explain. In summary, this mobile phone is very useful, but you can't use it without a base station. Of course, we won't force you to buy it. Upon hearing this, the tribe members continued to wonder, install base stations for free? Gao Peng replied, of course, if you purchase our mobile phones. Base stations are installed for free. I said it, so it's done. Gao Peng and Dong Ling got onto the back of an animal ready to leave. He turned his head and waved to the tribe members. Walking along the forest path, Gao Peng and Dong Ling proceeded together. Suddenly, Dong Ling opened her mouth and asked, install base stations for them for free? Will your maternal grandfather agree? Upon hearing this, Gao Peng replied, my maternal grandfather will definitely agree. The cost of installing base stations isn't much. Gao Peng's eyes gleamed with interest and he thought inwardly, if all these tribes use our Washa network, I'll teach them that free is the most expensive. I'll show them what excessive internet addiction is, what cultural invasion is. He. Hearing what he was thinking, Dahai appeared and said, all right, stop that insidious laugh immediately. This place is likely a quasi-god's divine realm. Hearing this, Gao Peng wiped his mouth with his hand and coughed a few times. Ahem, he thought to himself, clever Dahai. Daisy is still striving for eternal quality, so it's unlikely to find materials for Daisy's evolution here, but Kashao could be considered. Suddenly, Dong Ling pointed to one side and said, it's probably the area ahead. Last time my great-grandfather discovered the wave-riding blue flower here while on patrol, but that was still 100 years too early. This time I've come to pick that flower. Upon hearing what she had just said, he replied, after so long, aren't you afraid other monsters might have taken it? Dong Ling replied, my great-grandfather killed the monster guarding the wave-riding blue flower back then and planted 2 illusion beasts to protect it. Ordinary monsters probably wouldn't have discovered it, but we can't guarantee that we'll definitely find its location either. Dong Ling turned her head and said to him, I brought you along just in case, he replied. It's all right, I promised to help, so I'll help to the end. Dong Ling looked at something in the distance. 2 trees with red berries appeared before their eyes. She said, these 2 trees don't absorb the surrounding vitality, so it seems this is the right place. She held the bottle in her hand and said, wait. With her hand she opened the bottle and released its contents, which immediately flew towards the red berries. The creature bit the berry fiercely, and in an instant space became ambiguous and everything began to transform. A red wave-riding blue flower emerged from underground and appeared on the surface. Gao Peng said, it's a purification system. How interesting. Dong Ling now held the wave-riding blue flower. Upon hearing what he said, she replied, thank you for searching with me for 3 days here. Gao Peng immediately turned and left. He waved to her and said, no need to thank me, I just did my best after being asked. You also helped me get the map, so we're even. At this moment, Gao Peng was moving on a mountaintop, carefully observing what he held in his hand. After modifying and organizing the photos taken with the phone, a map system appeared. Seeing this, he was surprised and said, isn't this a complete map? Gao Peng snapped his fingers and Dahai appeared with a tired face. Seeing this, he said, isn't this the secret realm map? The system, seeing the phone, exclaimed in surprise, wait, looking at the shape and structure of the map, this is a divine realm. Only gods of high grade or great strength are qualified to create a divine realm. This time, we've hit the jackpot. Hearing what Dahai said, Gao Peng was slightly confused. Didn't you say the divine realm was a god's sponsorship? Dahai replied. Where we are now is a sponsorship, but there's nothing good. Just flowers and plants, and after a long time monsters have eaten them all. Besides sponsorships, a divine realm also has a god's dwelling in a treasure vault. That's where the good stuff is. Dahai laughed loudly with joy and said, now let's go to the treasure vault. Hearing what he said, Gao Peng was even more confused. He said that looking at this map it would take at least 10 days to reach the entrance, and he wasn't even sure if it was a treasure vault. No wonder the tribe hasn't explored the secret realm for several years. The difficulty must be too high. Gao Peng's eyes were filled with fear. His complexion turned pale as he said, perhaps this god is already dead. The treasures might have all been taken by enemies. Moreover, the secret realm restricts familiars above Saint grade. If I encounter a strong enemy, and I've already wasted 3 days out of a month here, I'm not sure if I'll find any treasures. Upon hearing what he said, the system said helplessly, what are you thinking? With an excellent god like me guiding the way, what could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Hurry up, I'll take you through a shortcut. Hearing what he said, Gao Peng smiled and said, hee, Dahai is the best after all. 3 days later, in a region where golden pillars shone dazzlingly, Gao Peng and Dahai approached. Dahai said, this is indeed a divine realm. Dahai quickly waved his hand and summoned something dark blue which immediately struck a colossal golden box-shaped building. The powerful attack created a hole there. Seeing this, he said, why does this look so familiar? Dahai said, go put me away first. After passing through there, you can summon me again. Hearing this, he replied, all right. Suddenly, Dahai shouted loudly, merging again. Gao Peng, you're shameless. Hearing this, Gao Peng said helplessly, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and go. Dahai quickly flew into that hole. He said aggrievedly, HMPH, I'll pay you back for this when we get back. The scenery inside was dark and blurry. Gao Peng said, this isn't the treasure vault, is it? It doesn't look much like it. Hearing this, Dahai said, the structure of the divine realm is similar to a beehive. Each room has a different environment and I can move you through different walls. No need to go through doors, that would be faster. Dahai flew as fast as the wind. Suddenly he mumbled, the system displayed a notification. Item name, Earthfire Dragonheart Crystal. Item introduction, can be used to refine items and has a very significant enhancement effect on earth and fire element monsters. Gao Peng said, so this room is a volcano? This would be very suitable for a bang. Bang, a monster suddenly appeared and said, Gao Peng, you finally remember me. The powerful footsteps caused the hot lava beneath the ground to splash everywhere. Dahai relentlessly devoured the golden crystals there. He ate relentlessly. At this moment he looked at something in the distance and saw a large group of fire giants. Gao Peng said, over there a group of fire giants is gathered. Hearing this, Dahai replied, you'll know if you look at Menga Bang. Hearing this, Gao Peng said in surprise and a daze, Menga Bang was electrocuted. He also said, a misunderstanding. It turned out that the group of fire giants was there to avenge their leader. At this moment the system displayed a notification. Monster name, Fire Giant, Leader, monster status severely injured. He continued to say, I can't let these brainless hot rocks disturb a bang. Dahai, you think of a way. Hearing this, Dahai summoned a brightly glowing golden cube. He said, knowledge is a burden. When I go back and give my daughter food, say something nice about me. He replied, all right. The cube flew into the air and golden light illuminated everything. The fire giants instantly disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Gao Peng said, the fire giants have all fled. Turning to Dahai, he asked, Abang, how long will it take to digest these crystals? Hearing this, Dahai replied, 3 months, then they can be completely consumed. Dahai said, 3 months is too long. Exploring the secret realm is an urgent mission. Hearing this, he nodded and said, all right then Abang, eat it all for now, pack it up and digest it slowly later. At this moment, Dahai relentlessly devoured the crystals at a frantic speed. In the desolate region, it was as if a fierce battle had taken place. Dahai flew at lightning speed. He swiftly flew across the vast ocean. In a colossal brown building, Gao Peng and Dahai were there. Seeing this, Dahai said, we've arrived. He approached the reliefs carved into the wall. Seeing this, Gao Peng said, what kind of story do these reliefs record? Seeing this, Dahai smirked triumphantly. It's the epic of a god. He looked at the reliefs on the wall and said, above are recorded the great achievements of the god, including how the god became rich. He said to him with an insidious look, after a few careful glances you'll be able to determine which god it is, and then you can guess what kind of spoils of war will be in that treasure vault. Hearing this, Gao Peng replied, you mean? He pointed to one side and said, over here. Then he pointed to the opposite side and said, look at this side a few times. Seeing this, Dahai coughed a few times and said, ahem, quickly call out your mouse. Its treasure hunting ability is far more professional than ours. Hearing this, he was confused. He quickly snapped his fingers and an animal appeared with wide eyes. Suddenly, Chao Gai said, I'm so touched, master. How did you find such a good place? Wow, heavens, that animal quickly ran over. Wow, my heart, don't beat so fast. Seeing this, Dahai laughed triumphantly. It seems we've really hit the jackpot this time. He grabbed its tail and said, then what are we waiting for, my friend? Let's go. Gao Peng's Chao Kai quickly ran inside, its eyes darting around. No, I'm going to die. Suddenly, Chao Kai seemed to discover something, its eyes widening. Then it turned around and said, or should I look for a small treasure first? Chao Kai quickly threw itself at the door, crashing heavily and reducing the pressure. Inside, a small fairy was sitting on a tree eating. Seeing Chao Kai's appearance, that monster exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Gao Peng approached Chao Kai's side and seeing the scene before his eyes, he said, what's that? As the information about the resource the monster was holding, true dragon fruit, appeared, he exclaimed, "It really is a true dragon fruit." Gao Peng, looking to one side, muttered in surprise, "How, there's another basket over here. Since when did these things get counted by the basket? This amount is even more than the White Dragon tribe's treasure vault." The spirit, appearing slightly angered, was enveloped in a blue aura. It quickly exerted its power, roaring in an angry voice, and instantly transformed into a giant, letting out a loud cry. Seeing this, Gao Peng, along with 555, was bewildered and exclaimed, "How was there still a small spirit here?" The spirit quickly approached him. Its expression was not good. It furiously unleashed its power and said, "You dare disturb the sleep of the great dragon spirit king Lao Jiao, all of you will." As soon as it finished speaking, it swiftly charged at its opponent. "You won't die peacefully." Seeing this, he immediately commanded. He said, "Daisy, don't move." The small spirit struck Daisy hard, and Daisy instantly collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. He sat down and looked at the creature, examining it meticulously with disdain. "Truly ugly," he said. He quickly grabbed the small spirit and observed it closely. Seeing this, the small spirit thrashed in anger, shouting at his face, "Hey, even a demon isn't that ugly." At this moment, the system displayed information. Monster name: Dragon Spirit King. Monster grade: level 70 Emperor grade. Monster quality: legendary quality, legendary quality. Monster attribute: wood type. Monster abilities: strength enhancement level 6, innate divine power level 6, muscle burst level 5, strong endurance level 5, plant affinity level 3. Monster characteristic: true dragon fruit guardian. When the Dragon Spirit King is near true dragon fruits, it provides a series of beneficial effects to them. Correspondingly, the true dragon fruit plant yields fruit that the Dragon Spirit King can consume. Effect 1: passive effect. The Dragon Spirit King can increase the growth rate of true dragon fruits. Effect 2: passive effect. The Dragon Spirit King can make true dragon fruits bear more fruit each season. Effect 3: passive effect. The Dragon Spirit King can make true dragon fruits immune to all kinds of pests and diseases. Dragon Force Vajra. By consuming a large quantity of true dragon fruits, the Dragon Spirit King's body becomes extremely robust. The Dragon Spirit King can draw power from plant-type dragon monsters and can also transfer its own power back to plant-type dragon monsters. Effect 1: passive effect. Every new plant-type dragon monster provides a portion of its power to the Dragon Spirit King. Effect 2: passive effect. The power provided by plants to the Dragon Spirit King enhances the Dragon Spirit King's ability to protect these plants, reducing disease damage, increasing defense, and allowing all plant-type dragon monsters to recover healthily. Monster introduction. Originally a pure wood spirit king, after a long period of forcefully taking and consuming large quantities of true dragon fruits, it finally mutated into a very rare Dragon Spirit King. The Dragon Spirit King can draw power from various plant-type dragon monsters and can also protect these plant-type dragon monsters. The path to evolving to mythical quality requires collecting 10,000 different types of plant-type dragon monsters. Reading that information, he muttered to himself, "A series of power-bestowing effects. What in the world is this? This is a Dragon Spirit King. Hey, this muscular innate talent has gone down the wrong path, hasn't it?" Plant affinity level 3. It suddenly remembered this was a wood-type spirit. Then, with a somewhat flushed face, he muttered imaginatively about something like plant affinity. Moreover, the path for this Dragon Spirit King to advance is extremely difficult. 10,000 different types of plant-type dragon monsters. This isn't 10 or 100, it's 10,000 types. Even in the ancestral land of the giant dragon tribe, there probably aren't that many different kinds. Holding the small spirit in his hand, he gazed at the nearby tree. This is a limited edition gardener for plant-type dragon monsters. Although limited to plant-type dragon species, being able to reduce pests and diseases and increase yield is truly outstanding. With these true dragon fruit trees, the dragon-type monsters in Tianan will be blessed. He summoned Esuan and said, "Esuan," he muttered to himself, "even if it's in the ancestral land of the dragon tribe, these true dragon fruit trees would be considered top-tier treasures. Although I've left the secret realm now, I've already earned enough." Esuan, following his words, immediately emitted a purple light. Seeing this, Gao Peng said, "From now on you'll follow me. I'll have you continue to tend to that tree, plus I'll make you a plant garden." Hearing what Gao Peng had just said, a small spirit shouted in anger, "Nonsense, I am the great Dragon Spirit King." Daisy stared at the small spirit. Seeing this, it trembled in fear and said, "All right, I'll do as you say, just don't eat me." Sob, sob, sob. Seeing this, he immediately said, "This side is done, Chow Sai. Let's go find the next treasure." Looking at Chow Sai lying on the ground, he said discontentedly, "Stop playing dead, quickly go find treasure for me."